This film's plot is purely fictional. Please do not take it seriously or imitate it. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Thank you for your support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation for updating. Chapter 1. In the vast universe, a space station called the Black Tower stands tall. This is a gathering place for scientists of all kinds. Those who can come here must have unique expertise in various fields of science and technology. And today, a businessman named Yi-Yun sneaked in. In the main control compartment, a little gray-haired boy was stopped by Yi-Yun. "My friend, I have some treasures here. Would you like to see them?" The little gray-haired boy's name is Xing, the protagonist of the Star Dome Railway. Xing piqued his interest. "Treasures? What treasures? Let me see." Yi-Yun snapped his fingers, and 3 items wrapped in bubbles appeared before Xing's eyes. Xing looked at Yi-Yun's snap and thought it was very cool, like a magic trick. Yi-Yun introduced. "Let me introduce them to you. These 3 items are the Destiny Coin, the Space Ring, and the Constitution Fruit." Xing examined the 3 items, curiously poking at the bubbles surrounding them. However, she discovered she couldn't touch them. Xing pointed at the Destiny Coin and asked, "What is this thing? What's it good for?" Yi-Yun explained. "To use this Destiny Coin, simply toss it into the air. If it lands heads, it heals all injuries, including curses, poisons, and other negative statuses. If it lands tails, it's nothing serious, it just caused you to get struck by lightning." Xing's eyes lit up after hearing this. It was clear that Xing wasn't focused on the possibility of being struck by lightning, but rather on the sheer amusement. "This thing's great. How many credits?" Yi-Yun raised his index finger and shook it. "I don't take credits here." Xing spread his hands upon hearing this. "I don't have anything on me. Just over 10,000 credits I earned working part-time these past 2 days. Yi-Yun smiled. "You have the currency I need." With a wave of his hand, a scale appeared before them. "You should have stellar jade on you, right?" Xing nodded, and pulled a few stellar jade from her bag. "I happen to have a few. Would you like to take these stellar jade? Isn't this thing useless?" "I only collected a few because it looks pretty." There was nothing he could do. He was so broke that he couldn't afford it. After all, these stellar jade were loot he had obtained by defeating 2 virtual soldiers and opening a treasure chest. In the real Star Rail world, treasure chests are guarded by monsters. If you get too close, these monsters will appear and attack you. Therefore, aside from a few Fatewalkers, no one else had any interest in the treasure chest. Yi-Yun took the 5 stellar jades from Xing's hand and placed them on one end of the scale. The next second, a flash of white light appeared from the other end, and 5 $100 bills suddenly appeared, while the 5 stellar jades had vanished. Yi-Yun picked up the 5 bills. "These are star coins. You can exchange them with stellar jades here. I only accept these. Here, your 500 star coins." Xing didn't take it, but pointed at the coin of destiny and asked, "How many star coins does this thing cost?" "Is my 500 enough?" Yi-Yun said. "This coin of destiny is only 300, and you can keep the other 200. After that, Yi-Yun slapped the 300 star coins on the bubble surrounding the coin of destiny. The 300 star coins and the bubble disappeared simultaneously, and the coin of destiny materialized and landed in Yi-Yun's hands. Yi-Yun handed the coin of destiny and the remaining 200 star coins to Xing. Xing took the coin of destiny with great anticipation, examined it carefully, and then wanted to test its effects. Thankfully, Yi-Yun stopped him. "Don't worry. Save this coin for an emergency. If it lands heads, it's like having an extra life." Xing thought about it and felt it made sense, so she put the coin of destiny in her bag. Xing then looked at the other 2 items. Yi-Yun introduced them. Space Ring, worth 1,000 star coins, contains 10 cubic meters of alien space. It can store items, but not living things. Physical Fitness Fruit, worth 600 star coins. Eating it strengthens your physical fitness. Xing's eyes lit up when he heard this. These 2 items weren't bad either. Touching her bag, Xing calmed down. I'm out of stellar jade. Let's add each other so I can buy things from you later." Yi-Yun heard this and took out his phone and added Xing's contact information. Then, the 2 said goodbye and parted ways. After Xing left, Yi-Yun mentally communicated with the system. "System, am I considered completing my newbie mission? Notice. Congratulations to the host for completing the newbie mission. Complete a transaction. Rewards. Shop card X1, high-level Destiny Walker level Imaginary Energy X1. As the system finished speaking, Yi-Yun felt a surge of immense power surge through his body. This power continuously transformed Yi-Yun's body, making it even stronger. After more than 10 minutes, the power began to subside. With a flick of his mind, Yi-Yun manifested a dark golden energy ball in his hand. Great! Now I finally have the power to protect myself. This star rail world is filled with countless powerful beings, leaving ordinary people with no say. Just like the Interstellar Peace Company, if they want to destroy a planet, they simply do it. No one would criticize the company for a lesser civilization. After familiarizing himself with the power he had gained, Yi-Yun looked at the other prize. Shop card. This card can transform a room up to 300 square meters into an exquisitely decorated shop. Notice. New quest. Open a shop. Host, please open a shop. Rewards. Unlock special items from the L series, and invite one guest from another world. According to the system, this special item can only be unlocked after completing certain tasks. But in Yi-Yun's opinion, the items currently available in the system alone are more than enough to sell. The interface is packed with items, and the number of pages is seemingly infinite. After reviewing the new tasks issued by the system, Yi-Yun considered where to open his shop. After much deliberation, Yi-Yun still felt that the Starry Sky Train was the best place. If there was one place to obtain the most stellar jade, it would definitely be the Starry Sky Train. The Starry Sky Train sails across the universe, passing one planet after another. Obscure passengers on the Starry Sky Train who wished to obtain stellar jade would find it very convenient. He happened to have a store card, and with so many carriages on the train, he could rent one that would be just the right size. However, he needed to figure out how to convince the train crew to rent him a carriage. Then, Yi-Yun bought a glass of happy water and drank it while sitting on a bench, pondering how to rent a carriage. On this side of the star, she and Yi-Yun separated and arrived at Haida's office. As soon as she entered, she saw Haida busy debugging the simulated universe. The simulated universe was created by Haida and 3 other geniuses. The purpose was to study the secrets of the star god. Xing had tried it out yesterday after waking up. Xing said it was quite fun and there were rewards to be won. Xing was here today to help Haida test the simulated universe. Haida, I'm here. Haida turned around. You're late. You better give me a reasonable explanation, Xing said. I was stopped by a vendor on the way and bought something, so I was delayed a little. Sorry. Chapter 2. Xing looked at the Black Tower, and suddenly an idea struck him. He might have a way to get stellar jade. Xing chuckled and held out the coin of destiny. Black Tower, can you help me take a look at this? The Black Tower eyed the coin of destiny with disdain. Isn't it just a coin? What's so special about it? Xing's lips curled up, hands on his hips. Of course it is. This is the coin of destiny. Toss it into the air. If it lands heads, you recover health. If it lands tails, you be struck by lightning. So, isn't that impressive? The Black Tower piqued his interest. He picked up the coin of destiny and tossed it directly into the air. Xing watched the coin being tossed, her heart throbbing with joy. Her plan had worked. No matter the outcome, as long as this coin of destiny was real, she could blackmail Black Tower into giving her a stellar jade subsidy. The coin of destiny continued to spin and dance in the air, finally falling to the ground. Xing craned her neck to see the result. Reverse. The next second, the Black Tower puppet suddenly cried out, as if struck by a heavy blow. Xing scratched his head in confusion, staring at the Black Tower puppet before him. Aside from making noises, the Black Tower puppet remained motionless. What's wrong with you, Black Tower? Unbeknownst to Xing, the Black Tower's true form had just been struck by lightning when the coin of destiny landed. Thankfully, blessed with the power of wisdom, he wasn't seriously injured. The Black Tower had now been successfully attracted to the coin of destiny, which had surprisingly locked onto his true form and launched an attack. The Black Tower's true form quickly controlled the puppet to pick up the coin of destiny. The moment the Black Tower puppet touched the coin of destiny, it dissipated into dust. Interesting, this thing is so interesting. Xing, where did you get this? Do you have any more? Xing shook her head. No. Besides, it's my only one. Pay me. Xing confidently extended her right hand, demanding compensation. Black Tower remained silent. A few seconds later, Xing's phone rang. Company treasure deposited, 100,000 credit points. Xing looked at the extra 100,000 credit points in her phone with satisfaction. I use some of it to buy some stellar jade later, and then go find Yi-Yun to buy the other 2 items. I still have plenty of credits left after buying them. I'm such a genius. After receiving the money, Xing stopped wasting time with Black Tower. Hey, Black Tower, I have things to do today. I won't test the simulated universe for now. To Xing's surprise, Black Tower actually agreed. Black Tower had already abandoned the idea of having Xing test the simulated universe today when Xing demanded compensation. She offered compensation so directly because she wanted Xing to expose the person who sold her the Destiny coin. Undoubtedly, someone who could offer something like the Destiny coin would have more than just one product. After receiving the money, Xing would definitely return to the dealer. All she had to do was keep a close eye on Xing. Go ahead. I'm not in the mood to test today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. With that, the Black Tower puppet went offline and stood motionless. Seeing this, Xing raised an eyebrow and left Black Tower's office. Along the way, Xing asked everyone she met if they had Stellar Jade or something like that. You know what? She actually managed to get quite a bit of Stellar Jade this way. A Stellar Jade cost 500 credit points. To many, Stellar Jade was just a beautiful stone, so why not exchange it for 500 credit points? After Xing finished asking around in the main control section, she found 20 more Stellar Jade in her bag. Just as Xing was about to go find Yiyun, a voice rang out from behind. Xing, what are you doing here? Xing turned around and saw it was March 7. March, I'm exchanging for Stellar Jade. By the way, do you have any Stellar Jade? I'm willing to pay 500 credit points for it. March 7 looked at Xing suspiciously. What was Xing up to? Yes, what's wrong? Why would you want it? And why would you pay for it? Xing looked around, realizing she was alone with March 7. Then, with a mysterious smile, she approached March 7. Of course it's useful. March 7 looked at Xing, who was right before him. What's so useful? Is there something fun? Tell me. Xing chuckled and whispered softly in March 7's ear. I'm telling you. March 7 was startled, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. This is fun. Xing, I want to go shopping too. Take me with you. Xing raised her head. Let's go, let's keep up. Xing led March 7 to the location Yiyun had sent her. Yiyun was currently strolling in the small garden next to the main control cabin. It must be said that Esther was worthy of being the daughter of the Star Piece Company. Creating just this small garden must have been quite expensive. In the garden, there were countless flowers of vibrant colors and shapes. Soon, Xing and Sanyueki arrived. Seeing Yiyun, Xing quickened her pace, pulling Sanyueki towards them. Yiyun saw the two and greeted them with a smile. Xing! This way. Xing and Sanyueki approached. Xing glanced at Yiyun's side, and Sanyueki asked curiously. Xing, what are you looking at? Xing said, hearing this. I'm looking for that scale. Quick, Yiyun, take out yours. I need to exchange it for some star coins. Yiyun smiled and took out the scale. Xing, you brought a friend along? Introduce them? After hearing Yiyun's prompt, Xing realized that she hadn't yet introduced Sanhua and Yiyun to each other. Yiyun, she's my best friend, and Sanyuchi, the unknown passenger on the train. Sanyu, he's Yiyun, and he's the businessman I was talking about. After saying this, Xing impatiently placed all 20 Stellar Jade coins from her bag on one side of the scale. Soon, the Stellar Jade coins disappeared without a trace, and 2100 yuan star coins appeared on the other side. Satisfied, Xing picked up the 2,000 star coins, dipped her hand in the water from the nearby automatic sprinkler, and began counting them. Counting money felt so good. Sanyuchi looked at the star coins in Xing's hand curiously. Xing, is this the star coin you were talking about? Xing nodded. That's right, Sanyu, you should exchange them too. After you do, you can buy things from Yiyun. Hearing this, Sanyuchi followed suit and placed the 10 Stellar Jade coins she had on her on one side of the scale. Soon, 10 100 yuan star coins appeared on the other side. March 7 took them and examined them one by one. Yiyun smiled and handed his phone to the two of them. My shop hasn't opened yet, so the conditions are simple. You can use my phone to look around. The items listed here are all the items I sell. Yiyun had been racking his brains for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good way to rent a train car. So, he spent some time recording the items in the mall on his phone. Name, price, and efficacy, everything was clearly recorded, making it easy for buyers to intuitively understand the product's characteristics. In just a short while, Yiyun had recorded over 500 items. Chapter 3. The two women leaned against each other, browsing the merchandise with great interest. This bamboo dragonfly looks interesting. You can fly it by placing it on your head. This portal is pretty cool. It can teleport within 10,000 kilometers. It's a bit pricey though, at 100,000 star coins. This star camera looks great. There's also a pink version. Let me see. It has built-in magic, unlimited film, and can be developed instantly. This is my dream camera. This trash can scratch off lottery ticket is interesting. It can win items worth up to 500,000 star coins. The two women chatted back and forth, discussing the merchandise. Yi-Yun, sipping his happy water, quietly watched the two women shopping. After more than 10 minutes, the two women turned off their phones and selected their desired items. March 7 handed Yi-Yun his 1,000 star coins. Yes, Yi-Yun, I want to buy that star camera. Yi-Yun checked the price of the star camera. It was exactly 1,000 star coins. Yi-Yun snapped his fingers, and a camera wrapped in bubbles appeared between the three of them. March 7 took a closer look. That's it. That's it. Yi-Yun, here's the money. Yi-Yun pointed at the bubble. Place a star coin on it, and you get it when you reach a certain amount. March 7, upon hearing this, picked up the star coin and smashed it against the bubble. The star coin and bubble vanished simultaneously, and the star camera materialized and landed in March 7's hands. March 7 eagerly took the camera and began filming. Wow! The pixels are so sharp. It feels better than my eyes. Yi-Yun smiled. As long as you like it. After saying that, Yi-Yun looked at Xing. What about you? What do you want to buy? Xing held up 2,000 star coins. I want the trash can scratch off lottery tickets. Give me 2. Yi-Yun sighed inwardly at this. As expected, when he copied this item, he already thought Xing would buy it. For Xing, this thing was a complete special attack. She had no resistance at all. Yi-Yun glanced at the price and summoned 2 bubbles. The trash can scratch off lottery tickets were 1,000 star coins each. Without a word, Xing grabbed the 1,000 star coins and slapped them on the 2 bubbles. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy objects landed, and Xing hurried over to the 2 shimmering trash cans. Xing first knocked on the 2 trash cans, listening for the sounds coming from inside. March 7 noticed this and walked closer. Xing, why are you buying this? Scratch-off tickets don't usually give you anything good. Xing patted his chest. Ordinary people definitely don't get anything good, but I'm different. Am I ordinary? Of course not. I'm the future Galaxy Batman. March 7 was speechless after hearing this. What kind of titles did Xing give himself? Galaxy Batman. How could he be so childish? At that moment, a voice rang out from the side. We found you. Was that the coin you sold to Xing? The 3 of them looked at the newcomer, and Xing was a little surprised. Haida? Why are you here? Haida glanced at Xing calmly. Of course I followed you. After that, Haida ignored Xing and looked at Yi-Yun. Is that the coin you're selling? Yi-Yun nodded and handed the phone to Haida. Yes, take a look for yourself. It lists everything I sell. If it's not listed here, tell me the characteristics of the item you want to buy. With me, as long as you have enough star coins, you can buy anything you want. Haida piqued his interest. Star coins? What are they? Where do they come from? Yi-Yun asked. Stellar jade. Currently, only stellar jade can be exchanged in this world. 1 stellar jade can be exchanged for 100 star coins. Haida understood and sent a message to Esther, asking her to send some stellar jade. Then, Haida took Yi-Yun's phone and began browsing. Xing glanced at Haida, then ignored her and continued to open the bucket. Xing rubbed his hands together and began to pray and dance. Haida sighed. Xing, research shows that people's luck has nothing to do with these nonsense things. Xing turned his head away. You don't understand. This kind of thing exists if you believe it, and doesn't exist if you don't. With that, Xing flung open a trash can. The next second, a dazzling light erupted from the trash can, so dazzling that everyone present couldn't open their eyes. Even the Black Tower puppet was stunned. After all, it was a lifelike puppet made by the Black Tower. Xing struggled to open his eyes and peer into the trash can, his face filled with excitement. Golden legend. When the light faded, the trash can vanished, and a can of herrings appeared in its place. Xing picked up the can of herrings curiously and shook it. What is this? Sanyueki was also curious. Could it be fish food? I see a fish pattern on it. Haida rolled his eyes at the 2 women. Idiots are idiots. This is canned fish, old stuff from years ago. It's edible. Sanyueki and Xing had never eaten canned food before, so naturally, they didn't recognize it. Xing was an amnesiac Star Corps spirit, and Sanyueki was a member of the train crew. Pam was the chef on the train. Canned food? It couldn't possibly exist, right? Xing was about to open the can to taste it. Yi-Yun saw this and quickly stopped him. Stop! Xing looked puzzled. Why? Isn't this food? I was just a little hungry, so I tried it. Yiyun thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth, letting Xing know the seriousness of the matter. It's indeed edible, but the taste. Well, it's best not to open it around other people. Xing immediately understood. Ah, this thing can't be eaten. Suddenly, Xing's eyes lit up, and an idea flashed through his mind. Xing put it away and looked at another trash can. Sanyueki put his hands on his hips. Xing, are you going to return this trash can? It won't yield anything good, and it's so expensive, 1,000 star coins each. Xing shook his head and opened the can without a word. After a flash of the same golden light, the trash can vanished, and a pair of pistols appeared in its place. Xing looked disappointed. He spent 2,000 star coins and gotten these two things? Canned herring maybe? They might be useful in some situations. Forget about these two pistols, they're not going to be of much use. At this moment, Yiyun looked at Xing with a look of shock. What kind of luck do you have? Xing spread his hands helplessly. Yeah, my luck is terrible, Yiyun said. No. Do you know what you just opened? Xing shook his head. Seeing Yiyun's expression, could there be any truth to these twin pistols? Yiyun, did I really open something good? Yiyun didn't hesitate. Let me put it this way. This thing costs 200,000 star coins from me. This pair of pistols has a very impressive name. Key of God. Holy Judgment of Heavenly Fire. Chapter 4. Xing's eyes lit up at the name. Frog Fun. That's a pretty cool name. Are these two guns really that powerful? Yiyun nodded and picked up the Skyfire Judgment. These two guns are just in their normal state now. They have another form. Skyfire. Unsheath. A sudden flash of light appeared from the Skyfire Judgment, and a flaming great sword appeared in Yiyun's hand. Xing's eyes lit up as he looked at the Skyfire Judgment. This was so cool, Yiyun felt the energy draining from his body. The side effects of the Skyfire Judgment had been offset, and the system had switched it to a stamina-draining mode. Yiyun handed the Skyfire Judgment to Xing. When the Skyfire Judgment activates this mode, it will continuously drain the user's energy. Be careful. Xing took the Skyfire Judgment and wielded it a few times, feeling it was very smooth. And he didn't seem to feel any energy draining. Yiyun, I don't feel any loss of strength. What's going on? Yiyun pondered for a moment. This might be related to the star core within Xing. The core has already merged into Xing's body, becoming the source of Xing's power. It might be related to the star core within you, Black Tower said. Put away this great sword first. Come with me for a checkup later. I see if there are any changes to your star core. Xing agreed very cooperatively. A checkup would be helpful, considering the star core within him had just erupted 2 days ago. Black Tower then addressed Yiyun. Add me your contact information. I come see you tomorrow. My stellar jade arrives tomorrow. Esther had just replied to Black Tower's message, saying she would send it over tomorrow. Today, Esther was busy organizing personnel to repair the space station. After adding the contact information, Haida suddenly thought of something. By the way, I copied down the product list on your phone and told you about it. Yiyun didn't mind. Copying down the products himself made it easier for customers to see. No problem. Haida nodded slightly, looking at Xing, who was happily playing with the Skyfire Judgment. Stop playing, come with me. I give you a checkup. Here, Xing reluctantly put away the Skyfire Judgment. The three women said goodbye to Yiyun and left. Yiyun checked the credit balance on his phone, thinking about finding a place to rest on the space station. Haida brought Xing and Sanyueki to his laboratory. Sanyueki had come along because he was bored. The train was currently being resupplied, a task handled by Jizi and Uncle Yang, and he couldn't help much. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well come and see what was going on. As soon as the three entered the laboratory, they saw a fiery figure. Sanyueki was a bit surprised to see this person. Jizi, aren't you on the platform? The person who came was Jizi, the star train's navigator. Jizi smiled slightly. Things over there are almost done. With Walter watching over them, there won't be any problems. I came here to talk to Haida. I like to improve my weapon. Sanyueki asked curiously. Is that the space-based cannon flying in the sky? Jizi nodded. Yes. After that, Jizi turned to look at Haida. Haida, are you free? Haida flatly refused. No, I still have to check on this little Starcore kid. Jizi looked at Xing, who nodded with a grin. Haida passed by Jizi and came to a full-body monitor. Go in. Hearing this, Xing hurried inside and stood inside. Haida turned on the instrument and scanned it, finding no abnormalities in Xing's core. After some thought, he decided to be on the safe side and let Xing activate the greatsword mode. Try to get the greatsword out again. Xing obediently took the Skyfire Judgment from her waist and struck what she thought was a cool pose. Skyfire. Unsheath. A flash of light appeared, and a fiery red greatsword, emitting flames, appeared in Xing's hands. Jizi looked at the greatsword in Xing's hand, feeling slightly moved. This greatsword held an extremely powerful force. Hadn't Xing lost her memory before? Where did this greatsword come from? Could it have been made by Haida for her? After some thought, Jizi quickly rejected the idea. From what he knew about the Black Tower, he didn't have the time or inclination to craft a weapon specifically for Xing. If he had the time, he would definitely use it for experiments. Jizi planned to ask Xing about this greatsword later. This greatsword was truly remarkable. At this moment, an unusual sound came from the Black Tower's instrument. The Black Tower raised an eyebrow, examining the data with mild interest. This sword is quite interesting. It actually uses the star core as its source of power. The instrument showed that after the Heavenly Fire Holy Judgment activated its greatsword form, it was continuously absorbing the energy emanating from the star core. The Black Tower looked at Xing. What Yiyun said is correct. This greatsword does consume the user's stamina. However, this doesn't apply to you. The star core within you replaces your stamina consumption. I have to say, this sword really suits you. Okay, come down now. Xing was delighted after hearing Haida's analysis. Xing looked at the Heavenly Fire Judgment in his hand with satisfaction. As expected of a great sword he'd drawn. It suits me so well. I'm a man with a good weapon after all. You mean a baseball bat? Sorry. Seeing Haida was done with his work, Jizi approached Xing. Xing, where did you get this weapon? I remember yours was a baseball bat, wasn't it? Xing said without hesitation. I just drew it in the lottery. How's it? I'm pretty lucky, right? Jizi smiled slightly and praised. Did I draw it in the lottery? You're definitely lucky, aren't you? At this moment, Sanyueki suddenly pulled out his newly purchased Starry Sky camera. Jizi! Jizi! Look at my camera. Jizi looked at the camera in Sanyueki's hand and realized that Sanyueki had also changed his camera. Sanwa, you changed your camera? Sanyueki replied. Yes, Xing and I just bought them together. She bought 2 trash can scratch-off tickets, and I bought a camera. Oh yes, Jizi, do you want to go check out Yiyun's place too? He has a lot of great stuff there. And, as long as you have Stellar Jade, you can buy things from him. Jizi piqued her interest. Oh! Yiyun? And from what Sangwa said, Xing bought both her great sword and her new camera from a man named Yiyun. He even accepted Stellar Jade, a stone used only for decoration, as currency. Interesting. Sanwa, do you know where Yiyun is now? Sanyueki scratched the back of his head. I don't have Yiyun's contact information. Oh, right. Xing and Black Tower both have it. Ask them. Without waiting for Jizi to ask, Xing pulled out her phone and called Yiyun. Hello? Yiyun? Are you still at the usual place? Chapter 5. Over half an hour later, at the entrance of a cafeteria on the space station, Yiyun ate a bowl of noodles while watching Jizi, Xing, and Sanyuchi sitting on a nearby bench, browsing the merchandise. Having just left the small garden, Yiyun had been searching for a place to stay. He searched, but he couldn't find a place to stay. However, he did find one in the cafeteria. Arriving at the cafeteria, Yiyun considered buying something to eat. However, the cafeteria required proof of employment. Desperately, Yiyun approached Heita and asked her to obtain a space station work permit for him. As for Yiyun, the uninvited guest, Heita didn't care how he arrived on the space station. As long as Yiyun had something she was interested in, Heita was fine. Over 10 minutes later, GZ still hadn't found what she was looking for. Sanyuchi saw that GZ had turned off her phone and hadn't made any purchases. GZ, if there's nothing here you like, you can tell Yiyun what you're looking for. He said there's nothing he can't buy. Yiyun nodded. Indeed, my items come from all over the universe. As long as you have enough star coins, you can buy anything you want. GZ thought for a moment. Do you have a coffee machine? The one on the train is broken. Yiyun snapped his fingers, summoning 3 coffee machines, encased in bubbles and floating in the air. Take a look at these 3 coffee machines, and see which one you like. The first is a magic coffee machine from a magical world. It's equipped with a drinking and grinding array. It dispenses water automatically at the press of a button. It costs 2,000 star coins. The second type is called a fully automatic coffee machine, originating from the technological world. Simply a coffee beans and water to brew coffee. Price, 500 star coins. The third type is called the spiritual energy coffee machine, originating from a certain immortal world. It uses spiritual stones as its energy source. The coffee produced by this coffee machine has the effect of enhancing physical fitness. It costs 3,000 star coins. Notably, 100 spiritual stones can produce 100 cups of coffee. After listening to Yi Yun's introduction, GZ's eyes immediately fixed on the spiritual energy coffee machine. The coffee brewed by this coffee machine actually has the effect of enhancing physical fitness. Most importantly, it's hand-blended. Hand-blended coffee is her favorite. GZ expressed no interest in fully automatic, fixed-ratio coffee machines. GZ pointed at the spiritual energy coffee machine. This one's the one for you, but I have to trouble you to make a trip. I need to get back to the train to pick up the stellar jade. Yi Yun put away the other two coffee machines and held the spiritual energy coffee machine in one hand. Let's go! I'm just sitting around anyway. GZ smiled gently. Trouble. Then, the four of them headed towards the platform, where the Starry Sky train was parked. They chatted and laughed as they continued their journey. On the way, they came across an ordinary treasure chest. Xing, carrying the heavenly fire judge, went up and killed the void guardian guarding the treasure chest, taking the stellar jade inside. There were 5 stellar jade pieces, worth 500 star coins. Sanyueki was filled with resentment. Damn it! Why was he so slow? Over half an hour later, the four finally reached the platform. Yi Yun looked from a high vantage point. A vintage steam train was parked on the platform. In the back carriages, Yi Yun spotted Walter and Pam, checking off the cargo with a manifest. GZ saw Yi Yun lost in thought and smiled. How is it? Isn't the Starry Sky train spectacular? Yi Yun nodded in agreement. Yes, I heard of it a long time ago, but this is the first time I actually seen one in person. I never thought such a long train could actually travel through space. March 7th stood with his hands on his hips, quite proud. Of course. Our Starry Sky train is incredibly fast. Whoosh. It's gone a long way. GZ said, pointing at the train. Let's go. We go first. Following GZ, Yi Yun, Xing, and March 7th, they entered the observation car. Xing surveyed the car like a curious child. This was Xing's first time inside a train. Unexpectedly, while the exterior looked so retro, the interior was incredibly avant-garde. GZ led Yi Yun and Xing to a sofa. You two should sit down and rest for a while. I go get stellar jade. Little Sangwe, go get 2 glasses of water. Sanyueki, who was snapping away with her new camera, hurried to get some water. GZ walked to the rest car and returned to her room to get stellar jade. With nothing else to do, Yi Yun simply opened his phone and continued copying down the items. Xing, observing this, came over to the side and watched, reading each item Yi Yun wrote. If she saw something she found interesting, she would take out her phone and take a picture to record it, so she could buy it from Yi Yun later. Sanyueki, who had come over with the water, joined in. A little over 10 minutes later, GZ returned to the observation car. Unlike when she left, she was accompanied by a young man, Donheng. Donheng, one of the unknown guests on the train, was a quiet and taciturn person. Sanyueki was quite surprised to see Donheng. Wow! Donheng, you finally found the heart to leave the data room, Donheng said in a cold tone. I'm recording information about the Dumon. Sanyueki was speechless. Donheng, couldn't you be more responsive? Forget it. Let's see if Yi Yun has anything I want to buy. GZ handed the stellar jade in her hand to Yi Yun. Yi Yun, here are 30 stellar jade. Do you think they're enough? Yi Yun said, holding out a scale. Put the stellar jade on one end. Hearing this, GZ placed the 30 stellar jade on one end of the scale. The next second, 30 stellar jades vanished, and 3,100 yuan star coins appeared on the other side. March 7, who was closer, helped GZ take them. GZ, these are star coins. Come, let me teach you how to use them. With that, March 7 pulled GZ over to the floating spiritual coffee machine. March 7 coughed twice to clear his throat. GZ, watch this. March 7 grabbed the 3,000 star coins and slapped them against the bubble surrounding the spiritual coffee machine. The bubble and star coins vanished simultaneously, and the spiritual coffee machine slowly landed. Ding ding. That's it. GZ looked at the lively March 7 and smiled gently. Okay, thank you, March. March 7 chuckled, feeling incredibly happy. GZ then turned to Yi Yun and said, Yi Yun, can you show Dan Heng your product list? Yi Yun handed Dan Heng his updated list. Dan Heng simply said thank you and began to look through it. GZ picked up the spiritual energy coffee machine and placed it on a nearby cabinet. Seeing Dan Heng still selecting items, Ian thought for a moment and came over to GZ to see what was going on. GZ looked at the spirit stone installation area and then remembered that she hadn't bought any spirit stones yet. Seeing this, Ian spent 100 star coins to buy one. All star coins earned from selling items belong to Ian. The system doesn't take a cent. Here, I give you one. Try it. GZ's lips curled slightly. Thank you. Chapter 6. GZ took the spirit stone and placed it in the spirit energy coffee machine. The indicator light on the front of the coffee machine instantly lit up, and it began to run. Xing and Sanueki also joined in the fun. Quickly, GZ expertly brewed a cup of coffee. GZ turned and looked at Yiyun, Xing, and Sanueki. Try it? Sanueki shuddered. GZ's coffee was not to her liking. Well, I go see if Dan Heng has chosen something. You guys have some. With that, Sanueki bolted. If he didn't run, he'd have to drink GZ's coffee. GZ's smile faltered. Xing, Yiyun, do you want to try it? Xing was a little confused. Why was Sanueki so flustered? It was just a cup of coffee, wasn't it? As a young, fearless person, Xing took GZ's coffee. Thank you. Xing gulped down the coffee in one gulp. GZ stared at Xing expectantly. How's it, Xing? How's it taste? Xing smiled and gave a thumbs up. Delicious. After saying that, Xing waved to Sanueki. Sanwe, come over and have some coffee. This coffee is delicious. Sanueki, hiding next to Dan Heng, poked his head out. Xing was showing off a cup of coffee, which he had emptied. Sanueki's mind raced with confusion. Has GZ's coffee improved? Judging by Xing's expression, it certainly seems delicious. How about trying it? Sanueki bravely asked GZ to make him a cup of coffee. Sanueki took the coffee and sniffed it. It tastes normal. No strange smell, Xing urged. Marge, try it. It's really delicious. Yiyun, standing by, could barely contain his laughter. He could clearly see Xing's legs trembling slightly. Looking at this, Xing probably wanted to drag March into the water. She couldn't be the only one to get hurt. March picked up the coffee cup and poured a large gulp into her mouth. The moment she swallowed it, Xing and March both stumbled forward, kicked their legs, and fainted. Gaw! Yiyun gloated at the two of them. TSK, 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 TSK. GZ's coffee was too potent. GZ, looking at the two lying on the ground, began to doubt her own coffee-making skills. However, she quickly dismissed the thought and turned to pick up a book on handmade coffee to see where she had gone wrong. Yiyun looked at the two lying on the ground and kindly moved them to the sofa. Dan Heng had chosen what he wanted, a pair of headphones with unlimited power. The price was not expensive, only 300 star coins. Dan Heng exchanged 3 stellar jades for star coins and bought them. Then, taking the headphones, he said goodbye to Yiyun and GZ and returned to the library. Yiyun glanced at the two men lying unconscious on the sofa, thought for a moment, and decided to talk to GZ about renting a train carriage. Yiyun approached GZ. GZ, I have something to discuss with you. GZ put down her book. Oh, what is it? Yiyun took a sip of water and spoke slowly. I'd like to rent a train carriage to open a shop. Is that possible? Of course, I wouldn't use it for free. Your train crew can take one item from me every month, valued at no more than 3,000 star coins. How about that? After hearing Yiyun's proposal, GZ pondered. This had never happened on the train before, at least not in the history of the nameless guest that GZ knew. However, renting it to Yiyun wasn't out of the question. Every month, they could receive a treasure from the myriad realms. As for whether Yiyun would pose a threat to the train crew, it seemed unlikely at the moment. As for Yiyun's assessment, GZ could only describe him as a pure businessman, a conscientious businessman. GZ pondered for a moment and said, I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to consult everyone on the train crew. Any major matter concerning the train crew would be decided by a vote, a rule that had been in place since the train's inception. Yiyun smiled. Of course. I'd be leaving now. Message me when you made up your mind. By the way, we don't have contact information yet. Could you add one? Yiyun and GZ exchanged contact information and returned to the station. After getting off the train, Yiyun sent a message to Haida, asking her to arrange a place for him to rest. There was no other way. He simply couldn't find any public accommodations or hotels on this space station. The staff here all had their own rooms, free of charge. Don't ask. The company's wealth and power wouldn't be in need of such a small sum. Over 2 hours later, inside the observation car, GZ, Walter, Pam, Dan Hung, San Yuqi, and Xing gathered. Walter, Pam, and Dan Hung had already arrived, and GZ had already told them about Yi Yun's rental of the car. They just had to wait for San Yuqi and Xing to wake up so they could vote. Just now, San Yuqi and Xing had drowsily risen from the sofa. After a cup of hot water and some refreshment, GZ told them what had happened. Xing was a little confused. Why was GZ telling her this when she wasn't even a member of the train crew? GZ smiled at Xing's puzzled expression. Xing, remember I invited you aboard before? What do you think? Xing rubbed his chin in thought. San Yuqi persuaded him. Xing, just join us and fight for justice across the galaxy. And maybe save a few worlds and become a savior along the way. How about that? Xing thought it was so cool. She hadn't felt like she belonged at all these past 2 days on the space station. Aside from Esther, Alan, and Haida, no one here wanted to talk to her. They were all busy with their own tasks, and there was no trace of human touch. On the contrary, she felt very happy spending time with the train crew. Okay, I joined the train. March 7 cheered happily. Great. GZ took out a train ticket and handed it to Xing. Xing, wear this. It's a symbol of your status as a nameless guest. Xing took the ticket and pinned it to his collar. Walter and Dan Hung also welcomed Xing to the train crew. After a brief chat, GZ brought the conversation back on track. Okay, now that everyone on the train crew is here, let's vote on Yi Yun renting the carriage. As usual, the minority obeys the majority. Those who agree raise their hands, those who disagree don't. 3, 2, 1. The result appeared. Xing, March 7, GZ, and Dan Hung all voted in favor, with only Walter disagreeing. Walter explained. Consider me abstaining. I haven't met this Yi Yun yet, so I can't directly deny or agree. I need to spend some time with him before I offer my opinion. Chapter 7. March 7 waved at Walter. Uncle Yang, don't worry, Yi Yun is a very nice person. Xing immediately echoed. Indeed, Yi Yun is a very nice person. Dan Hung added. I observed that there's no ill will towards our train crew in his eyes. Besides, while the train crew has no history of renting cars, there are people who aren't members of the train crew who ride the train, right? The two are similar in nature, both follow the train to one world after another. Pam agreed with Dan Heng's words. That's right, Pam. Anyone willing to travel with the train is welcome. Renting a car is no problem. We have so many empty cars. Seeing that no one objected, GZ concluded the matter. In that case, I sent a message to Yi Yun right away. As for the rented car, how about the cargo car behind our rest car? Everyone agreed, and GZ immediately sent a message to Yi Yun. Yi Yun was already asleep in the small room Black Tower had arranged for him. As expected of Black Tower's help, the room was quite luxurious. The person in charge of accommodations, upon hearing that it was Black Tower's order, was incredibly attentive. Without hesitation, they immediately allocated Yi Yun the most luxurious presidential suite, and even prepared a lavish dinner. Yi Yun received the news the next morning. Although there was no distinction between day and night in space, Yi Yun still followed a routine of daytime activity and nighttime rest. Even though he couldn't distinguish between day and night, time still existed. By using the time, Yi Yun could determine the current weather. After waking up, Yi Yun enjoyed the delicious breakfast the staff had prepared for him before heading to the train. Yi Yun approached the door of the observation car and knocked. Soon, the door opened from the inside, and Pam appeared before Yi Yun. Who are you? What are you knocking for? Yi Yun asked. My name is Yi Yun. GZ asked me to come here to discuss renting a car. Pam stepped aside and invited Yi Yun aboard. Oh, it's you, Pa. Come in, Pa. GZ and the others are having breakfast. Yi Yun boarded the train and entered the observation car. As soon as he entered, he saw GZ and the others sitting together eating breakfast. Xing saw Yi Yun and waved. Yi Yun. You're here. GZ also greeted him. Yi Yun, have you had breakfast? Yi Yun approached. Yes, you have a very hearty breakfast, Walter said. Let's eat some more. Yi Yun looked at Walter. No, by the way, what's this gentleman's name? Walter introduced himself. I'm Walter, a member of the train crew. When you arrived yesterday, I was busy counting supplies. When I came back, you already left. Yi Yun smiled. It's not too late to get to know each other now. You guys eat first. I wait until you're done, and then we talk. After saying that, Yi Yun walked to the side and sat down, pulling out his phone to continue copying the items into the system. Currently, Yi Yun's phone contained over 1,000 items. Walter looked at Yi Yun and indeed sensed no hostility from him. He was also an old comrade who had lived for so many years, and his ability to judge people was still quite good. A few minutes later, the train crew finished their meal and led Yi Yun to a car behind the one where GZ and the others were resting. The car had already been cleared of debris. GZ turned to Yi Yun and asked, "How's this car?" Yi Yun nodded with satisfaction. "This is it." After saying that, Yi Yun took out his store card and tore it into pieces. The moment the store card was shredded, it transformed into a beam of light that enveloped the car. The light filled the entire car, blinding everyone with its dazzling brilliance. When the light faded, everyone's eyes lit up. They saw the once dim and shabby car had now transformed into an exquisite restaurant. To their right, there was an open kitchen. Next to the bar, connected to the grill, stood several high stools. To their left, there was a floor-to-ceiling window with 3 booths, each seating 4 people. In front of the group stood a small bar. 2 touch screens sat on the bar top, displaying the items Yi Yun was selling. In the center of the train car, a long table could seat 10 people for a meal. The entire train car was decorated in warm colors, creating a warm and bright atmosphere. Yi Yun looked at the shop before him with great satisfaction. The system said the shop card was impressive. The decor was exactly to his liking. You could cook and sell items. When you're free, you can sit down with a few friends, chat, and have a drink. Xing and Sanyueki stared at the drastically changed train car, their faces filled with shock. "Sanwa, pinch me, and see if I'm dreaming." Sanyueki pinched Xing's waist firmly and twisted it. "Hiss!" Xing gasped. "Pain! Pain! Pain!" After confirming it wasn't a dream, Xing stared at the shop in front of him in disbelief. "Is this shop real?" "Yi Yun, how did you do that?" Yi Yun clapped his hands. "Of course, I used one of the products I sell. Shop cards are also sold in the system mall, but under a different name, decoration cards, priced at 1,000 star coins." Afterward, Yi Yun led the train crew on a tour of the shop. GZ looked at the empty space next to the tavern bar, wondering if she should move the spiritual energy coffee machine over there. The cabinets over there in the observation car were a bit tight, making it difficult to operate them herself. Moving them here would make things much easier. Xing and Sanyueki were wandering around the bar. Xing ran into the bar, opened the refrigerator, and was stunned to see that there was actually another layer of space inside, a freezer that held approximately 50 cubic meters. "March. Come and see." March 7, who was taking pictures of the drinks with a Starry Sky camera, ran over to Xing. "What's wrong?" Xing pointed inside the refrigerator. "March, look. This refrigerator is huge." March 7 took a closer look and was also shocked. "This refrigerator is so huge." GZ, Walter, and Dan Hung had also happened to be strolling here and marveled at this refrigerator with an alien dimension. The train crew was looking around, while Yi Yun sat nearby, communicating with the system internally. "System, submit the task. Notice. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and opening a shop. Reward. Special Series Merchandise, L Series Unlocked, Invitation to an Alien Guest X1. New tasks are being issued. Task 1. Receive a total of 20 different customers. Reward. Lottery Machine X1. Task 2. From now on, reach a cumulative sales volume of 100,000 star coins. Reward. Commander Level Strength X1. Chapter 8. Yi Yun was just about to see the specific function of the invitation letter from the alien world when Xing suddenly popped his head out from behind the sofa and patted Yi Yun on the shoulder. Yi Yun. Yi Yun turned around and saw Xing patting his shoulder with one hand and holding the can of herring he had won earlier with the other. "Yi Yun, can I put something in your refrigerator?" Yi Yun immediately agreed. "Sure, but don't put anything with a strong smell." Xing glanced at the can of herring in his hand. "This should be fine, right? It doesn't smell like anything unopened." With Yi Yun's permission, Xing quickly went to the refrigerator and placed the can of herring into the alien space. Xing felt around his waist and found a baseball bat. Xing made a move to stuff it in, but Sanyueki quickly stopped him. "Xing, forget about the bat. Just find a place for it." Xing thought about it and felt that Sanyueki was right. "Okay." Xing looked around, propping his baseball bat near the door. Yi Yun was on his side. He was currently checking the information on the invitation letter for the alien guest. Alien Guest Invitation Letter. Effect. Used to invite a guest from another world. The description was very simple, just a simple sentence, yet Yi Yun was actually looking forward to it. Yi Yun took it out and, following the system's prompts, injected a trace of his own power. The next second, the invitation letter was activated, dissipating into nothingness. Teyvat Continent, Mondstadt Eagle Beach. Ing, a traveler from outside Teyvat, was chatting with her travel companion Paimon. Ing, hurry up! We're almost at the 7 days statue. Paimon flew ahead, waving at Ing, urging her to hurry. Ing quickened her pace to catch up with Paimon. The two continued forward, and just as they reached a cliff, an envelope with wings flew towards them. Paimon looked at it curiously. Ing, look! What's that? A flying envelope? Ing looked up, and the envelope was already close to her. It didn't stop until it landed in Ying's hands. Ing picked it up and opened it. The moment the envelope was opened, a portal appeared before them, startling Paimon. What is this? Ing also drew her bladeless sword and eyed the portal warily. After a few minutes of stalemate, Ing saw no one coming out, so she cautiously inched closer to the portal. Paimon was still afraid of the portal. Ing, be careful. Ing nodded and slowly extended her hand toward the portal. Just as Ying's hand touched the light emanating from the portal, a sudden suction force captured Ing, sucking her into the portal. Paimon panicked. Ing! Can you hear me? Ing! What should I do? Paimon stared at the portal, making an internal decision. With a burst of acceleration, he flew into it. Inside Yi Yun's shop, March 7 stood by the portal, glancing left and right. Yi Yun, when will the person on the other side arrive? It's been so long, and there's been no movement from this portal. Xing echoed from the side. That's right. I'm afraid this isn't a fake portal. GZ, Walter, and Dan Hung were also very interested. Having just heard Yi Yun mention a visitor from another world, the three of them were filled with anticipation, eager to see what this person from another world looked like. Yi Yun took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Don't worry, it won't be that fast. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, the portal glowed faintly. The next second, Ing and Paimon flew out, one after the other. Xing and Sanueki had no time to react, and were knocked down by Ing and Paimon. Ouch! Ing dazedly opened her eyes. Where was this? It seemed like a shop. Outside this shop was the starry sky. Starry sky? Ing suddenly woke up. This place was actually outside of Teyvat. Just then, a cough erupted from beneath Ing. Cough cough, miss, can you please get up first? You're pinning me down. Ing looked down and saw a pink-haired girl, pinned beneath her, coughing non-stop. Ing quickly scrambled to her feet. Sorry. I'm so sorry. After saying that, Ing quickly helped Sanueki to her feet, her eyes scanning her with concern. Are you okay? March 7th relaxed. It's okay, it's okay. I didn't expect Yi Yun's door to be real, and someone actually came. Xing had also stood up. It was only the force of Paimon's flying attack that had knocked her down. Now, she easily climbed to her feet. As for Paimon, the little fellow was sprawled on the sofa, his eyes rolling. Hello, what's your name? Xing asked Ing. The god's mouth was already dazed, so Ing had to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Ing, a traveler. Hearing this, Xing and March 7 also introduced themselves. Hello, my name is March 7, an unknown traveler. Hello, my name is Xing, the universe-famous Galaxy Batman. At this moment, Yi Yun walked over. Hello, Ing, welcome to my shop. As you can see, this isn't Teyvat, it's another world. Ing looked at Yi Yun. Hello. Xing patted Yi Yun's shoulder. Ing, he was the one who invited you here. Ing felt very uncomfortable hearing the word invite. Invite? Are you sure you were invited? You were clearly abducted. If I weren't on your turf right now, I'd give you a beating. Yi Yun was puzzled by Ying's slightly annoyed look. Ing and I had just met. Had I not offended her? Thinking about it, it seemed like Ing had just flown out. Could this be related? Yi Yun quickly asked the system, finally understanding. Good lord, Tongzi, this isn't an invitation anymore, this is trafficking. Yi Yun smiled awkwardly and continued with the process. Ing, I invited you here so you can buy something from me. I have everything here. There's nothing you can't imagine. Ing looked at Yi Yun with suspicion. Yi Yun said, no matter how much I tell you, you won't believe me. You can try it. See the touch screen over there at the bar? It shows the items I sell. You can check it out. By the way, I only accept star coins here. If nothing goes wrong, you can exchange them for primo gems. The only thing that can be exchanged for star coins in the Star Rail world is stellar jade. So, it seems likely that the primo gems in Teyvat are primo gems. Ing thought for a moment, and decided it was worth a try. What if this guy was telling the truth? If so, wouldn't she be able to find a way to quickly restore her strength? After regaining her strength, she would be able to more easily search for her brother. Then, Ing walked towards the bar. Chapter 9. Ing arrived at the bar, sat on a high stool, and began browsing the screen. Yi-Yun was speechless as he stared at the screen. He had foolishly copied down the items one by one on his phone. Once the shop opened, the touch screen would display all the products. Alas, Yi-Yun had already deleted all the product information he had copied down. Ing browsed the items while Xing and Sanyueki, two girls, pulled up high stools and sat beside Ing, looking at them together. Walter and Donhing each found a spot to sit or lean against, watching the scene, or rather, watching Ing. As for Jizi, she sat next to Paimon, poking Paimon's chubby face with a finger from time to time, which Jizi found quite amusing. Soon, Ing had chosen the item she wanted. Unsealing Pill, price, 2,000 star coins. Effect, unlocks some of one's sealed abilities. Ying's current state is that her original strength has been sealed. If this unsealing pill truly works as described, it should be able to restore her strength. Yi-Yun examined the unsealing pill and casually summoned a scale, placing it next to the touch screen. Do you have any primo gems? Ing nodded and fished a handful of primo gems from her bag. Yi-Yun pointed at the scale. Place them on the scale, and you can exchange them for star coins. Ing placed the primo gems on one end of the scale. There were quite a few primo gems, and the scale barely held them. A few seconds later, the primo gems vanished, and 23 $100 star coins appeared on the other end of the scale. Yi-Yun took down 2,300 star coins and handed them to Ing. Here, these are the star coins you exchanged for your primo gems. Looking at the ratio, it should be 1 for 10, 1 primo gem for 10 star coins. Sanyueki, standing by, was a little puzzled. Yi-Yun, why can this so-and-so stone only be exchanged for 10 star coins, but stellar jade can be exchanged for 100? Yi-Yun explained. There are countless worlds, and they are all different. Each world is of a different level, and the unique products within it have different values. The more powerful the world, the more star coins its unique products can be exchanged for, and vice versa for smaller worlds. Do you understand? Sanyueki suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Ing wasn't particularly concerned about this matter right now. She was focused on buying the unsealing pill. God knows how hard it has been for her to survive in the wilderness, with the strength of an ordinary person for the past 2 months. If it weren't for her martial arts skills, she would have starved to death in the wilderness long ago. Yi-Yun pointed to the coin slot next to the touch screen. Click on the item you want, confirm payment, and then insert the required star coins. Xing Sanyue, take note of this and follow the same procedure for future purchases. Xing and Sanyueki gave an OK sign. After Ing inserted 20 star coins, a flash of light appeared on the touch screen, and a pill appeared in Ying's hand. Ing looked at the pill in her hand. It wasn't very large, only about the size of her little finger. Donhing brought a glass of water and handed it to Ing. Here. Ing accepted it and politely thanked him. Thank you. Dan Heng shook his head, indicating nothing was wrong, and then walked away. Sanyuchi said to Ing, Dan Heng, you appear aloof, but you're actually very warm-hearted. Ing smiled and nodded. Yeah, I can tell. Xing waved. Okay, Ing, take this little pill and see if it works. Ing swallowed the unsealing pill, and then took a sip of water to swallow it. The moment the unsealing pill entered her stomach, Ing suddenly sat up straight, her eyes widening. At that moment, she felt a small amount of the sealed power within her body being released. Not much, only about 1/10 of her peak power. Feeling the familiar, long-lost power coursing through her, Ing smiled from the bottom of her heart. Sanyuchi asked anxiously. How's it going? How's it going? Is it working, Ing? Ing came back to her senses when she heard Sanyuchi calling her. Yeah, it's working. I regained a lot of strength. Ing waved her hand, and the edgeless sword appeared in her hand. Ing roared, and the edgeless sword surface was instantly covered in a layer of white light. Xing and Sanyueki clapped their hands at the sight, feeling very cool. Ing searched her purse for a few more unsealing pills. As she searched, her face froze. It seems I run out of primo gems. To make matters worse, Ying's stomach rumbled at an inopportune moment. Gurgle, gurgle. Ing instantly transformed into a steam engine, her face flushing like a ripe apple. Seeing this, Yi-Yun checked the time. 10:36. Ing, is there nothing urgent over there? Ing shook her head in shame and indignation, fanning her face rapidly to cool it down. Yi-Yun heard this. Then let's eat here this afternoon. Yi Yun looked at GZ, San Yuqi, and the others. Everyone, have lunch here this afternoon. I'm opening a new restaurant, and I'd like to invite you all to come and have a meal to celebrate. GZ stopped teasing Paimon's fingers and looked up at Yi Yun. Thank you for your hard work, Yi Yun, Walter said. Thank you for the trouble. Yi Yun waved his hand in indifference. Dan Heng rolled up his sleeves. How can I help? Pam tugged at Dan Heng's pants. Dan Heng, you go and rest. I help Yi Yun cook. With that, Pam walked towards the front of the train, preparing to get her essential cooking tools. The footrest. Yi Yun saw this. Dan Heng, go and rest. Pam's help is all I need. Dan Heng said nothing more after hearing this. He left a note saying he could call him if he needed any help, then sat down on a nearby sofa and opened a book. As for Xing and San Yueki, they naturally stayed to eat. Yi Yun called out to Xing and San Yueki. Xing, Sanwei, please help me entertain Ying. I go cook for you. Xing and San Yueki agreed with a chorus of oh. Yi Yun could see that Ying was still very nervous and reserved. So, Yi Yun asked Xing and San Yueki to play with Ying to help her relax a little. This was a store, not a scary or serious place. There was no need to be so reserved. Yi Yun walked into the kitchen and searched the system for the ingredients he wanted. After spending over 50 star coins, he bought a large batch and placed them on the table. The system had very low prices for common ingredients and daily necessities. Yi Yun looked at the ingredients on the table, wondering what to cook today. He pondered for a moment. Yi Yun decided to keep it simple, with 8 dishes and a soup. Having learned cooking in his past life, he knew preparing a full table should be no problem. Besides, there was still plenty of time. Lunch was still an hour and a half away. Chapter 10. 12:17 Inside Yi Yun's shop. Everyone gathered around the long table in the middle to eat. Oh my god! I can't help it! Ying! Can I eat now? Paimon kept tearing at his saliva with a tissue. When Yi Yun finished the first dish, Paimon was completely turned on by the delicious aroma. Paimon stunned San Yueki, Xing, and Ying, who were watching TV nearby. 1 second his eyes were spinning, the next he was struggling to his feet, like a zombie awakened in a movie. Ying hugged Paimon in her arms. No! Everyone's not here yet. We can't eat yet. Paimon felt a wave of discomfort. The delicious food was right in front of him, yet he couldn't eat it. Ever since Ying rescued them, the two had been wandering the wilds, sleeping in the open, picking up sunset fruit when hungry, drinking river water when thirsty. Finally, such a feast was right in front of him, yet he had to wait a while longer before he could enjoy it. This was pure torture, and Paimon felt like every second felt like an eternity. Soon, Yi Yun prepared the last soup, a sweet corn and chicken soup. Turn off the heat, Yi Yun walked to the table, carrying the chicken soup. Come on, make room. I make some soup. Walter stood up, took the soup from Yi Yun's hand, and set it on the table. Yi Yun sat at the head table, rubbing his hands as he looked at the others. Why are you all staring at me? Casual, no rules. Let's eat. The word eat was like a heavenly sound to Paimon. He pulled himself out of Ying's arms, picked up a piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, the aroma of the meat in his mouth made Paimon burst into tears. Wow! Delicious. So delicious. Seeing this, Yi Yun poured a bowl of soup for Paimon. If it's delicious, eat more. Don't just eat the meat, drink some of the soup. This soup is simmered carefully over low heat. Paimon took the bowl and thanked Yi Yun. Thank you, Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded slightly. Drink it. Ying, standing by, felt utterly ashamed. She couldn't have this Paimon. It was so embarrassing. The way he ate made it seem like he was starving her. At that moment, Ying noticed a little extra food in her bowl. Looking closely, she saw Jeezy had picked up a chicken drumstick for her. Ying! Try this big drumstick. It's delicious. Ying was about to respond politely, when Paimon suddenly poked his head in. Ying, don't you want to eat this drumstick? If you don't want it, give it to me. He. Ying immediately retracted her polite words. Eat. I have to eat. I can't let you. Ying then took a bite of the chicken leg. The moment it entered her mouth, Ying was captivated by its delicious flavor, her face filled with enjoyment. Slowly, Ying began to join in the conversation, blending in with the group. As for Paimon, he was eating. Over an hour later, everyone had eaten their fill, and were now sitting in the booths digesting their food. Paimon, hugging a pillow, was fast asleep on the sofa. Xing and San Yueki also found a sofa to digest their food, feeling bloated from eating so much. Yi Yun's phone rang. He opened it, and saw a message from Haida, asking where he was and asking to buy something. Yi-Yun sent his location and informed GZ and the others. GZ heard Haida was coming. Oh, Haida's coming to buy something? Then let's leave later. I was thinking we leave for the next stop after we digested our food. Yi-Yun bowed. Sorry, everyone, please wait a little longer. Walter sipped the tea Yi-Yun had brewed. It's okay. Haida won't take long to buy something. A little later won't be a big deal. A dozen minutes later, Haida rushed onto the train and immediately looked around for Yi-Yun. When he saw Yi-Yun, he rushed over. I want to buy something. Haida frantically pulled Yi-Yun up, searching for his phone. Yi-Yun quickly stopped Haida's rummaging hands. Even though your body is a puppet, you can't touch it. Hey! Xing! Take Haida shopping. Yi-Yun shouted to Xing, who was sitting in the next booth. Hearing this, Xing poked his head out from the next sofa. Okay. Led by Xing, Haida sat down at the small bar and began shopping. GZ chuckled softly, covering her mouth at Yi-Yun's frustrated expression. That's just how Haida is. Don't mind me. Yi-Yun said he didn't want to talk. There's a saying that goes, geniuses all have quirks. Yi-Yun simply felt that this saying was true. Yi-Yun straightened his messy clothes and went to the small bar. Haida scrolled through the screen rapidly, soon spotting something that interested him. Qilin blood, price, 50,000 star coins. Effect, derived from a mythical Qilin from a certain fantasy world. This Qilin possesses a long lifespan and is a blessed auspicious creature by heaven and earth. Haida wondered if he could create a clone from this drop of Qilin blood from a fantasy world. Haida glanced at the exchange scale beside him and pulled out his custom-made foldable space wallet, continuously withdrawing stellar jade from it to exchange for star coins. Ever since Yi-Yun had taken out the exchange scale when he was shopping, he had no intention of returning it. Haida would keep it here so others could exchange star coins for items. Haida brought exactly 500 stellar jade today. After handing over the money and the goods, Haida deposited the necessary star coins, and a drop of blood appeared in a glass container in his hand. Haida collected the Qilin blood and fled without even saying goodbye to GZ and the others. Everyone was used to this, that was just Haida's personality. Others would have the nerve to act this way. Paimon muttered softly. This person has such a bad temper. March 7 spread his hands helplessly. Their genius is renowned throughout the universe, so their swift and decisive actions are perfectly normal. We're all used to it. Paimon was a little curious. Famous throughout the universe? What is the universe? Ing explained. You know Teyvat, right? It's just a planet. And there are countless planets like Teyvat in the universe. Paimon explained in amazement. Wow! The universe is so vast. Then wouldn't that Black Tower be incredibly powerful? It would be famous in such a vast world. March 7 nodded. Indeed, she's a member of the Genius Club, and everyone in the Genius Club is at the top of the IQ scale in the universe. Paimon now understood just how powerful the Black Tower was. At that moment, Pam approached. 3 passengers, please take your seats. The train is about to depart. March 7 looked around. He saw that GZ, Yi-Yun, and the others had already found their seats. Sanyueki quickly pulled Ing and Paimon to find a booth to sit down. Chapter 11. After settling Ing and Paimon, Sanyueki arrived at a more open area with high morale. Come on! I definitely succeed this time. Paimon looked at Sanyueki curiously. What's Sanwei doing? Hearing Paimon's question, Sanyueki explained with a smile. I'm taking on a challenge. I'm trying to avoid falling during a train jump. So far, I haven't succeeded. Paimon's little head struggled to figure it out. GZ explained. During a jump, the train's momentum is very high, and the body becomes unbalanced. That's why little Sanwa said it was a challenge. Paimon suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Then I better sit tight or I fall. Paimon quickly sat down, holding Ying's hand tightly, afraid of being thrown out. Soon, Pam's voice came over the train's announcement. Hey, hey, hey! All passengers, please note, the train is about to jump. Please find your seats, and do not stick your body parts out of the windows. 3, 2, 1. The train suddenly accelerated, and Yi-Yun felt a strong push from behind. His vision was slowly obscured by countless light particles. A few minutes later, after his vision returned, Yi-Yun looked out the window. The train had arrived above a snow-covered planet. Eurilo 6, the first chapter of the Star Rail story. March 7, as expected, sat down flat on his back. Ouch, it hurts. March 7 looked up and looked out the window. Is this Eurilo 6? Just then, the carriage door opened, and Pam walked in with her short legs. The stability of the star track ahead is too low. The jump has been aborted. The abort period is indefinite. March 7 was stunned when he heard the deadline was changed to indefinite. What? Indefinite? How could this be? GZ, Walter, and the others approached. As expected, it's the star core again. Xing unconsciously touched the spot where the star core was implanted. Walter said, "Yes, it's the same star core as the one in your body. However, your star core is very stable and not destructive." Xing breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought it was her own star core that had caused the problem. GZ looked down at the planet below and pulled up the train's database. At first glance, she discovered that the planet's condition differed significantly from the database. GZ said, "As long as we resolve the star core, we can set off again. This time, you young people will go. This is a great opportunity to train you." Dan Heng, March 7, and Xing agreed. Ing surveyed the scene. Everyone seemed busy, so she decided to go back. Ing opened a portal according to her memory and entered. In the following moments, Xing, Danheng, and Sanyueki had already departed on a landing craft. Ing returned to Teyvat with Paimon. From now on, she could use the portal to visit Yi-Yun's shop at any time. Yi-Yun looked at the snow-covered Yaolo 6 and suddenly felt the urge to go down and play there too. So, Yi-Yun asked GZ for a landing craft to head to Yaolo 6. In the landing craft, Yi-Yun arrived at an ice field. On the ice field, many ice sculptures of phantoms stood. Yi-Yun clenched his fist against the ice sculptures, and a dark golden imaginary energy swept across, shattering every ice sculpture within his sight. The imaginary soldiers trapped within these ice sculptures would be a significant problem once the star core was resolved. Since they could be easily dealt with now, why not? Coincidentally, Yi-Yun hadn't experienced any proper combat since gaining power, so he was taking the opportunity to familiarize himself with the situation. Yi-Yun continued forward, heading towards Bellowberg. The cold snow hit his face, making him feel a little uncomfortable. "Tonzi, is there any way to keep warm?" Notice. The host can purchase a cold weather gift pack or a special series of items. The elf series, the fire elf, Rios. Yi-Yun was surprised. Yes, he had unlocked a new elf series by completing the quest. Yi-Yun opened the system and saw that the elf in this elf series was actually from a minigame he had played in his previous life. The game was about a group of robots searching for an endless source of energy in the universe. The fire elf Rios the system had just mentioned was one of them. He checked the price. Fire elf, Rios, complete form, combat power, half-step commander. Price, 200,000. Discount available for purchase by the host, discounted price, 20,000. Yi-Yun simply had the system deduct the payment. For 20,000, he could buy an incredibly loyal elf with half-step commander status. A truly incredible bargain. And since it was his own son, he was even getting a 10% discount. After the system deducted 20,000 star coins from Yi-Yun, a graceful, flaming reindeer appeared before him. "Hello, Yi-Yun. Nice to meet you. I hope you take care of me." Yi-Yun wasn't surprised by the reindeer's noise. Some powerful elves are capable of speaking. Yi-Yun smiled. "Take good care of me, Rios." Rios approached Yi-Yun and let him sit on his back. Yi-Yun touched the flames burning on Rios' body. The flames extinguished the moment Yi-Yun touched them, without burning him. With Rios, the surrounding ice and snow melted instantly, and Yi-Yun felt no chill at all. Elsewhere, Xing, Danheng, and March 7 were successfully tricked by Sambo and engaged in a fight with Bellowberg Guard Officer Jeopard. Xing drew his Skyfire Judge and fired 2 shots at Jeopard. Jeopard slammed his violin case to the ground, and a barrier appeared around him. "Give up your resistance, villain. Your attacks have no effect on me," Jeopard sternly declared. March 7 snorted. "Huh? We didn't mean to hurt you. Now that you said that, don't blame us for being rude, Dan Heng." "Xing, let's go!" Seeing this, Dan Heng no longer held back, wielding his Strike Cloud spear with all his might, knocking down the surrounding Silver Mane Iron Guards. March 7 bent his bow and unleashed a powerful arrow at Jeopard. Xing, holding the Skyfire Judgment, shouted, "Skyfire! Unsheath!" The Skyfire Judgment appeared in its unleashed form, and Xing, holding it, instantly charged at Jeopard. Just as Jeopard had dealt with March 7's arrow, Xing was already in front of him. Xing leaped high, wielding the Skyfire Judgment and slashing it down at Jeopard. Jeopard quickly used his violin case to block the blow. The moment the violin case made contact with the Skyfire Judgment, it was instantly severed in two. Jeopard was also sent flying by the blow. Xing wiped his nose after landing. "Now? Did my attack work?" March 7 came to Xing's side, gazing enviously at the heavenly fire judgment in his hand. You're so lucky to have drawn this weapon. When I get back, I try to get one from Yi Yun too. Chapter 12. Hearing this, Xing pointed to a treasure chest not far away. Hey, isn't there a stellar jade over there? We go open the treasure chest after we take care of these people. March 7 immediately agreed. There seemed to be quite a few Bellowbird treasure chests. He's seen several ordinary ones around. Without Jeopard's shield, the Silver Mane Iron Guards present were quickly defeated by Dan Heng. March 7 looked at Jeopard and sighed helplessly. Why won't you listen? We're not in the same group with that guy. Xing patted March 7. March, show him the photo. Didn't you take the photo of their planet? At Xing's reminder, March 7 remembered and immediately showed the photo to Jeopard. After reading it, Jeopard finally believed that March 7 and the other two were not in the same group with that Sambo. Jeopard vaguely remembered from books that aliens often visited before the cold snap. He hadn't expected that, after all these years, aliens would arrive again. This matter was no longer his to decide. After some thought, Jeopard decided to take a few people to meet the Great Guardian. In Bellowbird, he captured a local to lead the way. My friend, we agreed that you would let me go once we reached Bellowbird. In a small alley, a local named Sambo was talking to Yi Yun. Sambo had originally planned to go back to prepare for the next scene in the script. Unexpectedly, he was captured midway and used as a tour guide. Most importantly, the other party was very powerful, especially the talking deer, which was almost as powerful as a commander. Yi Yun urged. Hurry up, take me to the lower city. The upper city isn't very interesting right now. Cocolia is in power, and if they see me, they might find a reason to arrest me. While I'm not afraid of Cocolia and the Star Corps, it's still a hassle, isn't it? Let's go to the lower city first. Sangbo pleaded. My lord, the entrance to the lower city is blocked, my friend. Old Sangbo really can't take you down. Yi Yun kicked Sangbo in the butt. Hurry up, don't you have a secret passage? Let's go through that. Sangbo's eyes widened. What the hell? How did this guy know his secret passage? This guy must be in Bellowbird for the first time, right? Why is he so familiar with me? Is he an old friend from the tavern? That shouldn't be the case. This guy doesn't have the power of joyful destiny. Forget it, forget it. Take this guy down first, or old Sangbo will get kicked in the ass again. Sangbo quickly led Yi Yun to his secret passage. Following the passage, Yi Yun successfully reached the lower town. Smelling the pungent smell of coal slag in the air, Yi Yun couldn't help but frown. This real lower town was truly awful, with discarded slag and abandoned tools scattered everywhere. Yi Yun turned around, about to ask Sangbo to take him to find Natasha, only to discover that Sangbo had slipped away. This was a bit of a dilemma. Yi Yun had originally planned to go directly to Natasha to do business. As the leader of Underground Fire, Natasha coordinated the entire Pan-In town's supplies. Presumably, with Natasha's status, it would be easy for her to collect enough stellar jade. Helpless, Yi Yun could only ask around while searching for Natasha's clinic. As he walked, Yi Yun suddenly felt a pain in his lower back, as if struck by a heavy object. Ouch! A wailing sounded, and Yi Yun turned around to see a little girl with short blonde hair sitting on the ground, clutching her forehead. Yi Yun recognized the little girl instantly. Wasn't it the Dark Lord Hook? Yi Yun helped her up. Are you okay, Hook? Hook shook his head. I'm fine. Hook looked up at Yi Yun. Who are you? How do you know my name? Yi Yun smiled. Of course I do. Who doesn't know the renowned Lord Hook? Hook felt a little flattered by Yi Yun's sudden praise. Humph! Of course, I am Dark Lord Hook. You have good eyesight, recognizing me at first sight, huh? Hook, acting like a little adult, patted Yi Yun's thigh with satisfaction. As for why he patted his thigh? That's obvious. Of course, Dark Lord Hook could only pat him so high. Hook looked at Yi Yun. What's your name? I don't even know yours yet, Yi Yun said. My name is Yi Yun, Yi Yun continued. Dark Lord Hook, do you know where Natasha is? Hook's body shuddered reflexively at the mention of Natasha's name. Old. Old witch. Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh. Hook was truly afraid of Natasha. The mere mention of her name frightened him. Yes, Hook, do you know where Natasha is? I have something to ask her. Hook looked Yi Yun up and down, his large eyes scanning him, trying to determine if Yi Yun was a good or bad person. Although the old witch was menacing, she was kind to Hook, and he couldn't just take anyone to her. Seeing this, Yi Yun took out a bag of rainbow candies and handed it to Hook. As long as Lord Dark Hook takes me to Natasha, this bag of candy is yours. Yi Yun could only use the method of food temptation. For a child, candy could solve many problems. Hook looked at the rainbow candy in Yi-Yun's hand curiously. Candy? I don't remember it being this way. Yi-Yun opened the package, took out a piece, and handed it to Hook. This is candy too, try it. Hook looked at the bright red candy before him, his heart still unable to resist the temptation. Then, Hook will try it. Hook took the candy, and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the candy entered his mouth, the sugar melted in his mouth, the sweetness and slightly sourness making Hook look delighted. So delicious. Yi-Yun swirled the candy in his hand. How about it? Will you take me with you? Don't worry, I'm looking for Natasha for business, and I won't hurt her. Hook was still a little hesitant after hearing this. Yi-Yun was a stranger. But the candy was so delicious. Finally, Hook couldn't resist the devil's temptation, the temptation of candy. Hook happily hugged a large bag of rainbow candies, and took Yi-Yun to find Natasha. All the way, Hook clutched the candies tightly, checking them every few steps, fearing even a single one would fall to the ground. Seeing this, Yi-Yun smiled helplessly, then opened the system store, searched, and bought a small red panda backpack for Hook for 1 star coin. Wow! This bag is so cute. Is this really for Hook? Hook's eyes lit up as he looked at the small red panda backpack. Yi-Yun took the large bag of rainbow candies from Hook's arms, and stuffed it into the backpack. Yes, it's for Hook. Put it on your back, so you don't have to worry about the candy falling off. Yi-Yun put the small backpack on Hook's back. Hook swung the small backpack a few times, looking extremely happy. Chapter 13. Hook, his small backpack strapped to his back, dashed through the streets. From time to time, he would turn back to wait for Yi-Yun, urging her to hurry up. Over half an hour later, Hook brought Yi-Yun to a clinic that looked quite respectable. And by respectable, I mean much better than the surrounding buildings. The houses in the downtown area were mostly rundown, but this clinic at least looked intact. Hook pushed the door open. Old. Natasha. Someone wants to see you. Inside, Natasha, who was explaining precautions to a patient, turned around. Hook, didn't you go out to play? Why are you back so early today? Natasha walked towards Hook, and only when she got closer did she notice the little red panda backpack on Hook's back. This backpack. Seeing Natasha looking at her backpack, Hook smiled and took it off, pulling out a rainbow candy and handing it to Natasha. Sister Natasha, this is for you. Natasha looked at the candy in Hook's small hand. Hook, where did you get these? Hook pointed at Yi-Yun, who was standing at the door. Here. Yi-Yun gave them to me. Oh, he wants to see you. Natasha heard this, and stuffed the candy into Hook's mouth. Hook, you eat it. I don't want any. Natasha stood up, and walked towards Yi-Yun, and the mysterious Rios following behind him. When Natasha saw Rios, her pupil shrank slightly, and she was extremely surprised. What kind of creature is this? Why is it emitting flames? After a moment of distraction, Natasha regained consciousness. Hello, I'm Natasha. Thank you for the school bag and candy for Hook. I heard you were looking for me. What's going on? Yi-Yun looked around. Hello, I'm Yi-Yun. No need to thank Hook for this gift, she deserves it. She showed me the way, and that's the travel fee. Natasha smiled. This travel fee was far too expensive. From what she knew, even in the upper-class district, Yi-Yun's gift to Hook was considered quite valuable. This travel fee is far too high. Yi-Yun shook his head. It's okay. I have plenty of these little things. I came to you because I have a business to discuss. Natasha looked around. She saw some of the passers-by were watching them intently. Come with me. I take you to a quiet place. Natasha walked into the house, and touched Hook's head, who was sitting on a small stool. Hook, play here for a while. Don't run around. Do you hear? It's almost time for dinner. Hook nodded with a smile, a candy in his mouth. Okay. Then, Natasha took Yi-Yun to her office on the 2nd floor. In the office, Natasha poured Yi-Yun a glass of plain water. The conditions are simple, please forgive me. Yi-Yun shook his head, indicating no concern. Natasha then asked, I wonder what business Mr. Yi-Yun has with me. Yi-Yun snapped his fingers, and several 100 100-pound bags of rice appeared. Food. Countless food. With that, Yi-Yun slid his finger over a bag of rice, and snow-white grains flowed out. Natasha was astonished by the quality of the rice. Such snow-white rice. Mr. Yi-Yun, how many Winterfell shields would you like to sell this rice for? Yi-Yun smiled. I don't accept Winter City shields. I'm not from Yalalofor. My companions and I just arrived on this planet today. Natasha was only slightly surprised when Yi-Yun said he wasn't from this planet. As someone who had received a good education, Natasha was aware of the existence of the universe. Do you accept credit points? If so, you might have to wait while I find someone to raise them. Yi Yun shook his head again. No, 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 I only accept stellar jade, that pink stone. As he spoke, Yi Yun pulled out his phone and displayed a picture of stellar jade. Natasha took a look. We have this here. People usually use it to decorate their homes. As for this, I need some time to prepare it. Yi Yun nodded in satisfaction. It was all good. I'm not in a rush. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Yi Yun might give her too little time. So what's the price of this rice? Yi Yun took out his phone and showed Natasha the prices of several foods he had recorded in advance. Natasha took the phone. 100 jin of rice, price, 5-star coins. 100 jin of flour, price, 5-star coins. 100 jin of corn, price, 5-star coins. 100 jin of sweet potatoes, price, 5-star coins. 100 jin of broccoli, price, 5-star coins. 100 jin of apples, price, 5-star coins. Natasha was a little confused after reading this. What are these star coins? Yi Yun explained. 1 stellar jade can be exchanged for 100 star coins. Natasha's face was suddenly filled with disbelief. How could these small stones, usually used for decoration, be so valuable? Based on the equation of 5-star coins for 100 kilograms of rice, this 1 stellar jade could be exchanged for 2,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms of rice would be enough to feed everyone in Panyan town for 2 or 3 days. Natasha was completely unable to calm down. Mr. Yi Yun, please wait a moment. I have someone prepare the stellar jade immediately. I come see you tomorrow, okay? Yi Yun nodded, pointing to a few bags of rice nearby. These bags of rice are just for you. They're not worth much. Natasha smiled and thanked him. Then, Natasha hurried out of the office. Yi Yun stayed in the office for a while, then left as well. Arriving on the first floor of the clinic, she saw Rios talking to Hook with a serious expression. Hook listened intently, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise. Yi Yun walked in to listen. Hook, come see me tomorrow, and I teach you some fighting techniques. Hook nodded repeatedly. Okay. I see you tomorrow, Master Rios. Yi Yun was stunned. What happened? How long had I been away? And Hook had already become Rios' disciple? Yi Yun wasn't worried about Rios' teaching abilities. After all, even Ray, one of the strongest elves in Rios' world, had studied with him for a period of time. Yi Yun coughed a few times, and the man and the deer noticed him. Yi Yun checked the time and patted Hook's head. Let's go eat. Hook heard this. Where are we going? Aren't we eating here? Rock crab tonight. I want rock crab. Yi Yun shook his head. The in-game text described rock crabs as having a very hard shell, very little meat, and a very sour taste. Rock crabs aren't very tasty. I take you to eat something really good. With that, Yi Yun took Hook's hand and led Rios out of the clinic. Upper City. Xing, Danheng, and San Yueki had just emerged from the Grand Guardian's office. Chapter 14. Xing, Danheng, and San Yueki returned to the hotel. San Yueki hummed a little tune with great interest as he sorted through the photos he had taken today. With the Starry Sky camera, San Yueki's photography became much easier. He could shoot and produce the photos on the spot, and the results were excellent. No longer had to go through the hassle of returning to select and print the photos himself. This one's good, this one's not bad either. Looking at the photos, San Yueki came across one that left him speechless. Xing. Danheng and Xing saw San Yueki's speechless expression. What's wrong? San Yueki took out the photos and showed them to the two of them. In the photo, Xing was holding the trash lid in one hand and leaning into the trash can with the other. Seeing this, Danheng fell silent. What kind of hobby is this? Xing scratched his head sheepishly. Hey Sanwei, you know me? I bought 2 trash can scratch-off tickets from Yi Yun a few days ago. San Yueki rolled his eyes at Xing. Be careful next time. Someone might think you're a beggar. Xing nodded quickly, saying it wouldn't happen again. As for whether it would happen again, that depended on Xing's own awareness. Danheng checked the time. Let's go get some rest. We go out and look for the Great Guardian tomorrow morning. The whole night was silent. The next morning, Xing jumped out of bed. After washing up, he went out into the hallway. At that moment, San Yueki and Danheng were standing not far from Xing's door. Good morning, Sanwei, Danheng. Why is it so noisy downstairs? As Xing left the room, he heard a commotion coming from the lobby downstairs. Danheng thought for a moment. Let's go down and take a look. The three of them arrived in the lobby, only to see the silver-haired woman they met in the office yesterday, leading a group of silver-maned iron guards and surrounding the entire hotel. As soon as the three of them appeared, they were spotted by Bronya. Bronya read out the arrest warrant in a cold voice. Bold villains, by order of the Grand Guardian, you three are brought to justice. The three of them were surrounded. Sanyuechi spread his hands helplessly. Here we go again! It happens every 3 worlds. Dan Heng looked around, his gaze fixed on the riftway nearby. Humph. Dan Heng coughed twice, attracting the attention of Xing and Sanyuechi. Seeing they both looking at him, Dan Heng gestured for them to look towards the riftway. Xing and Sanyuechi understood. Dan Heng muttered. Guan Yu rebelled against San San. The king's orders are unwavering. Borrow one from the city. The moment Dan Heng finished speaking, Xing immediately activated the Heavenly Fire Judgment's release stance. Heavenly Fire. Unsheath. Xing swung his sword, and a searing flame swept across the surrounding silver main iron guards, knocking them all down. Even Bronya was knocked back over 10 meters by the heat wave. After striking once, Xing decisively sheathed his sword and fled. By the time Bronya had recovered, Dan Heng, Sanyuechi, and Xing had already entered the riftway. Bronya frowned slightly, and immediately ordered a pursuit. Everyone follow me. Pella, standing nearby, gazed anxiously at the riftway. But, Lady Bronya, that's the riftway. Bronya remained resolute. We can't let this evildoer go unpunished. Then, Bronya and the Silvermane guards pursued into the riftway. Relying on her familiarity with the terrain, Bronya led a large group of Silvermane guards to block Sanyuechi, Danheng, and Xing. Seeing this, the three were forced to use their full strength. Under their combined might, the Silvermane guards quickly lost their fighting power. Xing looked at the remaining Bronya and Pella, pointing the Skyfire Judgment at them. Come on, attack together. Otherwise, it will be too unfair. Bronya and Pella were terrified. The three were too powerful. Especially the little gray-haired man wielding a flaming greatsword. His lethality was undeniable. But at this point, Bronya and Pella faced Xing. Zanbua, hiding in the shadows, was utterly shocked. No, sisters, your fighting power is a bit off from the script. Shouldn't you be facing a desperate situation? What's going on? You're almost breaking the future Great Guardian, and that statement you just made was a total villain. No, this keeps up. I have to act quickly, or the script will be ruined. A few special smoke bombs were launched, knocking Xing, March 7, Dan Heng, Bronya, and Pella unconscious. Sangbo slowly walked out. Luckily, old Sanbo was here to keep an eye on things. Sangbo and the 5 men first threw Pella near the Silvermane Guard outpost in the upper district, and sent her back to deliver the message. Afterwards, Sanbo took Xing, Bronya, March 7, and Dan Heng to the lower district. Yi Yun sighed. He took Hook to an abandoned restaurant near Panyan Town in Rivet Town. Yi Yun entered the kitchen and took a look. Everything inside was in good working order, except for the lack of gas. Yi Yun purchased a gas canister from the system and connected it to the stove. Flipping the switch, flames erupted. Outside, Rios was playing with Hook. As for the surrounding rift monsters, Rios' firestorm reduced them all to ash. The conditions were simple, so Yi Yun thought about making some chicken soup and then some noodles. Yi Yun had originally wanted to make spicy hot pot. However, Hook, who had never eaten anything oily or salty since childhood, was worried that her stomach wouldn't be able to handle the spicy hot pot. The rich aroma of chicken soup filled the kitchen. Not far from the kitchen, a girl in a red coat and bare feet was searching for supplies. Medicine, let me see if there's any here. The girl was Clara from the mechanical settlement. Clara had come out to search for medicine. Rift monster activity had intensified recently, leaving many in the settlement injured. The settlement was running low on medicine, so Clara led a few mechanical soldiers out to Rivet Town to search for it. As she searched, Clara heard a burst of laughter. Master Rios, run faster. Clara looked up. Isn't that Hook? Clara hadn't expected to run into Hook here. Hook! Hook, sitting on Rios's back, heard someone calling him and told Rios to stop. Hook looked in the direction of the voice, and soon spotted Clara near a pile of debris. Clara! My Clara! Hook slid off Rios' back and rushed towards Clara. Clara and Hook hugged each other, and Hook was overjoyed to see Clara. Clara, what are you doing here? Clara displayed the medicine in her hand. I'm here to get some medicine for everyone in the settlement. Chapter 15. Hook glanced at the medicine. Is that so? Hook's here to help you find it. Clara quickly stopped him, saying she couldn't burden anyone else. No, Clara can do it herself. Hook wiped his nose. It's all right. You're an honorary member of the Mold Gang. We need to work together. With that, Hook went to the junk pile to help Clara search for the medicine. Children raised in the downtown area are incredibly skilled at finding things. A few minutes later, Rios looked in the direction of the restaurant. Hook, let's go eat first. We look after that. Hook poked his head out of a box in the junk pile. Have you eaten yet? Rios nodded slightly. Yes, and this little girl, come along too. With that, Rios walked over to the junk pile and scooped Hook up from the pile with his mouth. Clara shook her head. I won't need it. I go back to the settlement and eat later. Leos placed Hook on his back. Let's go, let's eat together. With that, Leos walked over, scooped up Clara, and placed her on his back, carrying the two towards the dining hall. Several mechs were still carrying out Clara's orders, searching for medicine. Leos carried the two into the dining hall, just as Yiyun emerged with a large pot of chicken soup. Wow, you have a keen nose. I just finished making this, and you just happened to come in. As he spoke, Yiyun spotted the extra Clara. Oh, who's this kid? Have you eaten yet? Let's have some freshly made chicken soup. Clara couldn't stop drooling at the aroma that filled the air. What's this? Why does it smell so good? Even my favorite grilled rock crab doesn't smell this good. Rios put the two little ones down and went to the side to rest. Hook pulled the embarrassed Clara over to the dining table and sat down. Hook stood on a small stool, peering intently into the pot. Yiyun pushed him down. Sit still. I serve you some soup. Don't fall. Yiyun took out 3 small bowls and filled one for himself and the 2 little ones. The only 2 chicken legs, 1 each for Hook and Clara. As for why 3 bowls, it was because Rios didn't eat meat. Although he was powerful, he was still a deer. Hook couldn't help himself as he scooped up the chicken soup. He took the spoon and took a big gulp. The moment the soup hit his mouth, Hook's eyes lit up. Wow! What's this? It's delicious. After exclaiming, Hook continued to drink the soup, spoonful after spoonful. He soon choked and started coughing furiously. Yiyun patted Hook's back to ease him. Drink slowly. Don't just drink the soup. Eat some meat. Come and eat this chicken leg. After Hook stopped coughing, he picked up the chicken leg and wolfed it down in big, gulping mouthfuls. Yiyun understood. In this downtown area, Hook was considered lucky, having successfully embarked on his destiny. By embarking on his destiny and possessing great power, Hook was able to return safely from Rivet Town time and time again. More often, ordinary children, just for a bite to eat, were willing to risk their lives to search for supplies in areas occupied by the Rift monsters. With bad luck, they could end up dead in there. Yiyun looked at Clara, who sat uncomfortably on a stool, a look of hesitation on her face. Little girl, what's your name? Clara introduced herself when Yiyun asked her name. Hello, big brother. My name is Clara. I'm from the mechanical settlement and a good friend of Hook. Yiyun smiled. Clara, don't be so nervous. Look at Hook. Since you're good friends with Hook, just call me Brother Yiyun. There's no need to be so distant. Clara smiled and nodded. Okay, Brother Yiyun, brother. Yiyun was very pleased to hear Clara call him brother. Okay, Clara, have your soup. Since you call me brother, there's no need to be so polite. Clara was still a little hesitant after hearing this. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Yiyun. This bowl of soup must be very expensive, right? Clara can't drink it. Yiyun smiled. It's okay. Brother Yiyun has plenty of this chicken soup. The last thing I lack here is supplies. Clara shook her head. Brother Yiyun, Clara's not a child anymore. We're in a very tight supply situation in the lower city. Clara knows that. Yiyun explained. Clara, you're mistaken about that. Your brother, Yiyun, isn't from the lower city. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hook. Clara looked at Hook. Hook, a large chicken drumstick tucked into the corner of his mouth, nodded, confirming that Yiyun was right. Clara heard this. So, Brother Yiyun, you're from the upper city. But Clara heard from Mr. Swarlow that there aren't many supplies in the upper city either. Yiyun laughed a few times. Clara, I'm not from the upper city either. I'm from outside this planet. Clara's little head was a little confused when she heard this. Beyond the planet? I think Mr. Swarlow mentioned that there were aliens in the past. Yiyun pushed the chicken soup toward Clara's arms. Okay, drink the soup first. Afterward, I take you on a fun adventure. Seeing this, Clara finally drank the chicken soup. Like Hook, She couldn't stop eating the chicken soup once it entered her mouth. However, Clara's eating was much more gentle, unlike Hook's frenzied manner. At this moment, Hook was feasting on his chicken soup with noodles, never once raising his head. Over half an hour later, Hook and Clara lay on Rios's body, their faces filled with satisfaction as they digested their food. Hook's little hand slowly stroked his belly. Ah, so full. Hook has never been this full before. Clara nodded in agreement. Well, Clara enjoyed this meal too. Brother Yiyun, thank you. Yiyun, who was sitting by the door browsing the store, smiled upon hearing this. It's okay. Come find Brother Yiyun whenever you need something to eat. By the way, I have something nice for you too. Yiyun bought 2 mobile phones with extra long standby times from the system store. Here, Yiyun half laid down beside the 2 little ones. Here, take them. This is called a mobile phone. You can use it for. And so, Yiyun taught the 2 little ones how to use their phones. Clara was fine, having had some experience with mechanics, so she learned quickly. Hook, on the other hand, took a lot longer. Mainly because he had no experience with this. He barely learned how to make a phone call, and within 5 minutes, he almost forgotten everything. The 2 children, one large and one, lay cuddled on Rios's body, playing with their phones and chatting. Rios glanced at the 3 people lying on him, raised his head slightly, and a flame rose outside the door, blocking out the biting cold. Chapter 16. Clara was playing with her phone enthusiastically, especially the messaging app, which was a delight. She had added a friend on it, a woman named Jade. Chatting with this woman delighted Clara, who told her a lot about the universe, including the various star gods, immortal ships, companies, and so on. She also told this woman about Beloberg's predicament, and she promised to help. This woman was truly kind. While playing, there was a noise at the door, and several traffic lights came running in on their short legs. Clara saw the robots and remembered she had come out to look for medicine. Oh no! Clara lost track of time. Clara still has medicine to find for everyone in the settlement. Clara put away her phone and quickly stood up, heading out. Yiyun saw this. Clara, don't worry. Are you out looking for medicine? Clara felt incredibly guilty, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Yiyun continued. Clara, why are you out looking for medicine? What kind of medicine do you need? Clara sobbed. Monster activity has intensified recently, and many people in the settlement have been injured. Clara wants to find some medicine to treat their wounds. Yiyun pondered this for a moment, and an idea struck him. There were probably quite a few stellar jades in this mechanical settlement, and Swarovski was the most powerful in the lower city. Yiyun thought for a moment, and spent 100 star coins to buy 10 bottles of golden wound medicine. Clara, take this. This is golden wound medicine. It can heal wounds. Clara refused repeatedly. No. It's too expensive. No matter what Yiyun said, Clara refused to accept it. Clara felt embarrassed that Brother Yiyun had treated her to delicious noodles. Now, Brother Yiyun was offering her such precious medicine. She absolutely could not accept it. Yiyun felt helpless. Then, he noticed a stellar jade hanging from Clara's clothes. Clara, how about this? You trade this stellar jade with me. Clara looked at the stellar jade Yiyun pointed at and removed it. She had stumbled upon this stellar jade while searching for medicine. She thought it looked pretty, so she tied it to her clothes as a decoration. This one? Yiyun nodded. Yes, your brother Yiyun is in this business. As long as you have the stellar jade, you can buy a lot of supplies from me. Clara removed the stellar jade. But isn't this thing useless? Besides being pretty. Yiyun smiled. That's just because other people don't know its use. Anyway, for Brother Yiyun, it's very useful. After saying that, he also placed the medicine on a traffic light. A box of medicine like this can be exchanged for just 1 stellar jade. Clara was pleasantly surprised to hear this. She still had a lot of stellar jade at home. If it was real, she could probably trade it for a lot of supplies. Really? Brother Yiyun? Yiyun rubbed Clara's little head. Of course it's true. Clara was thrilled. I believe in Brother Yiyun. Brother Yiyun, if you have time, I have plenty of stellar jade at home. Yiyun picked up Clara and placed her on Rios's lap, then placed Hook on top. Let's go! Show me the way. The 3 of them, and the deer set off on the road to the mechanical settlement. Far away inside the Pier Point headquarters, Jade looked at her phone with a hint of interest. The screen displayed a chat log between her and someone named Little Rabbit from Bebe Village. Interesting. I didn't expect a place so long eroded by the Star Core to still have civilization. Especially, this place still has a debt owed to the company. As soon as Jay finished speaking, Topa, who was playing with a piggy bank nearby, asked curiously, "Oh, there's a place like this?" Gold Dust, playing with chips, also became interested. "That place owes the company quite a bit of money, right? The interest is quite high." Emerald's lips curled slightly, her fingers sliding across the screen. "This debt is likely bad again. Based on the company's records of Yalalo 4, they don't have the ability to repay it. After 700 years, the original principal has become a drop in the bucket compared to the interest." Topa listened. "We had another success. How about letting me go this time?" "Okay." Emerald smiled. "You have to ask Diamond about that." Shajin saw the problem. This debt might be difficult to handle. "Topa, how about I go?" Topa shook his head. "Oh my god, my performance has been a bit lackluster lately. Jadeite, please send me some information later." Jadeite smiled faintly. "Sure, little Yelena." With that, Topa stood up and went to find Diamond. Soon, a door slammed shut. Gold Dust shook his head as Topa left. "If this account isn't handled properly, the company will likely hold us accountable. Can Topa handle it?" Jadeite smiled. "Don't worry about that. I believe in her abilities, and I'll be there when the time comes. What about you? What are your thoughts on the Pinocchio matter?" Gold Dust smiled confidently. "Don't worry. The dice have been rolled, and I come up with a good idea. However, I need to borrow something from you and Topa." Jadeite rested her chin on one hand, looking at Gold Dust meaningfully. "Your idea is extremely dangerous. We both know the importance of that item. Do you remember the oath you made when you received it?" Gold Dust took a sip of red wine, swirling it with one hand, his eyes lost in memories. "Of course, it's more important than life, isn't it?" Emerald sat up straight, leaning back slightly against the backrest. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Gold Dust raised his glass to Emerald. "If you want to hook a fish, you have to use some bait. If you want to hook a big fish, you have to be willing to use a strong bait, right?" Emerald picked up the coffee cup with one hand and swirled it with a small spoon with the other. "You have a point. While the oath is important, we're more concerned with the outcome, aren't we?" Gold Dust laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, that's a happy decision then. Cheers! All to the Amber King." Emerald took a sip of coffee. "Yes, all to the Amber King." In the mechanical settlement. Under Clara's guidance, the three of them and the deer quickly arrived at the mechanical settlement. With Clara by their side, all the checkpoints were clear. In this mechanical settlement, Swarlo held the highest status, and below him was Clara. The situation in the mechanical settlement was even worse than in Panyan Town. At least Panyan Town still had houses, but here there were only tents. Chapter 17. The people in the mechanical settlement also looked over here curiously. "Who is that?" "I don't know. Judging by their clothes, they can't be from our lower town, right? We don't have such fancy clothes in the lower town. Has the passage between the upper and lower towns been opened again? Look at that deer. It can actually breathe fire. Wow, that deer is amazing. If I had one at home, I wouldn't have to worry about the cold anymore. Just your little tent? Don't let that deer burn you down the moment it gets in. Yours isn't that big, is it?" Listening to the surrounding crowd's chatter, Yiyun, Clara, Hook, and Rios arrived at a large gate. At the gate, a traffic light robot was verifying the visitor's information. Verifying. Verification passed. "Clara, welcome home." The gate opened. A 3-meter-tall humanoid robot appeared before Clara. "Clara, welcome home." Clara recognized the robot immediately. "Mr. Swarovski?" Clara jumped off Rios's back and ran to Swarovski, showing him the medicine Yiyun had sold her. "Mr. Swarovski," Clara found the medicine. "We're all saved." Swarovski glanced at the medicine and had a nearby mecha take it away. Scanning, test result, healthy. Swarovski scanned Clara and confirmed she was unharmed. "Clara, don't go to Rivet Town. It's dangerous there. You could get hurt," Clara said with a grin. "It's okay, Mr. Swarovski. Clara isn't going alone. There are others." Clara introduced Yiyun and the others to Swarovski. "Mr. Swaro, they're Clara's good friends. Brother Yiyun and Mr. Rios." As for Hook, Swaro knew him. The little guy sometimes came to the mechanical settlement to play with Clara. Swaro looked at Yiyun and Rios, scanning them, and the camera on his head flashed red. "Danger? Danger? A single unit with extremely strong power detected. Protect Clara." Swaro quickly shielded Clara behind him. Clara hurriedly explained. "Mr. Swaro, Brother Yiyun is not a bad guy. He sold me these drugs. Mr. Rios is also a good guy. He protected Clara all the way back to the mechanical settlement. Swaro, hearing this, turned off his combat readiness. Clara, my friend, a good man. Yi Yun looked at Swaro before him, and wondered if he should imitate Xing in the original story, and ask about the secrets of the Star Core. In the original story, Xing and the others were able to communicate normally with Swaro at first, after Clara's introduction. Swarovski wouldn't riot until they asked about the Star Core. After some thought, Yi Yun gave up on the idea. Beating Swarovski was still easy. But why bother getting yourself into trouble? Wouldn't fighting be tiring? Yi Yun waved his hand. Are you Swarovski? Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. I just brought Clara back and made a deal with her. Swarovski looked at Clara, then at Yi Yun. Deal? What deal? Yi Yun took out the stellar jade that Clara had just used to buy medicine. This is it. With this, you can trade supplies with me. Swarovski scanned the stellar jade in Yi Yun's hand. Decorative item worthless. Yi Yun heard Swarovski's conclusion. It might be worthless to you, but to me, it's extremely valuable. If you don't believe me, you can try trading it. It's worthless to you anyway, isn't it? Swarovski's mental computer word, concluding. Okay. Swarovski then sent commands to the nearby mechs, instructing them to collect stellar jade. 5 minutes later. Several mechs returned with a dozen or so stellar jade. Clara also took out some of the stellar jade she had collected. Yi Yun counted them, exactly 50. Summoning the exchange scale, Yi Yun placed all 50 stellar jade onto it, and exchanged them for star coins. A few seconds later, 50 star coins, each worth $100, appeared in Yi Yun's hand. Yi Yun handed them to Clara. Clara took it, and examined it curiously. Yi Yun introduced it. This is a star coin, my currency. You can use it to shop here. After that, Yi Yun took out his phone, and sent Clara a product listing he had shown Natasha earlier. Clara's phone rang immediately. She opened the messaging app, and the first message was from Yi Yun. Clara opened it, and looked at it. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked at it, but she was shocked. How could the items on it be so cheap? She had 5,000 star coins, which meant she could buy 500 bottles of the golden wound medicine she had bought earlier. Or buy 50 tons of food. Clara couldn't help but wonder if Brother Yi Yun had sent the wrong message. Brother Yi Yun, did you send the wrong message? The stuff on here is too cheap. Yi Yun took it from Clara and looked at it. Yes, that's it. Clara was stunned. Basaka! This stellar jade could actually be exchanged for so much food. The stellar jade I just found was only a small portion of the stellar jade I had found. I threw most of it away right away. What had I done? Clara was frantically trying to find stellar jade at a place she had been before, but Swarovski stopped her. Clara, let's trade first and verify the authenticity of what this person said. Clara heard this, and could only complete the transaction. Then Brother Yi Yun helped Clara exchange all of it for rice. Yi Yun took the 5,000 star coins from Clara's hand, and summoned a bubble wrapped in rice to smother it. Both the star coins and the bubble vanished. The rice bags encased in bubbles gradually expanded and fell to the ground, revealing 500 neatly stacked bags of rice in a small square. Swarovski approached, reached out, and opened one of the bags. Testing. Test completed. High-quality rice. Clara was overjoyed to hear the verdict. Great. Now everyone's saved. Hook stared at the piles of rice, his eyes filled with astonishment. Oh my god! This much rice should last Hook for ages. After Swarovski finished his inspection, he immediately dispatched several mechas to take the rice for safekeeping. This rice will extend the survival of the lower city. Yi Yun was checking his mission progress. Task 1. Receive 20 different customers. Current progress, July 20th. Reward, 1 lottery machine. Task 2. Achieve a cumulative turnover of 100,000 star coins from now on. Current progress, 5. August 10th. Reward, Envoy level strength X1. Yi Yun reviewed the mission progress and concluded that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Mission 2 should be completed tomorrow. Natasha should see a significant increase in sales, and Swarovski will undoubtedly see a significant increase in sales later on. Chapter 18. That night, Yi Yun, Hook, and Rios all rested at Clara's house. Clara's house was quite nice, a small 2-story building. Yi Yun cooked a few stir-fries, and after eating with the 2 children that night, he went to bed. Swarovski was still busy. He issued a quest to the wanderers in the mechanical settlement to collect stellar jade. He allowed them to use stellar jade to exchange for supplies. At first, the wanderers were skeptical. After all, stellar jade was good for nothing but its appearance. How could it possibly be exchanged for precious food, until someone successfully exchanged for supplies? In the settlement's tent area, a wanderer approached Swarovski, carrying a heavy bag of rice on his back. No! Can we really exchange for supplies? Instantly, all the wanderers in the settlement lost their composure. Oh my goodness! This stellar jade can actually be exchanged for supplies from Boss Svaro. The wanderers from the entire settlement swarmed into the wilderness, searching for stellar jade. Everyone scrambled for it, fearing they miss out on the chance to exchange for supplies. Don't fight. I found this. What's yours? Once it's in my hands, it's mine. Hey! Do you want to fight? Come on! Why would I be afraid of you? The wanderers quickly erupted in chaos. Proof that when faced with absolute self-interest, people can't control their behavior. Slowly, the chaos escalated from verbal abuse and heated arguments into bloody brawls. Casualties had even begun to occur. Stellar jade had become a hope for the wanderers in the mechanical settlement. Whoever tries to extinguish my hope of survival will die too. Upon learning of this, Swarovski immediately dispatched his mechas to maintain order. All fights and brawls were violently suppressed. The wanderers finally settled down. The commotion was so loud that Hook, Clara, and Yi Yun, who were all soundly asleep and sitting in the living room eating instant noodles, were awakened. Yi Yun slurped his noodles and glanced at Swarovski, who was standing outside. Swarovski, what's wrong with you? I see you're in a daze. Swarovski glanced at Yi Yun. It's okay, but I'm a little confused as to why these people are fighting over a stellar jade. They could easily have obtained it through diligent foraging. I wonder if I hadn't issued the order to exchange stellar jade for supplies in the first place, they wouldn't have rioted. Yi Yun took a sip of his noodle soup. You did the right thing, but the method was wrong. If I were you, I'd choose work for relief. That way, we can manage these people efficiently and build some infrastructure. Like housing, for example. Look at the people in your settlement, they all live in tents. Swarovski's brain computer raced at this. I understand. Yi Yun nodded with satisfaction. That's right. There's no rush to exchange supplies. You can have the mechas gather them. If you want to exchange supplies, have Clara contact me. You should know the phone number, right? Swarovski nodded. It's in the database. Yi Yun tossed his completely eaten instant noodles into the trash can and patted Swarovski. I'm going to rest now. You can continue with your work. With that, Yi Yun took Hook and Clara to rest. Swarovski pondered for a moment and decided to adopt Yi Yun's approach. This method was indeed very suitable for the mechanical settlement. Not only would it effectively manage these homeless people, but it would also improve the surrounding facilities and equipment. So, Swarovski immediately issued an order to close the supply exchange point and replace it with a reward distribution point. The homeless people in the mechanical settlement, who had not yet exchanged supplies, felt as if the sky had fallen when they heard this news. What? Stellar jade can't exchange for supplies? Are you guys so quick? You all look listless normally, but how come you're so energetic when it comes to grabbing supplies? One of you must have offended Boss Pharaoh. Otherwise, why wouldn't they let us exchange? Look at all the supplies over there. Everyone looked towards the nearby supply dump, which was overflowing with supplies. Someone, still wondering if they could exchange, stopped a traffic light. Aren't there still supplies here? Why aren't you letting us exchange? The traffic light stopped and looked at the person blocking the way. The latest order is to stop exchanging supplies and switch to work for relief. Anyone needing supplies can gather here tomorrow to start work. You receive your supplies when the work is finished. After that, the traffic light continued to carry the supplies on its short legs. Seeing they couldn't exchange supplies, the wanderers dejectedly returned to their tents to rest. In Panyan town, Natasha was treating Sanyueki, Donheng, Xing, and Bunonia. Natasha quickly concluded that the four had simply fainted from drugging and needed some rest. So Natasha arranged for them to rest in a room. Closing the door, Natasha looked at Sambo, who was waiting nearby. Tell me, who are these people? Sambo snorted. They're from our lower town. I found them in a mine. Old Sambo, I'm a kind man. How could I stand by and watch them die? Natasha said nothing, simply staring at Sambo silently, a look that said, I see what you do next. Seeing this, Sambo revealed the identities of the four men. Natasha frowned upon learning their identities. Especially considering Bunonia's identity, the heir to the Grand Guardian. If this isn't handled properly, the lower city could be doomed. Xing, Sanyueki, and Donheng aren't particularly troublesome, despite being wanted criminals in the upper city. But the Silver Mane Iron Guard wouldn't come here to arrest anyone. There are still many wanted criminals in the lower city, all under the surveillance of the Earth Fire. I understand. You go back first. I take care of these people. Sambo bowed. Thank you for your hard work, big sister. Old Sambo, I be leaving first. After Sambo left, Natasha called over a few nurses. Take good care of these people. Don't let anything go wrong. After the nurses agreed, Natasha returned to her office. Unlike this morning, there was a large sack in the corner. Natasha approached and opened it. It was filled with stellar jade. Natasha picked up one, examined it, and opened her notebook. Current stellar jade count, 1365. These are all the stellar jade that the Earth Fire has been able to collect so far. After the order was issued today, all members of the Earth Fire team went out in search, turning all the territory under their control upside down. At this moment, Sierra pushed open the door and walked in, holding a small bag. Natasha, I'm back. This is the stellar jade I found in Rivet Town. Chapter 19. Sierra threw the small bag of stellar jade onto the table and plopped down on the sofa nearby. Natasha, what are you collecting all this stellar jade for? Natasha counted the stellar jade Sierra had brought back, 160 in total. Adding the ones in the sack, the total was 1,525. You find out tomorrow. Come straight to my place tomorrow morning. Sierra was even more confused. What are you doing tomorrow? Natasha didn't answer Sierra, but instead asked a question. What do you think of dinner tonight? Sierra couldn't help but lick her lips when Natasha asked about dinner. That big white rice was so fragrant. It was delicious even without the accompaniment. Sierra ate 3 full bowls tonight and was completely stuffed. It's delicious. By the way, where did you get all that white rice tonight? And it's unlimited. Natasha, have we at Dihua gotten rich? Natasha picked up a stellar jade and waved it at Sierra. If we're rich, then we are. The rice you're eating tonight, bought with just this one stellar jade, is enough to last you a month. Sierra was stunned upon hearing this. What? This stone called stellar jade is so valuable. Sierra couldn't help but think of the stellar jade she had carelessly thrown away after defeating the monster guarding the treasure chest, and suddenly felt regretful. Oh my God! How much food had she thrown away? Sierra wished she could give herself a sickle. Could she change her bad habit of littering? Natasha found Sierra's expression, clutching her chest in regret, hilarious. Sierra, besides fighting, loved nothing more than food. To be honest, there wasn't a child who grew up in the lower town who didn't love good food. Tomorrow, we take these stellar jades and trade them for rice. So come early tomorrow and get some rest tonight. Sierra jumped up, opened the door, and went home to sleep. See you tomorrow, Natasha. Natasha sighed helplessly, looking at the door swinging back and forth from the excessive force it had slammed shut. Sierra is always so impulsive. The next day, Yiyun, Hook, and Clara finished breakfast and headed for Panyan Town. Before leaving, Yiyun left a cell phone with Swarlo and added his contact information. When Swarovski needs to purchase supplies, he contacted Yiyun. Near the gate of Panyan Town, also near Rivet Town, Natasha, Oleg, Sierra, and a large group of Earthfire members were waiting there. Sierra was getting a little impatient. She'd been standing there for over 2 hours. Natasha, who was that guy? He wouldn't stand us up, would he? Natasha shook her head. No, that mecha came from Swarovski yesterday. Yiyun should be staying there, so it'd take time for him to get here. Sierra pursed her lips at this. If it weren't for the fact that he could trade a large amount of supplies with her soon, Sierra would have turned around and left immediately. More than half an hour later, the 3 men and the deer appeared before everyone. Sorry, everyone, we're a little late, Yiyun said, bowing apologetically. Natasha smiled and shook her head. No, we just arrived a short time ago. Sheer, standing nearby, muttered in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by just arrived? We've been here all morning. What Sheer didn't know was that, although her voice was soft, it wasn't far from Yiyun. Natasha, standing nearby, also heard Sheer's words. Sorry, Yiyun, Sheer is just like that. Yiyun smiled. It's okay. Let's go trade first. Natasha quickly led the way. The group walked through the streets and alleys until they arrived at a warehouse. Natasha took out the 1,525 stellar jades she had collected yesterday. Yiyun, take a look at the sack of stellar jade and pull out the exchange scale. After teaching Natasha how to use it, he let her figure out what she wanted to exchange for. Sheer was amused by the exchange scale. It actually dispensed money. Hey, that? What's he? Oh, by the way, Yiyun, do you still have this scale? Sell me one for fun. Yiyun smiled. This one's not for sale. Sheer heard this. Oh, I don't know you guys. Merchants are profit-driven. Can I pay more? Yi-yun still shook his head. Sheer, bored by this, ran over to Natasha to watch the fun. A little over 10 minutes later, Natasha had chosen the supplies she wanted to buy. Yi-yun handed the purchase form and 250,000 star coins to him. Yi-yun reached out and placed all the supplies Natasha had purchased. In less than a minute, the entire warehouse was filled to the brim. Natasha had to temporarily requisition several nearby houses to completely unload the supplies. Natasha looked at Yi-yun gratefully. Thank you, Yi-yun, Yi-yun said. You're welcome. Cash on delivery. Natasha then thought of Xing, Sanueki, and Donhung. By the way, Yi-yun, 4 people came to my clinic yesterday. 3 women and 1 man, also from outer space. Do you want to go and see them? Yi-yun knew these must be Xing and the other 4. Calculating the time, they should be here by now. Oh! I go and see. You can get busy here first. Natasha called Sierra over. Sierra, take Yi-yun to the clinic. Sierra agreed immediately. After seeing the vast amount of supplies before her, Sierra completely changed her opinion of Yi-yun. You say it's too long to wait? Isn't that the norm? This is a distinguished financial sponsor. You have to treat him well, right? Okay. Leave it to me. Hook, observing the disparity between Sierra's present and present, leaned over and whispered in Clara's ear. Clara, don't you think Sierra is so realistic? Clara nodded. Yes. Sierra walked over to Yi-yun and gestured for him to come. Sir, please come this way. Yi-yun smiled. No need, Sierra, be more normal. Sierra stood up straight. Okay, let's go, the clinic is over here. Inside the clinic, March 7 and Dan Hung had already woken up. Standing in the room, they discussed their next move. I want to go outside and see if I can find any clues about the Star Core. March 7 thought for a moment. You go ahead. I stay here and watch over Xing. She's still asleep. Dan Hung glanced at Xing lying on the bed. Okay, then I go look for clues first and keep in touch. As he spoke, Dan Hung was about to leave. Just then, a noise came from outside. Dan Hung stopped and looked at the door warily. The doorknob turned, and the door was pushed open from outside. A familiar figure came into view. San Yuechi exclaimed in surprise. Yi-yun. Why are you here? Chapter 20. Dan Hung relaxed upon seeing Yi-yun. Yi-yun smiled and waved. Sanwe, Dan Hung, how have you been these past 2 days? Have you encountered anything interesting? Sanwei-chi, hearing Yi-yun ask about his experiences over the past 2 days, thought back. Don't even mention it. These past 2 days have been like Black Sunday. Every day has been a fight, either in the process or on the way to a fight. Dan Hung nodded. Well, and we don't have any clues about the Star Core at the moment. Sanwei-chi asked curiously. Yi-yun, do you have any clues about the Star Core? Yi-yun shook his head. No, I only been in the lower city for a day. Of course, Yi-yun knew this, but this pioneering journey was a journey of training for Xing, Sanwei-chi, and Dan Hung. It would be better to let them find the answers on their own. Sanwei-chi noticed the others. Yi-yun, are these your new friends? And this deer can actually emit fire. March 7 looked at Sierra and the others. Then, seeing Rios standing behind them, his eyes lit up. Rios was speechless. These humans truly hadn't seen the world. Everyone seemed so surprised to see him. Isn't it just the ability to emit fire? I'm a fire spirit, so isn't it normal for me to have fire on my body? Yi-yun introduced them. This is Sierra, and there are 2 other children, Hook and Clara. They're all from the lower town. As for this deer, it's called Rios. It's my spirit. March 7 casually greeted Sierra, Hook, and Clara, then asked about Rios. Now, Sanueki's attention was completely riveted on Rios. Elf? What's an elf? Yi-yun asked. Elves are the darlings of heaven and earth, born with the power to control all elements and possessing immense intelligence. Rios is a fire elf, and one of the more powerful. Hearing this, Sanueki let out an exaggerated "oh," tugged on Yi-yun's sleeve, and whispered in his ear. Yi-yun, where did you get this elf? I want one too. After saying this, Sanueki looked at Yi-yun with anticipation. Yi-yun smiled and snapped his fingers, and 3 bubble-wrapped essences appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a random essence. After purchasing it, you receive a random Pokemon. This essence can be used with the Essence Incubator to hatch your own Pokemon. There are 3 levels, Basic, Intermediate, and Advanced, each yielding different Pokemons. Basic 1,000. Intermediate 10,000. Advanced 100,000. After saying this, Yi-yun spread his hands. How's it? Do you want to try it? After hearing Yi Yun's explanation, March 7 immediately took out the 10 stellar jades he had just acquired and exchanged them for 1,000 star coins to purchase a basic essence. March 7 anxiously asked after receiving the essence. Yi Yun, where's the incubator? Where's it? Let me use it. In March 7's opinion, since Yi Yun already had Rios, he must have an incubator. Yi Yun, however, had a brain circuit. He had released Rios directly, without using essence incubators. He looked at the price of the incubator. It was only 5,000 star coins. Yi Yun simply bought it. Yi Yun placed the elf incubator inside the room. Here, this is it. You guys can use it. March 7th rushed to the essence incubator with excitement, quickly opened the lid, placed the essence inside, and pressed the start button. The countdown on the screen above the essence incubator changed, finally changing to 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. March 7th looked. Huh? 10 hours? Yi Yun nodded. That's right. The more powerful the elf, the longer it takes to incubate. Just wait. Seeing this, March 7th pulled a stool over to sit next to the essence incubator, staring boredly at the incubating essence. Dan Heng then asked, Yi Yun, what's your strength? Yi Yun explained when Dan Heng asked about his own strength. I was lucky enough to have a breakthrough. After completing the deal with Natasha, Yi Yun had already reached the Order Envoy level and received a new mission. Mission 3, reach 10 million star coins in sales. Reward, Peak Emissary Strength. 10 million, TSK, that's definitely not going to happen in such a short time. Dan Heng didn't ask any further questions. As long as Yi Yun didn't harm him and the others, that was all that mattered. Yi Yun glanced at Xing, who was snoring in bed. He probably needed another day or two of sleep. Dan Heng, San Yu, have you eaten yet? San Yu Qi and Dan Heng shook their heads simultaneously. Yi Yun glanced at the time. It was almost noon. Then let's eat together. I make hot pot for lunch. Neither of them had any objections. As for the little ones, Hook and Clara, there was no need to ask, they would definitely eat with him. Yi Yun finally looked at Sierra. Together for lunch? Sierra nodded. Okay, someone's treating me, so of course I have to eat. Yi Yun smiled. Okay, then let's get ready. Yi Yun purchased a Juding hot pot gift pack from the system. Sierra washed the vegetables, Dan Heng moved the table and chairs, and Sanueki played with the two little ones. Rios rested on a blanket while Yi Yun prepared the soup base. In just half an hour, everyone was enjoying their hot pot. Sierra devoured it with such relish that she kept eating even when the spiciness was unbearable. Dan Heng and Sanueki also loved the hot pot. Yi Yun, after trying it himself, also thought it was the best hot pot he had ever had. Bowls of boiling water were placed in front of the two little ones, and they had to rinse their dishes with boiling water before eating. As everyone ate, an extra person appeared at the table. Xing had actually woken up early. The smell of hot pot had woken him. Yi Yun was utterly shocked. A hot pot meal could change the plot? Xing was currently enjoying a small bowl of sweet potato noodles with his eyes narrowed. Yi Yun looked at the people at the table and suddenly remembered something. Was there someone missing? March, didn't Natasha say there were 4 of you? Natasha hadn't said this. Yi Yun was trying to cover up how he knew there were 4 of them. This statement wouldn't be exposed. March 7 and the others definitely wouldn't specifically question Natasha about it. March 7 shook his head. I don't know. I only saw the 3 of us when I woke up. Dan Heng also shook his head, indicating ignorance. Yi Yun rubbed his chin. It looked like Bunonia must have woken up early, and was probably relaxing in the downtown area. March 7 took a sip of orange juice. What's wrong, Yi Yun? Yi Yun shook his head. It's okay, keep eating. You still have to work afterward. At the mention of work, Sanueki drooped his head. Ah. I don't want to work. Where's this damn star core? Xing pointed at his chest. Here. Sanueki rolled his eyes at Xing speechlessly. Chapter 21. March 7 folded his arms, looking at Xing in silence. You know I'm not talking about this star core, but are you happy about this joke? Xing gave March 7 a thumbs up. Happy? March 7 was completely speechless. Xing was hopelessly despicable. Over half an hour later, everyone finished their hot pot. March 7 stretched and stood up. Now that we had enough, it's time to get back to work. Xing shook his head. No rush, wait for me to get another one. Xing came over to Yi Yun and took out 30 stellar jade. Yi Yun, give me 3 trash can scratch off tickets. Seeing this, Yi Yun bought Xing 3 trash can scratch off tickets. Except for March 7, no one else present had ever seen these things before, and they all looked at Xing with disdain. Xing was unconcerned, All she knew was that she could win another magical trash can scratch off. 3 trash can scratch off tickets appeared before everyone. Xing, like an ancient emperor flipping the cards before going to bed, pondered which trash can to visit first. Clara was a little confused by Xing's train of thought. Brother Yiyun, what is Sister Xing doing? Why is she playing around with all these trash cans? Yiyun didn't know how to respond to Clara. What should I say? Should I say this is Sister Xing's habit? Never mind, it's best not to talk bad about people behind their backs. Yiyun called out to Rios. Rios, take Hook and Clara out for some fun. Hearing this, Rios picked up the 2 little ones, threw them on his back, and headed out. Soon, Xing had chosen her first trash can. It's decided to be you. Open it. A flash of golden light flashed across the room. Xing struggled to open his eyes. Come out. Golden legend. The golden light dissipated, and a can of herrings, identical to the previous one, appeared before everyone. Xing was immediately overwhelmed by the crowd. No! It's the same can of herrings again. However, Xing had no energy barrier, and he still had 2 trash cans to open. Come on! The second one is decided to be you. Come out! Golden legend. Another flash of golden light flashed, and a durian appeared in the same spot. Xing had never seen a durian before, and thought it was something special. Yiyun. What is this? Did I find something special again? Yiyun looked at the durian thinking, well, it's a fruit. It's quite nutritious and tastes pretty good, but what's the value? I give you 10 star coins. Do you want one? Xing was petrified the moment he heard the price of the durian. Masaka! It sunk to the bottom again. All the star coins I worked so hard to earn for monster hunting and opening loot boxes are almost gone. March 7 looked at the durian in his hand, then at the petrified Xing, and suddenly a sly smile flashed across his face. Hee hee. Xing, I feel sorry for you, so I take this durian for just 1 star coin. How about it, will I be nice to you? I buy it back for 10 times the price. March 7 brought up the price of the durian again, sending Xing reeling. He bought a 1,000 star coin trash can scratch off lottery ticket, and only got a 0.1 star coin durian. His heart was instantly shattered. Xing immediately fell to his knees and wept bitterly. Damn it! Why did I buy this? My star coins. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Xier looked at the remorseful Xing and whispered in Yiyun's ear. Yiyun, what's wrong with this Xing? Is there something wrong with her brain? Yiyun thought for a moment. Well, you could put it this way. She's like a gambler who risked everything and lost everything. Xier understood after hearing Yiyun's explanation. I get it then. It's like those guys betting in a boxing gym, right? Yiyun nodded. Yes, you can understand it that way. At that moment, a voice rang out beside them. Hey Xier, could you lend me your sickle? Yiyun and Xier turned around to see San Yuqi, holding a durian and smiling at them. San Yuqi shook the durian in his hand and chuckled. This thing has thorns. I use your sickle to cut it open, and we can eat it together later. How about that? Xier piqued her interest. The fruit looked quite good. Here you go. Xier handed her sickle to San Yuqi. San Yuqi placed the durian on the table and swung his sickle twice. Kua! The sickle split the durian, and the rich, unique aroma instantly filled the room. Xier was stunned. How could this fruit smell like this? Xier suddenly noticed the sickle in San Yuqi's hand, and her pupils suddenly trembled. It's over. My own sickle. Xier quickly retrieved her sickle and sniffed it. It's over. It smells. San Yuqi, Danheng, and Xing were also feeling uncomfortable, pinching their noses to avoid the smell of durian. Yiyun raised a brow. No hurry, no hurry. Once they had tasted durian, they wouldn't be so disgusted with it anymore. Yiyun picked up the durian, scooped out a large piece of the flesh, and began to eat it in small bites. Delicious. This durian tastes good. I'd buy some more later. March 7 was shocked to see Yiyun dare to eat durian. Yiyun, you dare to eat such a smelly fruit? Yiyun mumbled, chewing on the durian. Durian is like that. It smells bad, but tastes delicious. Do you want to try it? March 7 shook his head frantically. No, how can something this smelly taste good? Yiyun swallowed the durian flesh in his mouth. How about this? You try it first. If it's not tasty, I give you 100 star coins. How's that? March 7 thought it was okay to try it. He took a small bite. If it wasn't tasty, he could still get 100 star coins. Then I try it. Give me a little bit, a little bit. Yiyun was speechless. How could he possibly taste it after just a little? He tore off a piece of flesh and handed it to March 7. I'm not lying. Didn't you see I'm eating it? This is absolutely delicious. Just eat it. March 7 looked at the durian in his hand, then glanced at Yiyun, who was also eating it. It looked indeed delicious. So March 7 pinched his nose and slurped it down. He chewed it. This tastes quite good. Yiyun, give me another piece. Yiyun tore off a piece of durian flesh and handed it to March 7. March 7 took it and devoured it with great joy. Yiyun looked at Dan Heng, tore off a piece and handed it to him. Dan Heng, try it too. This durian is very nutritious. On a certain planet, it's known as the king of fruits. Dan Heng thought for a moment and accepted the durian. He couldn't let Yiyun down. Besides, March had already confirmed that the durian tasted good, it just smelled bad. Dan Heng took a bite of the durian and thought it was not bad. Seeing this, Xing grabbed a piece of durian and started eating it. I spent 1,000 star coins on this. Even if it doesn't taste good, I eat it. Chapter 22. Sierra returned from washing her sickle, and saw Yiyun and the others happily eating durian. Even Hook and Clara had been called back, and the two children sat on stools, happily eating durian. Sierra sniffed the stench that permeated the air, and shook her hand in disgust. How can you eat such a stinky fruit? Clara broke her share of durian in half, and gave it to Sierra. Sister Sierra, try it too. This durian is really delicious. Sierra glanced at the others. It didn't look that bad. Besides, she'd eaten things that smelled worse before. In this downtown area, survival was the only goal. Sierra took the durian from Clara's hand, and devoured it in one gulp. This fruit is surprisingly delicious. Even though it smells so stinky. The durian wasn't very filling, so everyone devoured it quickly. After finishing, Xing licked her fingers, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Yiyun, look how miserable I am unpacking today. How about treating me to some durians? Everyone else, except Dan Heng, looked at Yiyun expectantly. Yiyun immediately bought 10 durians for only 1 star coin. Sierra looked at the durians, then at the freshly cleaned sickle, momentarily undecided. What should I do? Should I cut the durian with the sickle? But if I did, the sickle would smell, and I have to wash it later. Finally, appetite overcame reason, and Sierra quickly cut open a durian. Xing, quick-witted, snatched the entire durian away. Hey, thank you. Sierra. Ah. Delicious. Seeing this, the others each grabbed a durian. They lined up, one by one, for Sierra to help them open it. Sierra wielded her sickle mechanically. A few seconds later, everyone was once again enjoying delicious durian. Sierra herself sat on a stool, clutching a durian and devouring it frantically, her face covered in fruit pulp, like a cat. Sanyueki swallowed the durian in his mouth, and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed Xing still had an unopened trash can. Xing, you still have 1 trash can. Hearing this, Xing lifted his head from the durian, then slammed the lid off the last trash can and continued to show off his durian. A flash of golden light passed, and the trash can vanished, leaving a game cartridge in its place. Yiyun walked over, picked it up, and scanned it with the system. Special item. Sekiro, Hell Difficulty Edition, Game Cartridge. Complete the game and gain the skill. Vibrating Blade. This cartridge can only be claimed once. Yiyun marveled after reading it. This thing isn't impressive, but it's a bit impressive. The Vibrating Blade skill isn't just cool, it's also very powerful. If you're going to call it impressive, it's just SOSO. Xing, this thing's pretty good. I sell it to you for 3,000 star coins. Congratulations, you broken even. Upon hearing this, Xing suddenly looked up and scrambled closer. Really? Is this thing really that valuable? Sanyueki, Danheng, and she are all cast curious glances. Yiyun explained. After completing this game cartridge, you gain a skill in the game, Vibrating Blade, which allows you to deflect attacks without taking damage. However, this skill has limitations. It only works against attacks at the level of a commander and below. Xing looked at the Sekiro game cartridge in her hand, not particularly interested. Compared to technical moves, like the Vibrating Blade, Xing preferred powerful brick-throwing blows. Just swinging a large sword like the Heavenly Fire Holy Judgment directly at someone was her style. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Xing's mind. Hee. I know how to make a ton of money. March 7 asked. What did you come up with? Xing gave a mysterious smile. I won't tell you. With that, Xing ran out of the house with a game cartridge. March 7 saw this, speechlessly spreading his hands, and then returning to his durian. Outside the house. Xing held a game cartridge in one hand and her phone in the other. On her screen, she saw she was chatting with someone. Xing, Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf. I have a game cartridge here. Do you want it, Silver Wolf? Game cartridge? Ah, Xing, I don't think you have the game I like. Xing, are you satisfied with this package, Silver Wolf? Oh? Interesting. Tell me more. Xing, this game is quite difficult. Silver Wolf, that's fine. I just love a challenge. Xing, this game is of excellent quality. The combat is excellent in every way. Silver Wolf, and then? That's it, Xing. The most important thing is that after completing the game, you get a skill in the game. Silver Wolf. Oh? That's interesting. Tell me, how much is it? Xing, what's our relationship like? Why would we need money? Silver Wolf, don't waste time. Make an offer now, or I won't give it to you. Xing, credit points are not necessary. Do you have Stellar Jade? Just give me around 80,000. Silver Wolf, Stellar Jade? I have dozens. Are you sure you want this, Xing? That's it, Silver Wolf. Okay, I open the portal. Xing turned off his phone, and the space not far in front of him suddenly distorted, revealing Silver Wolf's projection. Long time no see, Xing. Xing chuckled, his eyes constantly glancing into Silver Wolf's pocket. Long time no see, Silver Wolf. Here, this is the game cartridge. Where's the Stellar Jade? Did you bring it? Silver Wolf snapped his fingers, and the game cartridge in Xing's hand vanished, replaced by a small bag containing 40 Stellar Jade. Here you go. I'm leaving now. If you need anything later, just message me. With that, Silver Wolf's projection vanished instantly. Xing tossed the Stellar Jade in his hand, feeling incredibly satisfied. Hee, as expected of me, I easily earned 40 Stellar Jade, which in exchange for 4 trash can scratch off tickets, hee. Then Xing turned and returned to the clinic. Xing didn't buy the trash can scratch off lottery tickets first, planning to save them, and go for a Tindral once he accumulated 10,000 star coins. After a short rest, Sanyueki, Xing, and Donheng left the clinic to search for clues to the star core. Sanyueki even considered asking Yi Yun for help, but Yi Yun declined. He planned to return to the train later, and take Hook and Clara back for some fun. Starry Sky Train, inside the observation car. Jeezy. Walter. We're here. Ing and Paimon emerged from the portal, and Paimon happily greeted Jeezy and Walter. Jeezy, seeing Ing and Paimon, smiled and welcomed them. Paimon, Ing, what brings you here? Paimon said. Hey, we're here to buy something from Yi Yun. We found a lot of primo gems when we got back yesterday. Jeezy was surprised. Then you come at the wrong time. Yi Yun isn't on the train right now. Paimon and Ing were a little disappointed upon hearing this. Huh? Why is that? Jeezy smiled. But if you want to buy something, you don't have to wait for him. You can just go to the bar and buy it directly. Just insert the coins into the touch screen. Chapter 23. As Jeezy finished speaking, the door of the observation car opened, and Yi Yun walked in with Hook, Clara, and Rios. Wow, what a coincidence. I just got back and already have business coming in. Paimon was surprised by Yi Yun's sudden appearance. Yi Yun. You're back. Yi Yun nodded and introduced the group. These two little ones are Hook and Clara. The one behind me is Rios, my elf. After saying that, Yi Yun patted Hook and Clara's heads. These are your sister Jeezy and Uncle Walter. The two next to them are Paimon and your sister Ing. Call them. The two little ones called out obediently. Walter felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Yi Yun ask the two little ones to address him. Why was Jeezy the sister, and he the uncle? Was he really that old? Paimon, likewise, was a little dissatisfied. Why is Ing the older sister, and me the name? Yi Yun didn't answer Paimon. Instead, he reached out, scooped Paimon up, and placed him next to Hook. Everyone looked and saw, wow! Paimon is even shorter than Hook. Paimon froze for a moment, speechless. Paimon flew dejectedly to Ying's side. Why? Why am I so short? No way. Ing, seeing this, pulled out a bag of spicy snacks, and tossed them into Paimon's arms. Paimon's face darkened at the sight of the snacks, and he immediately opened the package with a smile and began to eat. Everyone's smiles curled at the sight of this. Paimon, he was truly a delicious eater to the core. Against Paimon, food was his special attack. Yi Yun left Hook and Clara with Jeezy to help watch over them, and then he joined Ing. You still want that unblocking pill from last time? Ing shook her head. Not yet. I want a means of transportation, preferably one that can also provide rest. Yi Yun pondered. How about an off-road vehicle? Ing thought it was okay. An off-road vehicle had plenty of space and was suitable for driving outdoors. However, an off-road vehicle wasn't very comfortable to live in. I'd like to take a closer look. An off-road vehicle is indeed suitable, but it's still a little lacking, Yi said to the crowd. Come on, sit over there. I buy you all a drink. Paimon was the most enthusiastic when he heard someone was treating him. With spicy noodles stuffed in his mouth, he flew over to Yi Yun's side and stared at him. Then, everyone arrived at the carriage where Yi Yun's shop was located. Yi Yun took Ing to the small bar. You choose first. I get some drinks. With that, Yi Yun walked into the bar and prepared drinks for everyone. Ing prepared orange juice for the two children and Paimon. He prepared cappuccino for Jizi and Longjing tea for himself and Walter. Yi Yun first called Paimon over and had him take his and Ying's orange juice. Then, carrying everyone else's drinks, Yi Yun walked towards the booths. Yi Yun approached and saw that Hook and Clara were looking at Jizi with admiration. Yi Yun listened intently as Jizi explained the star train and the nameless guest to the two children. The two children were deeply fascinated by the nameless guest. Hook, Clara, have some orange juice. Brother Yi Yun is busy, so you have to listen to your sister Jizi. Do you understand? Yi Yun placed 2 glasses of orange juice in front of the two children. The two children nodded in agreement. Yi Yun turned to Jizi and said, Jizi, please take care of the 2 little ones while I go shopping for Ing. Jizi smiled. It's okay, Hook and Clara are very obedient. Yi Yun nodded reassuringly and returned to help Ing with her shopping. Yi Yun took a sip of tea from his cup and sat down on the high stool next to Ing. How about it? Do you have anything you like? Ing shook her head, sighed, and spread her hands. No. Yi Yun thought for a moment. What about an RV? What do you think of this off-road RV? It has a kitchen, bathroom, and a bedroom, as well as a small storage area. The sides can be expanded to accommodate a table and an awning, and it has a solar power supply. It's only 2,000 star coins. Ing took a look and thought the RV was indeed suitable. But she couldn't afford it at that price. She had just exchanged star coins for a total of 1,420. Ever since I got back yesterday, I've been searching for treasure chests. Luckily, I bought the unlocking pills yesterday to unlock my power, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten so many primo gems. I better look for something else. Yi Yun saw Ying's fleeting embarrassment. What? Not enough money? I can write you an IOU, interest-free. Yi Yun had great faith in Ying's ability to earn star coins. After all, Ing possessed an invincible passive skill. I won't miss any treasure chest in sight. Ing was instantly delighted upon hearing this. Really? I'm really short on money. Yi Yun nodded. Of course it's true. How much do you need? Ing took out all her star coins. Here they are, a total of 1420. Yi Yun took Ying's 1420 star coins and added 580 to cushion her. Yi Yun then snapped his fingers, summoning a bubble-wrapped RV. What do you mean? We're going to your place now. Ing was a little surprised. You can also go to my place? Yi Yun nodded. Of course, others can too, but they have to go through the portal I opened. Yours won't work. GZ and Walter glanced at him. Walter closed his book. Yi Yun, can you take us to Ying's world? Yi Yun nodded. Sure, what? Do you want to go and see it? Walter was a little moved. He had always wanted to go on this pioneering journey, but because of the training for the newcomers, he couldn't go. Now there was an opportunity to get off the train and take a look around, and he couldn't miss it. But someone has to watch the train. GZ smiled at Walter's melancholy face. Walter, you go. I keep an eye on the train. Walter shook his head. You go, I stay on the train. Just as GZ was about to continue pushing Walter to go, Yi Yun interrupted. Alright, you two go together. It's the train. Yi Yun turned to look at Rios, who was standing by the window, gazing at the starry sky. Rios, watch the next train. Rios turned back. No problem, leave it to me. Yi Yun nodded, then turned back to GZ and Walter. Don't worry, Rios is a half-step commander. With him, the train will be fine. GZ was a little surprised to hear Rios' strength. Hook and Clara had been so focused on her that she forgotten about the fire deer, which Yi Yun called Spirit. Also, is there something a little off about Yi Yun's strength? He was clearly a high-level Fate Walker when he set out yesterday. In just one day, he's become a command envoy. Chapter 24. However, GZ didn't intend to ask any more questions. After all, who on this train doesn't have a secret? GZ smiled at Rios. Thank you for your hard work, Rios. Rios shook his head. No problem. Seeing this, Yiyun snapped his fingers, and a portal appeared. Let's go, everyone. Let's go check out Ying. Then, everyone stepped through the portal and headed for Ying's world. In Teyvat, outside Mondstadt, in a canyon near Star-Picking Cliff near Starfall Lake, Yiyun and the others appeared there. Hook and Clara, the two little ones, were thrilled by the vibrant world before them. Wow! It's so beautiful here. Hook loves it. Yeah, Clara loves it too. Walter was crouching beside a bush, carefully observing a wind crystal butterfly. This wind crystal butterfly made Walter feel incredibly dreamy. As it fluttered, its wings shone with pale green, fluorescent dots. GZ and Yiyun followed the two little ones, chatting and watching over them. Ying and Paimeng were looking around at the newly purchased off-road RV. Ying eagerly opened the door and, upon entering, saw a sofa booth facing the entrance that could seat 4 people. A little to the right was the bathroom, not large, only about 4 square meters. A little further to the right were the bunk beds. The beds were large, and next to them was a one-way glass window. The window occupied a considerable area, allowing sunlight from outside to stream in, making the room bright without even turning on the lights. To the left of the door was a small kitchen counter with a gas stove. Across from the small kitchen counter was a small, 6-square-meter warehouse. Further to the left was the cab. Paimon flew to the upper bunk and lay down. Wow! Ying! This bed is so comfortable. Ying felt a sense of accomplishment looking at her very own RV. She had bought it herself from Primo Gyms. From now on, this RV would accompany her on her journeys through Teyvat, searching for her brother. Ying walked to the cab and honked the horn, attracting the attention of Jeezy and the others. Seeing their gazes, Ying opened the car window and shouted happily. Everyone, get in! We're leaving. Clara and Hook, clutching a bunch of bright flowers, heard the words and ran towards the RV. Jeezy and Yiyun followed. Walter took out a glass bottle and placed a wind crystal butterfly inside before running back to the RV. When everyone was aboard, Ying closed the door. Attention, passengers! The Voyager is about to depart. Please hold on tight. Yiyun asked, raising an eyebrow. Ying, do you have a driver's license? Ying fell silent upon hearing this. She truly didn't have one. But wouldn't it be enough if she could drive? Of course I do. It's just not on me. Sit tight, I'm driving. Yiyun teased Ying. Ying, it's not shameful not to have a driver's license, right? Ying, seeing Yiyun dare to tease her, flew into a rage. Yiyun. Die! Instantly, the RV was filled with laughter. After a few moments of playfulness, Ying ignited the RV's engine, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards Mond. Atop a distant hill, Mond's wind god, Barbados, and Windy sat, curiously gazing at the RV speeding past below. Interesting, this thing runs pretty fast. With that, Windy's figure transformed into a wisp of breeze and drifted towards the RV. The RV drove on, stopping in front of a statue after over an hour. Paimon pointed to the statue in the middle of the lake in the distance and said, "This is the statue of the 7 heavens. There are 7 kingdoms above Teyvat, each with a god. The statue of the 7 heavens depicts the gods of each kingdom. We're in Mondstadt, and Mondstadt's god is Barbados, the wind god who controls the wind. Shall we go over and take a look? I heard that praying to the statue brings good luck." Everyone's interest piqued. Ying reached the shore and was about to jump. Thankfully, Yiyun quickly stopped her. "What are you doing? You're planning to swim so far?" Ying looked at the distance to the island in the middle of the lake. It wasn't very far. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Yiyun said. "No need to swim, I fly you over." With that, Yiyun harnessed the power within him and lifted the group toward the island in the middle of the lake. Hook even flapped his arms joyfully, imitating a bird. Hook can fly! 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 Soon, everyone arrived beneath the 7 heaven statue. Under Paimon's guidance, Ying successfully gained wind elemental power from the 7 heaven statue. Yiyun, Walter, and Jeezy also tried, but to no avail. It seemed this must be Ying's special ability. However, Ying didn't become excited about gaining wind power, as in the original storyline. Instead, she rubbed her chin and stared at the 7 heaven statue, unsure of what to do. Yiyun walked over and patted Ying's shoulder, bringing her back to her senses. "What are you thinking about?" Ying said, startled awake. "I'm wondering if this 7-day statue can be exchanged for star coins. It's quite unique, isn't it?" Yiyun was surprised to hear this. "Watch you, you're truly worthy of being the executioner. Wherever you go, nothing grows." After saying this, Ying drew her bladeless sword and attempted to strike the 7-day statue. attempting to chip off a small piece to see if she could exchange it for star coins. Wendy, hiding in the shadows, her eyes widened. This traveler actually wanted to tear down his own statue. Luckily, Yun stopped Ing, or Wendy would have appeared to stop him. This 7A statue is connected to the one in heaven. This couldn't go wrong. Afterwards, Ing drove the group on their journey in the RV. Yun leaned against the window, admiring the scenery and eating freshly picked sunset fruit. Next, the group met Amber in the Whispering Forest. After a brief exchange of introductions, Amber also boarded the RV. Along the way, the group also took down several hilichurl camps. After more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the bridge outside Mondstadt. Yun was puzzled. Since Ing had already met Amber, why didn't she encounter Wendy and Tevelin in the Whispering Woods? According to the original plot, Ing encountered Tevelin and Wendy before encountering Amber, so it happened almost immediately. After some thought, Yun gave up because he couldn't figure it out. What Yun didn't know was that Wendy had deliberately lured Tevelin away and didn't let him appear before him. Just kidding. From Wendy's perception, none of Yun, Jeezy, and Walter were simple. Given Tevelin's strength, he was afraid he'd be killed by them. To save Tevelin's life, Wendy had already lured him away. TSK, I'm such a hard-working god. Chapter 25. After getting out of the car, Amber asked everyone to wait while she went to speak to the Knight of Favonius at the city gate. Jeezy checked the time and said, Ing, you guys go ahead. We have to go back. We've been out for long enough. Walter nodded. That's right, we go back first. We come back later when we have time. Yun glanced at the sky. It was almost dark in Teyvat, yet it was still noon when he and the others arrived. Yun looked at the two little ones, Hook and Clara. The two little ones looked exhausted, yawning from time to time. Yes, the two little ones had a blast today. Even in the RV, they were running around and playing. It's normal to feel tired and sleepy at this time. Yun patted the two little ones' heads. Ing, we won't go in. We go back and rest first. We come back later when we have time. Paimon felt a little disappointed. Huh? Why? We're already at the city gates. Yun said. It's okay. As long as you're in Teyvat, we can come over anytime. It's just a portal. Paimon was about to persuade Yun to stay and explore the city together. Ing spoke first. No problem. Once I'm settled in, I treat you all to dinner. Jeezy smiled slightly. Okay, then I be waiting for your feast, Ing. Ing patted her chest. No problem. Then Yun, Jeezy, Walter, Hook, and Clara entered the portal and returned to the train. Paimon was puzzled. Ing, why don't you keep everyone here? I was thinking of having dinner with everyone tonight. Ing said. They're tired from playing today and want to go back and rest. Didn't you see Hook and Clara were almost asleep? Paimon finally realized what was going on. Okay. At this moment, Amber suddenly asked. Ing Paimon, I helped you set up your RV. Hey, where are Yun and the others? Paimon said. They gone back to rest. Amber was confused. Go back? To where? Aren't they travelers like Ing? Aren't they with you? Ing shook her head and nodded. They are, but they're not from our world. They're from another world. They just went back to theirs to rest. Amber stared at Ing in shock. What? They're from another world? Ing nodded. Yes, it's a long story. I tell you as we walk. It's getting late, so let's go into the city first. Amber thought Ying's words made sense, and he led Ing and Paimon into Mondstadt. All the way, Ing explained the situation to Amber about Yun and the others. Amber listened attentively, her ears perked up, not wanting to miss a single word. As they walked, they soon arrived at a square. There, Amber gave Ing the gift he had promised her, the Wings of Wind. Just as Ing was about to practice using the Wings of Wind, the sky suddenly changed, with howling winds and thunder and lightning. Run! It's the Wind Dragon! Someone shouted, and everyone present fled in panic. A dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and Ying's eyes widened as she watched Tevering glide through the air. Ing! This way! Amber called out, leading Ing toward a nearby building. A tornado suddenly formed behind Ing, sweeping her high into the sky. Just as Wendy was about to go out and help Ing in the sky suddenly realized something, quickly opened a portal, and jumped in. Wendy was stunned by what she saw. No! I'm a big traveler! Paimon breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ing jump into the portal. Amber, let's run. Ying's fine. Amber was a little confused by Paimon's meaning. How could Ing be fine? Hadn't Ing been swept away by the tornado? Paimon looked at Amber and explained. Ing just opened the portal and ran to Yun's side. Amber finally realized that she had indeed heard Ing say that she could open a portal to Yi Yun's world. However, the door she opened could only be used by herself and Paimon. It was useless for anyone else. Inside Yi Yun's shop, Yi Yun, GZ, Walter, Hook, Clara, and Pam were sitting around the long table in the middle, enjoying dinner prepared by Pam. Each person received a steak, and several plates of vegetables sat in the middle of the table. A portal opened before everyone, and the next second, Ing flew out. Ouch! Yi Yun teased, watching Ing land face first on the ground. Ing, why are you making an exit like this again? Does it hurt? Ing got up and touched her face. What do you think? GZ noticed that Ing was extremely disheveled, as if she had suffered some kind of disaster. Ing, what's wrong with you? Are you having any trouble? Ing told Yi Yun and the others what had happened. Walter's interest piqued. A dragon? Ing took the towel Pam handed her and wiped her face. Yeah, a dragon that big, so terrifying. Walter suddenly wanted to go check on the wind crystal butterfly he had just brought back, which was now in his room. Yi Yun spoke up first. Well, let's go. I go with you and help you deal with it. Otherwise, you probably won't be able to get back anytime soon. With that, Yi Yun opened the portal, located Ying's location, and rushed in with her. Seeing the portal close, Walter felt a little distressed. I wanted to go too. GZ chuckled softly. Next time, remember to speak faster. Walter sighed and continued eating. Over Mondstadt, Wendy was trying to guide Tevlin away from Mondstadt. The protagonists were gone, so there was no need to continue his part. At that moment, a portal suddenly opened, and Yi Yun and Ing emerged. Wendy, quick-witted, quickly landed and hid. Paimon and Amber, having reached a safe area, saw Ing and Yi Yun in the sky. Amber, look! Ying's back, and Yi Yun too. In the sky. Yi Yun watched Tevlin soar in the distance. He's huge. Ing, standing nearby, was speechless. He's a dragon after all, right? Dragons are large creatures in every world. Yi Yun smiled. It doesn't matter how big it is. With that, he extended his hand in Tevlin's direction and clenched it. Instantly, a terrifying force erupted from Yi Yun's body. This force transformed into several dark golden chains that flew towards Tevlin. The chains moved so fast that Tevlin barely reacted before he was already bound. Tevlin roared like a dragon, struggling frantically to break free from his chains. Yi Yun's lips curled slightly at this, a hint of disdain in his voice. Resistance is useless. Bind? Yi Yun increased his strength, and Tevlin was instantly trapped in the chains, like a dumpling, flying towards Yi Yun. Chapter 26. Ing looked at Tevlin, trapped like a dumpling in dark golden chains, and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of déjà vu. It felt like she had seen this scene somewhere before. Struggling to recall, Ying's expression suddenly froze. Why does it feel so familiar? Isn't this exactly like when that woman sealed me? Back then, I was just like Tevlin, sealed without a chance to fight back. Ing suddenly felt a little hesitant to look directly at the scene. The more she looked at Tevlin, the more he resembled her. Yi Yun looked up and down at Tevlin, tied up like a dumpling. This was the first time he had ever seen a dragon. Although it was a Western dragon, it was still a dragon, wasn't it? At that moment, a voice rang in Yi Yun's ears. My friend, please spare Tevlin's life. The next second, Wendy appeared in front of the two of them. Wendy was in a terrible mood. Just now, he had been celebrating Yi Yun and the others' departure, celebrating that he could continue with the script. Who knew the traveler could actually go and call Yi Yun back? He came back, just as Tevlin was attacking Mondstadt. Now, not only was the script torn up, but Tevlin was also captured. Ing looked at Wendy. Who are you? You said you release us, so we release you? Wendy knew that if she didn't reveal her true identity, she might not be able to take Tevlin with her. My name is Barbados, the governor of Mondstadt. You can also call me Wendy. Ing looked Wendy up and down. You say you're the wind god, so you're the wind god? In Ying's eyes, how could a god possibly look like this? In her mind, gods were sacred and majestic. At this time, Yi Yun said, Ing, he really might be the wind god. I sense a powerful wind within him. Hearing this, Ing looked at Wendy in disbelief. No! You're really the wind god? How come you're so different from what I imagined? Wendy looked at Yi Yun gratefully. My friend, could you spare Tevlin's life? He's been eroded by the abyss, and is in this state. Yi Yun was about to agree, perhaps even giving Wendy a favor. At this moment, Ing suddenly interrupted. Just because you're the wind god, we're going to let him go. Not unless you promise me two things. Yi Yun looked at Ing. What evil intentions are you up to? Ing muttered softly. Don't worry, I'm trying to get you some benefits. Seeing this, Wendy agreed. Yes, I can promise you that within my power. Hearing this, Ing smiled triumphantly. First of all, do you know my brother? He looks like me, with golden hair and the same clothes. Wendy feigned ignorance upon hearing this. Your brother? I've been in a deep sleep and just woke up recently. You can go to Mondstadt and ask them how long it's been since they've seen the wind god. Ing sighed upon hearing this. Okay, it seems they don't know. So Ing stated her second condition. The second condition is simple. Since you want us to release the person, release the dragon. What about the ransom? We don't want anything else from you. Just a few thousand primo gems. Wendy spread her hands. I just woke up. I don't have any primo gems. Ing was immediately furious. No, you're a god. You're the wind god who rules Mondstadt. How could you not have primo gems? Why don't you just ask the people of Mondstadt to get them for you? Aren't you Mondstadt's god? They'd definitely give them to you. Wendy looked down at Mondstadt. Mondstadt is a free country. I won't interfere with the decisions of the Mondstadt people. Everyone is free. Ing was speechless upon hearing this. Wendy had successfully shattered Ying's previous impression of gods. Yiyun smiled. No need, Wendy. Take it away. With that, Yiyun untied the chains that bound Tverin. Wendy quickly channeled her power to restrain Tverin, preventing him from causing further trouble. Thank you, Yiyun. Call me if you need any help in the future. Yiyun thought for a moment. No need for help. How about you give me all the wine buried in the wind-rising ground? Wendy's eyes widened at this. How did you know I hid the wine in Fenkiti? Yiyun smiled. Don't worry about it. Just tell me whether you give it to me or not. Wendy hesitated for a moment before agreeing and bringing the wine from Fenkiti to Yiyun. Wendy was so reluctant to give the wine to Yiyun that it took a lot of effort for Yiyun to get it from her. Afterwards, Wendy flew away with Tevrin. Wendy felt heartbroken. Not only had the script failed, but she had also lost all her wine. My wine! You're leaving me like this. It hurts. After Yiyun dealt with Tevrin, he said goodbye to Ing and returned to the train to rest. I hadn't even finished my meal when I ran here, and now I was going back to continue. Yiyun returned to the train. Pam greeted him upon seeing him. Flyer Yiyun, you're back, Pam? I heat up some food for you. Wait a minute, Pam. Inside Mondstadt, Ing successfully landed in the square using her wind wings, and Paimon and Amber immediately came to greet her. Ing, are you okay? Ing smiled. I'm fine, Paimon. How about you? Are you hurt? Paimon shook his head. No. By the way, I saw Yiyun just now. Where is he? Ing said. He went back to eat. Speaking of which, I'm getting hungry. Should we go find something to eat? Amber said worriedly. That might be a little difficult. The wind dragon just attacked Mondstadt, and many shops are closed now. Just as the three were worrying about this, a voice rang out. My friend, if you don't mind, you could come to our Knights of Favonius for a staff meal. How about that? Amber looked at the newcomer. Kaya. Kaya nodded at Amber, then looked at Ing. Hello, I'm Kaya, captain of the Knights of Favonius. Paimon waved. Hello, hello. My name is Paimon, and her name is Ing. We're travelers. Can we really eat at your place? Honestly, I'm already starving. Kaya laughed heartily. Of course. You two are great benefactors of Mondstadt. You helped us drive away the wind dragon. Let's go, let's eat first. Paimon cheered. Great. Finally, we can eat. I'm starving. A little over 10 minutes later, the four of them arrived at the Knights of Favonius for dinner. As they ate and chatted, they heard footsteps at the door. Jean, the Knights' acting leader, and Lisa, the librarian, arrived at the dining room. As they approached, Jean introduced herself solemnly. Hello, Ing. My name is Jean, acting leader of the Knights of Favonius. Thank you very much for helping us repel the wind dragon. Ing shook her head. It wasn't really me who repelled it. That was all thanks to Yiyun. Lisa tucked her hair in. Oh, so that handsome guy's name is Yiyun. Sounds a bit like a name from Liyue. Chapter 27. Lisa continued to ask. Where's Mr. Yiyun? Why isn't he with you? Paimon, the god's mouth, remembered his mission and explained. He went back. Lisa was puzzled. Going back? Ing, helpless, explained Yiyun's story to Lisa and the others again. Everyone listened. Kia was a little surprised. Someone could bring others across worlds at will. What kind of power would be needed to achieve such a thing? Is it really possible for someone to do such a thing? Jean was interested in the shop Yiyun had mentioned. Primogems could be used to purchase items from all the heavens and worlds. Although Qin had never heard of the term all the heavens and worlds, it wasn't difficult to understand. "Ing, I have a favor to ask," Ing asked. "What's the matter, Captain Qin?" Qin said. "I'd like to ask you to invite Mr. Yi over. We like to buy something from him." Ing thought for a moment. "Okay, but probably not today. He should be resting. Let's wait until tomorrow." Lisa smiled. "Don't rush. Let's go tomorrow. You probably don't have a place to stay tonight, do you?" Paimon put his hands on his hips. "Hee, we do have a place to stay. We bought an RV from Yiyun. It's not only for transportation, but also for living." Lisa, Kaya, and the others became interested, eager to see this new thing. "RV? Ing, can we go check it out together?" Ing agreed immediately. "Sure, park it at the city gate." At the city gate? Ing suddenly remembered that her car was parked in an open area. Mondstadt had just suffered another dragon disaster. Hiss. "Oh no!" Ing slammed the table, grabbed Paimon, and ran out. "My car." Kia and the others saw this and quickly gave chase. Ing arrived at the knight's gate, checked the altitude, and immediately spread her wings of wind and flew towards the city gate. Over 10 minutes later, Ing arrived at the gate and quickly found her RV. One look at the RV, and she was instantly petrified. "My RV!" Ing cried, clutching her head. Paimon was also stunned. "Our RV! We just got it!" Qin and the others arrived at the scene, only to see that the once brand new RV was now riddled with dents, its windows smashed, and the interior filled with mud and sand. Qin looked at the RV and asked Amber. "Is this it, Amber?" Amber nodded. "Yes, but it wasn't like this before. It looked so nice and new before, but now." Ing sat in a corner, her hands on her knees, her head tilted upwards at a 45-degree angle to the sky. "My RV. My RV, haha. It's gone, and I'm still in debt. Haha, haha, haha. Ha ha ha." Paimon shook Ing's shoulders vigorously. "Ing, cheer up." Jean glanced at the RV and exchanged glances with Lisa. Lisa nodded and Jean said, "Ing, how much is your car? We, the Knights of Favonius, will buy you a new one. You came to Mondstadt and suffered this unforeseen disaster. You also helped us Mondstadt, so we should buy you a new one." Ing grieved for a moment, wiped the tears from her eyes, and stood up, holding on to the wall. "It's okay. It's not expensive. You don't have to pay for it," Lisa said. "That won't do, Ing. We should pay for this car." Kaya also tried to persuade him. "That's right, Ing. How much is this car?" "We compensate you," Ing said. "No need for Mora. I bought this car from Yiyun. He only accepts star coins, which are the currency exchanged for primogems." Qin asked directly. "How many primogems does this car cost?" Ing said. "Only 200 primogems. I do it myself. How can I, a traveler, not even afford a car? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Paimon, let's go find primogems in the wild tomorrow." It can only be said that he was worthy of being the protagonist. He quickly regained his fighting spirit and shouted that he would go find primogems tomorrow. Qin and the others tried to persuade him, but Lisa suddenly put her hand on her shoulder. "Qin, don't try to persuade me yet. Leave this to me." As her best friend, Qin was well aware of Lisa's abilities. "Lisa, I leave it to you. Tell me if you need anything." Lisa looked at Kaya and Amber. "Then our cavalry captain and scout knight will have to work hard." Kia was a little distressed. "No way, I have to work overtime again. I was thinking of going to Master Deluxe for a drink after work." Amber, on the other hand, had no objection to working overtime. "Ki, what are you drinking? All you do is drink." Afterwards, Qin arranged a place for Ing and Paimon to stay for the night. Belowberg's lower town. Inside the clinic. Xing, March 7, Dan Heng, Natasha, and Sheer were all gathered around the Essence incubator. March 7 looked at the time on it, feeling very uneasy, muttering to himself. Almost. My elf. Come out. I can't wait." The others were also eagerly anticipating it. Today, after returning, Natasha also met Xing, Sanueki, and Donheng. Natasha naturally treated the three of them warmly. They were Yi Yun's companions. Finally, the Essence incubator suddenly vibrated violently before returning to normal. The time displayed above it also completely reset to 0. The Essence incubator's hatch opened, and a green-yellow figure appeared before everyone. Bubu. Bubu. At this moment, an electronic chime echoed from the Essence incubator. Incubation successful. Incubation results. Rare elf, Buba seed. Growth stage, juvenile. After hearing the essence incubator's prompt, Sanueki finally learned the name of Buba seed. Sanueki greeted them with a smile. Hello, Bubble Seed, I'm March 7. Bubble Seed sensed March 7 as its trainer, and trotted over to the entrance of the essence incubator. Bubble Seed extended its leafy hands to cup March 7's cheeks, rubbing its small face against his with a delighted smile. Bub. March 7 was delighted to see Bubble Seed so affectionate, and scooped him up and spun him around. Ha, Bubble Seed, we be partners from now on. Bubble Seed raised its leafy hands. Bub. Everyone in the room loved this little creature. After all, who doesn't love a cute, loyal, and capable little creature? Xing was now deeply regretting not buying one. He had 3,000 star coins at the time. Wouldn't he have won a Pokemon if he had bought one less trash can scratch-off ticket? Damn it. But then he thought, it was the Sekiro game cartridge he won from the third trash can scratch-off ticket that had given him the chance to win a Stellar Jade from Silver Wolf. Chapter 28. Xing watched Bubu Seed playing with Sanueki, fished out the 40 Stellar Jade he earned from Silver Wolf, and pondered for a moment. Finally, as if making some kind of resolution, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, a voice came from the other end. Xing, why are you calling me? Xing said. Yi-Yun, where are you? I want to buy something. Yi-Yun was speechless. He almost fallen asleep. Tomorrow, I'm on the train. I go to the mechanical settlement tomorrow. Swarovski wants to trade supplies. With that, Yi-Yun hung up. Seeing this, Xing could only helplessly put away her Stellar Jade. It seemed she would have to wait until tomorrow to buy her own Pokemon. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. After finishing their meals, Yi-Yun, Hook, and Clara boarded a landing craft and headed for Bellowberg. This time, Yi-Yun didn't choose the same landing spot as last time, but instead landed on an ice field. As the landing craft touched down, Yi-Yun could see through the window a tunnel leading directly underground in the distance. At the entrance to the tunnel, Swarovski was waiting with a team of mechs. That's right. This was the tunnel Swarovski had the mechs open overnight, so Yi-Yun could access the lower city directly. With this tunnel, Yi-Yun no longer needed to use Sambo's secret passage to reach the lower city. Clara disembarked from the landing craft and saw Swarovski. She trotted towards him in surprise. Swarovski crouched down and caught Clara. Welcome home, Clara. Yi-Yun approached, carrying Hook, teasing. Huh? Swarovski, you're coming out to greet us in person? A red light flashed above Swarovski's head. You're a distinguished guest. According to human etiquette, you should be greeted. Also, today, Clara's home. Yi-Yun smiled. I'm afraid the latter part is what you really mean. Swarovski was about to try to defend himself, but Yi-Yun waved him off. All right, enough rambling. You're a robot and can't feel the cold, but we are. Let's talk somewhere else. Yi-Yun led Hook into the passage without looking back. The passage had been rushed, and the facilities and equipment weren't very complete. Things like lighting were non-existent. Thankfully, after the robots entered the passage, they all activated the lighting system, illuminating the passage. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yi-Yun and the others emerged from the passage. Upon emerging, Yi-Yun found Clara's house before him. As soon as Yi-Yun pushed open the door, he saw several familiar figures. Sanwe? Donheng? Xing? Natasha? Sierra? Why are you here? Swarovski replied. They claimed they wanted to trade supplies with you, so I let them in. Xing suddenly rushed over to Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun, I want to buy something. After saying that, Xing directly took out 10 Stellar Jades and handed them to Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun put them in his bag. What do you want to buy? Xing pointed at the Bubu seed in Sanueki's arms. Elf. Hearing this, Yi-Yun helped Xing buy a low-level essence worth 1,000 star coins from the mall. Here, this is essence. You know how to use it, right? Xing chuckled. I know. You guys chat first, I'm leaving. With that, Xing impatiently rushed out the door, clutching the essence. Sanueki was a little speechless. Is there really any need to rush? Don't you agree? Bubu seed. After that, Sanueki nuzzled the Bubu seed in his arms. The Bubu seed's skin was incredibly soft, like cotton candy, and Sanueki loved it. Donheng took a deep breath and glanced at Sanueki. You're pretty much the same. You were just as anxious yesterday, when we were waiting for the Bubu seed. Yi-Yun looked at Natasha. Natasha, are you going to buy something? Natasha nodded. Yeah, I'd like to buy some mining equipment. Do you have any? Yi-Yun nodded, thought for a moment, and then took out his phone, temporarily copying the product information for a dozen or so types of mining equipment into his system. Take a look here, and see if there's anything you like. Natasha took the phone and began browsing. Ian watched Natasha shopping, and suddenly felt that buying things this way wasn't going to be easy. He had to introduce everything himself. The best way was to go to the store, where buyers could see detailed product information. So, Ian mentally contacted the system. System? Is there any way I can get these people back to the store quickly? Notice, the host can purchase a store portal. Once used, this portal will be fixed to a specific location. Anyone entering this type of portal can only activate it with the host's consent. Ian heard this, and opened the system mall to find the store portal. Product, store portal. Function, after applying, you can go to the host store. Price, 1,000 star coins. Ian glanced at the price, and bought it without hesitation. The train would soon leave Bellowburg, and this shop portal would come in handy if he wanted to do business there again. Natasha and the others could then use the portal to go directly to their own shop. Without a word, Ian took out the shop portal and placed it in Clara's room. This is the safest place in the entire Lower City. His title, as the top boss of Lower Sphera, was no exaggeration. March 7 looked curiously at the door Ian had placed on the ground. Ian, what is this door for? Ian said. This door leads directly to my shop. Try it. March 7 pushed the door open, only to see darkness inside. Ian, are you mistaken? This is pitch black. This isn't your shop. A notification chimed in Ian's mind. March 7 applies to enter the shop. Is it approved? Ian silently chanted pass. The next second, Sandueki's vision shifted, and Ian's shop appeared across from the door. Sandueki rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It's really your shop. Sandueki also spotted Jeezy, sitting in a booth, drinking coffee and reading a book. Sandueki waved. Jeezy! Jeezy! Jeezy turned around, a little disbelieving her eyes. Little Sandwe? Sandueki was delighted to see Jeezy and rushed through the door. After Sandueki entered, the doorway became pitch black again. Donhung, seeing this, cast a puzzled look at Yiyun. Yiyun explained. To enter my shop, you must get my permission. Without it, the doorway will be pitch black and unusable. Donhung, upon hearing this, gave a look of astonishment. Then, Donhung walked over to the shop portal. Then, the notification chime echoed in Yiyun's mind again. After passing through, Donhung returned to the shop. Yiyun suddenly thought of something. If I had to remind him every time someone came, wouldn't that be annoying? Notice, the host has set up free travel personnel. Free travel personnel can use the store portal without applying. Chapter 29. Yiyun assigned everyone on the train, Natasha, Sierra, and Swarovski, to the role of free travel personnel. At this moment, Natasha came over and handed Yiyun his phone. Yiyun, do you have any other mining equipment? I'd like to take a look. Yiyun smiled. It just so happens that I finished this portal. Let's go to my shop. It's much more convenient there. With that, Yiyun opened the door and led the two children inside. Swarovski analyzed the portal to no avail, and then stepped inside. Natasha and Sierra followed suit. Through the shop portal, everyone arrived inside Yiyun's shop. March 7 placed the bubu seed on the ground and stretched. Yalalo 4 is too cold. It's more comfortable inside the train. Bubu seed curiously surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spotted Rios resting not far away. Bub seed, on its short, leafy legs, ran towards Rios. Bub? Rios opened his eyes, and a flicker of joy flashed across his face the moment he saw Bub seed. Bub seed? Rios hadn't expected a spirit like him to arrive so soon. Bub! Bub! Bub seed was also delighted to see Rios, circling him non-stop. Natasha and Sierra peered into the shop curiously. Sierra smacked her lips at the exquisitely decorated shop. Yiyun, your shop looks very expensive, wow. Yiyun raised an eyebrow. Why don't you put away your sickle? If it gets scratched, you have to pay for it. His words quickly put her sickle away. Yiyun looked at Natasha and said to the touch screen next to the bar. Let's go over there. We can see all the merchandise there. Yiyun took Natasha to the bar and sat down. He then taught her how to use the touch screen. After a few instructions, Natasha mastered it and began browsing slowly. Yiyun poured 2 drinks for himself and Natasha when Paimon suddenly appeared next to him. Yiyun, give me one too. I want grape flavor. Paimon looked at Yiyun expectantly, holding a glass. Yiyun was a little surprised. Why are you here? Where's Ing? Paimon pointed to Ing, who was playing with a bubu seed nearby. Here she is. Yi Yun nodded slightly. According to the original plot, wasn't Ing supposed to go clean up the Temple of the Four Winds with Jean and the others today? What made you decide to come here today? Paimon took a sip of grape juice. Captain Jean sent us here. She'd like you to come over. Yi Yun was a little puzzled. Why would Jean want to see him? Could she be thanking him for helping them deal with Teverin? It's possible. Isn't that how the title of honorary knight Ing came about? Captain Jean? Paimon explained. He's the acting captain of the Mondstadt Knights of Favonius. Are you free? Would you like to come over? Yi Yun thought for a moment. Wait a moment over there. I have a customer. I'll be there when I'm done. Okay, Paimon said, flying off with the grape juice in his arms. Natasha, on her side, quickly selected the mining machine she wanted to buy. Yi Yun took a look. These mining machines were not expensive, only 20 star coins each, but they were more than enough. Natasha bought 50 of them for 1,000 star coins. These 1,000 star coins were collected by Seal in Rivet Town yesterday. After buying the items, Yi Yun placed them on Natasha's doorstep through the store portal. Natasha borrowed a team of mechas from Swaro and returned with the mining equipment. Unlike the original novel, with Yi Yun as the central figure, the relationship between Swaro and the people of Earthfire, like Natasha and Seal, has eased somewhat. It's no longer like the original novel where they just go at it. After Natasha finished her shopping, Swaro also found Yi Yun and bought 10,000 star coins worth of supplies. Afterwards, Yi Yun left Clara and Hook in the care of Jeezy for a while, and followed Ing and Paimon to Mondstadt. In Mondstadt, Yi Yun, along with Ing and Paimon, appeared at the entrance of an inn. Yi Yun was curious. Why was Ing staying in a hotel? Not in her newly bought RV? Ing, why aren't you staying in your newly bought RV and instead staying in a hotel? The very mention of RV made Ying's heart ache. Stop it. Do you think I don't want to stay here? It's just that I can't. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? It's not broken down, is it? Ing clutched her chest, grief-stricken. Yeah. My new car. It got destroyed in the dragon disaster yesterday. Yi Yun thought for a moment. Is it serious? I have a suggestion. You can go see Walter and Jeezy. They might be able to help you fix it. Ing looked at Yi Yun with hope. Really? Yi Yun nodded. Yes, you can go over and ask now. Ing, without a word, opened the portal and stepped inside. A minute later, Jeezy and Walter brought Clara and Hook to Mon City. Walter looked around. Ing, where's your RV? Take us there first. Ing, upon hearing this, happily led the way. Led by Ing, the group arrived at the city gate. Ing walked over to the collapsed RV and patted it. Well, that's it. See if you can fix it. Walter and Jeezy went up and took out their equipment to begin examining it. Clara followed Walter, her expression eager to try. Walter saw this. Clara, you understand this too? Clara nodded heavily. Well, Clara learned this from Mr. Swarovski before. Usually, whenever anyone gets hurt, Clara helps fix it. Walter waved at Clara. Come, Clara, take a look. This is how it works. It can detect and scan. Try it. Jeezy paused as Walter instructed Clara. She had already checked the RV and found the damage wasn't serious. Some of the important equipment was still intact. Leaving Walter to instruct Clara was just the right thing to do, a kind of teaching material. Walter carefully taught Clara how to use the equipment, troubleshoot problems, and so on. Under Walter's guidance, Clara began to operate the equipment and repair the RV. Ing was stunned. Watch you, is Clara that amazing? Such excellent skills at such a young age? Wendy had arrived to watch the fun. Wendy stood beside Yi Yun with a bottle of wine, taking a sip from time to time. Yi Yun was speechless. Are you really that addicted to alcohol? I can smell the alcohol from a distance. Wendy said with a grin. Wine is the most delicious thing in the world. What are you doing? Yi Yun said. Hey, I'm helping Ing fix her car. It was someone else's new car yesterday, and your family member smashed it up. Why don't you pay them some money? Chapter 30. Ing, standing by, barely agreed with Yi Yun's words. That's right. As the god of wind, how dare you refuse to pay for your men smashing up my car? Wendy whistled, his eyes darting around. Hey. Ing stared at Wendy, who was feigning innocence, speechless. How could such a god exist? Wendy spread his hands. Oh, didn't I tell you? I just woke up. I don't have a single mora on me right now. Ing held out his hands. Where are the primo gems? With your abilities, finding some primo gems shouldn't be a problem, right? Wendy spread his hands. The power of gods comes from faith. I've been gone from Mondstadt for so many years, and my strength is only a tenth of what it once was. Yi Yun was completely incredulous when he heard Wendy's words. The gods of Teyvat didn't become so powerful simply because they were gods. They became gods because they inherently possessed such strength. The 7 gods of Teyvat all emerged from the demon wars. None of them are weaklings. As for those weaklings, they are now all but demon remnants. Just then, Jin emerged from the city with Lisa, Kia, and Amber. Ing, what are you doing here? Ing turned and waved to Jin and the others. It's you, Captain Jin. I'm fixing the car. Jin looked toward the RV and saw a little white-haired girl intently operating a device to repair it. Ing was curious. Isn't Captain Jin very busy? How did he find time to come here? Captain Jin, how did you find time to come? Didn't Amber say you're always busy? Without waiting for a reply from Chin, Lisa smiled. Of course I asked her out. My Chin, she's been sitting in the office all day, dealing with things, her body's practically rusted. So, as a good friend, I asked her out for a walk. This was Lisa's wording. In reality, she had received a report from the knights below. Several strange individuals had arrived at the city gates, including the traveler Ing. After hearing the report, Lisa thought about it. If nothing unexpected happened, the others must be Yi Yun and his companions. That's why Lisa and the others were here now. Lisa looked at Yi Yun and the others. Ing, are these your friends? Would you like to introduce them? Paimon flew to Yi Yun's side. I come. This is Yi Yun. He was the one who chased off the wind dragon yesterday. Yi Yun smiled and nodded, a gesture of friendship. Paimon then flew to GZ's side. This is GZ, the train crew's navigator, and a good friend of Yi Yun, GZ said gracefully. Hello everyone, my name is GZ, nice to meet you all. Paimon then flew over to Walter's side. This is Mr. Walter, a member of the train crew. Walter nodded slightly, and continued to instruct Clara in repairing the RV. With that, Paimon flew back to Ying's side. Hook was a little annoyed. Paimon, you haven't introduced the Dark Lord Hook yet. And me. The Dark Lord Hook. Jean looked at Hook. Hook felt strangely familiar, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Jean smiled. Hello, my name is Jean, acting leader of the Knights of Favonius. Lisa also introduced herself. My name is Lisa, a librarian. She walked over to Yi Yun. Is this Mr. Yi Yun? Thank you very much for your help to us in Mond yesterday, Yi Yun said. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, go thank Ing. She was the one who asked me for help. Ing put her hands on her hips and raised her head slightly, looking very proud. That's right, thank me. I was the one who called for the reinforcements, Ever since Ing found a way to restore her strength, her scumbag nature has been completely exposed. Lisa covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled. Thank you very much, Ing. As a token of my gratitude, you can keep these primo gems. After that, Lisa took out a delicate little bag and handed it to Ing. Ing took the bag, still a little confused. Huh? A thank you gift for me? Lisa said. Ing, part of these primo gems is Mon's thank you gift, and part is compensation for your RV. Sheen echoed. Ing, just take it. Ing saw this, and had no choice but to accept it. Lisa turned and looked at Yi Yun. Mr. Yi Yun, I heard yesterday that you opened a small shop. I wonder if I could see what you sell. Yi Yun smiled and agreed. Of course, we're guests. Once your RV is repaired, let's go to my shop. How about that? Lisa had no objection. Then, the group chatted at the city gate. About half an hour later, Ing looked at the RV, which Clara had repaired, with an excited look on her face. Wow! My RV, you're finally fixed. Ing ran over to Clara, hugged her, and kissed her cheek. Clara, you're amazing. Give me a kiss. Moo! Clara's face flushed at Ying's sudden attack. Please don't do this. Clara struggled to break free from Ying's grasp. Ing chuckled and hugged Clara again, kissing her again. Hee, you can't get away, Clara. Come on, let me kiss you again. Hee. Yi rolled his eyes at Ing, then casually clenched his fist. A surge of energy lifted Ing up like a chick. Ing waved his fist, venting his frustration at Yi Yun. Damn Yi Yun. Put me down. Yi Yun said. Calm down. Look how scared Clara is. Clara broke free from Ying's clutches and ran to hide behind GZ. Yi Yun thought for a moment and decided to buy a shop portal and place it in Mondstadt. The Knights of Favonius in Mondstadt were considered a major client, and their speed in collecting primo gems was undoubtedly very rapid. Jean, do you have a safer place around here? Jean pondered for a moment. Follow me. Jean led a few people into the city. They ascended all the way to the Knights of Favonius headquarters. As soon as he entered the Knights' headquarters, Yi-Yun saw a fiery red figure sprinting towards him. Get out of the way! Klee can't stop! Yi-Yun was hit hard, but fortunately, unlike the incident with Hook, he was prepared and didn't fall. Yi-Yun looked at the little one in his arms. How are you? Are you okay, little one? Klee rubbed her forehead. Klee is fine. How about you, big brother? Are you hurt? Yi-Yun smiled and shook his head. Big brother is fine. Jean looked at Klee with a serious expression. Klee! You're trying to sneak out and play again! Klee was stunned, standing still. Captain Chin, Klee knows she's wrong. Chapter 31. Klee decisively admitted her mistake and stood there, awaiting Jean's reprimand. Jean looked at Klee and then remembered why she had felt a sense of familiarity looking at Hook. It was Klee. Jean saw some of Klee and Hook. It wasn't until one day, when Hook and Klee, two little girls, were frying fish and blew up a demon from Liyue, that Jean realized her feeling was correct. That's all for later. Returning to the scene, Jean sighed. Klee, it's not that I don't want you to go out and play. Mondstadt isn't safe these days, and I'm afraid you get into danger. Klee, realizing she was wrong, lowered her head dejectedly. Klee understands, Captain Jean. Yi-Yun looked at Hook, who was standing at his feet. Hook was looking at Klee with curiosity. Yi-Yun smiled. Klee, do you want to go out and play? Klee nodded. Yi-Yun said. Then let's go play with brother. There's no danger there. Do you want to go, Klee? Klee beamed when she heard she could go play. Really? Big brother, can Klee come play with you? Yi-Yun nodded. Really? If you don't believe me, ask Captain Jean. Klee looked at Jean, her face filled with anticipation. Really? Captain Jean. Jean thought about it. It wouldn't be a good idea to keep Klee in the nights all the time. She hadn't been out since the dragon disaster. Okay. Klee cheered. Great. Klee can go play. Klee happily ran over to stand beside Yi-Yun, looking at him expectantly. Big brother, where are we going to play? Yi-Yun ruffled Kelly's hair. Come on, big brother will take you there now. After saying that, Yi-Yun looked at Chin. Chin, are we there yet? A safe place. Chin pointed to her office nearby. This way, my office. Hearing this, Yi-Yun walked into the office and lowered the shop portal. Jeezy and Walter had already seen this portal and didn't react. Ing, Paimon, Lisa, and Chin stared at it with curiosity. Yi-Yun explained. This door is fixed here. You can go through it to my shop. Then Yi-Yun assigned Chin, Lisa, and the others to pass through personnel. Paimon turned the doorknob and, as expected, saw Sanyueki and Donheng playing chess across the street. Donheng was playing with his phone with one hand and the chess with the other. Sanyueki looked troubled, racking his brains for his next move. Wow! That's really Yi-Yun's shop across the street. Paimon eagerly flew inside. Yi-Yun's shop had free, unlimited drinks. Paimon's favorite was the grape juice. Yi-Yun looked at Jean and the others. Let's go! Don't you want to see what I have to offer? With that, Yi-Yun walked into the portal, holding Hook's hand in one and Clara's in the other. Jekko and Walter also walked in with Clara. Lisa patted Jean's shoulder. Come on, Jean. Grab the Primo Gems and we go. Jean grabbed the Primo Gems Kia and Amber had painstakingly collected last night from her desk and walked into the portal. Lisa had asked Kia and Amber to work overtime the previous night, sending them out into the wild to collect Primo Gems. Thanks to Amber's familiarity with the terrain, the two collected over 1,000 Primo Gems in one night. Subtracting the 200 Primo Gems given to Ing, Chin, and the others still had over 800 Primo Gems. Then, the two entered the portal. Back inside the shop, Klee's wide eyes surveyed the surroundings with curiosity. Especially when she saw the starry sky outside the window, her gaze was fixed on them. Wow! So many stars! Did Klee fly into the sky? Yi-Yun squatted down. Does Klee like it here? Klee nodded emphatically. Klee likes it here. Klee turned around, her eyes suddenly lighting up. She saw Pam, carrying a few glasses of juice, striding towards Chin and the others on her short legs. Little Bunny. Klee rushed over and circled around Pam. Little Bunny, what's your name? Pam looked at Klee and said seriously, I'm not a bunny. I'm the conductor of this train, Pam. Pam. Klee bit her finger. Oh. Little Bunny, your name is Pam. Hello, Pam, Little Bunny. My name is Klee, a Spark Knight of the Mondstadt Knights of Favonius. Nice to meet you. Pam felt a little frustrated. Why hadn't she dropped the name Little Bunny, But looking at Klee's appearance and age, she decided to let it go. She's just a kid, so she can say whatever she wants. At this moment, Hook joined in the fun. Pam, you have a little bunny named Pam? Pam looked at Hook. Hey, another little kid. But Pam was still good with kids. Just kidding. How many kids have I taken care of in all these years? Pam handed her juice to Gene and the others, then pulled out her phone and opened the video player. The next second. Pleasant goat, beautiful goat, lazy goat, flying goat. A melodious nursery rhyme sounded, instantly drawing the attention of Claire and Hook. Pam's lips curled up, and she was ready. Pam took Claire and Hook to a sofa and sat down, watching cartoons with the two little ones. Gene cast an admiring glance at Pam. This was the first time she had seen Claire so quiet. It was a scene she had never imagined before. Claire sat quietly on the sofa, watching the cartoons without moving. At this moment, Lisa patted Gene's shoulder. Gene, don't forget your business. Gene came to her senses and asked Yiyun. Yiyun, what should we do now? Yiyun led the two to the small bar and opened the touch screen. Have you thought about what to buy? Gene asked. We like to buy some items to enhance the knight's strength. Do you have any? Yiyun pondered for a moment, then reached out to touch the touch screen. After a moment, the screen changed, revealing a product. Take a look at this. Gene and Lisa looked over. Product, Wind Spirit Technique. Function, a fundamental technique from the fantasy world, allowing practitioners to gain the power to control the wind. Price, 2,000 star coins. Lisa looked at the product description. Fantasy world? What is a fantasy world like, Yiyun? Yiyun said. The fantasy world is at the lowest, or mid-level, of all the heavens and myriad realms. The most powerful beings in the fantasy world rule the world for eternity, wiping out the universe in the blink of an eye. Considering that Lisa and Gene might have no concept of the universe, Yiyun added, the universe contains countless planets. And your Teyvat is, at most, the size of a single planet. After hearing Yiyun's explanation, the two were stunned. They hadn't expected this fantasy world to be so powerful. The Wind Spirit Technique, Lisa said. Gene, let's buy this first. If we have more money, we look at the others. Our Mondstadt is the kingdom of wind, isn't it? Gene didn't hesitate, took out the Primo Gems, and prepared to pay. Chapter 32. Gene took out the Primo Gems. How many Primo Gems do you need? Yiyun pointed to the exchange scale nearby. This is where Primo Gems are exchanged for star coins. 1 Primo Gem equals 10 star coins. Just put the Primo Gems on the scale, as many as you want. Lisa said matter-of-factly. Of course, all of them. Lisa looked at Yiyun and chuckled. After all, these Primo Gems only create value for us if we buy things from you, right? Yiyun smiled and joked. Then I have to work harder to sell the products, and get you to contribute more to my sales. Gene then exchanged all the Primo Gems she had, a total of 8,360. After paying for the star coins she had used for the Wind Spirit art, they still had 6,360 left. Gene took the Wind Spirit art and flipped through it. It was extremely detailed, detailing every step of the cultivation process. Great! With this Wind Spirit art, our Knights of Favonius will be able to improve their overall strength. Lisa stretched lazily, then sat on a high stool, resting her chin on one hand and crossing her legs. Gene, it's better not to give this Wind Spirit art directly to all the knights. Gene was puzzled. Why not give it to everyone? Wouldn't it be better to have the entire knights practice the Wind Spirit art? That would improve the strength of all the knights, wouldn't it? Lisa, what are your thoughts? Lisa asked. Gene, some people in the knights aren't interested in Mondstadt. Gene suddenly realized what was happening. Indeed, she hadn't considered that. The knights were a mixed bag, and some weren't loyal to Mondstadt. If she gave the Wind Spirit art to these people, wouldn't that just cause trouble? At this moment, Yiyun interrupted. I have a suggestion. Gene and Lisa both looked at Yiyun. Yiyun, what do you suggest? Yiyun said. There's an old saying in my hometown. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery is a joke. Lisa looked at Yiyun with a hint of interest. And then? Yiyun said. So, I suggest you buy something that can enhance your individual combat power. Lisa smiled slightly. Yiyun, are you trying to drain our star coins? Yiyun didn't deny it. Of course. I'm a businessman, and you can profit from this, right? Lisa smiled. Then you have to explain your products to us. Yiyun raised an eyebrow. Of course. Come on, everyone. Let me recommend a few products. Yiyun then manipulated the touch screen to bring up several items. Drawing sword, devil fruit, magic encyclopedia, Physical enhancement fruit. Jean and Lisa looked at each item, finally settling on an item called the Heart of Magic. Item, Heart of Magic. Function, harmonizes internal magic, increasing magical attack power by 10%. Price, 5,000 star coins. This item can restore Lisa's body. Although Lisa possessed powerful magic, her body could not withstand it, and every spell she cast was countered. This was also the reason she often felt sleepy. She needed rest to restore her physical and mental strength. If this magic heart was useful, Mon would possess a powerful warrior comparable to a demon's followers. Jean bought it directly and handed it to Lisa. Lisa took it and looked at Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun, how do you use this thing? Yi-Yun asked the system. It's simple. You communicate with it using your magic power, and it will automatically bind to the first person who touches it with magic. Lisa quipped. Wouldn't it be easy for someone else to steal it? If someone else steals mine, will you give us another one? Yi-Yun smiled. If you know who stole it, and you can't defeat them, I can help you get it back. Lisa heard it. Then it's a deal. Afterwards, Jean and Lisa said goodbye to Yi-Yun and the others, and returned to Mond. As for Klee, she stayed behind to play. Mond is very unstable right now, and Klee is much safer here. After resting for a while, Sanyueki and Donheng returned to Bellowberg through the portal. Upon their return, they set out for Panyan Town to find Xing. At this moment, they were inside Natasha's clinic in Panyan Town. Xing was squatting in front of the essence incubator, eating a large bowl of white rice and green vegetables. Xing ate a few mouthfuls of rice. The food in the lower city was truly terrible. I heard that these rice and green vegetables were only available after Yi arrived. Before, it seemed like they only ate hard, unpalatable foods, and some were even inedible. Xing had never seen anything like this, but that's what Natasha told her. Soon, the door opened, and Sanyueki and Donheng walked in. Xing greeted them and asked, "Have you two eaten yet? Do you want someone to get you 2 bowls of rice?" Sanyueki looked at the large bowl of white rice and vegetables in Xing's hand. "No, we just ate on the train." When Xing heard Sanyueki mention returning to the train, she couldn't wrap her head around it. Return to the train? How? This place is so far from where they had landed. Could they have taken Yi-Yun's landing craft? That shouldn't be the case. The timing doesn't match. It's impossible to have returned in such a short time. How did you get back? After saying that, Xing ate another mouthful of rice and a piece of vegetable, staring at the two of them. Sanyueki said, "Yi-Yun built a portal at Swarovski's place. Opening it takes you back to his shop." After hearing Sanyueki's explanation, Xing instantly became interested in the portal. She glanced at the large bowl of white rice and vegetables in her hand. "No more eating. I'm going back for a feast, but then I thought, my Pokemon hasn't hatched yet. Forget it, let's just make do for now, and go back for a feast when my Pokemon hatches." Then the three of them chatted idly. Not long after, the lights in the clinic flickered. Then the three of them quickly assumed a defensive stance. Then, a sudden whirring sound echoed, and a projection of Silver Wolf appeared before them. "Hi, long time no see, Xing." March 7 saw it was Silver Wolf. "Star Core Hunter. Okay, you dare show up in front of me. I teach you a lesson." Silver Wolf glanced at March 7 with disdain, ignoring her and directly addressing Xing. "Xing, where did you get that game cartridge last time?" Xing blurted out. "I found it in a trash can." "What? You finished the game so quickly?" Silver Wolf nodded. "Yes, I already cleared the game. Just as you said, I gained the Shock Blade skill." Xing gave a thumbs up. "It's you again. So what are you doing here this time?" Silver Wolf asked. "I wanted to ask if you have any other game cartridges like this." Chapter 33. Xing spread his hands. "Not right now, but I can ask Yi-Yun for you." Silver Wolf felt unfamiliar when Xing mentioned Yi-Yun. Wasn't this person in Elio's script? Yi-Yun? Who is he? Xing took out his phone and flipped through it, finding a photo of himself and Yi-Yun. "Oh, this is Yi-Yun. He got the game cartridge I sold you from him." Silver Wolf memorized Yi-Yun's features. "Where is he?" "I go find him myself," Xing said. "On the train. He's rented a car and opened a shop. You can find him there." Silver Wolf immediately turned off the projection and disappeared. March 7 was a little reluctant to speak. "Xing, are you telling Silver Wolf about Yi-Yun just like that?" Xing nodded. "Yeah, what else? Didn't Yi-Yun say we can say whatever we want? He even asked us to help him get more clients, and I'm already doing that." March 7 covered her face with her hands. "But Yin Lang is a bad guy." Xing patted March 7's shoulder. Don't worry, I know Yin Lang. She's not a bad person, just an internet addict at best. March 7 was suddenly curious about how Xing knew Yin Lang so well. Xing, are you and Yin Lang very familiar? Xing explained. I think I knew her before I lost my memory. I have memories of her in my mind. She recently added my contact information, and we sometimes play games together in the evenings. March 7 said. Next time, don't talk too much. What if you run into a bad guy? Yi Yun will be in trouble. Dan Heng suddenly interrupted. It shouldn't be that dangerous. Yi Yun possesses the strength of a commander-level warrior. No one in this universe would bother him. March 7 and Xing were stunned upon hearing this. Dan Heng, how did you know that? March 7 asked, puzzled. Dan Heng glanced at March 7. Of course I sensed it. You known him for so long, you wouldn't have sensed his strength, right? March 7 gave a bitter smile. Hee hee, well I don't. Dan Heng sighed. You stay here for now. I go out and look for clues to the Star Core. With that, Dan Heng left the clinic. Inside the clinic, March 7, with the Bubu seed, waited with Xing for Xing's Pokemon to hatch. In Mondstadt, Jean and Lisa returned to the Knights. Jean first called over Kia. Captain Jean, what can I do for you? Kia pushed open the door, a hint of alcohol on his face. Lisa smelled the alcohol on Kia and looked a bit disgruntled. Kia, you're drinking again? Kia chuckled. Well, just a few drinks, and besides, it's time to get off work. Seeing that Jen and Lisa were still looking at him with scrutiny, Kia quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that for now. What do you want from me? Jen said. Go get Amber, Noelle, Eula, Mika, and Senior Dialect to come to the Knights. Jen planned to first have the trusted members of the Knights learn the Wind Spirit technique. As for why Dialect was involved, Jen explained that he was a loyal Mondstadt man and her senior. Kia felt a bit embarrassed. I might not be able to get Dialect here. After all, we all know his feud with the Knights. When Jean heard Kia's words, she recalled Dialect's past. If that incident hadn't happened, Dialect might still be serving in the Knights. Dialect's strength was among the best in the entire Knights, and he wielded the great sword with mastery. Lisa pondered for a moment. I go take care of Dialect. Kia was delighted to see Lisa willing to take on this difficult task for her. Thank you for your help. I go get the others. Kia quickly scurried off. Soon, everyone who had been notified gathered in Jean's office. Kia looked at the uneasy Dialect and quipped. Hey, isn't that Master Dialect? I remember someone saying he hated the Knights the most. Dialect leaned against the wall, arms folded, ignoring Kia's teasing. Jean, what do you want from us? Jean wasted no time, taking out the Wind Spirit technique. This technique is called the Wind Spirit Art. Learning it grants us the power to control the wind. Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. Amber was delighted. So, wouldn't it be possible to create wind fields and use wind wings in the future? Great. Really? Captain Jean. Jean glanced at the Wind Spirit Art in her hand. To be honest, she wasn't sure if the technique was genuine. Dialect frowned slightly at Jean's hesitation. Since you're still unsure, find someone to test it. Anything else? If not, I'll be back. My shop is doing good business today. At this moment, Lisa took out the magic heart. If you want to verify it, it's easy. Just see if this thing works. Everyone looked again at the magic heart in Lisa's hand. The magic heart was star-shaped, and in its center, a round gem radiated blue energy. Amber leaned over to the magic heart, glancing left and right. Lisa, what is this? Lisa explained. This thing is called the magic heart, and it can cure my physical problems. It comes from the same source as the Wind Spirit technique. Kaya understood. In other words, if this thing is real, then it also proves the Wind Spirit technique is real. Lisa nodded slightly. That's right. Amber looked at the magic heart, a little worried. What if it's fake? Then Lisa, wouldn't something happen to you? Lisa said. It's okay. For all these years, I haven't found a solution to my physical problems. I don't have much time left. Now, I finally have hope. I can't give up. With that, Lisa immediately mobilized her own magic power to contact the magic heart. The moment the two touched, the magic heart shone brightly, transforming into tiny points of light that merged into Lisa's body. The moment these points of light entered Lisa's body, she felt a long-lost feeling. This feeling of ease and peace was something Lisa hadn't felt in a long time. As the magic heart bound to Lisa, the chaotic magic within her body was harmonized. Everyone present cast questioning glances at Lisa. Amber tugged at Lisa's sleeve. Lisa, how are you feeling? Lisa touched her cheek. I never felt better. The chaotic magic within me has settled down. Amber exclaimed in joy. Great. Lisa, you recovered? We have another powerful warrior in Mondstadt. Chapter 34. Sheen was happy for Lisa's recovery. Congratulations, Lisa. Lisa casually grasped, and a flash of lightning flashed in her palm. It seems everything Yun sells is genuine. Let's take a look at the wind spirit art first. Lisa brought the topic to the wind spirit art, stating that this technique was the one that could truly strengthen Mondstadt. The heart of magic could only restore one's own strength. The strength of a nation wasn't determined by one individual, but by the entire nation. Just like the Thousand Rocks army of neighboring Liyue, their collective strength was far greater than that of the other 6 nations. Sheen opened the wind spirit art and showed everyone page by page. After reading it, Diluc sat cross-legged on the spot, silently reciting the instructions. Somewhere within, Diluc felt a strange surge of power within him. This power flowed through his meridians and converged at his dantian. Everyone stared at Diluc curiously, not daring to speak. They just watched in silence, fearing they might disturb him. Finally, after over half an hour, Diluc opened his eyes and roared angrily. A crisp sound echoed from his body, and Diluc's aura surged. Amber asked hurriedly, "How's it going? How's it going? Did it work?" Diluc slowly stood up, but instead of answering Amber's question, he extended his hand and summoned a ball of fire elemental. Everyone's attention was drawn to the fireball in Diluc's hand. The next second, the fireball spun and spread as if blown by the wind. Sheen, the possessor of the wind elemental eye, suddenly widened her eyes. This was the unique spreading effect of the wind element. Success? Diluc nodded slightly. Well, according to the instructions in the technique, I reached the first level of warrior. Amber, upon hearing this, began to imagine herself using dual elements in the future. Wow! In the future, I could fire an arrow with the fire element, then spread it with the wind element to cause area of effect damage. Lisa chuckled. Theoretically, it's possible. Amber was overjoyed upon hearing this, and pulled Eula to sit down and practice with them. Diluc said, "You all practice, I watch over you." With that, Diluc drew his weapon, the Zephyr Greatsword, and leaned it against the doorway. Lisa and the others, upon hearing this, sat cross-legged and began to practice. Outside the window, Wendy had been peeking for a while. This is interesting. Guess I need to find some Primo Gems too. Wendy transformed into a breeze and left to search for Primo Gems. Indeed, Wendy also wanted to go buy something from Yun. As the wind god of Teyvat, the winds of Teyvat were his eyes and ears. After over an hour, everyone finished their training. Everyone's training speed varied. So far, Amber was surprisingly the fastest, completing her training in just over 10 minutes and breaking through to the first level of warrior. The slowest was Kia, the last one to complete, taking over an hour. Kia was a little distressed. Hey, why am I the slowest?" Diluc taunted. "Because someone's an idiot, isn't it?" Kia was about to retort when Lisa suddenly spoke up. "I think what Grandpa Diluc said makes sense. It probably has something to do with aptitude." Kia thought, and this seemed to be the only explanation. "No way. Am I the least qualified among us?" Amber was a little incredulous. She was actually the most qualified? No way. No matter how you looked at it, Captain Jean had to be the most qualified, right? So capable and so strong. For a while, everyone debated and couldn't come to a conclusion about how to judge qualifications. Soon, everyone left Jean's office and went about their own business. Amber and Eula left the Knights and headed straight out of the city. They were going to collect Primo Gems. They had just decided that from now on, 2 people would go every day to collect Primo Gems to buy Yun's goods. They arrived at a Hilichurl camp. Amber condensed a powerful fire elemental force on the tip of the arrow, drew her bow, and released the full moon arrow. The arrow streaked away, but was blocked by a Thug Hilichurl with its shield. The Thug Hilichurl laughed triumphantly, Gagaga. Amber's lips curled up into a smile. The next second, the fire elemental power from the arrow suddenly exploded, spreading rapidly, burning all the surrounding Hilichurls. At this moment, Eula leaped from the darkness, greatsword in hand, condensing ice elemental power and slashing with wind. The diffused ice element landed on the Hilichurls, instantly inflicting immense damage. If this were in a game, you see the word melt all over the screen. With their combined attack, the entire Hilichurl tribe was annihilated without resistance. They sheathed their weapons and headed to the center of the tribe to collect their spoils. The wind spirit technique is truly powerful. In the past, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to wipe out a Hilichurl tribe. Eula was deeply impressed. With the addition of a wind element, her group fighting abilities were significantly enhanced. Before, her group fighting abilities were limited to her ultimate move. But it was incredibly energy consuming, and she'd lose her strength after just a few uses. Now, simply attaching an element and using the wind spirit technique can unleash a powerful group fighting ability. Add a good teammate like Amber, someone who can react with her elementally, and wow! After the two of them cleaned up the battlefield, their main focus was collecting Primo Gems. For some reason, these Hilichurls seemed to love collecting Primo Gems. A tribe typically had at least 100 Primo Gems, and some could have over 300. This was the data Amber had compiled yesterday after a busy day with Kia. Amber patted the bag of Primo Gems to ensure it wouldn't leak. Done! Eula, let's hurry to the next tribe and try to complete the quest quickly so we can go back and train. Eula snorted, her head raised proudly. I don't want to train with you. I want to go home and train on my own. Amber chuckled and hugged Eula. No. I just want to train with you. Hee hee, it's settled. Eula turned her face away proudly. I remember this grudge. You actually acted on your own, huh? Then the two continued on to the next Hilichurl tribe. These Hilichurl tribes were marked on a map, and the information on the map was updated daily. Some of the information came from adventurers, some from the knights. At night, Dialek left his tavern and arrived at a Cult of the Abyss stronghold in the wilderness. Dialek adjusted his sleeves and took out the Zephyr greatsword. I was thinking of keeping you around to catch the big fish, but now you serve as my whetstone. Diluc gripped the greatsword with both hands, and violent fire and wind elemental forces swirled around him, swirling around the sword. Dawn! Judgment. Ah! Chapter 35. With a single blow from Dialek, the gate to the abyssal cult stronghold was instantly destroyed. Scorching flames, carried by the wind, swept across the entire stronghold. The water shield, just formed by the lone water elemental abyssal mage, shattered instantly. Before he could form a second water shield, Dialek's greatsword had already struck him. Dialek slew the abyssal mage with a single strike, and the remaining Hilichurls posed no threat to Dialek. Dialek dispatched them all in a flash. Gathering the Primo Gems he had acquired, Dialek turned and headed for the next stronghold. After mastering the wind spirit technique, Dialek was able to break through the shields of abyssal mage more easily. This was especially true of fire elemental abyssal mages. Previously, he had to hack through them one by one, a laborious task. Now, he could simply attach the wind element to them, and they were quickly destroyed. Without their shields, abyssal mages were mere lambs to the slaughter before Dialek. That night, numerous abyssal cult strongholds were eliminated throughout Mondstadt. Each time a stronghold was destroyed, a brilliant flame ignited in the darkness. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. In Yi-Yun's shop, Yi-Yun got up and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Yi-Yun, the porridge is already cooking. Is there anything else you need, Pam? Pam looked up at Yi-Yun, asking if there was anything else she could help with. Yi-Yun smiled and shook her head. No, Pam. Go get some rest. Pam wiped the water off her hands. I go see if Cole and Hook are awake. Pam. With that, Pam trudged towards March 7's room with her short legs. March 7 hadn't returned last night, so her room had been requisitioned for Cole and Hook to sleep in. Yi-Yun looked in the refrigerator, found a carton of eggs, and prepared to fry some eggs. While frying the eggs, the shop portal opened. This portal within the shop connected to all the other shops. The door swung open, and Xing rushed in, holding a flaming little monkey. Followed by Sanyueki and Donheng. Afterward, Xing rushed into the bar and quickly poured himself a cup of hot water. Feeling better. Bellowberg is getting colder by the day. Yi-Yun's gaze fell on the little fire monkey Xing had placed on the bar. I hadn't expected Xing to hatch a little fire monkey. The little fire monkey's combat power was undeniable. If it could later fuse into the demon flame gorilla, it would possess a bug-level skill, Deadly Flame. This skill, without much else, boasts a 1% instant kill chance, which is enough to demonstrate its extraordinary power. Although this is reality, according to the system, this skill only works against enemies below the rank of commander, and only an adult demon flame orangutan can learn it. Xing drank a cup of hot water, feeling much better. Wiping his mouth, Xing carried the little fire monkey to Yi-Yun's side. Yi-Yun, what do you think of my little fire monkey? Yi-Yun said. It's quite good. It's above average in combat power among Pokemon. If you're lucky enough to get a demon flame orangutan later, you won't have to be afraid of enemies below the rank of commander. Xing's eyebrows lit up when he heard this. Oh! Is it that powerful? Invincible below the rank of commander? Yi-Yun pondered for a moment. It can't be said to be invincible. The demon flame orangutan has a skill called Deadly Flame, which has a 1% chance of instantly killing the enemy. It only works against enemies below the rank of commander. Dan Heng and San Yuqi, standing nearby, were stunned upon hearing this. San Yuqi exclaimed in disbelief. This is outrageous. This little monkey could actually be that powerful in the future? Xing picked up the Charmeleon. As expected of my Galaxy Batman spirit, it's truly amazing. Ha ha ha. Yiyun added. However, this skill can only be learned by an adult demon flame gorilla. The Charmeleon still has a long way to go before becoming a demon flame gorilla. San Yuqi picked up his Bubu seed. Yiyun, what about the Bubu seed? What's its potential? Yiyun asked. The Bubu seed is also good. Later on, it can be combined with the bean sprout to form Lisa Bubu. Lisa Bubu has strong defense and the ability to heal allies. San Yuqi was delighted to hear this. His own Bubu seed was also quite powerful. As for the training time, the two women didn't care, they would just take their time to train it. At this moment, Xing, San Yuqi, and Dan Heng's stomachs rumbled untimely. Goo goo. Seeing this, Yiyun looked into the kitchen and took out a plate of pickled cabbage and placed it in front of the three of them. The porridge should be ready. Go get a stool and sit down to eat. Dan Heng heard this and went to get a stool. Xing and San Yuqi ran into the kitchen, one washing the dishes and the other making the porridge. Bubu Seed sat quietly at the counter, watching Yiyun cook. The little fire monkey was a bit more mischievous, trying to reach out and touch the fried egg in the pan, but Yiyun grabbed Destiny by the scruff of the neck and pulled him back. After making the porridge, the three of them sat at the kitchen counter, nibbling on their bowls with the pickled cabbage. Soon, Pam arrived at the shop with the little ones, Klee and Hook. Brother Yiyun, Sister Xing, Sister San Yuqi, Brother Donheng, good morning. Kelly greeted Yiyun and the others with great energy. Hook also waved and said hello. Yiyun looked at the two little ones. Have you washed your face and brushed your teeth? Kelly nodded emphatically. Yes. Pam the bunny train captain took Kelly to wash. Hook echoed. Hook did too. Lord Dark Hook is a man who loves cleanliness. Yiyun nodded with satisfaction and poured a bowl of porridge for each of the two little ones. Here, have some porridge first. The rest of the food will be later. After placing the porridge for the two little ones on the table, they began to eat obediently. Xing chugs down her bowl of porridge and runs to the kitchen to get herself another. At this moment, Yiyun suddenly asked, Have you found any clues about the Star Core? Xing shrugged helplessly. No, Natasha, and the others don't even know what a Star Core is. San Yuqi was also troubled when Yiyun asked about this. We're in a bit of a pickle this time. There's no clue in the lower town, and the upper town is still looking for us. Sigh. Yiyun smiled. Since you're so pitiful, I give you a tip. Go find the oldest person in the lower town. They might have a clue. The three of them immediately became interested. San Yuqi pondered Yiyun's words. The oldest person? I get it. The older someone is, the more they know. We haven't really considered that. Donheng also suddenly understood. Okay, after dinner, we go look in the lower town. Thanks for the tip, Yiyun. Then, the three of them quickened their meal. After another bowl of porridge, each grabbed 2 freshly steamed buns and rushed through the portal. Chapter 36. Xing, San Yuqi, and Donheng returned to the lower city. As soon as they exited the portal, they saw Clara approaching. Because the portal was right at Clara's house, Clara had gone home to rest last night and wasn't on the train. Clara walked towards the portal, clutching a heavy textbook. Good morning, Donheng, San Yuqi, and Xing. San Yuqi waved. Good morning, Clara. Where are you going? Clara shook the textbook in her arms. Clara went to study with Mr. Walter. Mr. Walter lent me this book. I don't understand a few things and wanted to ask Mr. Walter. San Yuqi couldn't help but admire Clara. If he had to read such a thick book, his head would explode. You might be a little early. Uncle Yang seemed to be still asleep when we arrived. Clara felt a little disappointed when she heard this, but she quickly recovered. Then Clara, go ahead and wait. See you, big brother and big sister. Clara said goodbye to the three and entered the portal to the shop. The three of them left the house and saw Swarovski heading out with a large group of mechas. San Yuqi was puzzled. What is Swarovski doing? Donheng said. Let's go up and ask. Judging by the situation, it seems like something serious is going on. The three of them quickly caught up with Swarovski. Xing patted Swarovski's thigh vigorously. Swarovski, where are you going? After Xing finished patting, the little fire monkey perched on his head also patted Swarovski's thigh and called out twice. Roar. Roar. Swarovski lowered his head and looked at Xing. Outsiders? There's a riot in Pan in town, and I'm leading the team to suppress it. Xing was a little surprised. Riot? What's going on? Swarovski explained. I received a call for help from Natasha, the leader of Pan in town's underworld fire. A large number of rangers are attacking Pan in town. March 7th, upon hearing of the incident in Pan in town, was extremely anxious. What? Pan in town is under attack? Quick, let's go help. Dan Heng and Xing nodded in agreement and followed Swarovski's mecha unit to Pan in town. At this time, Pan in town was near the entrance to the large mining area, and a large number of rangers were frantically attacking the underworld fire organization's defenses. Sierra, wielding a sickle, shuttled through the battlefield, each swing of the scythe taking the life of a ranger. Biononia, recently rescued by Sierra, also joined the defense. Biononia fired her rifle continuously, each shot killing a ranger. At this moment, Bronia, a battlefield commander, displayed her commanding presence, commanding several teams of Earthfire members to hold the line. Everyone, cooperate. Don't panic. Hold the line. Yes. Under Bronia's powerful influence, the Earthfire members cooperated with her. It was primarily because of Bronia's strength that these people were willing to listen to her. Natasha and Oleg stood in the rear. Their position was the last line of defense. Natasha frowned as she surveyed the scorching battlefield. These rangers, having learned of the vast reserves of supplies in Pan in town, had planned this war. Judging from the situation on the scene, at least several thousand rangers, armed with sharp weapons, were participating in this battle. Fortunately, the Underfire members were no pushovers. With the abundant food supplies they received over the past 2 days, their health was excellent. Plus, everyone in the Underfire cherished this hard-earned food. Now that someone was trying to snatch it, they naturally refused to comply. The Underfire members' fighting spirit was incredibly high. Even though they were twice as many as the Rangers, they weren't at a disadvantage. However, they were still significantly outnumbered, and the Rangers, like crazy, kept charging at the defenses. Oleg glanced at the battlefield ahead. A gap had appeared, and a group of Rangers had broken through. Natasha, I leave this to you. I take the men and patch that hole. With that, Oleg charged out with a small group of Underfire members. Although Oleg wasn't a Fate Walker, he had been an elite member of the Silvermane Guards, and naturally, these Rangers were no match for him. Oleg, spear in hand, continuously attacked the Rangers. Under his leadership, the defenses were successfully held. However, if this continues, it's only a matter of time before the defenses are breached. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in Natasha's ears. Big sister, don't worry, reinforcements are on the way. Natasha looked at the newcomer. Sambo? You called for reinforcements? Sambo raised an eyebrow. Yes, I contacted Boss Swaro in your name. If nothing goes wrong, they should be here soon. Speak of the devil, and he appear. A sudden, violent explosion echoed across the battlefield, and Swaro plummeted from the sky, landing in the center. Riot detected, activating Annihilation Command. The missile bay behind Swaro opened, and a barrage of missiles swept in the direction of the Rangers. Dan Heng, San Yuqi, and Xing also led the mechas into the battlefield from behind the Rangers. Xing immediately launched his ultimate attack. Skyfire. Unsheathe. Xing slashed with his sword, instantly clearing an area. Dan Heng's Strike Cloud Spear condensed with a powerful energy. The cave heavens transform. The long dream is broken. Dan Heng thrust out with the Strike Cloud Spear, sending a cone of energy blasting out, knocking down a large number of the Rangers in front of him. San Yuqi drew his bow to a full moon, summoning a volley of ice arrows to freeze the Rangers' movements. The mechas weren't so polite, and they violently apprehended the Rangers, leaving them without any resistance. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief when Swarovski and the others arrived. Everyone! Reinforcements have arrived. Attack! Kill! The morale of the Earth Fire members was high, and they launched a counterattack. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the surviving wanderers fled in all directions, looking as if they wished they had 2 more legs. Thanks to the combined efforts of the mechas and the Earth Fire, the wanderers attacking Panyan town were successfully driven away. Natasha, Oleg, Sambo, Seal, and Biononia arrived at Svaro's side. Xing! March! Donhung! Xing, carrying the holy judge of Skyfire on his shoulders, raised an eyebrow. So Seal, isn't this Galaxy Batman cool? Seal gave a thumbs up. Cool! Natasha thanked Svaro. Svaro, thank you for your support. Svaro looked at Natasha. No need to thank me. It's all for the sake of protecting the lower city. After this battle, the Earthfire members' attitude towards the mechas of the mecha settlement improved considerably. After all, if it weren't for the support of Boss Pharaoh and his group of mechas, many more people would have died. The members of the Dihua team cleaned up the battlefield together with the mecha soldiers, and with the help of the mecha soldiers, the efficiency was very fast. Chapter 37. Bronya stared at Swarovski. She had just witnessed his combat prowess. She hadn't expected such a powerful mecha to exist in the lower city. Furthermore, Swarovski seemed to have developed emotions of his own. From Swarovski's words, it seemed he had been maintaining peace in the lower city. Bronya asked Oleg curiously. Mr. Oleg, what about Swarovski? Oleg gestured to silence him. Girl, I tell you more later. Bronya nodded and stood quietly to the side. At this moment, March 7 noticed Bronya. Great. It's you? How dare you appear before us? March 7 was about to teach Bronya a lesson. Xing also ignited the holy judgment of heavenly fire and directed it at Bronya. Natasha, seeing this, quickly intervened. March, Xing, don't do it. March 7 and Xing looked at Natasha. Natasha continued. Xing, there might be some misunderstanding between you. Put down your weapons and have a good chat. Xing and March 7 finally lowered their weapons. March 7 snorted. She was the one who wanted to arrest us because of a disagreement. We haven't done anything wrong. We're here to help dispose of the Star Corps, Bronya said. I don't know the details. I'm just following orders from the Grand Guardian. Dan Heng then noticed something. You mean you were following orders from the Grand Guardian? Bronya nodded. Dan Heng rubbed his chin, lost in thought. March 7, hands on his hips, looked at Dan Heng. What's wrong, Dan Heng? Dan Heng came back to his senses, and suddenly looked at Sanyueki and Xing. Do you remember our conversation at the hotel? Sanyueki pondered, but couldn't recall. What conversation? Dan Heng said. It was about the Great Guardian. I felt something was off about her. Sanyueki finally remembered. Oh yes, it's definitely off. Xing agreed. Yeah, it felt like there was someone else there, more than just the four of us. Dan Heng said. Think about it again. Why would she issue a warrant for our arrest? Xing thought for a moment. Are we a threat to her? What happened to her? Dan Heng nodded. Yes, I have a wild guess. Cocolia might be connected to the Star Corps. Because her attitude changed noticeably when we talked about the Star Corps. Sanyueki thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the case. Then everything makes sense. That evil woman must be colluding with the Star Corps. Humph! I didn't expect her to be the villain. Bronya, standing nearby, could no longer bear it. Shut up. I won't allow you to slander Lady Cocolia. Everyone looked at Bronya. Seeing that Bronya dared to yell at him, Sanyueki's temper flared. Hey, do you really want to fight? It was clearly that Cocolia who wronged us, and you can't even let us complain? Bronya said righteously. I don't know what the Star Corps you're talking about is, but from what you're saying, it's something that could harm Belleberg. I believe Lady Cocolia wouldn't do anything to harm Belleberg. March 7 rolled his eyes at Bronya speechlessly. TSK. You're in cahoots with that Cocolia, you definitely speak up for her. Just as Bronya was about to start another argument with March 7 and Xing, Oleg suddenly laughed. Okay, stop arguing. Oleg's sudden interruption stunned both March 7 and Bronya. Oleg looked at Bronya. Come with me, little girl from the upper city. I have something to tell you. Seeing this, Bronya followed Oleg out of the scene. Only after Oleg left with Bronya did March 7 and Xing calm down. Dan Heng checked the time. It was already past 4 p.m. After thinking for a moment, he decided to ask Natasha who the oldest person in Lower Town was. Natasha, who's the oldest person in your Lower Town? Natasha was a little confused by Dan Heng's question, but she tried to recall it. As for age, Old Man Lele in the east of town and Old Man Andrew in the south are the two oldest. Dan Heng heard this. Thank you, March 7, Xing. Let's go visit these two old men. Just as the three were about to leave, Seer suddenly spoke. Shouldn't the oldest person in the lower district be Swarovski? Dan Heng and the other two stopped and turned. Swarovski? Seer nodded. Yes, isn't Swarovski the oldest? I heard he's lived for at least several hundred years, right? Natasha pondered for a moment. Yes, that's right. If we really were to ask who is the oldest person in the entire lower district, it would be Swarovski. Dan Heng looked at Swaro in the distance. Right. I never thought of that. Swaro has existed for so many years, maybe its database actually holds clues to the Star Corps. March 7 said. Let's go ask. Then, the group approached Swaro. Xing patted Swaro's thigh. Swaro! Swaro! I have a question for you. Swaro looked at Xing. What is it? Xing asked bluntly. Do you know about the Star Core? Suddenly, Swaro's attitude changed drastically. Detected someone accessing forbidden information. Annihilation mode. Activate. Several people quickly drew their weapons and looked at Swaro warily. Swaro's eyes flashed red as he opened his missile bay. Seeing this, Xing immediately activated his Skyfire Judgment Greatsword form and rushed forward. Swaro launched a missile at Xing, who dodged sideways and, after landing, continued to charge at Swaro. Swaro launched several more missiles, but soon after they took flight, several icy arrows and howitzers blasted them away, destroying them all and causing them to explode in midair. Xing accelerated and rushed in front of Swaro. Swaro threw a powerful punch, attempting to block Xing's Heavenly Fire Judgment. At this moment, Dan Heng's Earthstrike Cloud Spear arrived as expected, accurately piercing Swaro's iron fist. In an instant, an opening appeared in front of Swaro, and Xing slashed with his sword, sending Swaro flying. Swaro slammed heavily into a boulder, a trace of electricity coursing through his body. With the added bonus of Heavenly Fire Judgment, Xing and the others didn't have to fight as hard as in the original storyline. A single strike broke Swaro's defense. After the beating, Swaro's program was disrupted. At this moment, Oleg returned to the battlefield with Bunonia. Upon his return, he saw Swaro lying on the side. What's going on? March 7 glanced at Bunonia, ignoring her and turning to Swarovski. Swarovski, do you know anything about the Star Core? Swarovski made a whirring sound. The next second, a projection popped out from Swarovski's chest. Chapter 38. After watching the video that Swarovski had played, everyone present fell silent. March 7 found it somewhat unbelievable. I never thought Belloberg could survive this long under the erosion of the Star Core. Dan Heng agreed with March 7's statement. Well, the Star Core is known as the cancer of all worlds, and its destructive power over civilization is immense. Given the level of civilization on Yalalo 4, it's truly remarkable that they survived this long under the erosion of the Star Core. Xing suddenly felt a surge of admiration for Cocolia. These great guardians are truly remarkable. Each one of them is enduring the sedition of the Star Core, and only Cocolia could resist. Bronya was momentarily overwhelmed by the truth she had just learned. Combining the information left in the video with her mother's recent abnormalities, Bronya couldn't help but assume the worst. Finally, if I had to make a choice, what should I choose? Bronya hesitated, her mind a jumble. Looking at the paralyzed Swarovski before her, Xing suddenly thought of a question. What should we do with Swarovski? March 7 was a bit unsure what to do, having no experience repairing machinery. Dan Heng thought for a moment. Wait a moment, I go get Mr. Walter. With that, Dan Heng ran towards the mechanical settlement. March 7 saw this. Natasha, you guys go back first. We keep an eye on Swarovski. Xing stabbed the holy judge of Skyfire into the ground and sat down. Yes, you guys go do your work. We wait here until Swarovski is repaired. Natasha heard this, and led Seal towards Panyan Town. Oleg and Bronya left the scene, their whereabouts unknown. In Yiyun's shop. Are those the game cartridges you sold to Xing? Silver Wolf folded his arms, sizing Yiyun up. Yiyun smiled. Yes, how was it? Was it fun? After receiving a definitive answer, Silver Wolf's demeanor suddenly shifted, from scrutiny to cunning. Hey, do you have any other game cartridges? Take them out and have a look. Yiyun sat on a high bar stool, one hand on the bar, leaning forward slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a flood of traditional door requests suddenly popped up in his mind. Wendy requests entry to the shop. Wendy requests entry to the shop. Wendy requests entry to the shop. Yiyun, a little annoyed, hurried to open the door for Wendy. The noise was a bit too loud. The moment his request was approved, the portal opened, and Wendy dashed inside and closed it behind her. Wendy sighed as she stared at the closed portal. Huh. Luckily I was quick and didn't get noticed by Qin. Yiyun looked at Wendy. What the hell are you doing here? Wendy looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Yiyun inside the small bar. Wendy flew in front of Yiyun. I'm here to buy something. Yiyun scoffed. You? Everyone who knows you knows you're broke. Wendy was immediately displeased when she heard this. What? What? This. Wendy pulled out the Primo gems she painstakingly collected and slammed them on the bar. How am I broke? Look, these are real Primo gems. Yiyun picked up a Primo gem and tossed it onto the exchange scale. The next second, A 10-cent coin appeared on one end of the scale. Yi Yun picked it up and took a look. The coin-like coin was golden in color, exquisitely crafted, and even had a star engraved on it. Yes, it's real. Wendy picked up the juice beside her and poured herself a glass. It must be real then? Quick, quick, do you have any otherworldly wine for sale? Give me some. As soon as Wendy finished speaking, Silver Wolf, beside her, became displeased. You're cutting in line, and you want to buy something in front of me, Silver Wolf? Go away, go play somewhere else. Where are you from, little kid? Don't you know minors aren't allowed to drink? Wendy retorted. I'm a kid? I'm an adult. Silver Wolf gave a perfunctory "oh," pushing Wendy aside. Yi Yun, find me a game cartridge first. Wendy was about to take her place when Yi Yun said, Wendy, Silver Wolf got here first. Wait a minute. Wendy's temper immediately melted away when Yi Yun said Silver Wolf had gotten here first. If she'd been cut in line, she'd be in a bad mood too. Yi Yun asked. What kind of game cartridge do you want? Silver Wolf rubbed his chin. The wolf that Ah Xing sold me last time was pretty good. Do you have anything similar? Yi Yun pondered for a moment, and quickly found a game that was absolutely perfect for Silver Wolf. Item, Black Myth, Wukong Legend Hell Edition, also known as the Touch Death Edition. Function, clear the game and gain the weakened immobilization spell skill, only effective for players below the commander level. Price, 10,000 star coins. Yi Yun brought up the product information for Black Myth, Wukong Legend on the touch screen. Silver Wolf glanced at Yi Yun suspiciously. Is this fun? A hint of a smile played on Yi Yun's lips. It's supposed to be fun. Silver Wolf asked. What the hell is this star coin? Yi Yun took out a stellar jade. Star coins are my designated currency. You can exchange them for stellar jade at a 1:100 exchange rate. Silver Wolf finally understood why Ah Xing had asked for his stellar jade. So that's why. Silver Wolf glanced at Yi Yun. Wait a minute, I get some stellar jade. After saying that, Silver Wolf looked at Wendy, who was curiously surveying her surroundings. Go buy him something first. Wendy plopped down on the high stool in front of Yi Yun. Yi Yun. Give me some wine. I want some wine. As she spoke, Wendy placed all her primo gems on the table, 1,300 in total. Yi Yun looked through the system store and found a wine gift pack. Each pack cost 100 star coins and contained 100 bottles of wine from a technological world. What do you think of this? Wendy, who had just finished converting primo gems and was counting her star coins, turned to take a look. Wow! Otherworldly wine. 100 bottles for 100 star coins? Sure, Wendy counted out 1,000 star coins. Yi Yun, give me 1,000 bottles first. Yi Yun accepted the 1,000 star coins and bought Wendy 10 gift packs. Wendy waved her hand and stored all 10 gift packs in her own alternate dimension. You go ahead, I go try these wines. With that, Wendy ran to a nearby booth, sat down, and casually grabbed a bottle of beer from her alternate dimension and began to drink. Over at Silver Wolf's side, she was on the phone with Kafka. Kafka, do you have any stellar jade? Kafka's voice came. Of course, dear. What do you want it for? Silver Wolf said nothing more. Don't worry about it. I need it now. How many do you have? Kafka opened the box where she kept her stellar jade. Stellar jade is very beautiful and suitable for decoration, so Kafka had a large collection. I should have hundreds here, dear. How many do you want? Silver Wolf said. Give me 100. Kafka agreed. Okay, how should I give it to you? Should I put it at the entrance of your teleportation channel? Silver Wolf nodded. Yes. Chapter 39. Silver Wolf summoned a virtual keyboard and tapped on it a few times. An ether portal appeared, and 100 stellar jades fell from it. Silver Wolf collected them all, and then went to the bar to exchange them. Silver Wolf had seen Yi Yun use the exchange scale earlier, so he naturally knew how to use it. Silver Wolf exchanged the star coins, and handed them all to Yi Yun. Here's the money. Where's the stuff? Yi Yun smiled and took out the Black Myth, Wukong Legend game cartridge and handed it to Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf was very satisfied with it, and waved goodbye to Yi Yun. He used the ether editor to teleport himself out of the way. After Silver Wolf left, Yi Yun opened his task panel and looked at it. Current task. Task 1. Receive 20 different customers. Progress. 14/20. Reward. 1 lottery machine. Task 2. From now on, reach a cumulative turnover of 10 million star coins. Progress. 30,000 plus / 10 million. Reward. Peak Emissary Strength x1. Task 1. Entertain 20 different clients is halfway done. Looking at Belobberg's situation, Bronya, Jeopard, Pella, and Silva will probably become his customers by then. That leaves 4 more people, no problem. After reading this, Yi-Yun closed the task panel and glanced at Wendy, who was happily drinking. Yi-Yun walked over and sat down. Just drinking? No snacks? Wendy put down the bottle and swallowed the drink. Snacks? I don't have any. Yeah. I have star coins. Wendy had always said she was broke, but suddenly it occurred to her that she did. She had 12,000 left from the wine she just bought. Here. A whole portion. Wendy generously pulled out a 100 yuan star coin and slammed it on the table. Yi-Yun put it away and bought a few side dishes worth a combined 100 yuan from the mall, bringing them to Wendy's table. Hey, where's your food and my wine? Now you're rich, you won't even treat me to a bottle? Wendy generously took out a dozen bottles of different drinks and placed them on the table. Take your pick, drink as much as you want. Yi-Yun's eyes lit up as he took out a porcelain bottle of wine. I didn't expect there's Fagian Mitai. Wendy held a braised meat from a spirit beast called a spirit deer in one hand and a bottle of beer in the other. What? Is this beer delicious? Yi-Yun smiled. Of course it is. This beer is definitely delicious. With that, Yi-Yun stood up and went to the small bar to retrieve 2 sets of white wine glasses, pouring a glass each for himself and Wendy. Wendy looked at Yi-Yun with disdain when she saw him drinking from such a small glass. Yi-Yun, I'm not saying anything bad, but men like us need to drink from large glasses to enjoy it. After saying that, Wendy took the Fakian Mitai and a beer glass, pouring the remaining liquor from the bottle into it. After pouring, she looked at him. TSK. You can't even fill a full glass? This is too little, isn't it? Seeing Wendy switching to a larger glass, Yi-Yun's lips curled up inexplicably, revealing a mysterious smile. Wendy raised her glass. Come on! Yi-Yun, 1 to go. Yi-Yun smiled and raised his small glass, clinking it with Wendy's. Wendy gulped down the Mutai in 1 gulp. As soon as she set the glass down, she felt a fire burning in her chest. Frog fun. This beer is strong. Wendy slapped her head a few times, feeling completely dizzy. Yi-Yun took a sip of Mutai and smiled. You were the one who asked to change the cup. Wendy forced herself to calm down. Drinking is best done in large cups. As soon as Wendy finished her words, she slid under the table. After a moment, she began to breathe evenly. Yi-Yun smacked his lips. TSK, TSK, you deserve it. Then, Yi-Yun slowly sipped his wine with some snacks. Inside the Star Core Hunter base. The moment Silver Wolf teleported back, he kicked off his shoes and rushed to his room. In the living room, Kafka was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Honey, why are you so anxious? Silver Wolf ignored Kafka, rushed to his room, opened the door, and slipped inside. Kafka, intrigued, stood up and walked towards Silver Wolf's room. When she reached the door, she looked in. Silver Wolf excitedly took out his game console and inserted the Black Myth, Wukong Legend game cartridge into it. He muttered to himself as he operated the game. Hee hee. New game. Here I come. Silver Wolf pulled out the Sekiro game cartridge. Sekiro. I enjoyed the time I spent with you, but... Now, it's time to say goodbye. Someday in the future, perhaps we have another wonderful time together. But now, you have to leave. A new friend, Black Myth, Wukong Legend, has arrived. Farewell. With that, Silver Wolf placed the Sekiro game cartridge on the nearby bookshelf. Then, he immediately inserted the Black Myth, Wukong Legend game cartridge. Hee hee. The immobilization spell. I learn it once I complete the game. Ha ha ha. I eventually become the invincible Lord Silver Wolf. At the door, Kafka raised her eyebrows at Silver Wolf's last words. Immobilization spell? You can learn it by completing the game? Honey, I'm having trouble understanding this. Kafka's sudden words startled Silver Wolf, who turned around. Humph. That's right, as long as I complete this game, I learn a skill. Come on. Kafka. Cut me. Kafka was puzzled. Honey, are you sure you want me to cut you? Do you have a fever? Do you want me to get you some medicine? Silver Wolf stood up, hands on his hips, looking incredibly impressive. I don't have a fever, come and cut me. Show me my new skill. Kafka finally realized what he was saying. A new skill? Interesting. It looked like she wouldn't be able to hurt Silver Wolf. Reassured, Kafka suddenly slashed at Silver Wolf. Ding! A crisp clash of weapons echoed. Silver Wolf, holding a small knife, easily blocked Kafka's attack. Kafka, seeing this, looked at Silver Wolf with a hint of interest. Honey, that skill of yours is quite interesting. Silver Wolf hummed twice. That's right. It's called Vibration Blade, and it reflects physical attacks from enemies below the level of a clerk. Successfully used, it even multiplies the reflected damage by 2. How's that? Amazing, isn't it? Kafka nodded. Indeed, it's impressive. After saying that, Kafka looked at the Sekiro game cartridge that Silver Wolf had placed on the bookshelf. Honey, where did you get that game cartridge? Silver Wolf put away his knife, picked up the controller, and sat down, happily playing Black Myth, Wukong Legend. Axing sold it to me. I bought the one I'm playing now myself. At this point, Silver Wolf suddenly remembered Yiyun. Oh, there's a problem with Elio's script. There's a guy named Yiyun on the train. He opened a shop there. I bought this game cartridge from him. If you have time, remember to ask Elio what's going on. Chapter 40. Kafka nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Kafka remembered the 100 stellar jade coins Silver Wolf had asked her for. Back then, Silver Wolf had said he wanted to buy something. Could this be it? Honey, did you buy this game cartridge with stellar jade? Silver Wolf replied without turning back, continuing to play his game. Yeah, they only accept stellar coins, which can be exchanged for stellar jade. Okay, leave me alone, I want to play games, fuck. What the hell? I got killed with one blow. More. Kafka saw this. You play first, and then you can come with me to the train. Silver Wolf was extremely reluctant to do so. No, I want to play games. Kafka smiled slightly. Oh, I thought you wanted to come with me. Silver Wolf turned to look at Kafka, and seeing the kind smile on her face, he immediately backed off. Okay, I go with you. Kafka nodded with satisfaction. See you later, dear. Kafka turned and left Silver Wolf's room. Silver Wolf breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been on the receiving end of Kafka's word spirit technique again. Although I have the Vibro Blade, it can only defend against physical attacks. Kafka's word spirit technique is a mental attack, which I can't defend against. However, if I can complete Black Myth, Wukong Legend and learn the immobilization spell, I have a countermeasure. All I need to do is freeze Kafka before she opens her mouth, and I won't have to fear Kafka's word spirit technique anymore. Silver Wolf grew increasingly excited as he thought about it, already imagining the expression on Kafka's face when he cast the immobilization spell on her. On the train, Yiyun was enjoying a snack and a glass of wine when the shop door opened and Jeezy, Hook, Klee, and Clara entered. Come on, don't run around. Go sit on the sofas. The 3 little ones ran obediently to the booth and spotted Yiyun the moment they arrived. Brother Yiyun. Yiyun. Big brother Yiyun. The 3 little ones ran to sit across from Yiyun. Yiyun smiled. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? The 3 little ones looked at the braised dishes on the table and swallowed. Yes. They shouted in unison. Yiyun smiled. Okay, sit down nicely. I get you some tableware. The 3 little ones then sat down obediently on the sofa and played. He arrived at the bar, where GZ was pouring water. Thank you for your hard work, GZ. And I'm sorry to bother you with Hook and Klee. GZ smiled and shook her head. Nothing. How about you? What were you busy with? He pointed toward the 3 little creatures. 2 guests just arrived. You should recognize one of them. He's the Silver Wolf from the Star Core Hunters. As for the other one, look under the table over there. GZ was a little surprised. She hadn't expected the Star Core Hunters to find Yiyun. GZ looked in the direction Yiyun pointed. She saw Wendy, fast asleep under the table. Who is he? Yiyun introduced. You met Jean and Lisa, right? GZ nodded. Yes, they're from Ying's world. Yiyun continued. He's Jean and Lisa's immediate superior, Mondstadt's ruler, the Wind God, Barbados, now also known as Wendy. Hearing this, GZ was shocked by Wendy's identity. The Wind God? A god? The Wind God? Yiyun nodded. Yes, the Wind God, but his actual combat power is at most at the level of a high-level Destiny Walker. Hearing this, GZ realized that such gods existed in many less developed regions of the universe. These gods simply possess powers beyond those of mortals, and were therefore worshipped as such by those mortals. GZ looked at the slumbering Wendy. Just leave him alone? Yiyun smiled. Don't worry about him. He's still in excellent physical condition. He's a 1,000-year-old monster. Hearing Wendy's age, GZ was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected him to be an immortal. Then, Yian brought cutlery to the booth and distributed it to the three little ones. Jeezy came over with a few glasses of juice and sat down next to Yian. Teyvat, late at night, Mondstadt. Wendy quietly pushed the portal open a crack. Glancing outside and confirming no one was around, she stepped out. Great. Jean isn't here. I'd be off now. Wendy closed the portal and transformed into a breeze, leaving Jean's office. Wendy headed west, towards Liyue. Passing through mountains, Wendy landed on a peak that towered into the clouds. Atop the peak lay a lotus pond, and in the center, a stone table and several stone benches. The moment Wendy landed, a voice rang out. Barbados, long time no see. Wendy looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a man in a formal suit and ponytail appear beside her. Old man, long time no see. The man was the Liyue god, Morix, also known as Zhongli. Zhongli walked over to a stone bench and sat down. What brings you here? Wendy chuckled and placed a dozen bottles of different wines on the stone table, then brought out some snacks she bought from Yian. Old man, try this wine I brought back from another world. Zhongli's pupils trembled at the words. Another world? You went to another world? Wendy nodded, then told Zhongli about Yian's situation. Zhongli was deeply disturbed after hearing this. A new outsider, will this affect the script? Wendy casually grabbed a bottle of wine and gulped it down. There will definitely be an impact. Mondstadt's storyline is completely messed up, anyway. But I think it's good. Contacting Yian will open up a new path for us. Zhongli heard this. What do you mean? Wendy said. You don't know, old man. There are many planets in Yian's world, many of which are unowned. Any single one could easily accommodate all the inhabitants of Teyvat. However, we need to renovate them when the time comes. A hint of seriousness flashed in Zhongli's eyes. You mean relocation? Wendy nodded. Isn't that also an option? Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I take you to meet Yian tomorrow. Let's have a drink first. Zhongli didn't think twice about it, and sat down to savor the drinks Wendy had brought. Each one was new to Zhongli. This otherworldly wine truly has a unique flavor. Wendy chuckled and, with a playful air of slyness, pulled out a bottle of Feikin Matai. Come, old man, try this wine. It's the best I ever had. It's the most refreshing drink in one gulp. Come and try it. Wendy handed Zhongli a bottle of Feikin Matai. Zhongli took it and looked at Wendy, who looked like she was watching a play, speechless. My colleague still loves to play tricks on me, just like always. Zhongli took out a small wine glass, poured a glass, and took a sip. Chapter 41. Wendy was disappointed to see she hadn't tricked Zhongli. Really, old man? Are my acting skills really that bad? Zhongli nodded slightly. Yes. Wendy took out a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Zhongli. Old man, try this side dish. Zhongli took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of cold-boiled pig's ear, and placed it in his mouth. The fresh aroma of the chili peppers complemented the crispy, tender texture of the pig's ear perfectly. This side dish is quite delicious. The two chatted over the side dish while drinking. Unbeknownst to them, the aroma of the side dish drifted on the wind, reaching a nearby cave. Inside the cave, true Lord Liyun Jiefeng, who was tinkering with a mechanism with his tools, suddenly raised his head and sniffed the air. What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? Looking in the direction the scent was coming from, Liyun discovered it was coming from outside the cave. So Liyun opened the cave's gate and walked out. As soon as he emerged from the cave obscuring the entrance, he saw Wendy and Zhongli drinking in the distance. Barbados? Emperor? Liyun flapped his wings and approached the two. Emperor Wendy? In the past, Wendy had frequently visited Liyue and was very familiar with the immortals. Given Wendy's easygoing personality, the immortals in Liyue mostly addressed Wendy by his avatar's name, with the exception of Xiao, who had received Wendy's favor. Liyun, it's you. Long time no see. Wendy waved at Liyun. Zhongli nodded gently at Liyun. Liyun glanced at the food and wine on the table. Wendy, after all these years, you still love drinking as much as ever. Wendy said, Hey? Of course, Liyun, do you want to try some? I brought all this from another world. Liyun looked at Wendy in surprise. Another world? Wendy smiled. Yes, if you don't believe me, asked the old man. Liyun looked at Zhongli with a puzzled look. Zhongli said, None of this food and wine is from Teyvat. Liyun looked at Wendy in disbelief. Wendy, how did you get to another world? Wendy took a sip of wine and told Liyun about Yian. After hearing that Wendy was taking Zhongli to another world tomorrow, Liyun immediately insisted on going with them. Zhongli said, There's no rush. Barbados, and I will go ahead tomorrow. Once we confirmed, we take you immortals there. Seeing that Zhongli had spoken, Lu Yun dejectedly agreed. Seeing this, Wendy handed Lu Yun a pair of chopsticks. Hey, don't overthink it. Let's eat together. Lu Yun glanced at the appetizers on the table. They smelled delicious indeed. So Lu Yun took the chopsticks and began to eat. Belowberg's lower town. Den Heng brought Walter to the scene. The moment Walter saw Xing, he was stunned. To be more precise, he saw the Skyfire Judgment in Xing's hand. Xing, where did you get this weapon? Xing waved the Skyfire Judgment in his hand. Uncle Yang, are you talking about this? I won it in a lottery from Yi Yun. How about it? Pretty cool, right? Hee. Walter wiped the sweat from his forehead. Pretty cool. Can you show it to me? Xing handed the Skyfire Judgment to Walter. Here, Uncle Yang, be careful. This weapon consumes energy when used. Walter took the Skyfire Judgment and examined it, confirming it was essentially identical to the one he knew. The only difference was that the one he knew would unleash an extremely high temperature when used, while this one simply consumed energy. Walter wondered, if only the Skyfire Judgment in his own world also only consumed energy. Walter took a sharp breath. Xing, noticing Walter's expression, asked with concern. Uncle Yang, what's wrong? Walter came to his senses and shook his head. It's okay, I give it back to you. Xing took the Skyfire Judgment, transformed it into a dual pistol form, and placed it on his waistband. Walter glanced at Swarlo beside him. Is this the mecha? Dan Heng nodded slightly. Yes. March 7 echoed. Uncle Yang, please help us fix it. Swarovski is a very important family member to Clara. When Walter heard that Swarovski was related to Clara, he immediately thought of the robot Clara had mentioned teaching her about mechanics. Okay, let me take a look. Walter examined it. It's not a big deal. Just a few burned out connections. I can just replace them. After more than 10 minutes, Walter had Swarovski fixed it, and Swarovski stood up. Thank you, stranger. Walter shook his head slightly. It's okay. If nothing else, I'd be leaving. With that, Walter said goodbye to Xing, Sanyueki, Danheng, and Swarovski, and returned to the train. Xing patted Swarovski's thigh. Swarovski, what was wrong with you earlier? You started fighting at the drop of a hat. Swarovski said. The Star Core is forbidden. You are not allowed to touch it. The three finally understood what was happening. It seemed they had touched upon the forbidden information within Sworo's program. No wonder Sworo had suddenly gone berserk. After a short pause, Sworo returned to the mecha settlement with his mechas. Xing, March 7, and Dan Heng headed for Panyan Town. Entering Panyan Town, they spotted Natasha, Seal, and Bronya, who were discussing something in the distance with worried expressions. Xing waved. Natasha, Seal, Bronya, what are you talking about? Natasha turned. You guys, are you done? March 7 nodded. Yes, Sworo has been repaired and has returned with his mechas. What about you? What are you talking about? Before Natasha could reply, Seal spoke up. We're discussing whether we should go to Rivet Town. Many people were injured in this battle, and we're running low on medical supplies. Xing patted his chest upon hearing this. Then let's go. We go with you. Natasha shook her head and declined. No need. Seal and Bronya are enough. You just did us a big favor. Take a break first. March 7 said. It's okay. Let's go together. Xing said from the side. That's right. I'm the righteous Galaxy Batman. How can I ignore someone who needs help? Natasha saw this and couldn't refuse. Then be careful. Don't act rashly if you can't do anything. Xing and the others agreed. Then, the five of them headed for Rivet Town together. As soon as they arrived in Rivet Town, they were attacked by a group of rift monsters. Thankfully, Bronya spotted them in time and quickly drew her gun. Be careful. Bronya fired a shot, killing a Thunderbird that was about to launch a sneak attack. The others, seeing this, quickly drew their weapons and entered combat mode. Chapter 42. After dispatching the rift monsters that had attacked her, Bronya sheathed her rifle and breathed a sigh of relief. The rift was deeply eroded here, and even the elite unit, the Stormbringer, had just appeared. Is everyone safe? Seal and Danheng were the only ones who responded. Bronya looked around and saw Xing and Sanyueki, both looking excited, standing next to a luxurious treasure chest. Sanwe, we're rich. This chest actually has 30 stellar jades. Xing excitedly gazed at the 30 stellar jades in her hand. Sanyueki said. That's 30 in total. There are 5 of us, 6 each. This chest was earned through our combined efforts. Hearing this, Xing took the stellar jades and distributed them to Danheng and Seal. Finally, after some thought, she took out 6 and handed them to Bronya. Here you go. Bronya glanced at the stellar jade. There were so many loot in the treasure chest. Why did Xing only take this one? This was the least valuable item. I don't need it, you keep it. Xing chuckled at this, and quickly put the 6 stellar jades for Bronya into her bag. Hey, if you don't want them, then they're mine. Seal, March 7, and Danheng all looked at Bronya in disbelief. But considering that Bronya didn't know about Yi Yun's shop, it wasn't surprising. March 7 shook his head secretly. Bronya would probably regret it later. For some reason, March 7 was looking forward to Bronya's expression then. It was sure to be quite exciting. Next, the group continued onward, arriving at the orphanage, where they found numerous medical supplies. In the original story, all the supplies here were confiscated by Clara. Nowadays, the Mecha settlement is not short of such supplies, so most of them are still there. Also, Bronya recalled her own life story. She was once a member of the orphanage, but was later taken away by Cocolia and taken to the upper city. Seal and Bronya had a private conversation, opening up and becoming friends. Xing, Sanyueki, and Danheng also chose to let go of their grudges against Bronya. On reflection, Bronya wasn't wrong. From her perspective, she was simply following orders. The one who truly wanted to harm the 3 of them was that evil woman, Cocolia. Over half an hour later, the 5 returned to Panyin town with the medical supplies they had collected. After delivering the supplies, they discussed the matter of the Star Core. Sanyueki looked at them. What do you mean? Where are we going to get the Star Core? Danheng asked. The sooner the better. We can't put this off. Xing checked the time. How about tomorrow? The others exchanged glances and agreed. Afterwards, they headed to the hotel to rest. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. On the train, inside Yi Yun's shop, Pam prepared breakfast, and Yi Yun, GZ, Walter, and the 3 children sat around the long table in the middle to eat. Clara ate breakfast while reading a book. She had been studying mechanics with Walter and GZ for the past 2 days. Clara and Hook ate their porridge with their own children's utensils. At this moment, the watch on GZ's wrist suddenly vibrated. GZ opened it, her expression slightly surprised. The spatial readings on Yalalo 4 are abnormal, and the activity in the Star Core is intensifying. Walter couldn't help but worry about Xing, Sanyueki, and Danheng, who were still on Bellowberg. How about I go? GZ said with a smile. No need. This time, Xing and the others are on their pioneering journey. The most we can do is provide some off-site support. At this moment, a request notification chimed in Yi Yun's mind. Zhongli has requested to enter the shop. Zhongli has requested to enter the shop. Zhongli has requested to enter the shop. Yi Yun was a little surprised. Zhongli? Why was he here? Isn't he still in Mondstadt? Oh right, Wendy. This guy must have called her here. And then? Yi Yun approved Zhongli's request. Then, the portal opened, and Wendy and Zhongli stepped out. Seeing Yi Yun and the others eating, Wendy walked over to the table, and sat down with a familiar air. Oh, you're all eating. Let me see what you're eating. Yi Yun rolled his eyes speechlessly at Wendy, who looked at him eagerly. What a shameless old man. There's porridge in the kitchen. If you want some, just grab a bowl and get some. Wendy chuckled and happily ran into the kitchen to make herself some porridge. At this moment, Yi Yun looked at Zhongli. Hello, what's your name, friend? Zhongli shifted his gaze from the surroundings to Yi Yun. Hello, my name is Zhongli, a guest of Liyue's rebirth hall. Yi Yun gestured for Zhongli to sit down. Hello, my name is Yi Yun. Sit down and chat. Zhongli nodded slightly, sat down at the table, and looked at Yi Yun. I heard from Barbados that you're selling items from all over the universe. Would you mind letting me take a look? Yi Yun nodded in agreement. Of course, no rush. Mr. Zhongli hasn't eaten yet, right? Shall we have dinner together? Zhongli nodded slightly. The guest should follow the host's wishes. Obedience is worse than respect. Yi Yun then called to Wendy in the kitchen. Wendy, bring a bowl for Zhongli as well. Wendy glanced over and agreed. A few minutes later, Wendy prepared the porridge and sat down at the table. Old man, this is for you. Wendy placed Zhongli's porridge in front of him. Walter was puzzled by Wendy's address for Zhongli. Old man? If I remember correctly, Wendy, you've been alive for thousands of years, right? Wendy picked up the spoon and sipped the porridge. Ah. After a hangover, a little porridge is so comforting. After finally reveling, Wendy replied. Yeah, what's wrong? Walter looked at Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli's age. Wendy understood. The old man has lived much longer than I have, at least thousands of years. Walter and Jeezy were both shocked. What? Thousands of years? Zhongli didn't deny it. Yeah, about right. Jeezy was shocked. Here, all immortals are cursed, like Xianzhou's demonic Yin body, which becomes more prone to flare-ups with age. Zhongli heard this. I have one too, but mine is a form of wear and tear, causing people to forget past memories and lose their sanity. Yiyan heard this, and suddenly remembered an item he had seen while browsing the mall out of boredom. Item, Qinling Pill. Function, enhances the user's rationality and reduces the chance of becoming possessed. Price, 2,000 star coins. Yiyan bought one directly. With Zhongli's status, he didn't have to worry about him not being able to pay. Zhongli, take a look at this. The Qinling Pill. It should be useful to you. Zhongli looked at the Qinling Pill in Yiyan's hand. Are you serious? Yiyan nodded. Of course it is. If it doesn't work, I won't charge you. Zhongli took the Qinling Pill and swallowed it in one gulp under the gaze of the crowd. Chapter 43. The moment the Qinling Pill entered his stomach, Zhongli's eyes widened, countless fragments and images of the past flashing through his mind. He murmured softly. Return to the end. Marcosius Rudifush. To Yun and the others, less than half a minute had passed. But to Zhongli, it felt like an incredibly long time had passed. Wendy's old man finally brought Zhongli back to his senses. Zhongli regained his composure and shook his head. Sorry, everyone, I'm sorry. Walter, Jeezy, and the others acted indifferent. Zhongli then looked at Yiyun, casting a grateful glance. Thank you, Yiyun. Yiyun smiled. You're welcome. Just remember to pay. Zhongli smiled, a rare smile. Ha ha, of course. How much is this pill worth? Yiyun held up 2 fingers. 2,000 star coins, that's 200 primo gems. Wendy should have told you the exchange rate for primo gems to star coins, right? Zhongli shook his head. No. Yiyun was speechless. Wendy, why didn't you tell Zhongli about such an important matter? Wendy said, hey, and continued to drink her porridge. Zhongli touched his body. Yiyun, I bring you the primo gems later, okay? Yiyun said indifferently. Sure, come on, let's eat first. Afterward, I take you to see some fun. Yiyun was just inviting everyone to eat when an ethereal portal suddenly opened in the shop, and Kafka and Silver Wolf emerged. Silver Wolf's face was filled with reluctance. He had been playing a game perfectly fine when Kafka dragged him over. Hey, that's Yiyun. After pointing Yiyun out to Kafka, Silver Wolf walked over to a nearby booth and plopped down, crossing his legs and starting to play his game console. Jeezy and Walter were wary of Kafka. Starcore Hunter Kafka, I've seen you before. You're on the company's wanted list. Kelly, standing nearby, noticed Kafka's figure. Wow. Big devil. Big devil. Kafka glanced at Kelly. A very cute little girl. Then she turned to look at Jeezy, sizing her up and down. Jeezy, right? Don't worry, I won't attack the train crew. I'm here to buy something from Mr. Yiyun. After that, Kafka took out the small box containing her stellar jade and opened it. Seeing this, Yiyun stood up and spoke to Jeezy and the others. Don't worry, you guys eat first. I take her shopping. With that, Yiyun took Kafka to the small bar and sat down. Jeezy, Walter, and Zhongli were still eating, but they kept glancing at Yiyun from time to time, just in case anything unexpected happened. Yiyun tapped the box Kafka had brought with him and asked, How many stellar jades do you have? Kafka shook her head, looking at Yiyun in front of her, an inexplicable urge to tease her arise in her mind. I'm not sure either. How about you count? Kafka smiled, her chin resting on one hand as she stared at Yiyun. Yiyun raised an eyebrow and placed the stellar jade on the exchange scale. Counting is troublesome. With this thing, we can instantly tell how many star coins we have. The exchange rate between stellar jade and star coins is 1 to 100. Kafka felt a little disappointed when she failed to tease Yiyun. Oh! So okay then, I use your little scale to count. A little over 10 minutes later, Yiyun had helped Kafka exchange all of her stellar jade, totaling 60,000 star coins. Kafka weighed the star coins in her hand. Yiyun, listen to me, what do you think I should buy? Yiyun folded his arms, staring into Kafka's eyes. What do you want to buy? Kafka's interest in Yiyun instantly intensified when she saw that her word spell had failed. Let me think about you selling emotions here? Yiyun pondered. Emotions? I have to help you find that. Yiyun sat down in front of the touch screen and searched for the word emotions. The next second, hundreds of products appeared on the screen. Yiyun glanced at them casually and asked, Yes, What emotion do you want? Kafka was a little surprised. They actually sell emotions? Is there fear? Yian heard this, and pulled up several products on the touch screen. Come and take a look. Yian made way, and Kafka sat down. Product, Inner Demon. Product description. This item can cause a person's inner demon to relapse. Price, 1,000 star coins. Note, this item has 9 levels, with the lowest price at level 1 being 1,000 and the highest at level 9 being 10,000. You can choose freely. Product, Abyss Pass. Product description. This item allows you to travel to the Abyss. Price, 5,000 star coins. Item, Strange Invitation. Item description. Used to participate in a strange game. Price, 2,000 star coins. Kafka glanced at each item, undecided for a moment. Then, she looked at Yiyun. Help me choose one. Kafka smiled sweetly, and played with her hair. Yiyun glanced at the 3 items. Would you like to try this inner demon? It can make you see the very thing you least want to see. Kafka nodded slightly. Okay, I do as you say. Yiyun then took 1,000 star coins from Kafka, and bought her the lowest level one. He inserted the star coins, and a dark red ball of energy, enveloped in bubbles, appeared in Yiyun's hand. Yiyun handed it to Kafka. Just crush it. Kafka looked at the inner demon in her hand, and turned to Yiyun. Yiyun, can you come a little closer? What if they get scared? As the boss, you have to be responsible for your customers. Yiyun coughed loudly. Stop it, this is a serious business. Kafka, seeing that she had successfully amused Yiyun, burst out laughing. Haha, okay, I was just teasing you. After saying that, Kafka looked at the inner demon in her hand. Let me try what you recommended first. Kafka exerted force with her right hand, crushing the inner demon. The moment the inner demon exploded, dark red energy surged into Kafka's body. Kafka's expression froze for a moment, as if she had witnessed something terrifying. However, this state of mind only lasted a few seconds before disappearing. Kafka recalled the feeling just now. In those 2 seconds, she had truly experienced that feeling of fear. This unfamiliar emotion, the one she longed for, turned out to be like this. Kafka took out 2,000 star coins. Yiyun, buy me a higher level one. Yiyun raised an eyebrow, and bought Kafka a level 2 inner demon. Kafka took the inner demon and crushed it, sinking into fear once again. This time, her expression of fear lasted a few seconds longer than before. Yiyun thought for a moment. You want to buy a level? Choose the level you want, and insert the corresponding star coins here. Try it yourself, and don't buy too high a level at once. Kafka nodded in agreement. Chapter 44. Seeing Yiyun's blushing face, Klee thought he'd been bullied by Kafka. Wow. Big devil. You're not allowed to bully brother Yiyun. Bouncing bomb. Klee stood on a chair, angrily raising a large bouncing bomb and throwing it at Kafka. Seeing this, Yiyun leaped over and caught the flying bouncing bomb. Yiyun put the bouncing bomb away, sighed, and rubbed Klee's little head. Klee, this big sister didn't bully your brother Yiyun. Klee, realizing she wronged Kafka, slid down from her chair, ran to her side, and bowed deeply. Big sister, I'm sorry, Klee was wrong about you. Can you forgive me? Klee swayed slightly, her large eyes looking at Kafka with a look of grievance. Kafka was instantly captivated by Klee's cuteness, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Okay. Sister forgives you. Little girl, is your name Koli? Koli smiled happily when Kafka forgave her. Yes, my name is Koli. What about you, big sister? What's your name? Kafka said with a smile. Big sister, my name is Kafka. Koli looked at Kafka, repeating her name word for word. K-F-Ka, Koli knows, sister Kafka. Yiyun walked over and patted Koli's head. Koli, hurry up and eat. The food will get cold soon. Koli obediently returned to her seat, and continued eating. Because the dining table was too high, Koli and Hook had to stand on chairs to eat. Sitting down, the 2 little ones were level with the tabletop. Hook, that sisters called Kafka. Hook shoveled a mouthful of porridge. Hook gets it. Claire, help me pick up some pickled mustard greens. Claire helped Hook pick up a handful of pickled mustard greens with her chopsticks. Hey, pickled mustard greens? The 2 little ones chatted while standing on their chairs and eating. Kafka looked at the 2 little ones and smiled knowingly. Yiyun noticed Kafka staring at Claire and Hook. How are they? Aren't they cute? Kafka nodded in agreement. Quite cute. Are they your daughters? Yiyun almost spit out the water he had just drunk. What the hell? His own daughters? Why didn't he look like Hook or Claire? No, what are you thinking? Kafka pulled her hair up and looked at Yi-Yun with a smile. Oh, I thought they were your daughters, seeing how kind you are to them. Yi-Yun wiped the water from the corner of his mouth. Of course I'm kind to them. Raising daughters is the most satisfying thing in the world, okay? Kafka suddenly asked. So, have you ever thought about having a daughter yourself? Yi-Yun looked at Kafka, a wave of anger rising in his throat. What? Give me one? Kafka was momentarily flustered. You're not impossible, Kafka said, looking at Yi-Yun seductively. Yi-Yun steeled himself and decided to go all the way. Let's set a time then. Kafka's thoughts suddenly clicked, and she thought of something interesting. Kafka blushed slightly as she saw Yi-Yun staring at her. Kafka quickly bought the level 2 and level 3 hard demons and ran to sit next to the silver wolf. Yi-Yun's lips curled up slightly. He finally gotten back on his feet. Oh woman! Yi-Yun returned to the dining table. Jeezy, how's Yalolo 6 doing? What's the star core reading? Jeezy turned on the equipment and checked the star core reading on Yalolo. Upon seeing the results, her expression changed in surprise. The star core activity is getting increasingly intense, almost reaching critical mass. Yi-Yun was about to head for the portal. Let's go watch the show. At this moment, Kafka spoke from the side. Yi-Yun, are you going to see Xing and the others? Yi-Yun nodded. Yes, a star core war is a waste of time. Kafka pondered for a moment, then turned to Silver Wolf. Honey, bring up a projection from Xing. Silver Wolf's hands were operating so quickly, he had no time. I'm busy. Kafka sighed. Listen to me. Honey, bring up the projection from Xing. Silver Wolf stood up, his eyes glazed over, as if possessed. He pulled out a virtual keyboard and projected a projection of Xing onto the wall. After finishing, Silver Wolf sat back down, his eyes beginning to light up. Kafka, you're using word magic on me again. Kafka covered her mouth and chuckled. Honey, who told you to play games so seriously? Then Kafka looked at Yi-Yun. Okay, let's watch it here. You don't have to go all the way, right? Yi-Yun saw this and agreed. It wasn't impossible to watch the live broadcast on the big screen here. Kafka looked at the people on the projection and breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was an opportunity for Xing. If nothing unexpected happened, Xing would receive a protective glance. After obtaining the Fate of Preservation, Xing's strength will be significantly enhanced. Enter Bellowberg. Xing, Sanueki, Donheng, Seal, and Bronya have arrived at Everwinter Ridge. Cocolia held high the Great Guardian's inherited weapon, the Flame Lance. Creation Engine. In the name of the Great Guardian, I command you to arise. The ground of Everwinter Ridge shook, and a towering robot, as massive as the sky, awoke from the frozen earth. Beneath it, a multitude of rift creatures surged towards Xing and his companions. Xing immediately drew out the Heavenly Fire Judgment and slashed with his sword. Heavenly Fire. Unsheathed. The Heavenly Fire Judgment's blade erupted with scorching flames, sweeping across the land. All the rift creatures caught in the engulfment, save for elite units like the Devourer's Shadow and the Outer Universe Ice, were consumed by the flames. The Devourer's Shadow raised its scepter to attack Xing, but an arrow struck it, knocking the scepter away. The Devourer's Shadow was about to reach out and reclaim the scepter when a shadow flashed, and several butterflies of light appeared not far in front of her. The shadows flickered, and Seal emerged from the shadows, swinging her scythe down. Fade with the butterflies, phantom of the past. The Devourer's Shadow was instantly killed by the blow, dissipating into a speck of light. Elsewhere, Bronya continuously fired at and suppressed an Outer Universe Ice. Dan Heng instantly appeared above the Outer Universe Ice, his Cloud Strike spear gathering energy. The cavernous sky transforms, the long dream is finally broken. Dan Heng landed, his Cloud Strike spear swung in a flash, and slammed into the ground. The next second, the Outer Universe Ice behind him exploded, dissolving into specks of light. Xing, on his side, targeted a Void Soldier, the Wind Razor. Xing exerted force on his feet, shooting out like an arrow from a bow. In the blink of an eye, Xing was beneath Windmaker. Gripping the Heavenly Fire Judge with both hands, the blade erupted in blazing flames. Ha! Xing slashed upward with his sword, a crack running through Windmaker's body. The moment Xing hefted the Heavenly Fire Judge onto his shoulder, a burst of flames erupted from the crack, engulfing Windmaker. Chapter 45. With the cooperation of several people, the remaining rift monsters were eliminated one by one. Cocolia cursed them inwardly, calling them useless, and then activated the creation engine to attack them. A laser beam shot from the creation engine's head, sweeping towards them. Xing slashed with his sword, and flames engulfed the laser beam. Explosions echoed continuously where the two collided. Meanwhile, on the train, Walter watched Xing wield the Skyfire Judgment, and images of that man kept resurfacing in his mind. Yi Yin chuckled at Walter's constipated expression and leaned over. "Walter, isn't this Skyfire Judgment handsome?" Walter nodded stiffly. "Handsome." GZ, seeing this, was a little curious. "Walter, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Walter took a deep breath. "I'm fine. I just remembered some things from the past." GZ understood Walter's condition after hearing this. Yi Yin watched Xing and the others display their prowess on the screen, feeling it was a bit monotonous. So, he bought a tea set and a tea cake from the system. "Zhongli, Walter, come on, have some tea." Zhongli looked at the tea set in Yi Yin's hands. "Your tea set is well made. The engravings on it are beyond the reach of a master craftsman." Yi Yin smiled. "I don't understand this, but it works." As he spoke, Yi Yin rinsed the tea set with boiling water, placed tea leaves in the teapot, and poured a cup for himself. Walter and Zhongli each poured a cup. "Here, try it." Then, the three of them continued to sip their tea while watching the projection. Their gaze returned to Eternal Winter Ridge. After taking a few breaths, Xing seized the opportunity during the creation engine's attack and charged onto it, dashing towards Cocolia. During this time, several new rift creatures emerged and attacked Xing. Bronya and Sanueki's long-range sniping efforts dispatched them all. A few minutes later, Xing narrowly reached Cocolia. Cocolia angrily drew her gun and charged at Xing. Xing quickly swung her Heavenly Fire Judgment to block the blow, but the immense force nearly knocked her off her feet. Before Xing could react, Cocolia's second attack followed. Xing had no choice but to dodge to the side. Cocolia attacked Xing relentlessly, giving her no chance to counterattack. Furthermore, Cocolia remained airborne, making it difficult for Xing to reach her. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as absolute defense. Cocolia seized the opportunity and launched a fierce volley of her flaming spear. Xing fell backwards helplessly, her consciousness gradually fading. When Xing regained consciousness, she found herself in the starry sky. Xing looked around and saw a flaming spear in the distance. Xing thought for a moment and decided, seeing nothing else around, to go over and take a look. As he walked, phantoms began to appear around him. These phantoms were the memories of the great guardians of Bellowberg, including Cocolia. Reading these memories also revealed why Cocolia had made the deal with the Star Corps. There was no way out, hopeless, with no way forward, only darkness. Xing arrived before the flaming spear. There stood a little girl. "You're here." Xing nodded, looking at the little girl curiously. "Who are you?" the little girl said. "Me? I'm the condensed consciousness of the great guardians of all generations." The little girl glanced at Xing and continued. "This city is weeping, the power of protection fading. In the end, we still can't resist the will of the Star Corps." Xing saw the little girl's expression of compassion. "Since you can't protect it, let others do it." The little girl was a little shocked by Xing's words, but quickly regained her composure and pointed to the flame spear not far away. "In that case, go touch the light of amber." Xing walked over to the flame spear and, the moment he touched it, a stream of flames erupted from it. Xing instinctively withdrew his hand. Xing glanced at the flame spear, his gaze determined. "Ha!" Xing pulled the flame spear out with all his might. Xing returned to reality. Holding the flame spear in one hand, and the holy judgment of heavenly fire in the other, Xing spun and landed squarely on the palm of the creation engine. March 7, Dan Heng, Seal, and Bronya were overjoyed to see that Xing was alright. "Xing!" March 7 waved happily. Xing nodded with high morale, then raised his flame spear. "Everyone! Attack!" Cocolia stared at the reignited flame spear, her face filled with disbelief. "No! No! Impossible! Why would the Guardian choose you?" Cocolia unleashed her full firepower, completely merging with the Star Corps. Cocolia raised her right hand, condensing an immense cone of ice that slammed down upon Xing and the others. Xing raised her flame spear, casting a protective shield over herself and the others. With her other hand, she drew the holy judge of heavenly fire and swung her sword. Scorching flame slashed at the cone of ice, and the two collided in midair, erupting with red and blue light at the point of contact. When the light faded, a dark cloud of smoke remained in its wake. Suddenly, Xing burst out of the smoke, his flame spear pointed directly at Cocolia high in the sky. Cocolia attempted to condense another cone of ice, but Dan Heng and Shears suddenly appeared above her and attacked. Cocolia frantically resisted, repelling the two. By the time she could condense another cone of ice, it was too late. Xing's flame spear pierced Cocolia's body, severely wounding her. Cocolia slammed heavily to the ground, the immense impact creating a deep crater at the point of impact. Cocolia had barely risen when Xing, holding the holy judge of heavenly fire, arrived in front of her. With one strike, he slashed, completely neutralizing her. No way. Cocolia lay weakly on the ground, a light emanating from her body. At this moment, the others arrived. Bronya looked at Cocolia with deep distress. Mother! Cocolia raised her head with difficulty and looked at Bronya. Having regained consciousness, she was filled with relief. Her daughter had grown up and possessed the ability to protect Belloberg. How wonderful! Cocolia suddenly felt a tearing sensation in her chest. The Star Core sensed something was wrong and tried to escape. Cocolia held it tightly, preventing it from escaping, determined to perish alongside the Star Core. Don't come over here. Bronya. Bronya looked at Cocolia in grief. No! Don't do this. Mother! Just then, an inopportune voice rang out. Why are you being so pathetic? It's making me cry. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Yi Yin approaching with Rios. The Charmeleon and Bubble Seed on Rios's back saw their master, and quickly rushed towards him. Concerned about the potential for a fierce battle yesterday, Xing on March 7th hadn't brought the two Pokemon with him, fearing they might get hurt. Sanueki was delighted to see Yi Yun. Yi Yun. Why are you here? Yi Yun scratched his ear. I couldn't stand watching from up there anymore, so I came down to help. Yi Yun glanced at Cocolia, then at Bronya. Bronya, right? Bronya nodded. Yi Yun continued. Remember to give me 100 stellar jades later. With that, Yi Yun suddenly grabbed in Cocolia's direction, extracted the Star Core from her body, and suppressed it. Then, he threw a potion emitting a pure white light at Cocolia. The potion splashed onto Cocolia, instantly restoring her last remaining breath. Xing, amazed by the scene before him, ran over to Yi Yun and asked, Yi Yun, what kind of medicine is this? It's so effective? Give me 2 bottles. Yi Yun said. The Elven Water of Life, just this one bottle, 10,000 star coins. Are you sure you want to buy it? Xing immediately shut up. 10,000. That's enough to buy 10 trash can scratch off tickets. No. Absolutely not. Chapter 46. A day had passed since the battle at Everwinter Ridge. Although Cocolia had regained consciousness, her memories of the time she was bewitched by the Star Core had completely vanished. She only remembered memories from a few years ago, before she chose to cooperate with the Star Core. Through Bronya's recounting, Cocolia realized the magnitude of her mistake. So, she chose to resign as Grand Guardian and let Bronya take the position. She could no longer hold the position of Grand Guardian. She had nearly ruined Belloberg's future with her own hands. In the Belloberg Administrative District Square, after a night's rest, Xing and Sanueki strolled the streets, each holding a cup of milk tea. They reached a flower shop, and Xing rubbed her eyes in disbelief. No way. Sanueki saw Xing's eyes nearly popping out of her head. What's wrong with you? Xing tugged at Sanueki's clothes and pointed to a bench. March. Look what that is. March 7 looked in the direction Xing pointed. A shimmering wooden treasure chest lay beneath the bench. Treasure chest. Why is there a treasure chest here? The two women stepped forward and opened it. Inside lay 5 stellar jades. As for the accompanying materials, they were nowhere to be found. Someone must have taken them. Xing took out the stellar jades. Frog fun. There's a treasure chest in this city? Xing surveyed the vast city, and a thought suddenly struck him. Xing looked at March 7, only to see him staring back. Confirming their gaze, they said, Let's go! Unbox, unbox. Xing and Sanueki wandered the streets, searching for treasure chests. Although most of the treasure chests in this district were made of wood, each one held 5 stellar jades. The two frantically looted stellar jades, unable to stop. As they searched, they arrived at a blocked commercial street. As soon as they entered, they saw an exquisite treasure chest behind an iron gate. Xing's eyes lit up. Without a word, she drew her Skyfire Judgment sword, slashed through the iron gate, and rushed forward. The moment they approached the exquisite treasure chest, 3 fire-burning disaster shadows suddenly appeared. Without waiting for Xing and Sanueki to attack, they, along with their little Charmeleon and Bubu Seed, attacked immediately. Roar! Roar! Bubu! A burst of sparks and a vine appeared out of thin air, instantly killing the 2 fire-burning disaster shadows. Having spent so much time with Rios yesterday, Charmeleon and Bubu Seed weren't just playing around, they were learning from him. Under Rios's guidance, the little fire monkey and the bubbly seed each learned a skill. Spark and Drain Xing slew the remaining fire shadow with a single sword strike. After defeating the guarding monster, Xing eagerly opened the exquisite treasure chest, revealing 10 freshly minted stellar jades. Xing licked his lips and rubbed his hands. Stellar jade, little stellar jade, here I come. Xing picked up the stellar jade from the treasure chest and gave 5 to Sanueki. Xing looked at Sanueki, who was typing on his phone. Sanwe, who are you talking to? Sanueki looked up when Xing called him. Danheng asked where we were. Xing replaced Sanueki's phone, put it in his pocket, and put his arm around Sanueki's shoulders. Let's go, forget about him. Let's get stellar jade first. We get rich. Ha ha ha. Sanueki thought it made sense and followed Xing along, killing monsters and opening chests. Chill and Bub Seed also joined in the battle, gaining a lot of experience. Inside the mechanical room in the administrative district, Silva, Seal was looking at Danheng. Danheng turned off his phone. They're collecting stellar jade. Danheng had just gone to visit Silva, but Seal unexpectedly came over, saying she was delivering a message for Bronya. Bronya invited the 3 of them to her succession ceremony. So, Danheng asked where Xing and Sanueki were. When Seal heard Xing and Sanueki looting stellar jade, she immediately thought something was wrong and rushed out to find Bronya. Silva and Danheng watched Seal rush out, confused as to what she was doing. After some thought, they decided to continue discussing the mechanical issues. Seal sighed. She left the mechanical room and rushed to the Grand Guardian's office. This place used to be Kokolia's territory, but now it's Bronya's. The guard at the door naturally knew Seal, a friend of the new Grand Guardian, so he didn't stop her. When they arrived at the Grand Guardian's office, Bronya was discussing the details of the succession ceremony with an official. Oh no! Something big has happened, Bronya. Bronya looked at Seal, and saw that she looked as if the situation was serious. So, she called the official out and asked, Seal, what's going on? Seal gasped. Quick! Take people and collect stellar jade. Bronya was puzzled. Why collect stellar jade? Isn't it worthless? Oh right, Xing and the others seem to like it. Could Seal be collecting some stellar jade as a thank you gift for Xing and the others? If Xing knew Bronya's idea, she would probably tearfully grab Bronya's hand and give her a nice guy card. Seal, are you going to give it to Xing and the others? Seal shook her head. No! That's stellar jade. At this point, Seal remembered that Bronya didn't know about Yi Yun. Seal quickly informed Bronya of Yi Yun's situation. Bronya fell into deep thought after hearing this. She needed to calm down, having just taken in too much information. Stellar jade can be exchanged for star coins, which can be used to buy anything you want from Yi Yun. No wonder Yi Yun asked her to pay with 100 stellar jade when he rescued his mother yesterday. So that's why. After Bronya understood the stellar jade situation, she suddenly remembered what Seal had just reported and was stunned. Oh no! Stellar jade. Guards. Assemble the troops. Bronya quickly assembled her troops and set out to collect stellar jade. Inside Yi Yun's shop, Yi Yun and Zhongli were drinking tea. In the booth to his right, Walter had set out on a blackboard to explain some key points to Clara. Clara was writing furiously, studying very diligently. Clara now came to the train every morning to study, and returned in the evening. In the booth to Yi Yun's left, Paimon, Amber, and Ing were eating like crazy. Ing was exhausted today. Today, Ing had gone with Kailisha and the others to clean up the Temple of the Four Winds, temporarily resolving Mondstadt's crisis. It was already evening when they returned to the city. Amber, Ing, and Paimon were all hungry, so the 3 of them came to Yi Yun's place to forage. Ing had earned another 200 primogems today, so generously she treated everyone to a meal. Ing spent 100 star coins on a deluxe seafood set meal and placed it on the table, the 3 of them showing off wildly. Paimon was holding a small hammer, specially used for cracking shells and crab shells. He had no other choice but to use the hammer, as he lacked the strength to pry them open. Chapter 47. Yi Yun and Zhongli were chatting when their phone suddenly rang. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Yi Yun pulled out his phone and saw Black Tower on it. Yi Yun answered, and Black Tower's voice rang out. Send me your location, I come by something from you. With that, Black Tower hung up. Yi Yun glanced at the disconnected screen on his phone and raised an eyebrow. Black Tower really does have his own way. But then, who says he's a genius? Geniuses always have their own way, don't they? Yi said Black Tower his location and continued chatting with Zhongli. Zhongli put down his teacup. If you need anything, I come tomorrow. Yi put down his phone. It's okay. A client is coming soon. There's no rush. By the way, where were we talking just now? Zhongli said. We were talking about human governance. Yi only remembered after Zhongli's reminder. Oh yes, rule by man, Zhongli asked. What do you think of rule by man? Yi, hearing this, carefully recalled the world he had in his previous life. Rule by man does have its advantages. It allows humanity to develop freely, without any constraints. However, it can also cause humans to lose themselves and forget their original aspirations. You must have seen humans like this. Zhongli nodded. Yes, there was once such a kingdom in Teyvat, but in the end, they brought a devastating disaster upon Teyvat. Yi nodded and continued. Yes, in my opinion, rule by man is acceptable, but it cannot be completely so. If humanity is allowed to develop freely, it will likely cause immeasurable disasters. Human nature is inherently greedy. In my hometown, 2 devastating disasters swept the world, each killing tens of millions. It wasn't until humanity developed a weapon capable of dragging everyone down with it that the world finally stabilized somewhat. Somewhat only applies to countries that possess such weapons. Those without such weapons remain like fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. In Teyvat, God should hold a similar position in a nation, right? After hearing what Yi said, Zhongli had already made up his mind. It seemed his previous thoughts were indeed wrong. If I step down from the throne, Liu might remain safe for the next 100 years. After all, the 2 generations of the 7 stars of Liu were chosen by me and the other immortals. But what about the next generation after that? What about the next generation after that? Who can guarantee that the next 7 stars of Liu won't harbor evil intentions? Yi sipped his tea. There's a saying, don't pin your hopes on others. Zhongli nodded in approval. I understand. Thank you for answering my questions. Yi smiled. It's okay. I'm bored staying in this shop by myself, so you might as well come chat with me. At that moment, the shop door opened, and Yi looked over. Haida walked in with a pink-haired girl. Shopping. 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 Haida rushed straight to the small bar, plopped down on a high stool, and operated the touch screen with one hand, while holding the stellar jade on the exchange scale with the other. Haida began shopping, leaving the pink-haired girl aside. Jizi immediately recognized the pink-haired girl. It was none other than Esther, the station master of the Black Tower space station. Esther. Esther looked at Jizi and smiled. Long time no see, Jizi. Jizi smiled and nodded. Are you here shopping too? Esther nodded. Yes, Ms. Black Tower said I could buy anything I wanted here, so I came, Jizi said. Ms. Black Tower is right. Just then, Yi walked over. Jizi, are you a new friend? Esther looked at Yi. Hello, I'm Esther. Yi smiled politely. Hello, I'm Yi, the owner of this shop, Jizi said from the side. Esther, if you want to buy anything, tell Yi and he give you some recommendations. After a moment's thought, Esther asked. Do you have any battleships for sale? Esther looked at Yi expectantly. Yi laughed heartily. Yes, of course. Come over here and take a look at the details. Having said yes, Yi took Esther to the small bar and sat next to the Black Tower. Yi typed battleship on the touch screen, and the next second, the screen changed, with over a dozen different battleship information appearing. The maximum number of pages in the lower left was 99 plus. Come, take a look. Esther browsed through the battleship listings, looking at each one. The more she looked, the more excited she became. She wanted to buy every one of them. Like spirit ships from the world of immortal heroes, apocalyptic battleships from the apocalyptic world, fairy tale style battleships from the fairy tale world, and even star destroyers from the science fiction world. As a warship collector, Esther couldn't stop looking, eager to buy them all. Seeing that Esther wasn't sure if she'd make a decision for a while, Yi looked over to Black Tower. What are you buying this time? How's the research going on with that Qilin blood I bought last time? Black Tower glanced at Yi. We're still working on it. The composition of that drop of blood is very complex and hasn't been fully deciphered yet. Hey Tower changed the subject. However, I took a portion and diluted it. The effect is quite good. It can improve the function of various organs in the human body and extend the lifespan of a normal person by almost 100 years. Yi wasn't surprised by this. It was Qilin blood, a tonic. What are you looking for now? Black Tower's fingers swiped across the screen, scanning the products at a glance. I don't know. I bite anything I find interesting. Yi Yun crossed his arms and raised a brow. Then take your time choosing. You know the process. I go and entertain Esther. Haida waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, go ahead. Don't bother me shopping. At that moment, Zhongli suddenly approached. Ma'am, did you just hear you developed something that can extend human lifespan? Haida turned his head and glanced at Zhongli, his eyes lighting up. Oh, you're quite interesting. Let me see. Haida jumped off his stool and circled around Zhongli. Interesting, interesting. An immortal seed, one that's lived for at least thousands of years, alive. Do you want that potion? Zhongli nodded. How much? Haida's lips curled up slightly, a hint of cunning. No money involved. Talking about money hurts. How about collaborating with me on research? Haida smirked at Zhongli. Yi Yun felt like a human trafficker. Yi Yun interrupted. Haida, Zhongli is my client. Don't try to take advantage of him. Haida saw Yi Yun ruining his plans and rolled his eyes at him. TSK. I'm not the type to force anyone. I'm just asking, aren't I? Haida glanced at Zhongli and had to settle for the next best thing. Give me some of your hair, blood, and skin tissue, and I give you 10 bottles of that medicine. How about that? Zhongli nodded in agreement. He considered the deal fair. The contract is done. Anyone who breaks it will be punished by the Rock Eater. Chapter 48. Zhongli and Haida happily completed the transaction, and Haida contentedly collected Zhongli's fur and blood. Zhongli also received a byproduct of Haida's research on Qilin blood, a potion that could extend the lifespan of an average person by nearly 100 years. After completing the transaction, Haida sank back onto his stool and continued shopping. Zhongli collected the 10 bottles of potion, said goodbye to Yi Yun and Walter, and GZ returned to Teyvat. Before leaving, Yi Yun gave Zhongli a portal to take back home. For the past 2 days, Zhongli had been secretly following Wendy through the portal in Qin's office. This wasn't a solution. For big clients, Yi Yun could provide a portal. This would make it more convenient for them to shop. Liyue had plenty of primo gems. After Zhongli passed through the portal, he returned to Teyvat. The moment he landed, he transformed into a golden light and drifted away, all the way to Liyue Harbor. In Liyue Harbor, the weather suddenly shifted. What's going on? Why is it dark? I don't know. Let's go home and collect our clothes. It looks like it's going to rain. This scene feels familiar, don't you think? You're right. Isn't it just like the annual ceremony of inviting the immortal emperor? Hiss. The next second, Zhongli manifested in dragon form, enveloping 10 bottles of diluted Qilin blood potion with divine power. This is a longevity elixir, bestowed upon those who have made great contributions to Liyue. With that, Zhongli tossed the 10 bottles aside, and 10 beams of golden light flew towards the streets and alleys of Liyue Harbor. 10 locations in total: Kunyu Pavilion, Yujing Terrace, Huasheng Hall, Bubu Lu, and the Qianyan Army's base. In the Jade Pavilion, Ningguang clutched the potion, beaming with joy. She had never imagined that the Emperor would gift her with such a precious potion. Bai Shi, standing by, looked at Ningguang with envy. Congratulations, Lady Ningguang, on receiving the elixir. Bai Shi wasn't jealous of Ningguang receiving the elixir from the Emperor. In her opinion, Lady Ningguang deserved it. Lady Ningguang diligently governed Liyue, wholeheartedly caring for its well-being. In the Bubu ruins, Bai Ju sat back in a chair, his hands drooping limply, one still holding the empty potion. Bai Ju's face was filled with tears. After drinking the potion, his illness had been completely cured. Now, he finally didn't have to worry about his illness anymore. Chi-Chi, perplexed by Bai Ju's expression, gently tugged at his sleeve. Mr. Bai, don't cry. Chi-Chi is with you. Bai Ju came to his senses and touched Chi-Chi's hat. It's okay, Chi-Chi, I'm fine. The Emperor just gave me a miraculous medicine that cured me. Let's go, it's time to go treat patients. I can't let the Emperor down. Chi-Chi nodded woodenly and ran to the counter to help Bai Ju get his medicine box. Then, Bai Ju shouldered the medicine box and, taking Chi-Chi by the hand, left Bubu Lu to go out and see patients. In the Hall of Rebirth, Hu Tao lay in Zhongli's royal rocking chair, rocking madly like a salted fish. It was too boring. Just then, she saw the Emperor appear, bestowing miraculous medicine. One of the doses flew towards her, and Hu Tao jumped off the rocking chair. Frog fun. I didn't expect this hall master would get one. Hu Tao took the potion and carefully put it away. I wonder where the guest has gone. He hasn't been home for 2 days. I was just about to share this joyful news with him. Hu Tao had barely finished speaking when Zhongli walked in. Master, I'm back. Hu Tao rushed over upon seeing Zhongli, circling him several times, checking him out to see if he was injured. Master, where have you been these past few days? I was looking for advice on an ancient burial ritual. Zhongli walked over to the rocking chair and sat down. I recently visited a friend. Hu Tao murmured, oh, but then remembered the divine medicine she had just received from the emperor. She quickly took it out and dangled it before Zhongli. Master, look. This is the divine medicine the emperor gave me. Zhongli feigned surprise. I didn't expect the master to have received a copy too. Congratulations. Hu Tao, deeply touched by Zhongli's compliment, patted Zhongli on the shoulder. You're still good at talking. Hu Tao suddenly said, looking at the potion. Guest, let's split this potion. Didn't the emperor say that drinking one bottle can extend your life by over 100 years? This half is 50 years, 50 each. With that, Hu Tao handed the potion to Zhongli. In Hu Tao's heart, Zhongli was like a relative, an elder. You could say Zhongli had watched her grow up, and was a good friend of her grandfather. Hu Tao's idea was to help Guest live longer, so he could spend more time with her. Zhongli was surprised, yet delighted, to see Hu Tao willing to share half of the potion. Zhongli was very relieved. Okay, thank you, Hall Master. This was Hu Tao's intention, and he had to accept it. But whether to drink it was up to him, and at most, he could resort to some trickery. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao handed the potion to Zhongli. Guest, take it first. I go find 2 cups. After handing the potion to Zhongli, Hu Tao rushed back inside. Soon, she sprinted out with the 2 cups, reaching Zhongli. Hu Tao took the potion and poured it evenly between the 2 cups. The bottle was completely empty, and even if she shook it vigorously, not a drop could be shaken out. Hu Tao raised her cup. Come on. Guest. One for you. Hee. Zhongli smiled and took the cup. Okay, one for you. The 2 of them drank it all in one gulp. Zhongli appeared to drink it, but secretly, he was secretly using his divine power to transfer the entire potion in his cup to Hu Tao's. Hu Tao sipped for a long time before she finished the potion. Hu Tao set down the cup and burped. Why do I feel like I drank so much? This cup isn't that big? Hu Tao held the cup close to her eyes, and peered curiously inside. Zhongli said, after all, this is a miracle drug. Maybe it's just like that? Hu Tao thought for a moment. Maybe? Never mind. I already drunk it. How do you feel, Guest? Why doesn't this Hall Master feel anything? Zhongli smiled. You're still young, Hall Master, so naturally you don't feel anything. I, however, feel warm. Hu Tao believed Zhongli's words. Okay. By the way, Guest, come with me to Wawampo tonight. I have a ritual I want to ask you about. Zhongli sat down in the rocking chair and opened his fan. Okay, Hall Master, come and call me then. Hu Tao, overjoyed at Zhongli's agreement, skipped and ran to her room to prepare her things for the evening. Zhongli looked at Hu Tao's back and inexplicably felt that his granddaughter has grown up. Chapter 49. On the main street of Liyue Harbor, Feng Ji, the head coach of the Thousand Rock Army, was leading a team of soldiers to maintain order in Liyue Harbor. With the arrival of the Yin Prince, the entire city was under martial law to prevent unauthorized activity. Feng Ji scanned the crowd, searching for anyone suspicious. At this moment, a cry of surprise rose from the crowd. Look! It's the divine medicine bestowed by the emperor. Feng Ji instinctively looked up, his eyes suddenly widening. He saw the divine medicine bestowed by the emperor flying towards him. The medicine slowly approached Feng Ji, who quickly caught it. Thank you, Emperor, for the medicine. The surrounding Thousand Rock Army soldiers were also happy for Feng Ji. As the head coach of the Thousand Rock Army, Feng Ji held a high reputation within the ranks. Not only did he teach them combat techniques, he also charged into battle, earning the trust of the entire Thousand Rock Army. Congratulations, boss. Boss, shouldn't you set up a few tables and treat the brothers to a drink? That's right, I won't cheat you. One in hall will do. Feng Ji agreed immediately. Having received the divine medicine bestowed by the emperor, he should celebrate and treat the brothers to a drink. Okay, I should treat you. However, going to Woman Hall isn't practical. We have different rest periods. How about this? Next time I have a day off, I go to Woman Hall and bring you some food. We can eat together in the tent. How about that? The surrounding Qianyan soldiers agreed. Anything was fine. Feng Ji looked at the potion in his hand and downed it in one gulp. The moment the potion went down his throat, Feng Ji felt an itchy sensation all over his body, as if he were growing flesh. After the feeling wore off, Feng Ji felt a surge of energy, a feeling of endless energy. A sudden cry of surprise erupted from the crowd. Oh my god! What Prince Yan said is true. This medicine truly can prolong life. Look at Master Feng. He's become like a young man. What? What are you saying? Could Master Yan be lying to us? No, that's not what I meant. I was just too excited. Please forgive me. Feng Ji looked at his hands. Indeed, the calluses had diminished, and his skin had become more vibrant. At this moment, a 1,000-rock soldier brought a bronze mirror. Headmaster, look. Feng Ji took a closer look. Wasn't this what he looked like at age 17 or 18? It was indeed a miraculous medicine. It had actually rejuvenated him. Feng Ji's story quickly spread throughout Liyue Harbor. After all, it was the only instance of someone obtaining and drinking a miraculous medicine in public. Through Feng Ji's story, the people of Liyue Harbor became even more loyal to Liyue. Take, for example, the Northland Bank, which suffered. The citizens of Liyue Harbor rushed to withdraw their mora, claiming that depositing money in a foreign bank was disloyal to Liyue. Upon learning of this, Ningguang immediately established a bank belonging to Liyue, the Liyue Bank. As expected of Ningguang, her reaction was swift, and she took action before the other merchants in Liyue Harbor had even realized what was happening. The citizens of Liyue Harbor rushed to deposit their money into the Liyue Bank, leaving the Northland Bank's management stunned. Wasn't this exaggeration necessary? The citizens of Liyue Harbor, it's necessary. Zhongli's miraculous elixir successfully won the hearts of the people of Liyue Harbor. Belloberg, in Bronya's office. Bronya sat in a chair with a gloomy expression, looking completely dejected. It's over. It's completely over. The stellar jade is gone. Seal sighed beside her. It's not bad, we reacted quickly and recovered quite a bit. Just now, Bronya and Seal called Jeopard and Pella, along with a large group of Silvermane guards, to rush to the commercial street. They were still a little slow. Xing and Sanyueki, along with Charmander and Bubuseed, had already searched half of the commercial street. The main street was littered with empty, open chests. Among them were 3 luxurious treasure chests. One contained 30 stellar jade pieces. Seeing the real target arrive, Xing and Sanyueki whistled, said hello, and fled. Xing marched 7, rich. After escaping, the 2 women decisively fled to the downtown area to hide for a while, fearing Bronya would become upset and issue a warrant for their arrest. Although they wouldn't do that, they were all comrades who had shared life and death together. The 2 women still felt a little guilty. Jeopard said, Great Guardian, didn't we successfully reclaim the commercial district this time? We killed all the rift monsters within. Bronya felt much better after hearing Jeopard's words. Indeed, logically, she should be grateful to Xing and March 7. Treasure chests are ownerless, and those who are capable can claim them. When they opened the chests, they also helped her clear out more than half of the rift monsters in the commercial district. Yes, indeed. Bronya took a deep breath, regained her composure, and looked at Jeopard and Pella seriously. Jeopard, Para, I have a very important mission for you too. Jeopard and Para stood up straight, awaiting Bronya's orders. Bronya took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Jeopard, after the succession ceremony, you will lead a team of Silvermane guards to collect stellar jade. Make sure not to miss a single treasure chest. Para, you will lead your men to the residence of Belloberg to exchange for stellar jade. You will decide the price yourself. You must not treat the people unfairly. Jeopard and Para nodded firmly, indicating their understanding. Then, they left the office and went to carry out their mission. After they left, Bronya looked at Seal. Seal, after the succession ceremony, will you accompany me to the train? Seal nodded in agreement. Sure. I remember Natasha is also going to buy supplies today. I tell her so we can go together. Bronya smiled and nodded. Seal left the office, and Bronya looked at the box containing stellar jade. Luckily, Seal had the foresight to find her. Otherwise, the 800 stellar jade would have likely been looted by Xing and Sanyueki. The succession ceremony quickly began. First, Cocolia appeared, explaining the dangers of the Star Core and revealing that she had been seriously injured in the battle with the Star Core and needed to recuperate. Therefore, Bronya was officially appointed the new Grand Guardian. Bronya took the stage and delivered a speech, which was enthusiastically received by the people. Bronya's abilities were obvious to all the people of Belloberg. No one would object to Bronya's succession. Bronya also thanked Xing, Sanyueki, and Donhing for their help. This delighted Xing and Sanyueki, who were hiding in the downtown area, eavesdropping by the loudspeaker. I'm a hero. The succession ceremony wasn't complicated at all. It simply consisted of the new Grand Guardian giving an inspiring speech, and it was over quickly. Chapter 50. Inside the train. The Black Tower was still scrolling rapidly. Esther, however, had selected the battleship she wanted to buy, but she didn't have enough stellar jade. Product: Galaxy-class battleship. Product description: Galaxy-class battleship, accommodating a crew of 1 million, fully equipped, and featuring a built-in, largest-scale, star-class dihedral foil. Price: 1 million star coins. Esther looked at Yiyun and pleaded. Yiyun, I want to buy this, but I don't have enough stellar jade. Can you hold on to it for me? I have someone collect some when I get back. Yiyun smiled and agreed. Of all his clients, Esther was probably the only one interested in this item. Besides, with enough star coins, even 100 systems could be easily acquired. Okay, I keep it for you. Let's add each other's contact information. Call me when you want to buy it later. Esther was delighted to see Yiyun agree. She took out her phone and added Yiyun's contact information. Thank you, Yiyun. Yiyun shook his head, indicating that it didn't matter. Then Esther walked away to contact people to collect stellar jade. Yiyun looked at Haida. Oh, haven't you found what you want yet? Haida shook his head. Yes, but I don't have enough money. Can you give me a discount? Yiyun spread his hands. I can't help it. It's a small business. No credit. Haida snorted and cast a disdainful look at Yiyun. Stingy. Haida turned his head, thought for a moment, and took out 10,000 star coins to buy a probe. Product: Protoss probe. Product description: a Protoss builder unit that can project and materialize buildings using resources. Price: 10,000 star coins. Yiyun looked at the chubby little probe next to Black Tower, searching everywhere and everywhere, confused as to why Black Tower had bought it. What are you buying this for? Black Tower patted the probe's smooth head. I buy it back and modify it. I just happen to need a mechanical assistant. The probe, seeing its owner patting its head, looked up at its master. Mumble, mumble. Black Tower jumped off the stool and called to Esther beside him. Esther, let's go. We're going back. Esther came to her senses and followed Black Tower out of Yiyun's shop. Black Tower and Esther returned to Black Tower's space station aboard the starship. Black Tower took the probe directly into his laboratory. Esther stood outside the doorway, and soon heard the small probe's screams from within. Beep! Beep! Half an hour later, Black Tower emerged with a brand new small probe. Esther looked at the small probe, seemingly unchanged. Ms. Black Tower, what modifications have you made to it? It looks exactly the same to me. Black Tower patted the small probe's head. Idiot number 1, put that flower pot away. Idiot number 1 was the name Black Tower had given the small probe. It had a single head, so Black Tower had given it that name. Idiot number 1 fired a beam of light at the flower pot Black Tower had pointed at, and the pot visibly shrank and flew into the probe. Black Tower said, I upgraded its intelligence system, added a folding space inside, and added a shrinking prism to shrink objects. Idiot number 1 even chirped twice in agreement, circling around the Black Tower. The Black Tower continued. This way, when I do experiments, I won't have to search for materials everywhere. I can just have idiot number 1 put them away for me. Esther was shocked. This idiot number 1 was truly very convenient. I kind of wanted one myself. It could be used to store my cosmetics, some clothes, miscellaneous jewelry, documents, and the like. When I don't need them, I can put them with idiot number 1. When I need them, I can just have idiot number 1 take them out. The Black Tower saw Esther looking at idiot number 1 with longing. Go buy Yiyun a probe, and I help you modify it when you come back. Esther's face lit up with a smile. Really? Ms. Black Tower. The Black Tower nodded. Well, it's just a simple matter. You go ahead and do your thing. I take idiot number 1 and leave. After that, Black Tower took idiot number 1 to the platform, preparing to board the starship to return to his main body. After Black Tower left, Esther contacted Jeezy and asked her to buy a probe for him, giving Jeezy the money later. Jeezy agreed and bought one for him. Back to the train. After Black Tower and Esther left, Yiyun looked around and suddenly widened his eyes. No! Why hasn't Silver Wolf left yet? Didn't Kafka already leave? Yiyun's eyes. Silver Wolf had a booth to himself, and a large monitor had appeared on the table. Silver Wolf sat cross-legged on the sofa, a beanbag cushion behind him, holding a controller in his hand, and wearing headphones, playing a game with great enthusiasm. Silver Wolf was still muttering. I do it. Take my old son's blow. Hee hee. I dodge. Little tiger, how ridiculous. Yi-Yun walked over to investigate, but just as he approached, Silver Wolf suddenly slammed his controller down. Damn! What kind of mechanic is this? I don't believe it. I'm not going to get past a little tiger vanguard like you today. Yi-Yun interrupted Silver Wolf and removed his headphones. Silver Wolf looked up at Yi-Yun. What are you doing? Do you know what my headphones are for? Leave me alone, Yi-Yun asked. Kafka's gone, and you're not going back? Silver Wolf explained. Elliot said I'd be staying here permanently from now on. What? You're not going to kick me out, are you? Yi-Yun didn't mind. No, but why did Elliot ask you to stay here permanently? Silver Wolf picked up the controller and shrugged. I don't understand, but that's what he said. By the way, do you have any rooms here? Can you rent one for me? Yi-Yun shook his head. I don't have any here. You can go ask GZ. Silver Wolf reluctantly left the sofa and went to find GZ. After a while, Silver Wolf returned. Yi-Yun asked. How's it going? Did you rent one? Silver Wolf spread his hands. No, she said there were no rooms left. Ah Xing is sharing a room with someone else. Silver Wolf looked at the booth in front of him. It was a nice space, with glass partitions on all sides. Would you rent this booth? Yi-Yun heard. You wouldn't want to live here, would you? Silver Wolf nodded. At the base, I spend most of my time on the living room sofa. Is yours different? Would you rent it? Yi-Yun was a bit amused. This Silver Wolf is truly an internet addict. She spends so much time on the sofa, probably because she often stays up late playing games. Rent is free. Stay here if you want. Silver Wolf patted Yi-Yun's shoulder with satisfaction upon hearing this. Speak of loyalty. Call me whenever you need my help. I help you if I can. With that, Silver Wolf summoned his keyboard and began editing the deck using EtherEdit. Chapter 51. At night, inside Yi-Yun's shop, Xing, Sanueki, and Donheng returned to the train through the portal. As soon as Xing returned, he rushed to the bar carrying a large black garbage bag, startling Paimon, who was pouring a drink. Xing! Why are you running so fast? You scared me. Xing chuckled, put down the large black garbage bag, and bowed. Sorry, it's urgent. Paimon held the red wine glass, inserted a straw, and took a sip. Urgent? What is it? Do you need help? Xing waved his hand. No. With that, Xing grabbed a handful of stellar jade from the garbage bag and placed it on the exchange scale. Xing kept grabbing and dropping, until the star coins on the other side of the exchange scale overflowed and scattered all over the bar. Paimon was stunned. So many star coins. How much food can they buy? 1 roast chicken, 2 roast chickens, 3 roast chickens. Behind Xing, Sanueki was also waiting in line, carrying a small bag, waiting to exchange for star coins. Soon, Xing and Sanueki exchanged all their stellar jade for star coins. Together, they received 50,000 star coins, or 500 stellar jade. 250 stellar jade each, that's 25,000. Xing reached out to the faucet in the small bar to moisten it. Then, happily, she counted the star coins one by one. Just then, Bronya, Seal, and Natasha emerged from the portal and witnessed this scene. Bronya nearly fainted from choking. Stellar jade didn't matter, it was already ownerless. But could you please not put it in a bag with the words Bellowberg printed on it? The black bag Xing had thrown at her feet, containing the stellar jade, was emblazoned with the words Bellowberg. Bronya recognized this type of bag. There was a cabinet outside her office door that held these same garbage bags, used to store discarded documents for centralized incineration. Where did Xing get this garbage bag? Bronya was puzzled. Just then Yi-Yun approached. Natasha, Seal, Bronya. Natasha smiled. Sorry to bother you again, Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun asked after they had exchanged greetings. Are you here shopping? Bronya nodded and took out the box containing the stellar jade. Well, I heard from Seal and Natasha that you can exchange stellar jade for supplies here, so... Bronya remembered that she still owed Yi-Yun a debt from their last meeting. By the way, I think you used a potion when you treated my mother last time. 100 stellar jade, right? Yi-Yun nodded. Yes, that potion is worth 100 stellar jade. Bronya took out 100 stellar jade and handed it to Yi-Yun. Thank you for saving my mother last time. Yi-Yun smiled and greeted Paimon. Paimon, come here. Still counting the roast chickens, Paimon snapped back to his senses and flew over, holding a drink. Yi-Yun, what do you want me to do? Yi-Yun pointed at Bronya. Take Bronya through the shopping process. Paimon was reluctant to do the work himself. No! This is your shop. Go take care of the customers yourself. Yi-Yun flashed a sly look. I give you 1 roast chicken. Paimon, slowly flying away, was suddenly startled and stopped. 2. Paimon spun around, holding up 2 fingers. Yiyun smiled. Deal. Paimon quickly dropped his drink and flew over to Bronya's side. Hello, what's your name? My name is Paimon. Come on, let me show you the shopping process so you know how to buy things. Let me tell you, buying things here at Yiyun's shop is a hassle. You have to exchange your balance first. Yiyun watched Paimon walk away with Bronya, his face full of energy, and smiled. Dealing with Paimon was easy. However, Yiyun felt that he really needed to find a clerk. He wanted to go out for a walk, but the shop couldn't be left unattended. Thinking, Yiyun went to the booth where he kept his tea table and tea sets and sat down. After much deliberation, Yiyun finally decided on a candidate. It's you? Noel. Yiyun took out a piece of letter paper, quickly wrote a few lines, and put it in an envelope. Paimon! Paimon! Paimon, who had just finished guiding Bronya and was about to take a sip of his drink, suddenly puffed up his lips and stamped his feet in anger. What are you doing again? Yiyun directly purchased 3 roast chickens called Super Delicious Roast Chicken from the system and placed them on the table. Go, help me deliver a message to Qin. Paimon's expression changed instantly upon seeing the roast chicken, and he flatteringly took the envelope from Yiyun's hand. Okay. Please wait, I'll be off right away. As soon as Paimon left, Ing suddenly approached from the next booth. Yiyun, those 3 roast chickens are Paimon's, right? Yiyun nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Ing chuckled and directly picked up the 3 roast chickens and headed to the next booth. Then I take them over. Ing quickly ran to the next booth with the roast chickens, sat down, and without a word, tore off a drumstick and began to dig in. This free food is delicious. Paimon returned from the portal and went straight to Yiyun to collect his salary. Yiyun, the letter has been delivered. Where's my roast chicken? Yiyun took a sip of tea. Didn't Ing already take it? Paimon was stunned upon hearing this. Ing! Paimon flew to the next room and watched Ing devouring her meal. His face flushed with anger. Ing! Let go of my roast chicken. Ing swallowed the roast chicken in her mouth. What's wrong with me eating your roast chicken? You eaten so much of my food before. Paimon was momentarily at a loss for words. Never mind, now that things have come to this, let's eat the roast chicken first. Paimon flew into the booth, grabbed a chicken leg, and started showing off. In Jean's office, at the Knights of Favonia's headquarters in Mondstadt. After reading Yiyun's envelope, Jean had Noel summoned. Noel arrived at Jean's office. Captain Jean, you wanted to see me? Jean looked at Noel and smiled. Yes, I need your help. Noel suddenly became serious when he heard Jean needed his help. Captain Jean needs me. Jean looked at Noel, who stood at attention, and smiled gently. Don't be so nervous. It's nothing serious. I just want you to work as a clerk for a friend. Noel was a little confused. Clerk? Jean nodded. Yes, I work as a clerk. Although she didn't know why Captain Jean wanted her to do this, she took her captain's word for it. Captain Jean was an excellent knight, while she was just an apprentice. Her senior's word was hers. Most importantly, Captain Jean needed her. This filled Noel with fighting spirit, and he couldn't wait to start working as a clerk. Seeing Noel agreed, Jean took her through the portal to Yiyun's shop. Chapter 52. Bronya sighed. She was browsing the mall with 70,000 star coins. Bronya looked at the product listings one after another, wanting to buy everything. Machinery, food, weaponry blueprints, and so on. Each one was essentially useful to Belleberg, who was so poor he needed everything. Bronya borrowed a piece of scratch paper and a pen from Clara, who was about to go home from school, and began scribbling and calculating how to use the 70,000 star coins to buy more supplies. Bronya glanced at the black garbage bag Star had discarded at her feet. She immediately regretted it. She was 500 stellar jade short. What the hell was she doing? After a moment of frustration, Bronya sighed and continued shopping. Just then, a commotion broke out nearby. Everyone! Look here! I'm opening the bucket. Bronya looked in the direction of the voice. Xing was standing in a relatively empty area next to the booth, with 10 brand new trash cans placed in front of her. Bronya was a little curious. What is Xing doing? Ing, who had finished her roast chicken and was washing her hands nearby, asked. She's doing a lottery draw, or a lottery. Xing bought her trash can from Yiyun. It's a scratch-off lottery ticket, 1,000 star coins each, and if you're lucky, you can win something worth far more than 1,000 star coins. Bronya was surprised to hear this. There were such things. In the shop, everyone's eyes were fixed on Xing. Klee and Hook stopped playing and lined up next to Xing to watch the fun. Sister Xing, what are you doing? Kelly asked curiously. Xing said, Sister Xing is drawing a lottery. You two should stand aside. The light will be bright for a while, so don't let it hurt your eyes. The two little ones obediently stood a little further away. However, they still stood on tiptoe to peer into the trash can with curiosity. Xing, hands behind her back, inspected the trash can in front of her, and even lit 3 incense sticks to pray. Sanueki looked at Xing speechlessly. Xing, stop with all this nonsense. It won't change your luck. Donhing echoed from the side. What's yours will eventually be yours, and what's not yours won't be yours even if you force it. Before Xing could retort, Aang, standing beside her, spoke up for her. You don't understand. There's a mystical element to the lottery. Xing giving a thumbs up. What a close friend, Aang crossed her arms. Xing, trust me, just do 10 straight draws. 10 straight draws at least guarantee a minimum. Hearing this, Xing immediately did 10 straight draws. Instantly, a golden light filled the entire store, and Klee and Hook, who were standing nearby, quickly covered their eyes. The golden light faded, and everyone gathered around to check the results. Xing excitedly tugged at Yi Yun's clothes. Yi Yun, quickly help me check if there's any inventory. Yi Yun glanced at each item. 3 Muzang King Durians, 3 Super Herring Pro Max cans, 1 regular katana, 10-ton pickup card for high-quality rice, 1 Manchuhan banquet set, 1 laptop. After seeing the results, Yi Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha! Xing, you better stop drawing. It's all sunk, ha ha ha! Xing slumped to the ground, a look of grief and indignation on his face. No! March 7 shook his head helplessly. See, I told you not to play with this, but you just wouldn't believe me. Now, 10,000 star coins are yours for nothing. As he spoke, March 7 picked up a Muzang King Durian and asked Yi Yun. Yi Yun, is this Muzang King Durian delicious? Yi Yun nodded. Of course it is. This Muzang King Durian is the best of the best. March 7 licked his lips unconsciously, thinking back to the durian he had at Natasha's clinic. Sheer. Borrow your knife. Let's eat durian. At the mention of eating durian, she had grabbed her sickle and ran to the kitchen with March 7. March 7 placed the Muzang King Durian on the chopping board, and Sheer quickly cut it open with a few cuts. Klee and Hook scurried over to the kitchen counter. Klee jumped up with a whoosh and lay flat on the counter. Sister March 7. What's this? Sister March 7 heard this, and took out a plate with a piece of fruit flesh on it. This is durian. Don't lie there. Come and try it. Kelly and Hook jumped to the ground and ran into the kitchen. Kelly took the plate from March 7. Thank you, Sister March 7. Sister March 7 smiled. You're welcome. Come on, it's delicious. Kelly and Hook took it. Hook grabbed it immediately. He had tasted durian before at the clinic, so he didn't mind the smell. Kelly, however, was experiencing this for the first time. She took a sniff and quickly pinched her nose. This fruit is rotten. Don't eat it, Kelly. Just then, Yi Yun came over with 2 more durians. Kelly, this durian is exactly what it tastes like. Try it. It's delicious. Upon hearing this, Klee stared at the durian for a moment, a conflicted thought brewing within her. Finally, Klee decided to give it a try, seeing how relished Hook was enjoying it. Ah! Klee took a gentle bite, her eyes instantly lighting up. Delicious. Yi Yun rubbed Klee's little head lovingly. If it's delicious, eat more. Yi Yun picked up a kitchen knife and cut open the other 2 durians, distributing them to everyone present. Yi Yun cut the fruit, while Sanueki distributed it. After the 2 little ones finished, they took on the role of errand boy. Klee ran over to Xing with a plate of durians, offering them to her, as if she were presenting a treasure. Sister Xing, eat some durian. This is delicious. Xing, still immersed in grief, felt much better upon seeing Klee's bright smile. Thank you, Klee, Klee said with a smile. Sister Xing, you can't be sad anymore after eating some delicious durian. Mom said, smile more, and good things will happen. Xing smiled slightly. Okay, Sister Xing isn't sad anymore. After finishing her durian, Xing regrouped and bought another 10 trash can scratch-off tickets. I just don't believe it. I'm going to sell out today. Everyone ate their durian and watched the show. March 7 took a bite of the durian and said to Sheer beside him. Believe it or not, Xing will sink to the bottom again this time. Sheer licked her fingers. Of course she did, didn't she? Walter sighed as he looked at Xing. It seemed like he had to do some serious work on Xing's thinking. Kelly and Hook stood beside Xing, cheering her on. Go Sister Xing. Sister Xing is the best. Go star on our team. Let them know how powerful the Mole Gang is. Xing patted Kelly's little head and immediately started a 10-game winning streak. In an instant, the entire venue was ablaze with light. This time, everyone, prepared, pulled out their sunglasses and put them on. Sanueki even thoughtfully gave Seal, Natasha, and Bronya one each. Chapter 53. A flash of light appeared. Yi-Yun looked at the result and was so shocked that his sunglasses dropped to the ground. No! What kind of luck are you talking about? Xing looked at the 10 items on the ground. Besides the 5 Muzang King durians, there were 5 other items he didn't recognize. What's up? Did they ship? Yi-Yun nodded and picked up a bamboo dragonfly. This thing is called a bamboo dragonfly. Place it on your head, and it will fly freely according to your thoughts. Xing took the dragonfly and placed it directly on his head. The next second, before everyone's eyes, the dragonfly on Xing's head began to spin, and Xing slowly floated up. Xing waved his limbs as if swimming. Ha ha! This is fun! Sanueki watched Xing flying around the store like a swimmer, envious. Xing! Lend it to me! Hearing this, Xing landed and lent the dragonfly to Sanueki. GZ and Walter were so shocked they were speechless. Such a small object could actually carry a person flying, and all it needed was to be placed on a person's head. Xing returned to Yi-Yun's side, and Yi-Yun then held up a glass-bound energy ball and showed it to the crowd. Look at this thing. Doesn't it look familiar? Everyone looked at it, and Walter suddenly said, Isn't this a star core? I never seen such a stable star core. Yi-Yun nodded. Yes, this is a star core, but this one is extremely stable and can be directly implanted into the human body. Congratulations, Xing, you're about to level up. Xing heard this and exclaimed, Wow! It's a star core. And a stable star core that can be implanted in the body. Xing took the star core and examined it curiously. Yi-Yun said bluntly, Just crush the outer glass. Xing heard this and squeezed hard. The outer glass was very fragile and shattered instantly. The star core drilled directly into Xing's body and stopped next to Xing's original core. GZ looked at Xing worriedly. Although Yi-Yun said there was no problem, this was still a star core, known as the cancer of all worlds. Xing, how are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Xing shook her head, hands on her hips. No. I feel much stronger again. GZ breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As for the remaining 3 items, a storage ring, a high-level elf essence, and a 100-ton high-quality rice pickup card. Xing looked at the remaining 3 items, thought for a moment, and sold the 10-ton rice pickup card and the 100-ton rice pickup card to Bronya for a bargain price of 500 star coins. There was no use for Xing holding these 2 items. She might as well sell them to Bronya. As for the remaining 5 Muzang King durians, Xing waved his hand and let everyone share them. Paimon was so happy, clapping his hands non-stop. Besides Xing herself, the one who was most excited about Xing's unboxing was Paimon, because Paimon could also enjoy a portion of the durian Xing opened. Klee, watching the flying March 7th, also wanted a bamboo dragonfly. Klee ran to Yi-Yun's feet and tugged at the corner of Yi-Yun's clothes. Brother Yi-Yun, Klee wants to open the box too. When Yi-Yun heard Klee wanted to open the box, he immediately agreed. Okay. Yi-Yun bought a trash can brand scratch-off ticket and placed it in front of Klee. Everyone gathered around, eager to see what Klee had to offer. Klee stood on tiptoe. Hey! Klee scrambled to grab the trash can lid, then clasped her hands together. Klee wants a reward that can take Klee flying and play with her. A flash of golden light flashed, and a doodle, about a man's height with a pair of white wings, appeared before Klee. The moment Klee saw the reward clearly, wow! It's Doodle. A flying Doodle. Doodle walked over to Klee on its short legs, lifted her up, and placed her on top of it. Doodle and Hook too. Hook is a good friend too. Doodle heard this, and placed Hook on its back. Then, Doodle's wings flapped, and it took off, carrying Hook and Klee. This scene was witnessed by Jean, who had come with Noelle. What's this? A Dodoko? Claire saw Jean and directed the Dodoko to land in front of her. Captain Jean. Claire slid down Dodoko like a slide. Jean quickly caught her and tapped her forehead. Claire. Be safe. Claire rubbed her forehead and agreed with a smile. I know, Captain Jean. Jean glanced at the giant Dodoko nearby. It was obvious that Yi-Yun had given it to Claire. After all, who in the room didn't know that Yi-Yun doted on Claire, Hook, and Clara? In simple terms, Yi-Yun was a daughter slave. Yi-Yun agreed. Raising a daughter was the happiest thing in the universe. Okay, Claire introduced it with a smile. Captain Jean, this is a Dodoko. Can I take it home? Jin looked at Dodoko, and Dodoko, seeing Jin looking at her, smiled and waved. Okay, Jin agreed. She'd been very busy lately. Today, Ing and the others had already found and repaired the Skyharp. Tomorrow, they go rescue Teverin. She hadn't had time to look after Klee, so it would be nice to have Dodoko accompany her. Klee cheered and took Hook's hand. Hook, let's go play with the knights. Hook agreed immediately. She'd been to Mondstadt with Yiyun the last time, and she'd been deeply impressed. It was a beautiful world. Dodoko carried Klee and Hook through the portal and out of the shop. Jin then found Yiyun with Noel. Yiyun, this is Noel. Noel looked at Yiyun. Hello, Mr. Yiyun. I'm Noel. I've been ordered by Captain Jean to serve as your clerk. Noel then gave a knight's salute. Looking at the serious Noel, Yiyun smiled. Hello, Noel, don't be nervous. Let me first tell you about your duties and benefits. First of all, you start at 8 a.m. and finish at 6 p.m. every day, with a 2-hour break at noon. You mainly be responsible for receiving clients. I have Paimon walk you through the process later. As for benefits, the monthly salary is 5,000 star coins, with food and no accommodation. What do you think? Noel immediately refused when he heard about the salary. No. Noel doesn't need a salary. This is Noel's nightly mission. Yiyun made the final decision. It's decided, Qin. What do you think? Qin said. Well, that's it. Qin simply said what Yiyun said, helping Noel to agree. Working for money is the natural order. Noel, that is. So kind. When he was in Mondstadt, he often helped others for free, which made everyone in Mondstadt love to ask Noel for help. Chapter 54. Noel, seeing Jean had spoken, could only agree. Okay. Yiyun nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then you can start work tomorrow. It's getting late, so go back and rest. See you tomorrow. Then everyone in the shop dispersed. Bronya, Seal, and Natasha returned to Bellowberg through the portal, feeling satisfied. Jean, Ing, Noel, and Paimon also returned to Tevat. The train crew returned to their rooms to rest. March 7 stretched. Now that I think about it, my own bed is still more comfortable. Xing finished the last bite of durian and burped. Let's go to sleep. Xing said, starting to head towards March 7's room. March 7 saw him, and immediately called out to Xing. Xing! Don't come in yet. Let's get some air out. You reek of durian. Xing chuckled and made a face. Lulu, I want it. Xing ran towards March 7's room, with a smug look on his face, and March 7 quickly caught up. Xing! Stop right there. GZ, Walter, and Dan Hung, who were following behind, smiled knowingly at this scene. He had also finished washing up and rested. Bellowberg. After returning to Bellowberg, Bronya took out stacks of star coins, and slapped them onto the bubbles on the surface of the items she was selecting. The bubbles vanished, and a large amount of supplies poured out. Japard, who had been waiting there, immediately stepped forward with a group of silver main iron guards to receive the supplies. Rice, vegetables, flour, fruit, meat, mining equipment, and various industrial equipment. There was simply too much stuff. Fortunately, this was a mecha settlement. Bronya contacted Swarovski and asked him to dispatch a group of mechas to help transport the supplies. Finally, Bronya took out the high-quality rice pickup card that Xing had sold her. After tearing it into pieces, a magic circle appeared in Bronya's hand, and rice continuously flowed out. Seal quickly found a batch of bags to catch the rice. Finally, after more than 2 hours of busy work, all the supplies purchased this time were moved into the warehouse. Bronya breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the warehouse full of supplies. With this batch of supplies, Bellowberg's pressure would be greatly reduced. Before, they had to fight the rift monsters, while also worrying about filling their stomachs. Now, at least they wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. The warehouse was under security, with Jeopard personally leading the defense. Then Bronya arrived at the newly recaptured commercial street. It's worth noting that all the residents of the lower town had been relocated here. The living conditions in the lower town were truly deplorable, and now that they had a place to live, they naturally wanted to move out. Now, besides the miners, the only thing left in the lower town was Swarlow's mechanical settlement. Swarovski's mechanical settlement remained stationary, guarding the portal. Bronya strolled down the commercial street. In a nearby shop, a family of 3 gathered around a fire, atop an iron pot. In the pot, freshly distributed rice cooked. Bronya could faintly hear their conversation. Dad, this rice smells so good. Right? If it smells good, I eat more. Yeah. Dad, it's so beautiful here. I saw a man-eating monster today. Haha, that's the bus. Dad will take you there tomorrow. Great. Alright, stop messing around you two. Come eat. Afterwards, we should rest. Okay, I listened to my wife. A family of 3 gathered around the fireplace, happily eating plain porridge. Although it was just plain porridge, it was enough to warm them both physically and mentally on this windy and snowy winter night. Bronya looked into the distance. There were many scenes like this in the commercial street. The lifeless look in these people's eyes was no longer there. They were filled with hope for tomorrow. Before, their only hope for tomorrow was to survive. Now, there were many more things. For example, earning more money to buy furniture for their new home. For example, buying new clothes for their wives and children. Or pursuing their dreams and enriching their lives. Bronya's lips curled up unconsciously, and she murmured softly, "That's great." Bronya turned and left the commercial street, her steps more determined, her posture more upright. The gates of the Mondstadt Knights headquarters. Hina and Paimon waved goodbye to Jean and Noel. "See you tomorrow, Captain Jean Noel." Ing and Paimon walked to a small garden below the Knight's Order, where Ying's off-road RV was parked. This small garden had been allocated to Ing by Jean, her home. A fence had been erected at the entrance. The fence was covered with vines, each bearing a variety of flowers. Pushing aside the fence, flower beds flanked the fence, and in front of them was a path leading straight to the RV. The path was paved with cobblestones and had a bench. The two walked to the RV's door and pushed it open. The interior of the RV had changed significantly since it was first purchased, bearing many more traces of life. Photos on the wall, vases on the table, and so on. The two rested for a moment before washing up. "Ing, help me get the towel." Ing handed Paimon the towel, dried her hair, and lay down on the bed. Since Paimon didn't take up much space, the two shared the upper bunk. The lower bunk had been converted into a small living room, furnished with a small table and a bookshelf. Ing lay on the bed, admiring the view from the window. The moonlight was bright, its divine form reflected in the fruit wine lake. Paimon soon finished washing up. "Ing, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Ing looked at Paimon. "You just ate so much durian and roast chicken, are you still hungry?" Paimon folded his arms. That was a snack, not a meal. Ing was speechless. "There's nothing else at home. Just 2 instant noodles. Make them if you want." Paimon rubbed his hands and pulled the noodles out of the refrigerator. "Okay, Ing, do you want some?" Ing replied casually. "Yes." Then, Paimon made instant noodles, and Ing opened the dining table outside the car. The two of them sat at it, each with a bucket of instant noodles, chatting and slurping them. "Ing, how about we go get sweet flour stuffed chicken tomorrow?" "No, we're going to see Tevlin tomorrow." "Did you forget?" "Yeah, the day after tomorrow Inside the Knights. After Noel returned, Jean went to Klee's room. Jean gently opened the door, and saw Klee and Hook resting in Tootsie's arms. The two little ones cuddled together, sound asleep. Tootsie glanced at Jean and smiled. Jean walked in, covered the two little ones with blankets, then quietly retreated, closing the door. Jean returned to the office, stretched, and headed home. "I have to go see Tevrin tomorrow, so I won't deal with any official documents tonight. I just rest up first." Chapter 55. The sun rose and the moon set, and the next day arrived. In Jean's office, Wendy, Jean, Dilek, Paimon, and Ing were chatting. Soon Yiyun, Walter, Xing, and Sanyueki emerged. "Good morning, everyone," Yiyun waved, greeting Wendy and the others. Paimon waved back. "Good morning, Yiyun, Xing, Sangwe, and Mr. Walter." Jean and the others also greeted him. After the greetings, everyone got down to business. Yesterday, Ing had told Yiyun that they were going to see Tevrin today. It just so happened that Noel was here, so Yiyun could go out for a walk and not have to stay at the store every day. So, Yiyun decided to go with Ing and the others to find Tevrin. "What do you mean? Let's go now?" Yiyun asked. Dilek, who was leaning against the wall, stood up straight. "Let's go, let's get this over with." The group headed east, out of Mondstadt, through the wind-rising land, and to Star-Picking Cliff. The journey didn't feel like a battle, but rather a leisurely one. Xing, Ing, Sanyueki, and Paimon played along. Sometimes they dived into the water to catch fish. Sometimes they catch a slime and kick it like a football. Xing, in particular, had the most fun. He kicked a wind slime, and the exploding wind blast sent it flying to the ground. On Star-Picking Cliff, Wendy took out the sky harp and played a tune, successfully attracting Teverin. Barbados. Are you here with them to hunt me? Wendy tried to argue. No, that's not the case. At that moment, an abyssal mage appeared above Teverin and whispered in his ear. Poor dragon, he's already abandoned you. Embrace the deep. Before the abyss mage could finish his words, Yi suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed him with one hand. The shield on his surface shattered the moment Yi-Yun's hand made contact. Yi-Yun grabbed the abyss mage and threw him hard to the ground. Tevelin was startled and was about to attack Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun glared at him. What are you looking at? Tevelin was furious. What do you mean by looking at you? Yi-Yun smiled at him. Oh! You have a bit of a temper. Let me see what's wrong with you. Yi-Yun instantly moved to Tevelin and punched him. The pain ripped through him, and Tevelin realized he had been attacked by Yi-Yun. Tevelin's body fell heavily to the ground under Yi-Yun's attack. Teverin looked up and was about to take flight when he saw a small, gray-haired creature, grinning, holding a large sword to his neck. Hey, don't move. Feeling the intense heat of the flames burning on the sword, Teverin willingly gave in. Yi-Yun landed and clapped his hands. Okay, my part is over. Next up. Ing, engrossed in the show, was patted on the shoulder by Wendy. Ing, stop watching. It's your turn. Ing regained consciousness, ran behind Teverin, and hacked at the stinger with her blunt sword. Bang, bang, bang. Not to mention, the stinger was quite tough. Ing took a long time to chop off half of it. Ing panted heavily, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xing and Sanueki, along with a little fire monkey and Bubu seed, had caught a few crabs from somewhere, and were playing with them on the ground. Yi-Yun, Walter and Deluxe set up a tea table and tea sets and chatted while drinking tea. Jean and Wendy were chatting away. Paimon sat off to the side, eating a bag of fries. Ing felt a pang of bitterness. Why had she taken this job? She really wanted to give her old self a good beating. Ing paused, then sat up and prepared to continue dismantling the stinger. Just then, the surrounding space distorted, and several abyssal portals opened, spilling out in large numbers of hilichurls and abyssal mages. Finally, an abyssal apostle even appeared. This dragon's fate is the abyss. Heed the abyss's grace. Xing, Sanueki, Ing, Dialek, and Jean instantly took action, confronting the monster horde. More than a dozen abyssal mages attacked simultaneously, sending multicolored magic bullets pelting the crowd. The flame spear in Xing's left hand violently shook the ground. In an instant, a shield enveloped everyone present. Then Xing drew out the Skyfire Judgment and activated his great sword form. Heavenly Fire. Unsheathe. Xing slashed with his sword, sending a massive wave of flames careening towards the monster horde. After upgrading to a dual core, Xing's use of Heavenly Fire Judgment was even more powerful than before. All monsters touched were reduced to ash, even abyss mages. Sanueki fired a massive icy arrow into the sky. It exploded in midair, transforming into countless icy shards that hurled down upon the monster horde on the ground. Deluxe greatsword frantically condensed the dual elements of wind and fire. Dawn! Judgment! A fire phoenix, engulfed in the wind element, flew out, instantly clearing a path across the battlefield. Jean's cultivation of the wind spirit technique had greatly enhanced her control over the wind element. Jean slashed with her sword, sending a wind blade over 10 meters long careening across the battlefield. Ying's strength had now recovered by more than half, having already reached the level of a demon's subordinate. With wings of light sprouting from his back, he charged across the battlefield. Yi-Yun and Walter calmly sipped their tea. Wendy watched Teverin from the side, preventing him from escaping. Yi-Yun took a sip of his tea and said, "TSK, TSK, there are quite a lot of monsters here. He's still going out after killing so many. Is Teverin really that charismatic?" Wendy glanced at Teverin. "Teverin is quite powerful, isn't he?" Yi-Yun smiled. "He's certainly quite strong. At least he took my blow." Wendy and Walter didn't dispute Yi-Yun's words. Yi-Yun was a true master-level warrior. He lacked a destiny, but his physique, mental strength, and control of imaginary energy were all master-level. The fact that Teverin could survive Yi-Yun's blow was remarkable. On the battlefield, Xing and the others continued to slaughter the monsters. Even the apostle was cornered by Ing. Ing was about to finish the apostle off with a single blow when a black sword beam suddenly burst forth from the side, forcing Ing back. Ing steadied herself and looked at the newcomer, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Brother." The newcomer was none other than Ying's brother, Kong. Kong turned and looked at Ing. "Ing, long time no see." Ing saw Kong with the members of the Abyss cult. "Brother, why are you with the Abyss?" Kong asked. Because they are my allies, the 7 gods are my enemies, Sky Island is my enemy, and I still have an unfinished war with heavenly law. Ing said. Brother, let's go home together, okay? The word home brought back memories of the good old days, and Kong's lips curled slightly. Home, wherever Ing is, that's home. Listen, Ing. I already made a journey. When your journey is over, you understand my difficulties. Ing, we always have enough time. I'd be waiting for you at the end of your journey, Ing. Sora spoke to the Abyss Apostle beside him. This mission has failed. Let's go back. With that, Kong was about to open the portal and leave. Ing hurried to catch up, but was blocked by several Abyss mages. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared from the side, heading straight for Kong. Skyfire. Unsheath. It was Xing. Xing raised the Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment sword and slashed at Kong. Kong had no time to react, and was knocked unconscious by the blow. Without a word, Xing pulled out a hemp rope and tied it around Kong. Hey, still want to leave? I tie you up straight away. What's all this talk about waiting for Ing or whatever? I don't understand. Ying's my good sister, I can't bear to see her running around looking for you. After tying her up, Xing gave the rope a firm tug and giving a thumbs up with a grin. Ing done! I found your brother for you. Ing looked at the bound Kong and finally realized what was happening. That's right. Why was I listening to my brother tell me all those riddles? He's already here, why not just tie him up straight away? Ing gave Xing a thumbs up in return. Xing! Well done. You're worthy of being my good sister. Chapter 56. Over an hour later. Kong awoke from his daze, immediately seeing Ing, Xing, and San Yueki glaring at him with wicked grins. Xing chuckled, holding the can of herrings he won. Hey, you awake? Kong's eyes widened at the logo on the can of herrings, startled. He recognized it. What do you want to do? Ing pulled out a brush and dipped it in ink. Tell me, what other plans do you, the Abyss cult, have? Kong turned away. Don't bother. I won't tell you. San Yueki spread the leftover durian shells from yesterday's meal on the ground and waved his hand. Punish! Xing and Ing smirked, walking to either side of Kong and lifting him up. Kong instantly knew what they were up to. Kneel on a durian. I'm not afraid. Come on. I'm a prince. Why should I be afraid of a durian like you? Puff. The sound of the durian piercing through his pants was heard, followed by Kong's muffled groan. Humph. Xing saw that Kong didn't even cry out. Wow, not bad. You passed the first level so easily. Then try this. Xing opened the can of herring without saying a word. Instantly, a foul odor overwhelmed him, and from his proximity, Xing nearly fainted from choking. Xing quickly pinched his nose. Frog fun. This smell is unbearable. March 7 and Ing also pinched their noses. Kong sniffed the foul air and felt a wave of nausea, nearly vomiting. Xing paused, seeing Kong's constipated face, and with a sly smile, he placed the can of herring next to Kong's nose. Kong's face instantly turned green, as if he'd been poisoned. Kong struggled to get away from the can of herring, but Ing and San Yueki held him down. Kong finally couldn't hold it in anymore and vomited. Ugh! The 3 women immediately covered their mouths and noses in disgust, looking at Kong with disdain. Ing taunted him. A grown man, and you can't even handle a can of herring. Shame on you. Kong, recovering his composure, unleashed a barrage of curses. You stinking bitch. Try it. Don't pinch your nose if you can. Ing saw Kong still dared to resist. Oh! You dare to resist. You're forcing me to use my ultimate move, San Yue. Hearing Ing calling him, San Yueki pulled out another can of fresh herring. Ing opened it, and placed it under Kong's nose, causing Kong to gag. Ing then asked, Tell me or not. What are your plans, the Abyss cult? Sora shook his head, refusing to say anything. Ing sighed. Brother, don't blame me. Ing then took out a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of herring, and made a move to stuff it into Kong's mouth. Sora's eyes nearly popped out of his head with fear. The taste alone was already so repulsive, if he ate it. No! 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 Stinky sister! Stop it! I tell you everything. Ing withdrew her hand, satisfied. Isn't that enough? You insist we torture you. Tell me. Sora then told Ing all about his plan. Over an hour passed. On Teverin's back, Ing, holding her bladeless sword, gestured at Kong from time to time. Get to work. Sora was speechless. How had he been caught by this stinky sister? Kong wielded a bladeless sword and struck hard at the poisonous stinger on Teverin's back. Ing wanted Kong to experience the suffering he had just endured. How could a brother be like you? You lived a life of luxury in the abyss, leaving your sister to wander around Teyvat alone. He thought back to the time when he had just awakened. When hungry, he could only pick sunset fruit. When thirsty, he could only drink river water. If it weren't for the bladeless sword he later found in a treasure chest, he wouldn't even have meat to eat. Kong slashed at the poisonous stinger, chipping off a few pieces. King looked at the broken pieces, then at the stinger in front of him, and the intact one behind him, feeling numb. After waking up, he discovered that his powers had been sealed, and now he only possessed a relatively strong physical body. Seeing Kong still slacking off, Ing struck him on the butt with her sword. What are you looking at? Get to work. Kong's fist stiffened instantly. I'm done with this. Just as he was about to drop his bladeless sword, he saw Ying's left hand pull a can of herrings from behind her back. Kong gasped, his anger directed at the poisonous stinger on Teverin's back. In the distance, Yiyun, Walter, Jean, Dialek, and Wendy, leisurely sipping tea and chatting, watched the show from afar. Jean was a little worried. Shouldn't we stop it? It feels a little pathetic. Yiyun smiled. No need. They're just like that. There's a saying in my hometown, when there's no external danger, siblings are each other's greatest danger. When there's external danger, siblings are each other's greatest reliance. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Jean thought about what Yiyun said, and felt it made sense. Then everyone continued chatting and drinking tea. Finally, as the sun was about to set, Kong had finished cleaning the stinger from Teverin's back. Exhausted, Kong lay on the grass, a look of despair on his face. Ing then approached. Here you go. Ing handed Kong a bottle of water. Kong took it, unscrewed the cap, and took a long sip. After swallowing the water, Kong felt much better. Ing looked at Kong with a look of disappointment. Do you still treat me like a sister? How can you handle such a big thing alone? You must call me when you fight that woman. Kong was about to refuse, as he couldn't put Ing in danger. Ing spoke directly, cutting her off. It's settled. If I ever catch you secretly messing with that woman, I make you eat today's set meal. Kong could only nod in agreement. Okay, I promise. Ing was finally satisfied. Alright. You can go back to your abyss first. I need to go back and rest. Kong stood up, nodded, and opened a portal to the abyss. Ing, take care. At this moment, a voice rang out. You're still trying to escape? Skyfire. Xing took out the Skyfire judgment and was about to strike, but Ing quickly stopped him and explained the reason. After Xing listened, he put away the Skyfire judgment. Kong was speechless. What kind of friends did Ing have? She's always ready to fight. I give up. Kong quickly ran away, lest he be caught again for some reason. After Kong left, Yiyun checked the time. It was time to cook. However, Yiyun suddenly realized that their place seemed perfect for a gathering. So, Yiyun decided to treat everyone to a meal, and have a gathering here. Everyone agreed. Despite still having a mountain of paperwork to process, Jean chose to stay. Tveren's return to normal was time for celebration. So, Xing took on the task of running errands to the Star Rail World to gather people. Wendy went to Mondstadt to pick up the two little ones and notify Lisa and the others. Chapter 57. Over an hour later, everyone gathered at Jishin Cliff. The sky was dotted with stars, and everyone lit a bonfire in the center, gathering around it for fun. Yiyun set up the grill, fanning himself in one hand and grilling skewers in the other, diligently grilling them. Noelle assisted, either adding charcoal or skewering the skewers. The ingredients were all fresh and of excellent quality. Just a touch of salt, cumin, and chili powder gave them a saucy, elegant flavor. Yiyun asked Noelle, Noelle, how was your day today? Noelle was a little nervous. Not bad, just. It was too easy. I'm not used to it yet. Yiyun smiled. There aren't many people here now, but you'll be busy when more come. Noelle smiled and agreed. Yiyun glanced at the lamb skewers in his hand, which were almost cooked, and called out to the group. Everyone, the lamb skewers are ready. Come get them if you want some. A gust of wind blew by, and Wendy arrived first. Hey Yiyun, give me some. I take it over to eat with the old man, as a side dish. Yiyun took out half, and handed it to Wendy. Wendy thanked him, and ran to find Zhongli with the skewers. In front of Zhongli stood a small wooden table, and Walter was sitting next to it. Walter and Zhongli got along very well, and their personalities were somewhat similar. Wendy retrieved the skewers and placed them on the table. Come on. Just drinking isn't fun. Let's have some meat. I have to say, Yiyun's cooking is really good. Walter said with a smile. Yeah, that's right. Ever since Yi-yun got on board, we've basically been eating at his place. Sometimes, the conductor would help cook a meal. Zhongli put down his glass upon hearing this. Oh, wasn't Yi-yun on your train before? Walter nodded upon hearing this, then explained to the two how he and his companions had met Yi-yun. The two drank while listening to Walter. After Wendy left, Clary, Hook, and Diana, who had been playing by the fire, came clattering over. Diana was Wendy's companion. When Wendy went back to pick up Clary and Hook, Diana happened to be on her day off, and they were playing together. Wendy thought for a moment, and then took the opportunity to meet them. However, he soon regretted it. In his haste, wanting to quickly pick up the others and have a drink, he forgot he was allergic to cat hair. As a result, Wendy started sneezing profusely the moment she landed, and it took her a long time to recover. Brother Yi-yun, Kelly wants to eat. Yi-yun. Hook wants meat. Kelly, Hook, and Yi-yun were already quite familiar with each other, and their conversation was very natural. Diana was a little reserved. After all, they had only known each other for a short time. Yi-yun handed each of the three little ones a plate, and placed 3 skewers on each. Here, take it. Come back later if you don't have enough. The 3 children thanked him, and happily ran back to the campfire, carrying their plates to eat. Xing, Ying, Sanyueki, Eula, Amber, and Sierra followed shortly after. At Ying's suggestion, the girls planned to raid the Hilichurl tribe after the meeting to earn primo gems. Everyone was eager to try, their fighting spirit high. With Amber, the living map of Mondstadt, they all felt that tonight would be a fruitful evening. As for Deluk, he was chatting with Donhung, which surprised Yi-yun. He hadn't expected the two to get along so well. Lisa set up a small coffee table near the campfire and chatted with Jean, Bronya, and Natasha. The 3 of them discussed government affairs. As for Clara, she was learning about mechanical engineering with Himiko. Clara aspired to become a great scientist and studied diligently every day. Through these few days of study, Clara's mechanical skills had greatly improved. During the day, she studied theory with Walter and Himiko on the train. Back home, she found a few mechas for practical use. Not surprisingly, Clara actually managed to build a medical mecha capable of treating common injuries. The party went smoothly, and everyone present, except Kia, found a playmate. Kia had no choice but to help Yi-yun with the barbecue. Just as Yi-yun finished grilling a large pile of skewers, and was about to take a break, Pamani, the iron bucket, flew over. Yi-yun. Another bucket. I want some more pork chops. Yi-yun was speechless. How could this little thing eat so much? Yi-yun grilled Paimon's first. Considering Paimon's big appetite, he filled the bucket with grilled pork chops. How long had it been? He already finished? Paimon looked like he couldn't get enough. Yi-yun had no choice but to take out 20 pork chops and grill them for Paimon. Kia brought a large plate of various grilled skewers to the table next to the campfire. Everyone! The grilled skewers are here. Everyone gathered around. Wendy was drinking and in high spirits. She even took out her harp and started singing. The sound of singing filled the entire place. Some drank, some chatted. Yi-yun looked around and saw Jizi still teaching Clara about mechanics. Yi-yun then took out a small plate filled with grilled skewers and approached the two. Take a break first, have some skewers. Studying requires a balance of work and rest. The two looked up, thought for a moment, and agreed. Thank you, Brother Yi-yun, for bringing the skewers to Clara. Clara smiled and accepted them, her manners very polite. Jizi also smiled gently. Thank you. Yi-yun waved, acknowledging the importance of thanking her. At this moment, Yi-yun suddenly remembered that he had a task almost completed. That was to receive 20 different guests, but he still needed a few more. The next stop on the train was Xianzhou, where there were many potential customers. By the way, GZ, when are we leaving for the next stop? GZ asked. According to the rules, the train will stop for a few more days. We leave in about 3 days. GZ said, thinking of the next stop. Our next stop is Pinocchio, also known as the star of the festival. You can go down there and have some fun. It's really fun. Yi-yun agreed with a smile. This might not go so smoothly. The train will then, under Kafka's influence, head to the immortal ship. Clara couldn't help but feel a little sad as she listened to their conversation. Brother Yi-yun. Sister Jizi, are you leaving? Clara can't bear to see you go. Yi-yun laughed heartily and stroked Clara's hair. It's okay. Don't you have a portal at home? You can always get on the train. Did you forget? Clara then remembered that she had been so focused on Brother Yi-yun and Sister Jizi leaving. Yes, Clara forgot. Yi-yun smiled. Then the three of them chatted over skewers. Surprisingly, even though they were in the wilderness of Mondstadt, there weren't any monsters around to harass them. Chapter 58. It was already late. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they sat on the ground and chatted. Klee, Hook, and Diana, who had evolved from 2 little ones into 3, lay fast asleep on the doko. Xing looked at Wendy and Zhongli, and a question suddenly occurred to him. Zhongli, you're also a god, right? Everyone looked at Zhongli. The people in Mondstadt, in particular, were all filled with surprise. Kia spread his hands, a little unconvinced. Hey, no way. Mr. Zhongli is a god? Knowing that Wendy was the god of wind, Jean and Dilek had already guessed Zhongli's identity. He was from Liyue, and Wendy called him old man. Who else could it be? It had to be His Majesty Morix. Lisa looked at Wendy and Zhongli, her head bowed in thought. She had long suspected Wendy's identity. She had learned from Ying that Wendy could contact the Wind Dragon. The Wind Dragon was Teverin, one of the 4 winds. She had already guessed that Wendy was related to Barbados, the god of wind. It seemed her initial guess had been largely correct. Wendy was actually the god of wind, so Zhongli's identity was immediately clear to her. I see. Your Excellency, the god of wind and the god of rock. Amber, Eula, and Kia were stunned. No way. These 2 are truly gods? Oh my god. Zhongli sighed. No need for such formalities. I'm just an ordinary guest. Just call me Zhongli, Wendy said with a grin. I prefer you to call me Wendy. God or something like that is fine, just occasionally. Yiyun smiled. Yes, everyone here comes from different places, but here, we're all friends, aren't we? Come, let's have a drink. Yiyun raised his glass. The Mondstadt people thought about it and agreed. A toast to friendship. A toast to friendship. After a short rest, everyone dispersed. Xing, Sanueki, Amber, Eula, Ying, and Paimon immediately took their weapons and went to find the Hilichurl tribe. Dilek and Kia were also busy clearing out the Abyss cult's stronghold. After the failure to convert Teverin, most of the Abyss cult's forces had withdrawn from Mondstadt. In Liyue Harbor, even at midnight, the lights were still bright. Zhongli returned to the Hall of Rebirth with his packed skewers. Yiyun had grilled so much that everyone couldn't finish it, so everyone took a little when the meeting ended. As Zhongli pushed open the gate to the Hall of Rebirth, he saw Hu Tao sleeping soundly in a rocking chair in the courtyard. Zhongli approached and shook his head slightly. Why are you sleeping here? Aren't you worried about catching a cold at night? Zhongli summoned his divine power to pull Hu Tao up, brought her back to her room, and tucked her into bed. Just as she was done, Hu Tao kicked the blanket aside and slumped forward. It was summer, and the weather was scorching. Zhongli placed the skewers on the table in Hu Tao's room and returned to his own room to rest. The next morning, Zhongli sat in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. Next to him stood an electric fan. He had bought the fan from Yiyun. The weather was extremely hot today, seriously affecting Zhongli's mood for tea. So, he went to Yiyun to ask if there was any way to cool down. And so, the scene unfolded. At this moment, Hu Tao's door suddenly opened. Hu Tao leaped out, full of energy. Ding 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 ding. This hall master is back to full health. Hu Tao was still holding the skewers Zhongli had left for her last night. Hu Tao saw Zhongli and ran over. Guest, good morning. Zhongli nodded slightly and poured Hu Tao a cup of tea. Hu Tao took the cup, drank it all, and slammed it down on the table. Ah, delicious. Another cup. Zhongli was already accustomed to Hu Tao's wasted tea. At first, Zhongli would even teach Hu Tao how to savor tea. Hu Tao wasn't interested at all. Tea, after all, is just water. You only feel good when you sip it in big gulps. Hu Tao looked at Zhongli. Guest, did you leave this skewer for me? Zhongli nodded noncommittally. Yes, I brought some back from a get-together with some friends last night. They're delicious. Hall Master, you should try them. Hu Tao heard this. Friends? Guest, you have friends? With that, Hu Tao ignited the fire element to heat the skewers. Soon, the skewers began to sizzle with oil, and Hu Tao picked up a skewer and began to show off. Hu Tao took bites of meat one after another, stuffing them full before beginning to chew. From Zhongli's perspective, Hu Tao looked like a little hamster, her mouth bulging as she chewed endlessly, a truly adorable sight. While eating, Hu Tao's eyes lit up when she saw the electric fan nearby. Kuchin. Take the shisharme? With her mouth full of meat, Hu Tao muttered incoherently. Hu Tao jumped up from the small stool and walked over to the fan, glancing left and right. Hu Tao leaned over to the fan and observed it carefully. This thing generates wind. So cool, Zhongli said. I got this from a friend. Hu Tao swallowed the meat in her mouth. Is that the friend you had dinner with yesterday? Your friend is quite impressive, having such a rare thing. After saying that, Hu Tao immediately brought a small stool and sat down in front of the fan, enjoying the cool breeze. Zhongli looked at Hu Tao and suddenly had an idea. Should I take the hall master to Yi Yun's place? Hu Tao has grown up. It's time to take her out and broaden her horizons. Besides, there are many outstanding young talents there. Xing, San Yueki, Dan Hing, Ying, though young, they all have their own shining points. After a moment's thought, Zhongli made up his mind. He decided to take Hu Tao to Yi Yun's shop. Many people in Mondstadt have already come into contact with Yi Yun's shop. Zhongli envisioned the same for Liyue, relying on Yi Yun as a powerful supporter to enable rapid development. For example, the Knights of Favonius have seen their strength greatly enhanced after their contact with Yi Yun. After being screened by Qin and others, a number of them have already cultivated the wind spirit technique and mastered the wind element. Zhongli believed that, given Liyue's size, it would undoubtedly develop faster than Mons. He had far more talented people in Liyue than Mons. From the Immortals, to the Seven Stars, the original gods, and the descendants of the Immortals, to the Thousand Rocks army, all far surpassed Mons. Master, are you okay today? Hu Tao, snorting at the wind, turned his head. No, what's wrong? Zhongli slowly stood up. Since you're all set, I take the hall master somewhere. Hu Tao was curious. Oh! Where was the guest taking her? Although Hu Tao didn't know where Zhongli was taking her, she happily stood beside him, intending to follow. After all, the guest wouldn't hurt her. Chapter 59. Zhongli used his divine power to lead Hu Tao to the pond at the entrance of Lu Yun's cave in Zhu Yunjian. That's right. Zhongli placed the portal Yi Yun had given him at Lu Yun's location. This place was sparsely populated, and with Lu Yun, the homely woman, guarding it, he had also left a trace of divine power on it, so it would be virtually safe. Hu Tao looked around curiously, and tugged at Zhongli's sleeve. Wow! Guest, you're so amazing. You could actually bring me so far in such a short time. Zhongli didn't respond to Hu Tao, but walked towards the portal. Master, this way. Hu Tao, who was teasing a frog with the Homa staff, hurried to follow. Before leaving, Hu Tao flipped the frog over again. Frog, did I provoke you? Someone speak up for me. Hu Tao approached the portal and examined it curiously. Wow! Why is there a door here? It looks so out of place. Hu Tao even kicked the portal, but found it wouldn't budge. Zhongli opened the door. Let's go, Hall Master. Our destination is just across the street. The two of them passed through the portal. Hu Tao's vision went dark as she approached the portal, then cleared again after a few seconds. When it did, she found herself in a very strange place. The decor was strange, nothing like Liyue. And are those stars outside the window? The people sitting around the long table in the middle, eating breakfast, greeted Zhongli upon his arrival. Zhongli nodded slightly in response. To Zhongli's surprise, there were quite a few people dining here today. Yi Yun, Walter, Dan Heng, GZ, Pam, Xing, San Yuqi, Ying, Paimon, Amber, Eula, Noel, Wendy, and the three little ones. In the kitchen, Yi Yun saw Zhongli arrive. Hey Zhongli, you're so late today? You were the first to arrive 2 days ago. Zhongli explained. I brought my hall master here and waited for her. Hu Tao waved. Hello everyone. My name is Hu Tao. GZ smiled slightly. Hello, Hu Tao, my name is GZ. Come sit here. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? We'd love to have something together. Hu Tao smiled. No need. I just had. The skewers the guest brought me last night, Oh right, you're the friends the guest mentioned, right? You had a get-together last night. GZ thought for a moment. Yeah, that's right. Have some more porridge. Why eat something so greasy so early in the morning? It's not good for your health. As she spoke, GZ poured Hu Tao a bowl of porridge and placed it on the table next to her. Seeing this, Kurumi walked over to sit down next to GZ. GZ added some pickles to Kurumi's plate and placed it next to her. Feel free to enjoy. I take care of these three little ones first. Kurumi looked in the direction GZ pointed and saw 3 very cute little girls standing on stools eating. Okay, thank you for serving me the porridge. You go ahead, and I do it myself. GZ smiled at this, and then continued to serve the 3 little ones. Kurumi ate some pickles and drank some porridge, instantly feeling refreshed. At this moment, Kurumi noticed San Yueki sitting next to her. Hello, what's your name, friend? San Yueki turned away listlessly. Hello, Kurumi. My name is San Yueki, an unknown guest. Hu Tao looked at the thick dark circles around San Yuqi's eyes. Did you stay up late? Such dark circles. San Yuqi yawned and nodded. Yeah, we pulled an all-nighter last night to hunt the Hilichurl tribe for primo gems. I'm so tired. Hu Tao was puzzled. What are you looking for primo gems for? San Yuqi asked. Don't you know? Didn't Zhongli tell you? Primo gems are exchanged for star coins, which can be used to purchase items from the myriad worlds with Yi Yun. Myriad worlds, if you don't understand, you can think of them as many, many worlds. Hu Tao was a little surprised. Primo gems could be used for this? Normally, she picked them up and used them as stones to shoot birds or skip stones on water. San Yuqi pointed at Yi Yun. He's Yi Yun. You can go to him if you need anything. Hu Tao noted Yi Yun's appearance and nodded. Okay, I remember that. Thank you. March 7 shook his head. You're welcome. Ah! I'm so sleepy. I really want to sleep. Hu Tao was a little puzzled by this. If you want to sleep, why don't you just go to bed? March 7 pulled out a handful of primo gems. We just got back and haven't exchanged them for star coins yet. Plus, we've been busy all morning and are already hungry, so we're here to eat first. I can't sleep if I'm hungry. Hu Tao agreed wholeheartedly. Every time she came back from Wangpo, no matter how sleepy she was, she would eat before going to bed. Sleeping hungry was really uncomfortable. Afterwards, Hu Tao started chatting with Xing and the others, quickly becoming acquainted with them. Hu Tao heard they were going to have a snowball fight tomorrow, and excitedly clamored to join them. Furthermore, from chatting with Xing and the others, she learned that this was another world, not Teyvat. She was currently on a train traveling through the universe. Ing had also explained to Hu Tao what the universe was. Teyvat was at most the size of a planet here, while the universe was made up of countless planets. Hu Tao suddenly felt that the train was amazing, actually traveling through various worlds. If she didn't have the Hall of Rebirth to look after, she would have really wanted to join the train crew. The group chatted while eating breakfast. Suddenly, a loud banging sound came from a unique booth nearby. Wow, ha ha ha! Everyone looked over. Silver Wolf, hands on his hips, threw back his head and laughed wildly. The dark circles under his eyes were like black ink, but his eyes were full of energy and excitement. Yi Yun rolled his eyes at Silver Wolf. What are you doing so early in the morning? Could you open the door a little more gently? Silver Wolf glanced at Yi Yun and snorted coldly. Humph, I won't argue with you. After that, Silver Wolf glanced around and nodded with great satisfaction. Yes, yes, there are quite a few of you. Just in time, everyone's looking over here. Lord Silver Wolf has something to announce. Listen to my command. All eyes, look at me. Everyone looked at Silver Wolf, who declared loudly. The invincible Lord Silver Wolf has finally completed Black Myth, Wukong Legend. Listen, applause. Xing was the first to applaud, cheering for Silver Wolf. Good. 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 Seeing this, the others applauded. Though they didn't know why, they just followed suit. Hu Tao clapped her hands and asked Ing, who was standing beside her. Ing, what's going on? Ing closed her eyes, yawned, and clapped. I don't know. Anyway, just clap and it's over. Don't you see everyone is clapping? Hu Tao heard this and thought Ing had a point. Chapter 60. Silver Wolf looked at Yi Yun, wanting to test the effect of the immobilization spell. Mommy, woo! Immobilize. Silver Wolf gestured towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, then smiled as he took a sip from the bowl of porridge. Silver Wolf stared at Yi Yun with wide eyes. What? Did I buy a fake? Or is it just the wrong posture? Silver Wolf changed his posture, adopting the Ultraman beaming pose. Immobilize. Yi Yun calmly picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and put it in his mouth. Silver Wolf was stunned. No way. No way. The Black Myth, Wukong Legend he'd been grinding for so long was a fake. Silver Wolf felt so wronged. God knew how long he'd been grinding to complete Black Myth, Wukong Legend. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything, and finally finished the game, only to find the reward was a fake. Yi Yun said, seeing Silver Wolf's despair. Is it possible you chose the wrong target? Silver Wolf, upon hearing this, remembered that Black Myth, Wukong Legend had a condition. It was only effective against those below the level of Commander. Silver Wolf looked around and finally chose Xing. Xing! I'm sorry. Immobilize. The next second. Xing was indeed immobilized, but recovered within seconds. Silver Wolf was pleased to see it was working. Great. The great Silver Wolf can finally counter the evil Kafka. Silver Wolf looked wicked, his fangs bared. He. Kafka. My Kafka. Wait until you come over next time, and the great silver wolf will have his revenge. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Kelly tugged at Yi-yun's clothes and whispered in his ear. Brother Yi-yun, is this sister sick? Yi-yun smiled. Yes, she is a little sick. Carrie needs to eat well to stay healthy, understand? Carrie glanced at the frantic silver wolf and felt a lingering fear. Carrie understands. Then everyone continued eating, leaving Silver Wolf alone to daydream. A little over 10 minutes later, everyone finished breakfast and went about their business. Xing, March 7th, and Amber, the others who had stayed up late last night to earn primo gems, all went home to rest. Yi-yun, Zhongli, Walter, and Donheng sat down at the coffee table, took out tea leaves, brewed a pot, set up a chessboard, and began playing chess. Wendy walked over to the small bar, sat down, took out a bottle of wine, and began drinking. Now that the matter with Tevrin was resolved, she could finally relax. Jeezy took Clara to class. The three little ones played on the train. Newcomer Diana, like Klee and Hook, was filled with curiosity about trains. However, there was one place Diana absolutely hated, the cantina. Every time she passed by, she glared at it with a venomous intent, almost wishing she could tear it down. Noelle was helping Hutao with her shopping. Just now, March 7 heard that Hutao wanted to go shopping, so he lent her 5,000 star coins. Hutao arrived at the cantina with the 5,000 star coins. The display screens were filled with a dazzling array of merchandise, overwhelming her. Wow! This flying motorcycle looks pretty cool. It actually flies. Cool. This handheld fan is so cute. Every guest has one, I want one too. What? They're selling exorcism spells here. Give me one. Hutao quickly selected her purchases. A flying motorcycle, Smart Edition, with flight capabilities, automatic navigation to destinations, and fingerprint recognition to start and stop the engine, priced at 4,000 star coins. 5 different handheld small fans, Solar Enhanced Edition, with 1 hour of sunlight for a full day's use, priced at 10 star coins. Next was a book on exorcism spells, containing a specific exorcism technique, valued at 800 star coins. Hutao had the remaining 150 star coins, which she planned to save for later. After purchasing her items and listening to Noelle's explanation, she eagerly rushed through the portal back to Teyvat. The moment she landed in Teyvat, Hutao took out 4,000 star coins and slapped them on the bubble surrounding the flying motorcycle. The bubble vanished, and the flying motorcycle appeared before her. Hutao excitedly climbed in. As soon as she sat, the flying scooter's intelligent system chimed in. Detected, you don't have a driver's license. Newbie tutorial now begins. Please remember, driving improperly can bring tears to your loved ones. Then, following the intelligent system's instructions, Hutao began to pilot the flying scooter. At first, Hutao rode slowly, but soon became adept. Xiangling. Here I come. Inside the store, Yi-yun was shopping with the 3 children. How could he have forgotten? The 3 children hadn't even shopped before. With the 3 children, there was one more person. Wouldn't that complete one of his tasks? Shit. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Come on, 100 each. Buy whatever you want. Yi-yun generously gave each of the 3 children 100 star coins. The 3 children happily took the pocket money Yi-yun gave them, and ran to the small bar to spend their money. When they reached the bar, they realized they couldn't reach the display screen. Hook had an idea. Claire, Diana, let's stack. Hook patted his shoulders. Diana, stand on Hook's shoulders. Diana was dissatisfied with Hook's address to her. I told you so many times, my name is Diana, not Diana. Hook put his hands on his hips. That's right, it's Diana, isn't it, Claire? Claire nodded. Yes, it's Diana, there's nothing wrong with that. Diana, speechless, hung her head, her hands drooping. Forget it, let's go shopping first. Diana climbed onto Hook's shoulders and stood upright, while Klee climbed onto Diana's head. This way, Klee could reach the display screen and shop on it. Dudu, who was standing nearby, saw this and hurried over, unseparated the 3 little ones, and let them sit on his arms. He then held up his arms for the 3 little ones to shop. The 3 little ones chattered happily as they looked at each item. Soon, the 3 little ones finished their shopping. Diana bought some ingredients that looked unpalatable to take back home for cocktails. Diana refused to believe it. Could ingredients from another world actually make delicious drinks? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This time, I'm so cool. Pa! Diana will definitely make a terrible drink and destroy Mon wine. Hook bought a lot of snacks to bring back to the mole gang when he returned to Bellowberg tomorrow. Tomorrow, Yi-Yun would also take the three little ones to play on the Bellowberg icefield. Even the train crew was like this. After this trip, everyone will spend a day or two restocking the train supplies before departing for the next stop. Congratulations, host! Completed the mission, entertain 20 different customers, and receive a reward, lottery shop. New mission now available, entertain 50 different customers, and receive a dungeon portal. Chapter 61. Preparing to place the lottery shop. Host, please remove anyone inside to avoid accidental injury. Preparing to place the lottery shop. Host, please remove anyone inside to avoid accidental injury. Preparing to place the lottery shop. Host, please remove anyone inside to avoid accidental injury. Hearing this, Yi-Yun hurriedly called everyone inside the shop to the observation car. Everyone, let's leave my shop for a while. It's about to be upgraded. Hearing this, everyone stood up and headed for the observation car. The three little ones ran the fastest, clattering towards the observation car. Soon, everyone arrived. Silver Wolf, who was catching up on sleep in his private room, sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking unhappy. He was sleeping soundly when Yi-Yun woke him up to say he was going to do some renovations. This is so annoying. This is seriously disturbing my rest. Walter looked at Yi-Yun and asked in confusion. Yi-Yun, you just said your shop is about to be upgraded? Yi-Yun, who was communicating with the system, smiled and nodded. Indeed, there will be a very interesting addition. But I won't talk about it for now. I take care of the shop upgrade first. You find out when the time comes. Walter and the others were all curious at Yi-Yun's words. But they didn't interrupt Yi-Yun, who was concentrating on communicating with the system. Notice, the shop is undergoing renovations. The host can use 5,000 star coins to expand the shop. Do you want it? Yi-Yun thought for a moment and asked in his mind. How much can it be expanded? Notice, the space will be increased fivefold with 3 booths, 1 sofa coffee area, 1 reception room, 1 host lounge, and 1 library. Yi-Yun, who was standing in front of him, didn't notice anything. The booths and other items were more than enough for the time being. Only this dedicated lounge struck a chord with Yi-Yun. There were no guest rooms within the shop, and he and Dan Hung had been sleeping on the floor in the data room for the time being. Upgrade. Upgrade now. Announcement. Successfully deducted 5,000 star coins from the host. The shop is expanding, and will be completed in 1 hour. After finishing the shop business, Yi-Yun stepped aside to chat with the others. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Announcement. The shop upgrade is complete. The host may return to the shop. Wishing the host prosperous business. Yi-Yun heard the system notification sound. Come on, everyone. The shop upgrade is complete. Let's go take a look. Walter and the others were curious upon hearing this. Everyone entered the shop. What they saw was a shock. How did this place get so big? The shop entrance and the surrounding area remained the same as before. A kitchen, a small bar, 3 booths, and a long dining table in the middle. Now, not only that, but a large area had opened up on the right side. In the center of this area was a large sofa-filled tea break area, large enough to accommodate dozens of people. Inside, there were sofas in various shapes. Rabbits, whales, lions, tigers, noodle bowls, gold ingots, thrones, and even a lazy couch shaped like a trash can. Klee, Hook, and Diana's eyes lit up at the sight of the animal-shaped sofas. Wow! This place is so beautiful. The 3 little ones rushed to the sofa area and started playing. They took off their shoes and jumped back and forth between the sofas, bouncing and skipping, having a blast. Yi-Yun warned. Be careful. The 3 little ones all exclaimed oh, in unison. Then Yi-Yun and the others continued their tour. Next to the tea break area was a lottery shop, with 3 booths and a large room. Numerous art paintings hung on the walls. Arriving at the lottery shop. The interior was very simple, with only 5 rows of 25 benches, a lottery ticket machine, and a large display screen. The display screen displayed the current draw's grand prize. This draw's prize, space leap ability. Description: consume stamina to perform a short space jump, with a maximum distance of 1,000 meters. Value: 100,000 star coins. Everyone took a look and became intrigued. This prize was actually a special ability that could directly enhance one's strength. Space leap. This ability was linked to space, and anything that could be linked to space couldn't be bad. Yi-Yun checked the ticket price. 1,000 star coins per ticket. Yi-Yun immediately bought one, and Walter, Zhongli, and the others also bought one. Buy some lottery tickets for fun, maybe you win. After buying the tickets, everyone arrived at the door of a very large room. Yiyan pushed the door open. A large reception room came into view. The reception room's overall style was very elegant. A large floor-to-ceiling window stood beside a coffee table, upon which sat a very exquisite tea set. Near the coffee table, there were many bamboos and flowers. To the left of the entrance, there was a small private theater with only 5 seats. Zhongli and Walter fell in love with this place instantly, feeling as if it were tailor-made for them. The two exchanged glances, and simply stayed, leaving Yiyan to his own devices. Yiyan stared at the two speechless. Oh my goodness, they're planning to just hang out here. Yiyan looked at Dan Heng, the last one standing. What do you mean? Dan Heng paused, then said, I go check out the library. It seems to be next door. Dan Heng left the reception room and headed for the library nearby. Yiyan then left the reception room and headed for his own private room. It was located behind a small bar. Yiyan pushed open the door, revealing a large, studio-style room, approximately 60 square meters. The room contained only a sofa, a dining table, a wardrobe, and a 2-meter-long bed. Yiyan would have to buy the furniture himself. Then, Yiyan spent the rest of his time decorating his room. Silver Wolf returned to his private room, slipped onto the sofa, covered himself with a quilt, and fell asleep. Time passed quickly. Night arrived in the blink of an eye. Xing drowsily opened his eyes and checked the time. He slept all day, and it was almost 7 p.m. Xing jumped out of bed, got dressed, and headed for Yiyan's shop. Xing yawned loudly and pushed open the door. The moment he saw the scene inside the shop, he suddenly stopped and froze in his tracks. I think I'm in the wrong place. Xing closed the door and double-checked. No, I'm not. Xing opened the door again and walked into the shop. No! What's going on here? I just took a nap, and it's changed so drastically. At this moment, Silver Wolf, who had just gotten up and was eating, said, You're not in the wrong place. That Yiyan renovated the shop while you were asleep. Xing heard this and realized it was so. Chapter 62. Xing walked into the sofa tea break area and was stunned. Wow! This place had grown so big. Suddenly, Xing's eyes lit up. It was as if he had seen something he loved. Shoo! What is this? What is this? There's such a perfect sofa in the world. Without a word, Xing dove directly onto the trash can-shaped couch. Ah! So comfortable. Xing sank completely into the couch, his face filled with enjoyment. Xing shifted and spotted the lottery shop not far away. Lottery shop? What is this? Xing walked into the shop and looked around. Lottery? Let me see what it is. Xing walked around the shop and, after getting a good look, became immediately interested. Xing waved his hand and bought 10 lottery tickets. Hey! I'm definitely going to win this time, great. Xing checked the lottery draw time, 2 days left. Xing pocketed the lottery tickets and returned to the tea break area to rest. Soon, Sanueki, Ing, Amber, Eula, and the others arrived one after another. Kia sat in the small bar, drinking alone. Everyone seemed to have already treated the shop as their own entertainment venue. In Liyue Harbor, Hu Tao rode her flying motorcycle and leaped from Tianning Mountain. Woohoo! This hall master is finally back. Hu Tao rode her flying motorcycle all the way back from Jianjian, a journey that took almost half an hour. And that was by air. If she had traveled by land, it would have taken nearly half a day. The terrain in Jianjian, well, it was all mountains. Hu Tao landed directly on Yu Jingtai on her flying motorcycle, startling the surrounding Qianyan army. Who are you? 1,000 Rocks army surrounded them, and Hu Tao quickly raised her hands in surrender. I surrender. Don't fight me. The 1,000 Rocks army, upon recognizing Hu Tao, sheathed their weapons. Hu Tao was incredibly famous in Liyue Harbor. After all, she'd been promoting her Wang Xingtang set meals on the streets daily. Despite this, the people of Liyue Harbor still loved this little girl. Although Hu Tao was a bit quirky, she had a kind heart, often saving people from monsters in the wild. Master Hu, it's you. Don't do such dangerous things next time. What if something goes wrong? Hu Tao bowed. Sorry, I'd be more careful next time. Everyone, please get busy. I'd be leaving now. With that, Hu Tao said goodbye to the 1,000 Rocks army and mounted her flying motorcycle, heading straight for Chihu Rock. Always, Hu Tao didn't drive too fast for fear of hitting anyone. Hu Tao was driving down the streets of Liyue Harbor, and the people around her were all amazed. Look, what's that? Isn't that Hall Master Hu? What's that thing she's riding? It actually moves on its own. Could it be a new mount from Liyue Harbor? Do you know which store sells it? I don't know. You know what, Hall Master Hu's riding thing is quite nice. Indeed, indeed. Let's go find out where it came from. Hu Tao quickly crossed the bridge and arrived at Chahuyan Wanman Hall. Hu Tao stood up on her flying scooter and peered into the kitchen through the window. She saw Xiangling busily preparing a dish, while Guoba diligently lit a fire. Hu Tao looked at Xiangling, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her. Hee hee. Hu Tao suddenly called out. Xiangling. After calling out, Hu Tao sat down, hiding just below the window, out of Xiangling's sight. Xiangling turned around. Hey, who's calling me? Xiangling glanced around, then lifted the door curtain to peer outside. No one was calling her. It couldn't possibly be the window, could it? The kitchen window was close to the cliff, and it was built very high off the ground, so it couldn't be there. Guoba, did you hear someone calling me just now? Guoba, busy stoking the fire, shook his head and spread his hands. Xiangling saw this. Maybe I heard it wrong? And then, Xiangling went back to cooking. Hu Tao quietly peeked half of her head from the windowsill. Hee hee. Xiangling hadn't noticed. She could try again. Xiangling. Xiangling turned around, but still saw no one. What's going on? This is the second time. Who's that? This time, Guoba also heard the noise and looked around. Xiangling lifted the door curtain. The guests outside were all enjoying their meals. As Xiangling turned around, a monstrous face suddenly appeared before her. Wow! Hu Tao bared his teeth and claws, threatening Xiangling. Xiangling's fright was instantly frightened, and she jumped up in shock. After a while, Xiangling recovered and saw that it was Hu Tao. She stamped her feet in anger. Hu Tao! You scared me again. I won't play with you anymore. Hu Tao scratched the back of his head and pulled out a bear-shaped handheld electric fan. Okay. Forgive me. Here, this is my gift for you. Xiangling glanced at the fan Hu Tao handed her. What's this? Hu Tao flipped the switch, and the next second, the fan started spinning, producing a steady stream of air blowing towards Xiangling. Xiangling suddenly felt a cool breeze spread throughout her body. Wow! Hu Tao, where did you get this? Hu Tao handed the fan to Xiangling. How is it? You forgive me now, right? This is called a handheld fan. It blows air on its own once you turn it on. Xiangling held the fan directly to her face. It was exactly what she wanted. It was summer, and this was the kitchen, so it was naturally very hot. With this thing, she could cook much more comfortably, without being overly sweltering. Thank you, Hu Tao. You haven't told me where you got this thing yet. Hu Tao smiled mysteriously, and waved at Xiangling. Xiangling moved closer to Hu Tao. Hu Tao glanced around. Let me tell you. The two of them chatted for a while before parting ways. Xiangling was a bit incredulous. Hu Tao, you said you went to another world. That's too far-fetched, isn't it? Hu Tao said. I think so too, but it's real. The fan in your hand is the one I bought from there. By the way, I still owe someone money. Are you free later? Come with me to the wild to find some primo gems. Xiangling said. Yes, Xingqiu Chengyun, and I just made plans to go to Dihua Island this afternoon. Let's go together. Hu Tao was pleasantly surprised to hear that Xingqiu and Chengyun were also going. That's great. It's settled. I come see you this afternoon. With that, Hu Tao jumped over the windowsill onto her flying scooter. Xiangling was puzzled. Why didn't Hu Tao go through the main door, but through the window? It looked like an affair. Xiangling took a closer look and was stunned. What the hell are you doing? Hu Tao chuckled and twisted the accelerator, sending the flying motorcycle roaring. This is a flying motorcycle. It can fly. I pick you up this afternoon. Bye. With that, Hu Tao released the brakes and soared into the sky. Xiangling watched the flying motorcycle take off like a scallion, stunned, at a loss for words. Chapter 63. Hu Tao sped over Liyue Harbor on her flying scooter. Woohoo! This scene was witnessed by Ningguang, who had just emerged from the Jade Pavilion for some fresh air. What's this? Keqing, who was working nearby, asked. What's wrong, Ningguang? Ningguang pointed out the window. Hall Master Hu has a new gadget. Would you like to come and see it? Keqing heard this. Hall Master Hu? What's wrong with her? Keqing slowly stood up and walked to the window. She saw Hu Tao speeding over Liyue Harbor on her flying scooter, heading towards the Hall of Rebirth. What is this? What is this? Why does it allow Hall Master Hu to fly? Could it be a magical treasure? Ningguang put down her pipe and slowly stood up. We find out if we go, asked Baiwen. Baiwen, standing by and ready to be dispatched, bowed slightly. I make arrangements right away, Master Ningguang. Hu Tao drifted to a landing in her courtyard. After the motorcycle came to a stop, she turned off the engine and jumped off. Just as she was about to return to her room, she saw Zhongli approaching, clutching a notebook. Guest, you're back so early today? Zhongli nodded slightly. Yes, I bought some things. Would you like to come and see, Master? Hu Tao quickly approached Zhongli, leaving behind a trail of flaming butterflies that vanished in the wind. Hu Tao poked at the notebook in Zhongli's hand. What is this? Did you buy it from Yi Yun? Zhongli shook his head slightly. Not really. This was given to me by Mr. Walter. It's called a notebook computer, and it has many magical functions. Zhongli asked, noticing Hu Tao's apparent interest in the notebook. Master, would you like to come and see it? Hu Tao beamed at the words and immediately agreed. Hee, I've been waiting for you to say that. With that, Hu Tao snatched the laptop from Zhongli's hand and eagerly ran inside. Zhongli smiled faintly and followed Hu Tao's steps. In a flash, the two of them returned to Zhongli's room. Zhongli's room was elegantly decorated, filled with antiques and a few paintings and calligraphy on the walls. Hu Tao sat down at the table and opened her laptop. Guest, come and teach me how to play. Zhongli sat down next to Hu Tao and instructed her to enter the unlock password and open the player app, which contained a selection of downloaded TV shows and movies. Hu Tao picked out a horror movie. The video began playing, and soon, a terrifying sound echoed from within the room. Not long after, Ningguang and Keqing arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Rebirth with a group of 1,000 rock soldiers. The ceremonial girl at the door quickly stood up to greet them. My humble servant greets Lord Tianquan and Lord Yu Hengxing. Ningguang nodded slightly. Is your hall master home? The ceremonial girl thought for a moment. She was on duty at the door, and hadn't seen the hall master leave today. What the ceremonial girl didn't know was that Hu Tao no longer needed to go through the main gate. What a joke. With a flying motorcycle, who would go through the main gate? How out of date. Of course, flying is the coolest. She's home. Please come this way. Have a seat and some tea. I go get her for you. The ceremonial girl stood up and headed towards the Hall of Rebirth. Soon, she arrived at Hu Tao's courtyard. As soon as she entered the courtyard, a ghostly cry rang out. The ceremonial officer wasn't surprised by this. After all, the hall master often brought back guests. She was already accustomed to it. She looked in the direction of the sound. It seemed to be coming from Mr. Zhongli's room. So, she headed towards Zhongli's room and soon reached the door. Listening to the ghostly noises within, she pondered. Mr. Zhongli shouldn't be home at this hour, right? Based on past experience, he should be listening to music right now. Besides, today was Miss Yunjin's performance, so Mr. Zhongli wouldn't be absent. Thinking of this, the ceremonial officer pushed open the door. Upon opening it, she saw Mr. Zhongli was actually home, and the hall master was also there. The two sat at the table, a glowing object in front of them, staring at it with fascination. The noise made by the ceremonial officers opening the door caught the attention of Zhongli and Hu Tao. Seeing it was the ceremonial officer's daughter, Hu Tao smiled and asked, Little sister, what do you want to talk to me about? Is there a business call? The ceremonial officer's daughter shook her head. No, Master Tianquan and Master Yuheng are at the door, saying they have something to ask you. Hu Tao was completely puzzled. What did Master Tianquan and Master Yuheng want to talk to her about? Could they be trying to get big business for Wangsheng Hall? The current Master Tianquan is the richest man in Liyue, a very wealthy man. Okay, I'd be right there. Hu Tao walked over to her laptop and paused the video. Guest, wait until I get back and watch it together. I'll be back soon. With that, Hu Tao rushed out of the house in a hurry. Zhongli watched Hu Tao's retreating back, and had already guessed Ningguang and Keqing's purpose. They simply wanted to inquire about Hu Tao's flying motorcycle. Zhongli wouldn't stop them. He was eager for Ningguang and Keqing to get to know Yi Yun and the others through Hu Tao. This would also make things easier for him, as he wouldn't have to guide them. Looking at the situation, it seemed Hu Tao wouldn't be back for a while. So, Zhongli took out his tea set and brewed himself a pot of tea. Hu Tao sighed. She entered the reception room. Oh my! I was wondering why the birds in the yard kept chirping today. It turns out there are distinguished guests arriving. Lord Tianquan Star, Lord Yuheng Star, good afternoon. Have you had lunch? If not, let's eat together. Ningguang smiled at Hu Tao's welcoming face. Hall Master Hu, long time no see. I come here to ask you something. Hu Tao, upon hearing this, instructed the ceremonial girl to pour 3 cups of tea and sat down to the side. Very well, very well. I tell you everything I know. Ningguang paused and asked. Hall Master Hu, just this afternoon I saw someone riding a magical weapon flying over Liyue Harbor. Do you recognize him? Hu Tao spoke directly. That's me. That thing isn't a magical weapon either. I bought it from a friend of mine. Ningguang continued. Oh! Friend, to be honest, I'm very interested in what Hall Master Hu is riding. Could you please ask your friend if he still has it? Ningguang thought, asking Hu Tao to buy one for her, and then having the craftsman in Liyue Harbor research it. If they could figure it out, she'd be rich. Hu Tao pondered. That should be possible, right? Well, I have to go to my friend's place tomorrow. If you're free, why don't you come with me? Ningguang thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, you don't mind if I bring 2 friends? Although Hu Tao was a native of Liyue and was loyal to it, it's always good to be cautious, isn't it? Hu Tao didn't care. She was thinking about bringing a few customers to Yi Yun's place. San Yueki had told her that morning that if she had friends, she could bring them to Yi Yun's place and have them spend money there. Chapter 64. Afterwards, Ningguang and Keqing chatted with Hu Tao for a while longer, then stood up to leave. Master Hu, see you tomorrow. Hu Tao stood up and bowed. Okay, see you tomorrow. Ningguang and Keqing left. Hu Tao glanced at the sky. It was already noon. So, Hu Tao had the ceremonial officer's sister bring her and Zhongli's lunch to Zhongli's room, planning to eat while watching a horror movie. I had plans with Xiangling and the others to go to Dihua Island to earn Primo Gems this afternoon. Ningguang returned to the Jade Pavilion and had just entered her office when she heard a familiar voice. What's the matter that is you calling me back so urgently? Ningguang looked in the direction of the voice. The speaker was none other than Liyue's intelligence chief, Yi Lan. Of course it's urgent, otherwise I wouldn't have called you. Yi Lan leaned against a pillar, toying with a dice, lost in thought. Let me think. Could it be the executor who came to Liyue? Ningguang lit her pipe and said, No, tomorrow you're going to a place with me. I want you to go with me. Yi Lan's interest piqued. Oh! Where? Ningguang sat down at her desk and took a sip. You should have seen it today, right? About Master Hu's flying treasure. Yi Lan smiled when she heard it was Hu Tao. She and Hu Tao were very familiar with each other, and often ran into each other in the wild. Most of Yi Lan's work required some operations to be carried out at night, and Hu Tao's work also took place at night. As a result, the two of them often encountered each other in the wilds of Liyue Harbor. Over time, they became acquainted. You mean Xiao Taozi? I saw it. You're not planning to take advantage of Xiao Taozi's magic weapon, are you? Ningguang shook her head slightly. Of course not. I just went to see Hall Master Hu. She's taking me to buy that treasure tomorrow, and I want you to come with me. Yi Lan finally understood Ningguang's intentions. It was simply about her escort. However, Yi Lan herself was indeed very interested in Hu Tao's flying motorcycle. When tomorrow? Ningguang shook off the ash from her cigarette. Tomorrow morning, meet at the entrance of Wansheng Hall. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Hu Tao rode her flying motorcycle into Wanmin Hall. At this moment, Xingqiu, Chongyun, and Xiangling had already packed their things and were ready to leave, now waiting for Hu Tao. With a whirring sound, Hu Tao landed on her flying motorcycle with a dashing drift, stopping in front of the 3 of them. Hu Tao waved. Good afternoon, friends. Xingqiu and Chongyun stared at Hu Tao in astonishment. What the hell was this? It could actually fly. Xingqiu closed the book in his hands. Hu Tao, what's that thing? Hu Tao patted the flying motorcycle she was sitting on. Hey, this is my new treasure. It's called a flying motorcycle. How about it? Cool, isn't it? Xingqiu nodded and gave a thumbs up. It's pretty cool. Hu Tao glanced at the sky. Let's go now. We try to get back early today. I have things to do tomorrow. After that, Hu Tao patted her motorcycle. Come on, get on board. I take you flying. The 3 of them climbed onto Hu Tao's flying motorcycle. Hu Tao sat at the front, Xiangling behind her, and Xingqiu and Chongyun squeezed in at the back. The 4 of them were incredibly crowded, but that was the only way to go. At the speed of the flying bike, they reached Dihua Island quickly. They just had to persevere. Hu Tao twisted the throttle, and the flying bike shot straight up into the sky. Hu Tao found she loved this way of starting. It gave her the most thrill and the most exhilarating feeling. Hu Tao was thrilled, but Xiangling, Xingqiu, and Chongyun, who were riding a motorcycle for the first time, were in a state of panic, screaming and yelling. Hu Tao! Slow down. Seeing the three's expressions, Hu Tao stepped on the throttle. What? Faster? Okay. The flying bike reached a high altitude and sped towards Dihua Island. Xiang Ling and the other two held on tightly, afraid of falling. Yi Lan, who had just come down from the Kunyu Pavilion, saw this and smiled. Little Peach's treasure is truly amazing. On the pier outside the North Country Bank, young master also witnessed this scene. Interesting. I didn't expect Liua to have such treasures. Young master looked in the direction Hu Tao had left and followed. On the train, it was already evening, and everyone was gathered around the dining table for dinner. Tonight's meal was quite good, spicy hot pot. Yi Yan had prepared 2 large pots and placed them on the table, letting everyone help themselves. Xing slurped a mouthful of instant noodles, feeling incredibly refreshed. Yi Yan, let's all have this spicy hot pot from now on, right? It's delicious. Yi Yan rolled his eyes at Xing. Too much of this stuff can cause internal heat. Just eat it occasionally. Xing patted his chest. It's okay. I'm in great shape. I'm not afraid. Yi Yan was speechless. Kelly and the others can't eat it. Xing was speechless. Indeed, Kelly and the others were still young and had delicate stomachs. At this moment, Yi Yan suddenly remembered that they were going to the ice field tomorrow. By the way, have you guys decided on our destination for tomorrow's trip? Xing shook her head. I don't know. Do you have any good suggestions? Yi Yan pondered for a moment. How about we go to that place above the mechanical settlement? Didn't Swarovski build a tunnel there? We can just use the portal, and it'd be right there in a few steps. Everyone thought about it, and agreed with Yi Yan's idea. March 7 was already looking forward to going to the ice field tomorrow. Tomorrow I want to go snowmobiling. I wanted to do it before. Let's bring the snowmobiles tomorrow. Xing immediately clapped her hands in agreement. Great, Yi Yan said. Then I bring some snowboards, so we can go skiing. Yi Yan glanced at the 3 little ones sitting obediently beside him. Bring some more snow gear for Klee and the others to build snowmen with, Walter said. I won't be going with you tomorrow. I want to go to the north of Belloberg. There seems to be something very interesting there, Donning said. I go with Mr. Walter. Everyone was discussing what to do tomorrow while eating. Just then, Silver Wolf suddenly emerged from the private room, picked up a bowl, and began to fill it with spicy hot pot, preparing to take it back to his room. Xing, standing nearby, asked, Silver Wolf, do you want to go play with me tomorrow? Silver Wolf glanced at Xing with disdain. No, playing in the snow is so boring. I'd rather stay home and play games. You guys go ahead. Silver Wolf filled himself a large bowl of spicy hot pot, returned to his private room, and slammed the door shut. Everyone on the train had become accustomed to Silver Wolf's presence by now. When they didn't know him before, they had thought he was some ruthless and vicious person. Now that I understand her, yes, she's just an internet-addicted girl, but she's also quite kind-hearted. Like yesterday, March 7's phone had a problem, and Silver Wolf saw it and fixed it in minutes. Chapter 65. The next day arrived. In the North Country Bank, in the young master's room, he was tending to his injuries. When the young master reached Dihua Island, he soon encountered the legendary immortal. The outcome was self-evident. The one stationed at Dihua Island was none other than Xiao. The young master and Xiao engaged in a fight, and the young master was completely crushed, completely no match. Thankfully, he ran fast and only sustained minor injuries. Had he been slower, he would have likely perished there. However, the young master wasn't angry. Instead, it fueled his fighting spirit. As expected of Liua, this place is home to so many hidden talents. There are so many masters here. When I get the chance, I go meet the immortal from Dihua Island again. At the entrance to the Hall of Rebirth, Hu Tao and Zhongli waited for Ning Guang. Soon, Ning Guang appeared with Yi Lan and Kuqing. Hu Tao was overjoyed upon seeing Yi Lan. Ah! Sister Yi Lan! Hu Tao rushed towards Yi Lan and hugged her. Yi Lan gently stroked Hu Tao's hair. Little Tao, long time no see. Hu Tao let go of Yi Lan, put her hands on her hips, and chuckled. Yes, yes, long time no see. Sister Yi Lan, what have you been busy with lately? Yi Lan smiled. Something unimportant. Let's go. This time, I'm here to serve as bodyguard for Lord Tai and Quangxing. Hu Tao, hearing this, remembered Ningguang and Kuqing. She had been so surprised to see Yi Lan that she had forgotten about them. Good morning, my lords. Ningguang smiled. Good morning, time is precious. Let's get going. Hu Tao, hearing this, called out to Zhongli. Guest, use your magical spell. Zhongli didn't want to waste time, so he immediately channeled his divine power and teleported the others away. After a moment of dizziness, Ningguang and the other two found themselves in a place filled with a fairy-like aura. Hu Tao introduced them. This is Jiyunjian. See that door over there? We can go from there to Yiyun. Oh, Yiyun is the man who sold me the flying motorcycle. Let's go! With that, Hu Tao took the lead and walked towards the portal. Hu Tao and Zhongli opened it and walked in. Ningguang and the other two exchanged glances, and Yilan smiled. Alright. Little Taozi's already gone in. What are you afraid of? Let's go! Yilan simply lifted the doorknob and stepped into the portal. Ningguang and Keqing were speechless at this. Well, what was there to be afraid of? This was Jiyunjian, the abode of the immortals. How could they, as Liyue people, be in danger? Then they both entered the portal. Inside the train, everyone had just finished breakfast and was packing up to go out and play. Hu Tao had just arrived and, seeing everyone packing their bags, asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Paimon said, "We're going to play in the snow." Hu Tao, do you want to come with us? When Hu Tao heard about playing in the snow, she agreed. Okay. I'm going. Hearing this, GZ looked at the frail Hu Tao and offered her one of her coats. Hu Tao, try my coat first. It'd be cold. Hu Tao accepted the coat GZ offered her and thanked her. Thank you, GZ sister. GZ smiled happily. You're welcome. Please wait a moment. We pack up and get ready to go. Hu Tao nodded happily. At this moment, Yilan, Ningguang, and Keqing emerged. Everyone paused upon seeing the three women. Yiyun greeted them. "Three ladies, welcome to my shop," Zhongli said to the three women. "This is Yiyun, the owner of this shop. The others are his friends." Ningguang and the other two introduced themselves to Yiyun. "Hello, Mr. Yiyun. My name is Ningguang. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your guidance. My name is Keqing." Yilan. Except for Ningguang, Keqing and Yilan's introductions were brief. Yiyun smiled unconcerned. "Welcome. Has Hu Tao told you about the trading rules here?" Ningguang shook her head. Seeing this, Yiyun called Noel over. "Noel, come and greet the customers." Noel, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, hurried over. "Please come this way, all three of you. I show you around the shop," Yiyun said. "Sorry, I have something to do. Noel is an excellent employee here. If you have any questions, please let her know." Noel blushed shyly when Yiyun praised her as an excellent employee. Ningguang smiled. "Okay, then you go ahead and we go shopping." Noel then led the three of them to the bar. Zhongli thought for a moment and decided to stay. He had originally planned to go on a field trip with Walter. For now, let's stay in the shop. He had just learned that Ningguang and the other two didn't have primogems with them. As expected, he needed to borrow money later. After Yiyun and the others were ready, they happily entered the portal to play in the mechanical settlement. Not long after Yiyun and the others left, Ningguang, Yilan, and Keqing had basically figured out the situation. First, this wasn't Teyvat, but another world, far more powerful than Teyvat. Second, you could buy anything you wanted from Yiyun using something called star coins. The three of them stared at the display for a long time. Ningguang felt a little worried. She didn't have any primogems on her, so she couldn't get star coins. But there were a lot of things on here that she wanted to buy. Keqing thought for a moment. Should I go back? Yilan shook her head. It's useless. The portal is in Jiyunjian, a long way from Liyue Harbor. It'd take forever to get there and back. Keqing spread her hands. What then? Ningguang suddenly said. I have a plan. Keqing and Yilan looked at Ningguang. What do you have? Ningguang stared at Zhongli, who was sipping tea in the distance. I'll be back soon. With that, Ningguang walked towards Zhongli. Yilan and Keqing instantly understood Ningguang's intention. She was clearly going to borrow money from Zhongli. Zhongli had clearly been here more than once, so he must have primogems or star coins on him. Don't ask how I could tell. Didn't you see Zhongli chatting with the same people as before? Ningguang approached Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli. Before Ningguang could finish her words, Zhongli pulled out 10,000 star coins. No need to elaborate. I know what you're thinking. Here are 10,000 star coins. Pay me back with primogems when you get back. Ningguang took the star coins from Zhongli without hesitation and thanked him. Thank you. I have someone collect the primogems and return them to you when I get back. Zhongli nodded slightly. Ningguang received the star coins and returned to the monitor. Chapter 66. Keqing saw Ningguang return and asked anxiously. How's it going? Ning Wang smiled faintly and took out a stack of star coins. I borrowed it. 10,000 in total. Let's see what to buy. Then the three of them took a sip of water and began shopping. Noel saw their cups were empty and filled their kettles. As the three began to choose, unaware that Zhongli had been observing them, Zhongli summoned his divine power, secretly watching the three as they prepared to buy. As they were choosing, Ningguang and Keqing suddenly got into an argument. I think we should buy this soil regenerator first. With it, we can improve Liu's polluted soil and increase our food production, Keqing said righteously. Ningguang shook her head. The soil issue is a problem, but Liu currently has abundant food, so there's no need to rush, right? I think we should first buy this Vidra body tempering technique. Mastering this technique can grant one the combat power of a top-tier primordial god. Furthermore, it can be transformed into even more powerful techniques, like the divine elephant prison power. Yilan stood by, unhelpful, and allowed the two to argue. Her duty was to accompany Ningguang and the other two here and protect their safety. In Liu, she was only responsible for intelligence work. As for governing Liu, Yilan said she had no role to play. However, honestly, she was more inclined towards Ningguang's ideas. Teyvat is not a monolithic entity, and friction often arises between nations. Force is the foundation of Liu's existence in Teyvat. Just like the Emperor, it was through the sheer force of his might that he defeated the other demon gods and established the prosperous Liu of today. To put it bluntly, in a world of extraordinary power, force can profoundly influence the course of a civilization or nation, destruction or survival. The two argued relentlessly, and Zhongli listened quietly to their argument while sipping tea. To be honest, Zhongli was very pleased with both Ningguang and Keqing. Their abilities were among the best of the 7 stars. After arguing for over half an hour, Yilan interrupted them. All right, both of you, please calm down. Ningguang and Keqing stopped arguing and looked at Yilan. Yilan, whose advice do you think is better, mine or Ningguang's? Keqing asked, staring at Yilan. Yilan sighed and looked at Noel. Noel, you're from Mond, right? Yilan had previously read Noel's intelligence. Noel was also a divine eye owner, and on the continent of Teyvat, Yilan knew every detail of every divine eye owner, unless there's information that hasn't been collected. Thus, Yilan knew Noel's identity the moment she laid eyes on him. Noel, what did you buy in Mond? Noel, who was helping Zhongli boil water, suddenly heard Yilan calling her. She shuddered and looked up. Huh? Are you calling me? Yilan nodded. Yes, Noel. Your Captain Qin should have been here, right? Could you tell me what she bought? Noel thought for a moment. I don't know. I only been here a short time. Yilan was a little disappointed. She had wanted to find out what Mond had bought, so she could at least have a reference. At this moment, Zhongli suddenly spoke up. If I remember correctly, Miss Qin from Mondstadt bought a manual and an item that could repair the witch's body. Zhongli also learned what Qin bought from Wendy. It was the first time Wendy found Zhongli and told him about Yi Yun. The two of them were chatting over drinks. They talked about a lot of things. After all, besides Yi Yun, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yilan had already made up her mind after hearing this. Let's buy the manual first. Keqing heard this and quickly tried to persuade Yilan. Yilan interrupted. Keqing, I agree with your suggestion. Food is the foundation of a nation. However, as Ningguang mentioned, our Liu nation is rich and strong, and we have no shortage of food. Therefore, we can buy the skills first and use them to strengthen our 1,000 rock army. As for the soil improvement equipment, we can buy it later. We're not here just once, are we? Keqing fell silent upon hearing this, stunned. Yilan was right. They weren't here just once. We have another chance to come back later. Wouldn't it be the same if we could buy it then? Then the three of them spent 8,000 star coins on the Vidra body tempering technique. The remaining 2,000 were used to purchase some blueprints and items not available in Teyvat, such as ores. After their purchases, the three of them approached Zhongli. They asked him to use teleportation to transport them back to Liu Harbor. The three of them returned to Yujing Terrace and took the teleportation array all the way to the Kunyu Pavilion. Along the way, the three of them discussed how to implement the Vidra body tempering art. Finally, they made the same decision as Qin had made, to first select a group of 1,000 rocks loyal to Liu for training. Once these 1,000 rocks had successfully trained, they would begin to gradually implement the art. Ningguang sat at her desk, her chin resting on one hand, her eyes fixed on the Vidra body tempering art on the document, her index finger tapping its surface repeatedly. Now that the plan has been finalized, The next step is to consult the emperor for his opinion. Keqing pondered. The annual invitation to the immortal ceremony is almost here. Shouldn't we ask the emperor then? Ningguang and Yilan agreed with Keqing's idea. There was no rush. Besides, selecting the first group of 1,000 rocks would take time. Just then, hooded Zhongli appeared in the room, surrounded by golden particles of light. I'm aware of this matter. Just follow your advice. With that, the hooded Zhongli vanished from the spot. Ningguang smiled at this. It seems there's no need to bother asking the emperor at the immortal invitation ceremony, Keqing said. Since the emperor has given his approval, let's begin. I select the personnel, and Yilan, you teach them. How's that? Of the 3 present, Yilan possessed the strongest combat prowess. Yilan twirled the dice with her fingertips and smiled. Okay, leave this tough job to me. Then Keqing and Yilan left the Jade Pavilion. Before leaving, Yilan copied a copy of the Vajra body tempering technique and took it home to practice. Only by learning it yourself can you teach others, right? Keqing headed straight for the 1,000 Rocks Army headquarters to secretly select those loyal to Liyue. Eurilo 6. A spaceship, painted with the Interstellar Peace Company logo, landed not far from Bellowberg. Chapter 67. The ice field above the mechanical settlement. Woohoo! Ah! Awesome! Awesome! Ing! Slow down! I'm flying! Several snowmobiles sped across the snow, kicking up a flurry of snow. The riders were Xing, March 7, Ing, Amber, Eula, and Hutao. Seal, Bronya, and the others were busy today and didn't come. Xing, March 7, and Hutao each rode a snowmobile. Ing carried Paimon, and Amber carried Eula. Paimon clung tightly to Ying's waist, strapped to a safety belt, completely terrified. Eula wasn't much better. Although her face showed no sign of embarrassment, she was filled with fear inside. Because, just now, Xing and the others had an exciting adventure, sprinting all the way up a hill several dozen meters high and leaping off it. The snowmobile soared for a full 10 seconds before landing. Eula regretted it immediately, wishing she hadn't ridden it. Why did she join in the fun? No! It was Amber who insisted on dragging me along. Amber! I take this grudge. The others rode their snowmobiles back to their makeshift camp. Yi Yun, Klee, Hook, and Diana were building a snowman. Klee asked Dudu to stand nearby, and the 3 children built a snowman modeled after Dudu's, to see how it would look. Truly enough, the 3 children's work was quite similar. Not far away, Jeezy and Clara were assembling a mecha. Clara wanted to test the results of her studies today, so she bought a lot of materials from Yi Yun. However, Yi Yun didn't charge. Yi Yun, Clara wants materials to build a mecha? Take what you want. Jeezy looked at the blueprint Clara had given her. It was quite an ingenious design. Clara named the robot on the blueprint family. The entire robot was humanoid and had healing abilities, capable of treating simple injuries. Clara frantically screwed in the screws with a wrench, her face stained with black gasoline. Clara didn't mind, continuing to concentrate on assembling the mecha. Finally, after half an hour, Clara successfully completed the assembly. Clara couldn't wait to start the family. The next second, the family was in motion. Hello, Clara. Clara danced with joy. Hello, family. Sister Jeezy. Clara did it. Jeezy smiled with satisfaction. Clara's mechanical talent was indeed formidable. Congratulations. You can test the function first. Clara reacted and ran to Swarovski. Mr. Swarovski, could you please help Clara find a few injured people? Clara wants to try out the family's healing function. Swarovski immediately ordered several mechas to retrieve a few wounded from the mechanical settlement. Soon, several traffic lights arrived with the wounded. Guided by the traffic lights, the wounded stood in a row, awaiting treatment. Clara saw this and ordered the family to begin treatment. A few minutes later, Clara cheered. Thanks to the family's treatment, all the wounded were healed. The family was equipped with a nano-healing device. Yes, the same model used on the Black Tower space station. It can be said that as long as you're not in trouble, we can basically get you back. On the other side, Xing and the other girls spun their snowmobiles and parked them in front of Yi Yun. Xing said with a smile, Yi Yun, call me when it's almost time for dinner. We're planning to go somewhere a little further away. Yi Yun nodded. Sure. Do you have anything you'd like to eat for lunch? Xing raised her hand without hesitation. Spicy hot pot. Yi Yun rolled her eyes at Xing. Go away, we just had it. We talk about it in a few days. Xing immediately dropped her head. My spicy hot pot. San Yuechi said. Yi Yun, take care of it. Call us when it's time for dinner. We're going to go racing. Yi Yun heard this. Okay. Be careful. The girls agreed, and then sped off on their snowmobiles towards the snowfield. Woohoo! Go, go, go! Ing! I want to go back. Not far from Belloberg, Topa and Jade disembarked from the warship with a large group of Interstellar Peace Company employees. Topa looked at Jade. Why are you here too? Jade smiled faintly. Of course I'm here to visit my friend. You go about your business, and I go see my friend. Hearing this, Topa remembered the little girl named Clara Jade had mentioned earlier. She had indeed seen Jade and Clara chatting frequently along the way. Okay, let's go into the city first. Topa looked towards Belloberg at the foot of the mountain. It's hard to imagine that under such harsh conditions, there's still a human settlement. Jade smiled. In the future, this place will no longer be so difficult. It's up to you, little Yelena. Topa patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. At this moment, the roar of several motorcycles could be heard in the distance. Topa asked. Emerald, do you hear the motorcycles? Emerald pointed toward a distant valley. It should be coming from over there. The Star Peace Company employees all stood in front of Topa and Emerald to protect them. Soon, Xing and the other women emerged from the valley on their snowmobiles. Seeing the crowd ahead, Xing slammed on the brakes and spun her snowmobile to a stop. The other women also stopped their motorcycles. At this moment, a team leader from the Star Peace Company stepped out of the group. Stop! Return the way you came. Otherwise, I show you how powerful we are at Star Peace. This time, two big guys were coming, and the team leader wanted to show off, so he absolutely couldn't let these little girls disturb them. Xing jumped off the snowmobile, hands on his hips. You tell me to leave, and I have to? That would be embarrassing for Galaxy Skyfire Man. Get out of my way. I'm going to ride over there. Amber, Eula, Ing, and Hutao asked March 7 curiously. March, what does this Interstellar Peace Company do? March 7 explained. It's a business. They're the most powerful company in our world, and they follow the Protector Star God. The women finally understood. March 7 stood beside Xing. That's right. Your Interstellar Peace Company is meddling too much, aren't they? Get out of my way. Seeing this, the team leader stopped talking and prepared to take action. Everyone, come on! Capture these little girls. In an instant, a large group of Interstellar Peace Company employees rushed out. Xing raised an eyebrow at the charging Interstellar Peace Company employees. Wow. Interesting. In that case, let's warm up. It's a good time to try out the new moves Yun has taught me. Heavenly Fire. Unsheath. The Heavenly Fire Judgment transformed into a great sword. A second later, Xing shouted again. Heavenly Fire Judgment. Tribulation Annihilation. The Heavenly Fire Judgment transformed into its final form, Tribulation Annihilation. Xing slashed with his sword. A terrifying surge of energy erupted. Chapter 68. Half an hour after Xing unleashed the holy judgment of Heavenly Fire, over half the Interstellar Peace Company personnel present were killed or wounded. It was only Topa and Jade who managed to block the blow, otherwise the entire Interstellar Peace Company staff present would have been wiped out. Even if they had blocked Xing's blow, they were still injured. Xing stared in amazement at the devastation his own strike had wrought. Hiss! Damn it! I seem to have gotten into trouble. Inside Belloberg, the citizens panicked, hiding in their homes in fear, watching the inferno that lay just a hair's breadth away. What was once an ice field was now a sea of fire, blazing within. Trees fell in the flames, ice and snow melted in the flames. Even the newly thawed void and other rift monsters were instantly consumed by the flames. Bronya, Seal, and Jeopard stood at the gate of Belloberg. At this moment, Yiyun and Rios were there. It was Yiyun and Rios who had just quelled the flames hurtling towards Belloberg City. Yiyun, why are you here? Yiyun smiled helplessly. I'm cleaning up someone's mess. Bronya was puzzled. A mess? Yiyun wiped his face helplessly and pointed at the sea of fire in the distance. As expected, this is caused by the star. Bronya was surprised. Star? What's going on? Thinking about it, Bronya suddenly thought of the star's core. Could it be inside the star? Yiyun shook his head. No, if it were a star's core, this wouldn't be the case. It should be the holy fire judgment in the star's hand. Come to think of it, I feel a bit responsible. I was the one who taught Xing this move, and I forgot to remind her it was quite powerful. Bronya was speechless after hearing this, suddenly at a loss for words. Yiyun chuckled. Okay, I'm here to clean up the mess, aren't I? Look at the bright side. Once the flames die down, won't you have an extra piece of land to farm and live on? Bronya's face lit up with excitement. Yes! Once the flames die down, won't this be a ready-made piece of land, untouched by ice and snow? Bronya quickly ordered Jeopard to gather the men. Once the flames died down, they would immediately begin to build on the land. Not to mention farming, at least a residential area would be established. Accident scene. Xing Yama was taken. Xing silently released the Heavenly Fire Holy Judgment's destructive form, transforming it back into a pair of pistols. The form retracted. March 7 swallowed hard. Xing, isn't that a bit too strong? Xing was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Ying, beside him, rubbed her chin with one hand and said, At this moment, I think we should run away. What do you think? The women exchanged glances, then decisively jumped on their snowmobiles, throttled down, and sped away. Fei Chui and Topa were furious at Xing's flight. Hey! These two just ran off like that? Topa stamped her foot in anger. Fei Chui adjusted her appearance slightly. It's not anyone else's fault. It was your men who spoke rudely first, little Yelena. Let's go into the city first. Topa heard this, and realized it was indeed his men who had provoked the others first. After returning, he would have to give his men a thorough training to prevent them from hitting a wall like this again. After leaving a team behind to clean up the scene and guard the warship, Fei Chui and Topa led the rest of the group to Bellowburg. Xing and the other girls rode snowmobiles back the same way. Just then, Xing received a call from Yi Yun. Hello? Yi Yun, why are you calling me? Where are you? Xing felt a chill run down her spine. Damn! That tone! He was coming to accuse her. I'm in the mechanical settlement. Xing made up an excuse, feeling guilty. Yi Yun was speechless for a moment. Okay, I don't know. I taught you this trick. Come to the administrative district. I meet you here. With that, Yi Yun hung up the phone. Seeing this, Xing had no choice but to take March and the other girls to the administrative district. A little over 10 minutes later, Xing and the other girls arrived at the entrance to Bellowburg. Yi Yun waved at them. Xing, what's wrong with you? Did you encounter the enemy? Xing nodded. Yeah. We ran into people from the company. They started it. Xing quickly explained the situation, shifting the blame to the Interstellar Peace Company. When Yi Yun heard the word company, he had a rough idea. As expected, it must be Toppa, here to collect a debt. GZ frowned. People from the company? Why are people from the company here? Yi Yun said. That's unclear. Let's wait and see. As expected, their destination is this, Bellowburg. GZ agreed with Yi Yun's thoughts. On board the Yalalo 6, Bellowburg was the only human settlement. Not long after, Toppa and Jade arrived with a large group of Interstellar Peace Company employees. Seeing Xing there, Topa rushed over angrily. I didn't expect you to be here. Zhang. Go! Seeing this, Xing first addressed Yi Yun, who was standing beside him. Watch this. She was the one who started it. With that, Xing pulled out the Heavenly Fire Sacred Judge and was about to attack. Yi Yun sighed and instantly moved to Zhang Zhang's side. He grabbed her by the ears and pulled her into his arms, restraining her. Don't do anything yet. There might be some misunderstanding. With that, Yi Yun released Zhang Zhang and let her return to Topa. Just as Topa was about to roll up his sleeves and continue, Fei Chui stopped him. Alright, little Yelena, leave it to me for now. I go negotiate. With that, Fei Chui walked towards Yi Yun. Hello, I'm Fei Chui. Thank you for your guidance. Yi Yun smiled. Hello, I'm Yi Yun. Fei Chui glanced at Yi Yun, then at Xing and the other women behind him. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed as she spotted the ticket hanging from Xing's body, unique to the nameless guest. She immediately understood the identities of Yi Yun and the others. I didn't expect the infamous nameless guest to be on this planet. But that's true. This planet was previously eroded by the Star Core, and given your style as nameless guests, you wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Yi Yun said. Of course. I didn't expect Toppa and Jade, two of the renowned Stoneheart 10, to come to this remote planet. Jade smiled. I'm here to see a friend, and Toppa is here to handle some company matters. Yi Yun was puzzled. Friends? Jade nodded slightly, glancing at Clara beside her. Clara, your sister is here. Clara was a little confused when Jade called her. How did this older sister know her? Seeing that Clara didn't seem to recognize her, Jade took out her phone and sent her a message. The next second, Clara's phone rang. Clara pulled it out and saw a message from the older sister she met online. Sister Jade, Clara, I'm here. Clara finally realized what was happening after reading the message and looked at Jade in shock. Are you Sister Jade? Jade covered her mouth and chuckled. That's right, Clara. Chapter 69. Emerald called over an employee of the Interstellar Peace Company. Bring over the gift I brought. The employee immediately ran to the back and handed Clara a book. Emerald walked over to Clara and handed her the book. Here, Clara, this is a gift from your sister. Clara took the book and was delighted to see the title. She had been searching for it for a long time on her phone shopping app and couldn't find it. Thank you, sister. Clara loves it. Emerald smiled gently. As long as you like it. Emerald glanced at Topa, who was already negotiating with Yi-Yun. Emerald thought for a moment. Clara, can you take me to see where you live? Clara agreed and led Emerald towards the mechanical settlement. Seeing this, Jeezy followed. Jeezy had heard of Emerald's name. The Stone-Hard 10 were no simple figures. Half an hour later, Clara and Emerald arrived at the mechanical settlement. Upon returning, I saw Swarovski waiting for me. Welcome home, Clara. The family also welcomed me. Welcome home, Clara. Clara waved happily. Mr. Swarovski, family, Clara is back. This is the older sister Clara knows, Jade. Jade looked at the two robots in front of her with interest. These two robots were quite interesting. They had already developed their own personalities. Hello. Swarovski looked at Jade, scanning her. Welcome to the mechanical settlement. After greeting him, Swarovski turned to Clara. Clara, go back to your room and rest. I have someone prepare food. Clara smiled happily and agreed. Then, Clara brought Jadeite into the room. Clara even called over the family unit and introduced it to them like a child reporting grades to their parents. Jadeite listened intently, having never expected Clara to possess such remarkable mechanical talent. She had only been learning for a few days, and was already building her own mechas. Just then, the alarm in the settlement suddenly sounded, a piercing shriek echoing throughout the mecha settlement. Clara and Himiko hurried outside to see Swarovski organizing the mechas towards the outskirts of the settlement. Clara asked hurriedly, Mr. Swarovski, what's going on? Swarovski said, we detected a large number of hostile forces invading the mecha settlement. I'm organizing the defense. At this moment, Himiko, standing nearby, observed the situation outside the mecha settlement through a telescope and frowned. Antimatter army. Hearing this, Jadeite also frowned. Why are the antimatter troops here? Jeezy pondered for a moment, then quickly came up with the answer. These must be the antimatter troops previously frozen by the star core. Now that the core is sealed, and with Xing's sword strike just now, these antimatter troops have been unleashed. Jade heard this, thinking this planet was truly plagued by disasters. Just as the core was gone, now the antimatter troops arrived. The two took a look and then joined the battle. Clara also fired a homemade pistol. The antimatter troops were too numerous this time, and the mechas were losing ground. Even with Swarovski, Jeezy, and Jade in their charge, they could hardly stop the tide. Soon, a breach was opened, and a swarm of voids poured into the settlement. At this moment, the light on the family ship, now beside Clara, suddenly turned red. Killing mode activated. Suddenly, the family ship soared forward. After landing, it punched a void ship through the chest, killing it. The surrounding void soldiers rushed forward, and the family ship launched a lateral kick, sending them all flying. The family ship moved swiftly, slaughtering the voids frantically. Jeezy watched the family ship's display of power with great bewilderment. Wasn't the family ship a medical robot? How could it possess such formidable combat power? Clara had indeed been built according to the blueprints. The only thing Jeezy could think of that might have gone wrong was the materials Yun had provided. With the family ship's presence, the defense line was barely holding up. Soon, reinforcements arrived. The Xing women arrived on snowmobiles, accompanied by a large number of silver main iron guards. Xing jumped off the snowmobile, unsheathed the Skyfire Judgment, and was about to attack when he was suddenly stopped by Sanueki. Be careful. Don't use that move again. Xing nodded, then rushed into the antimatter army, Skyfire Judgment in hand. Leos strolled across the battlefield, the surrounding void rapidly surging toward him. Leos glanced disdainfully and stamped his foot. A raging fire. A stream of flame spread from Leos, reducing all the antimatter army caught in its path to ash. Walter and Donheng suddenly joined the battle from the other side. They had just returned from collecting samples, only to find the antimatter army besieging the mechanical settlement. Walter's Star of Eden frantically gathered energy, summoning a small black hole that devoured the antimatter army. Dan Heng continued to charge, first reaching the mechanical settlement's defenses to lend a hand. Yi-Yun stood on a hillside, gazing at the battlefield below. Next to him, Bronya was also there. What are these monsters? At this moment Toppa, who had come along with him, suddenly spoke up. Antimatter Legion, destroy the minions of the star god Nanak. With that, Toppa ordered the company's employees to join the battle. Urilo 6 would likely become the company's property in the future, and the Antimatter Legion could not be allowed to destroy it. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the Antimatter Legion besieging the mechanical settlement was completely defeated. Everyone gathered. Swarovski looked at them. Thank you for your help with the mechanical settlement. Xing and the others said it was nothing special, a simple matter. Bronya said. Mr. Swarovski, no need to thank us. We are family, Toppa said. No need to thank me, I'm just protecting the company's assets. Everyone looked at Toppa in confusion. Protecting the company's assets? Bronya asked, puzzled. Toppa nodded, pulled out his phone, and pulled up a contract. Yes, protecting the company's assets. Toppa looked at Bronya and handed her his phone. You're the one in charge here, right? Just look at this and you see. Bronya took the phone and read the contents, her face darkening. How could this be? Xing leaned over curiously. Frog fun. So many credits. No. Bronya, do you owe the company so much money? Bronya shook her head. I don't know either. I never heard of this. Toppa said. Of course you haven't. You borrowed this from me, who knows how many years ago. Bronya's scalp tingled at the string of zeros on the contract. Chapter 70. Belloberg Administrative District, Bronya's office. After a period of negotiation, Bronya asked Topaz to rest for a while, saying she needed time to think. Bronya was deeply distressed. She hadn't expected Belloberg to be burdened with such a large debt. They had just begun to enjoy a good life, yet now they were facing hardship again. Bronya thought for a moment and decided to ask Xing and the others about their company's previous handling of Belloberg's situation and the results. Topaz sighed. She led her men to the mechanical settlement and found Jadeite, who was eating. Today's lunch was provided by Yiyun, sauerkraut and pork dumplings. Jadeite, I'm here. Jadeite, who was eating dumplings, looked up and saw Topaz walk through the gate. Little Elena, you're just in time. We just started eating. Would you like to have some? Topaz was a little unsure what to say. Jadeite, how come you're so familiar with the enemy? We just had a fight this morning. Jadeite saw this and handed a bowl of dumplings to Toppa. Okay, try it. It tastes really good. I was thinking of asking Yiyun to sell me the recipe. I'm going to take it back and show those useless chefs at the company how they cook. Toppa sniffed the dumplings. They smelled delicious indeed. More importantly, his stomach was growling with hunger. Toppa glanced at Xing, who was furiously showing off his dumplings in the distance, and sighed. It was definitely someone on his side who struck first. Not to mention, Xing's strike was quite effective. The surviving Interstellar Peace Company employees didn't dare to overstep their bounds in Belloberg, and they were incredibly obedient. Toppa took the dumplings and began to eat. Bronya arrived soon after, naturally noticing Toppa and Hijui eating. Bronya walked over to Xing. Xing sat at a table with Sanyueki, Ing, Amber, Eula, Hutao, Paimon, and Seal. Xing, disliking the hassle of eating one by one, simply used chopsticks to string the dumplings together, like skewers. Xing coughed twice, catching the attention of the other girls. Look, I show you something amazing. Xing devoured the entire dumpling on one chopstick in one gulp, a full 8 dumplings, filling her mouth to the brim. The girls were stunned, applauding Xing's performance. Hutao suddenly stood up and imitated Xing's display of dumplings. Let me have one too. The other women also piqued their interest and followed suit, devouring a large bunch of dumplings. Soon, several more hamsters appeared at the table, their mouths munching frantically. Bronya approached. Good afternoon, everyone. Seal, noticing Bronya's arrival, shifted her cutlery to make room for her. Then Seal called for a red-green light and side dishes. Bronya sat down, and Seal had already served her dumplings. The dumplings were in an insulated container nearby. Yiyun had made hundreds of them at once and placed them there. Anyone who wanted to eat could add more. Bronya, try this. It's delicious. Bronya forced a smile and took a bite of the dumpling. Hutao, sitting across from Bronya, noticed Bronya's preoccupied expression and asked, Bronya, are you worried about something? Bronya sighed and informed everyone about Belloberg's debt crisis. March 7 heard this. Bronya, you absolutely cannot sign. It's just debt, isn't it? Just work hard to pay it back. Bronya nodded. Yes, but if you do that, future generations of Belloberg will surely face immense hardship. Seal patted her chest. It's okay. We already weathered a disaster as devastating as the planet's core. Why are we afraid of this? Bronya smiled with relief. Indeed, the people of Bellowberg are not afraid of hardship. However, the company demands immediate repayment, and Bellowberg's credit is already overdrawn. Just then Yiyun, holding Klee, approached. Bronya, I have a way to help you settle this debt. Bronya asked anxiously. What is it? Yiyun asked. I can arrange for someone to come over for you. If she's willing, your Bellowberg account will be a piece of cake. Xing asked curiously. Yiyun, who is this? Do we know this person? Yiyun smiled. You and Sanwei both know her. Esther, the station master of the Black Tower space station. As soon as Esther's name came out, Sanyueki and Xing immediately realized what was happening. Yes, if Esther were willing to step in, this matter would be a piece of cake, easily resolved. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Sanyueki clapped his hands. Seeing Xing and Sanyueki's expressions, Bronya believed what Yiyun said. Bronya quickly made a decision. She chose to trust Yiyun and the others. Yiyun, please help me make an appointment with her. Yiyun put Klee down and rubbed her little head. Klee, go play with Sister Jeezy first. Brother Yiyun has something to do. Klee nodded obediently, and ran to the side to report to Jeezy. Yiyun took out his phone, and called Esther. The call went through quickly. Esther, good afternoon Yiyun. Yiyun, hello, Esther, are you free now? A friend here wants to discuss a business deal with you. Esther, yes, then shall I come to your store now? Yiyun thought for a moment. He had originally wanted to have Esther go to the store, but then he realized there was no portal at the Black Tower space station. I send you a location. If you're free, come over. Then they hung up. Yiyun said to Bronya. I already made an appointment for you. She should be here soon. Bronya expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Yiyun. Yiyun smiled. It's okay. You should think about what kind of reward you're going to offer. Bronya nodded, then pulled the Star Girls aside to discuss the matter. In the Black Tower space station, Esther arrived at the platform with a team of guards, preparing to board the starship to Yalo 6. As Esther was about to board the starship, Black Tower suddenly appeared from the side. You're going to find Yiyun? Take me with you. With that, Black Tower walked into the starship without looking back. Esther was already accustomed to hearing this. Ms. Black Tower always had her own way. As Esther entered the starship, Black Tower was already seated on the sofa, casually placing the bag of stellar jade she was carrying on the floor. Why are you suddenly going to find Yiyun? Black Tower asked curiously. Esther said, Yiyun asked me to come and talk business with him. Chapter 71. Enter Bellowberg. After dinner, everyone arrived at Bronya's office. Ms. Bronya, have you made your decision? Before Bronya could answer, Yiyun interrupted. Don't worry, some people haven't arrived yet. After saying that, Yiyun calmly drank his tea and let out a long sigh, feeling relieved. Topa, upon hearing this, was about to urge him, but Jade spoke up beforehand. Okay, let's wait a little longer. There's no rush. Seeing this, Topa snorted coldly, sat down in a chair, folded his arms, and closed his eyes to rest. Hu Tao sat in the chair, feeling uncomfortable in every way. The atmosphere was too oppressive. Hu Tao wanted to leave, but she had to defend Bronya and couldn't leave. Never mind. After all, this hall master values friendship above all else. Xing was also feeling bored, leaning back casually in the chair. Xing glanced at Yiyun, who was sipping tea nearby, and suddenly became curious about why Yiyun, Zhongli, and Uncle Yang all loved tea so much. Speaking of which, she hadn't had tea since waking up in the space station. So, Xing tugged at Yiyun's sleeve and pointed to her mouth. Yiyun, give me a cup of tea. Yiyun raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? My tea is very bitter. Xing shook her head, indicating she didn't care, she just wanted to satisfy her curiosity. Yiyun picked up the teapot and poured Xing a cup. Xing took it, recalling the way she had seen Yiyun, Zhongli, and the others drinking tea. Raise the cup, smell it, close your eyes, relax, take a small sip, don't rush to swallow, take a sip and swallow. After completing the whole process, Xing felt very comfortable. Frog fun. I didn't know drinking tea was so pleasant. Xing, without a word, went straight to Yiyun for a refill. March 7, Amber, and Eula saw this and asked for a cup too. Seeing this, Yiyun simply bought some small cakes from the system and placed them on the table. Tea party. Showtime. The girls' eyes lit up at the sight of the small cakes, and they all took their favorites and began to eat. Feitsue and Topa each picked out a piece. Kelly spotted a small cake in the shape of a Dodoko. Wow, It's a Dodoko small cake. No, let Hook see it. A small cake? Never mind. It definitely tastes good in wine. Yiyun helped Kelly take the Dodoko small cake. Kelly danced with joy. Thank you, brother Yiyun. Yiyun smiled fondly. Come on, share it among the three of you. This cake is quite large, and it's not good to have too much cream. Klee obediently agreed, picking up a knife and dividing the Dodoko cake into 3 pieces. This one's for Hook. This one's for Diana. This one's for Klee. After Klee divided the 3 pieces, the 3 little ones began to eat. The table's cake was divided into 3 main groups. The first group consisted of the wild ones, like Hoshi, Seal, and Paimon, who simply shoved their food into their mouths. Knife and fork? What are those? The second group consisted of the elegant ones, like Himiko, Hijui, Topaz, Bronya, and Eula, who ate with small spoons and forks, taking small bites. The third group consisted of the more ordinary ones, like Ing, Amber, and March 7. Everyone was enjoying their small cakes when the door opened. Yiyun thought it was Esther. To his surprise, it was Zhongli. After greeting everyone, Zhongli calmly sat down next to Yiyun and poured himself a cup. Yiyun swirled the tea in his hand. Have you finished your business? Zhongli nodded slightly. Yes, Yiyun asked. How's it going? Zhongli said calmly. Yes. Yiyun raised an eyebrow at this and continued chatting casually with Zhongli. Across from him, Fei Chui looked at Zhongli, feeling a little worried for Topa. Zhongli was clearly no ordinary man. If Zhongli helped in the negotiations, Topa might not be able to handle it. Fei Chui thought for a moment and decided to help Topa. Not long after, the door opened again. This time, the person who came was finally the real deal. Esther brought Haida into the office. As soon as Haida entered, he went straight to Yiyun to do some shopping. Seeing this, Yiyun asked Dan Heng to help take Haida to the portal to the mechanical settlement. Fei Chui was shocked when she saw Haida. This group of people was actually related to Haida, and they seemed very close. But then she thought it made sense. She had heard before that the train crew was very familiar with Haida and often helped him collect rare items. Esther walked over to Yiyun. Mr. Yiyun, long time no see. Yiyun smiled and invited Esther to sit down. Long time no see, Esther, take a seat. After Esther sat down, Yiyun called out to Bronya. Bronya, my friend is here. Please talk to her. Esther looked at Bronya. Hello, my name is Esther. Bronya stepped closer and extended her hand. Hello, Bronya, please come this way. I'd like to speak with you privately. Esther followed Bronya into a room. Topa was completely stunned. What the hell? Why was Esther here? And it looked like she was here to help pay off a debt. Soon, Bronya and Esther emerged from the small room. Esther looked at Topa. Director Topa, long time no see. The last time we met was at the company's annual meeting. Topa smiled. Yes, Miss Esther. How was your conversation with Ms. Bronya? Esther smiled slightly and pulled out a black card. Please use my card. Seeing this, Topa reluctantly asked one of his men to bring a card machine for large transfers. After swiping the card and confirming the payment, Topa returned the black card to Esther. Topa couldn't help but feel a little curious. Ms. Esther, I wonder what price this Bronya paid to be willing to let you spend so many credit points? Esther asked. Bronya promised to give me 10,000 stellar jade in future installments. Well, now that this is over, I go back to my own business. After saying that, Esther looked at Yiyun. Yiyun, can you take me to your store? I want to buy something. Yiyun saw that the matter was over, and it was getting late, so it was time to go back. Afterwards, Yiyun returned to the train with the 3 little ones, Xing, and the others. Topa and Jade also stood up and left. To be honest, Topa hadn't expected this matter to be resolved so quickly. In the past, bad debts at this price were extremely difficult to handle. They often involved lengthy delays, and in serious cases, violent collection methods had to be resorted to. However, Topa's principle was to negotiate whenever possible. She disliked using violence. After everyone left, only Bronya and Seal remained in the office. Bronya's body slumped, and she slumped back in her chair. She gazed out the window at the bustling city streets and breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, this matter is finally resolved. Seal echoed. Yes, our Bellowberg has truly suffered so much. I hope that after this, Bellowberg can continue to develop peacefully and steadily. Bronya nodded. Yes. Seal, starting tomorrow, you lead a team to collect stellar jade in the wild. Although we're no longer owed credit points, we still owe you some stellar jade. Seal accepted the assignment. As for negotiations, she said. She didn't understand. But she was very good at fighting. She could just chop with her sickle. Speaking of sickles, Seal suddenly remembered the last time she opened the durian at Yun's shop and hadn't washed it. Seal took out the sickle and smelled it. There was still a faint smell. She'd have to wash it herself. Then Seal said goodbye to Bronya and left the office. Everyone returned to the train, each doing their own thing. Zhongli, Walter, and Donhung were sorting through the samples they collected. They were going to make specimens for easier storage. Zhongli had never seen such a thing before, and with Walter's guidance, he personally crafted a leaf specimen. Xing and the other girls found a couch in the coffee break area and played games. Can you guys just look at me? I'm a marksman, and I don't have anyone to protect me. March 7th wailed, as she was easily taken down by the opposing assassin. Xing, Ying, Eula, and Hu Tao controlled their characters and charged relentlessly into the enemy group. I'm the top laner, so I'm definitely going to tank, Xing replied as she chased down the opposing marksman. Ying controlled her character to engage the enemy front line in close combat. I'm busy, I'm taking damage. Hu Tao was playing the jungler. I just killed the enemy mid laner. I'm out of health. I need to get back to base. Eula controlled her character to unleash a set of abilities before fleeing. I'm out of mana. I'm leaving first. After the team fight, only March 7th died out of the 5. The archer offered his services, his mana boundless. After the remaining 4 players had recovered, they successfully pushed the enemy wave to a halt. Xing looked at the MVP title next to his record column, beaming with pride. As expected, it's me again. Come on, get ready, let's start the next round. Hu Tao was about to click ready, when she suddenly remembered she had business tonight. You guys go ahead, I have other things to do tonight. Xing heard this. What's the rush? Do you need help? Hu Tao said. You know what I do. I need to take a client to Wawangpo tonight. The women immediately piqued their interest. Shall we go together tonight? Xing asked eagerly. Hu Tao had no objection. Although Xing and the others didn't know the art of sending souls to the afterlife, they were still quite capable. Those ghosts couldn't hurt many people, so Hu Tao immediately agreed. Okay then. Let's go now. The portal is still some distance from Liyue Harbor. Xing glanced at Wendy, who was drinking in the bar next to him, and chuckled. Don't worry, someone will take us there. Then the girls continued playing games. A moment later, March 7th let out another wail. Unprotected, she was once again attacked by the opposing assassin. The girls' noises drew Silver Wolf out of the private room, and he joined the team, replacing March 7th. Silver Wolf's skills were far superior to March 7th's. With Silver Wolf's addition, the girls won a series of matches, quickly reaching the king rank. Soon, it was time for the girls to head to Teyvat. Seeing this, Silver Wolf thought for a moment and decided to join them for a bit. He hadn't seen what the other world looked like yet. So, the girls found Yiyun and asked him to open a portal. Only if Yiyun opened a portal could Xing, March 7th, and Silver Wolf reach Teyvat. Afterwards, the girls and Wendy walked into the portal and headed to Teyvat. Chapter 72. Xing and the other girls hurried through the portal and headed for Liyue. Xing used a bottle of wine to successfully hail a Wendy's online taxi. After they arrived at Jianjian, Wendy would take them to Liyue Harbor. After the girls left, GZ suddenly approached Yiyun. Yiyun, are the materials you gave Clara to assemble the mecha special? Yiyun nodded. Yes, if Clara wanted it, I give her the best. As for the core, I gave her one with a super intelligent system, imbued with a wealth of combat techniques. The materials for the body are all from a technologically advanced sci-fi world. Let's put it this way, in a one-on-one fight, the family character would have no problem taking on 2 creation engines. GZ was speechless. Isn't Yiyun doting on Clara too much? Creation engines? 2 of them. GZ was completely speechless. In her opinion, the most powerful person on Yalalo 6 was Clara. Bronya, Seal, and the others combined couldn't defeat Swarovski and the family. These 2 are the best in Belowberg, except for the people in the tavern at Zombo, of course. Emerald and Toppa returned to the battleship to rest. Toppa compiled his itinerary into a spreadsheet and sent it off, then stretched and slumped back on the sofa. I didn't expect Esther to show up so unexpectedly. Emerald twirled the spoon in her hand, swirling it steadily along the side of the black teacup. At least the result is good. We got every penny back, didn't we? Toppa nodded. Indeed, at least we got the money back. At that moment, Toppa suddenly thought of the reward Bronya had given Esther. Hey Jadeite, did you hear that? Esther seemed to say that Bronya paid 10,000 stellar jade for her help. Is stellar jade really that valuable? I saw Esther's expression at the time, as if she struck it rich. Jadeite looked down at the tea in her cup, pondering. This is indeed worth investigating. Stellar jade is everywhere, but no one knows its purpose. Topa suddenly asked. Should I go ask Esther, right? Jadeite shook her head. No, let's go find the Grand Guardian. She should know about this. Topa agreed. Okay, I go rest now. See you tomorrow. Jadeite nodded slightly. See you tomorrow, little Elena. Topa then turned and headed to his room to rest. In Liyue Harbor. Vendetta used her divine power to carry the Star Girls to the entrance of the Hall of Rebirth. It's done. I'm leaving now, Wendy said to the women. Xing heard this and grabbed Wendy before she could take off. Don't leave so quickly. We need you to take us back later. Wendy looked reluctant. Huh? Didn't you just say you were going to Liyue Harbor? Xing waved her hand. Oh, don't worry about it. I can just pay more, okay? How about I buy you a few more bottles of wine when I get back? Wendy immediately agreed. Hey Xing, why are you being so polite? How can I not take you back if you want to go back? This isn't just about a few bottles of wine. It's purely for our friendship. I'm leaving now so I won't disturb you. I'm in Teyvat. Just call me when you need to go back. I'd be there anytime. Xing nodded with satisfaction. Go, go. Wendy vanished into a gentle breeze. Hu Tao, Amber, and Eula were a little confused. Hu Tao raised her hand. Question, Xing, didn't you ask Wendy to take you back? Why did you let him go? Xing said nonchalantly. Don't worry. I heard Yigan say you can see Wendy anywhere outside of Mondstadt. Besides, he's the wind god here, as Yigan said. Oh, and by the way, the 1,000 winds are Wendy's eyes and ears. March 7 added beside him. Right. That's why Wendy just said we can just call him when we need to go back. Hu Tao was completely bewildered. What? This drunkard is Mondstadt's god of wind? Amber and Eula exchanged glances. Though they didn't want to admit it, this guy was indeed their god. Yes, Wendy is Mondstadt's god of wind. Amber suddenly thought of Barbara in the church. If Barbara knew Wendy was the god of wind. Xing suddenly remembered that Zhongli seemed to be Hu Tao's employee. By the way, Hu Tao, did you know that Zhongli is the god of rock? Hu Tao was instantly stunned when she heard this, her brain completely shutting down. What did you say? My guest is the Lord of Rock? Ing nodded. Yes, he said it himself after we rescued Tevrin last time. You weren't there then. Hu Tao couldn't believe it for a moment. Give me some time. Hu Tao turned and squatted, thinking quietly. What Sanyueki and the other girls didn't expect was that Hu Tao didn't even know about this. Just as Sanyueki was about to comfort Hu Tao, she suddenly stood up. Wait a minute. Sanyueki paused, and the other girls looked at Hu Tao. Hu Tao murmured. My guest is Prince Yin. Shoo! I think I made a fortune. Hu Tao rushed into the Hall of Rebirth and approached the ceremonial officer at the door. Little sister, go get someone to make some flyers. Make sure they have the guest's portrait printed on them. Yes, that's right, the guest's portrait. Hu Tao rubbed her hands excitedly. Hee. Prince Yin works here. I don't believe those people haven't reserved my meal. Xing, Sanyueki, Ing, Amber, and Eula were stunned by this scene and didn't want to speak. But then, they thought, this might be why Zhongli chose the Hall of Rebirth. Because here, there was a leader, Hu Tao, who cared about him and didn't care about his status. Afterward, the women prepared their belongings and set off for Wawangpo. They walked along the streets of Liyue Harbor. Xing and Sanyueki had never seen Liyue's architectural style before, and they looked around as they went, finding everything intriguing. Sanwei, look over there. There's actually a restaurant there. It looks like a library or something. Sanyueki looked in the direction Xing pointed, and sure enough, it was. It looked like a place full of culture. It was actually a restaurant. It was late afternoon, the sun setting in the west. As they walked, they reached the longest staircase leading from Yujing Terrace to the dock. Wow! What a beautiful sunset! Amber exclaimed. The Xing girls nodded in agreement. In their view, the market below the steps was bustling with people, vendors shouting their wares enthusiastically. Behind the market, the boundless ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. The sun was already halfway down. On the surface, the golden sun illuminated the entire surface, its shadow reflected in the water, turning the entire surface golden. Offshore, flocks of seagulls hunted in the sea, feeding and retiring to rest. After the girls quietly admired the scene for a while, Hu Tao led them on their journey to Wawangpo. Behind them, a handsome man with short orange hair quietly followed. That's right. Our young master, who had just recovered from his injuries, is following Hu Tao again. I hope my luck isn't so bad this time. The young master prayed, then followed Hu Tao and the girls. After leaving the Liyue harbor area, Hu Tao finally released her client from a clay pot. A dark aura emanated from the client, clearly someone who hadn't yet come to terms with his own death. In a matter of seconds, the client transformed into a fierce ghost and attacked Hu Tao. Hu Tao sighed helplessly. Alas! Why do I always encounter clients like you? Isn't it better to just quietly pass on after death? Hu Tao unsheathed her Homa staff and, with lightning speed, stabbed the ghost, dispelling its resentment. Then, she casually pulled out a piece of talisman paper, muttered a few words, and applied it to the ghost, suppressing it back into the clay pot. Hu Tao picked up the pot. I thought I'd be able to relax, but I didn't expect this guy to refuse to pass away. Now, I have to carry this pot on my journey again. Hu Tao had originally thought that if this client cooperated this time, she'd have a much easier time, no longer having to carry the jar. She hadn't expected it to turn out like this. This was the first time Xing and the other girls had witnessed such a scene. Xing thought Hu Tao was incredibly cool. Hu Tao, how about teaching me your magic sometime? Hu Tao immediately agreed. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind blew, and Ying suddenly saw a dark shadow appear behind Amber, and a man in black leaped out from it. Amber! Ying instantly moved to Amber's side and struck out with a single sword, slaying the attacker. The other girls drew their weapons, having never expected a sneak attack. Eula looked at the man in black who had been slain by Ying. This is the Fatui's debt collector. Amber was furious at the mention of the Fatui. Why are these Fatui so annoying? As soon as Amber finished speaking, dozens of dark shadows appeared around her, all Fatui's debt collectors. Xing immediately took out his flame spear and shielded everyone behind him. At this moment, young master leaped down from a nearby tree and clapped his hands. Not bad, quick reaction. Xing looked at young master. Who are you? Why did you attack Amber? Young master introduced himself. Me? You can call me young master. Paimon heard this. Huh, this guy is so narcissistic, actually asking us to call him young master. Eula said upon hearing young master's name. Young master? Are you the Fatui's executive officer? Young master looked at Eula. Oh! I didn't expect there's someone with such insight. I give you two a chance. Come on together, or I won't be accused of bullying. The women were shocked when they heard this. Wow, this young master is quite arrogant. Just as young master was about to attack, Xing suddenly extended his hand. Don't be impatient. Let's discuss who will fight you. After saying this, Xing gathered the other women in a circle and discussed who would fight the young master. Finally, after much discussion, the women decided to let Xing fight. How could this young master be so arrogant and boastful? Xing should teach him a lesson. Skyfire. Unsheath. Chapter 73. A few minutes later, young master lay on the ground in his demon king armor, his chest heaving violently. Xing glanced at young master with disdain. I thought you were so powerful, but this is it. You're gone before I even start the tribulation. However, Xing thought young master's armor, what was it? I forgot what it was pretty cool. I go look at it from Yi Yun's place and buy one to wear. Afterward, Xing told Hu Tao and the others to continue on their way. Wouldn't going to Wuwang Slope be more fun than fighting this guy? Xing had already made up his mind. He learned a few ghost-catching techniques from Hu Tao on the way, and then tried them out once he got to Wuwang Slope. Little ghost, here I come. After Xing and the others left, young master struggled to his feet. Why is Liyue full of monsters? Young master was a little confused. He was a belligerent, a martial arts enthusiast. But since arriving in Liyue, he'd been completely crushed in both fights. Yesterday was better. I could at least hold off 2 moves against that immortal. Today, forget it. I was completely crushed. The opponent wasn't even serious. Even with my Demon King weapon activated, I was still cut down by that girl named Xing with a single strike. Young master suddenly began to worry. If these people were so formidable, how much more powerful must the Geo King, the deity of Liyue, be? I didn't think I offended the queen. Why would the queen ask me to seize Geo King's divine heart? With the strength of Liyue, young master felt even the captain couldn't withstand it. Talk, my brother might not be able to return for a while. Young master rested for a moment and looked around. All the debt collectors he brought with him had been dispatched. The debt collectors were no match for the other women. They were easily dispatched. Time flew by, and 2 days passed quickly. Inside Yi Yun's shop, practically everyone who had shopped there was gathered inside the lottery shop. Topa and Jade were also there. After questioning Bronya, the two immediately found Yiyun. Jade had already reported the matter to Diamond. Diamond immediately ordered the two to establish a friendly relationship with Yiyun. In addition, Diamond had arranged for someone to secretly collect Stellar Jade. Diamond intended to keep this a secret from the company. If what Jade and Topa had said was true, then this would be an opportunity for their strategic investment department. Everyone present had bought lottery tickets before. It wasn't just a matter of how much. The one who bought the most was counting the stars. As she put it, this was to increase her chances of winning. Everyone was crowded in the lottery shop, and the three little ones were running around playing, looking here and there. Xing and the other girls chattered non-stop, discussing how they would use their abilities after winning the lottery. Xing simply pulled out the 10 lottery tickets she bought and shook them around. Alright, I definitely win this time, okay? Why are you all here discussing my abilities? San Yueki was furious at Xing's smug expression. Humph. Whoever wins is still up for grabs. Ing also remarked. That's right, I always had good luck. Hu Tao's face was filled with worry. Xing asked. Hu Tao, what's wrong with you? Why are you so down? Hu Tao sighed. Alas. Yesterday I checked the accounts for this year at Wansheng Hall. Business is dismal. At this point, Hu Tao became furious with Zhongli. You idiot guest. You're the Rock King, yet you have to pay for everything you eat, drink, and play. How abominable. Topa, standing by, suddenly spoke up. Why don't you try some other business, like starting a sideline? Hu Tao hesitated. Wansheng Hall was a family business she inherited, and generations had been sending souls to the afterlife. Would adding a new business really be a good idea? At this point, Zhongli suddenly spoke up. Master, I think Miss Topa is right. With the resources and manpower at Wansheng Hall, we can definitely develop a sideline. After developing a sideline, we have more funds to promote Wansheng Hall, right? Hu Tao felt Zhongli made sense. It wasn't like she was quitting the soul-sending business. She was just using her free time to develop a sideline to make money. The money earned could be used to promote Wansheng Hall, so why not? However, Hu Tao was worried about starting a side business. What should I do? Hu Tao rubbed her chin in thought. Silver Wolf, who was sitting with his legs crossed, playing a game console, suddenly interrupted. How about opening an internet cafe? Where you live, internet cafes are definitely profitable. Hu Tao was a little confused. Internet cafe? What is that? Silver Wolf replied while playing a game. It's a place where people can surf the internet. Didn't your guest bring a laptop back earlier? You rent it out to people for a fee by the hour. After listening to Silver Wolf's explanation, Hu Tao finally understood the concept of an internet cafe. She thought about it, and decided it was feasible. As she spoke, she prepared to go find Yiyun to buy some equipment. Then let's give it a try. I go find Yiyun to buy some computers. Silver Wolf stopped her. You don't need to ask Yiyun for this kind of thing, right? I help you out. With that, Silver Wolf used the ether editor to open a portal. A moment later, 10 computers emerged from it. Silver Wolf said, I bought these when I was bored. Opening an internet cafe for you shouldn't be a problem. Hu Tao saw this. Silver Wolf had already helped her so much, giving her advice and fixing the computers, so she couldn't leave it unappreciated. So, Hu Tao took out 1,000 star coins and handed them to Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, thank you. I'm not sure how much these computers cost. Do you think 1,000 star coins are enough? Silver Wolf glanced at the star coins in Hu Tao's hand. He felt embarrassed to accept the money. These computers were already outdated and worthless. However, even though it's outdated, it's still perfectly adequate for opening a relatively old-fashioned internet cafe. Silver Wolf pondered. Forget the money. For the next month, just bring me meals every day. Hu Tao agreed immediately. Sure, let's add each other as friends. From now on, just tell me what you want to eat, and I get it for you. Hu Tao took out the phone GZ had given her, opened the messaging app, and added Silver Wolf as a friend. Silver Wolf put his phone away. You won't be able to use these computers right away. How about this? For another month, I help you set up the network and internet cafe management system. How about that? Hu Tao thought about it and agreed. And just like that, Hu Tao's internet cafe business was about to begin. Yiyun checked the time. It was time for the lottery draw. The final answer had been announced, and he needed to go to the counter to retrieve the numbered balls. Yiyun stood up and walked towards the counter. The crowd, who had been playing around, suddenly quieted down, their eyes fixed on him. Yiyun pulled a ball from the counter and showed it to everyone. Everyone clenched their lottery tickets tightly, their gaze fixed on the ball in Yiyun's hand. Yi Yun turned the ball around, allowing everyone to see the number clearly. 002. Xing and the other girls howled in disbelief after seeing the numbers. Especially Xing. She had bought 10 tickets, spending a full 10,000 star coins, and yet she didn't win. No! Xing, overcome with grief and indignation, knelt on the ground in agony. At this moment, Dan Heng, who had been listening to music nearby, glanced at his own lottery ticket. Looks like I won, Dan Heng said calmly. Xing held her head in her hands, a look of disbelief. What? It's Dan Heng who won. You bought a lottery ticket too? San Yueki was also surprised. Oh my god! The cold-faced little azure dragon actually bought a lottery ticket. Based on his impression of Dan Heng, shouldn't he be uninterested in such things? Dan Heng nodded. The shop had just been renovated. I saw Mr. Walter and the others buy a ticket, so I bought one too. After saying this, Dan Heng walked towards Yi Yun. Claim your prize. Yi Yun hadn't expected Dan Heng to win. Yi Yun collected Dan Heng's lottery ticket and placed it on the counter. A moment later, a scroll wrapped in bubbles floated out from the counter. The bubble flew directly towards Dan Heng, bursting in his hand, and the scroll fell straight into his hand. Yi Yun leaned against the counter, his hands on his hips. Just tear it up. Dan Heng heard this, and tore the scroll into pieces. The moment the scroll shattered, Dan Heng felt a strange message in his mind. This message described how to use space jump. Dan Heng looked towards the small bar in the distance and used space jump. In an instant, Dan Heng appeared near the bar. While some powerful people could reach the bar at such a fast speed, they would always leave a trail of movement. Space jump, on the other hand, leaves no such trail. The difference between the two is that one can be interrupted or redirected by an attack, while the other cannot be interrupted. Imagine if the opponent can predict your trajectory, they can attack in advance and force you to change direction. But Dan Heng's space jump ability doesn't have to worry about this. March 7 moved closer to Dan Heng. Dan Heng, how are you feeling? Dan Heng said. Very good. March 7 rolled his eyes at Dan Heng. Can't you be more specific? Dan Heng thought for a moment. Very useful. After that, Dan Heng walked towards the library, ready to read. Ever since the library opened, Dan Heng had been either training or spending his days there. Senyuchi's mouth twitched as he watched Dan Heng leave. It's indeed a bit more detailed. After all, there's one extra word, right? Never mind, there's no way to communicate with Dan Heng. Senyuchi returned to the lottery shop. At that moment, new prize information appeared on the big screen. This issue's prize: Sword Controlling Technique Introduction, a sword technique from the world of advanced immortals. Cultivating to the Mahayana stage allows one to comprehend the sword's essence. Value: 130,000 star coins. Countdown to draw: 7 days, 23 hours, 40 seconds. After reading this, everyone bought a ticket. This time, Xing didn't buy as many, just one. She had finally realized that buying more of these things was useless. Good luck was the key. After buying their lottery tickets, everyone dispersed. Jeezy, Walter, and Pam went to inspect the train. If everything was fine, they would depart for the next stop tomorrow. Chapter 74. Hu Tao and Silver Wolf asked Yi Yun to open a portal, and the two of them traveled to Teyvat. After arriving at the Absolute Cloud Room, Hu Tao walked towards the flying motorcycle she had parked there that morning. As she was almost there, Hu Tao was suddenly startled. She saw a large bird was dismantling its flying motorcycle. It was almost completely dismantled, with parts scattered all over the floor. What the hell is this? I never seen anything like this. Yes, the large bird was none other than our true lord Lu Yun Jiafeng. Lu Yun had just finished a small project from his retreat, and was ready to take a stroll and relax. As he left the house, he saw the flying motorcycle parked at the entrance of his cave. Instantly, Lu Yun became intrigued and insisted on taking it apart. Hu Tao sprinted to the dead body of the flying motorcycle. Hu Tao grabbed a handful of parts and burst into tears. Wow! My flying motorcycle! You died tragically. Lu Yun looked at the wailing Hu Tao and realized he'd gotten into trouble. He'd been so focused on studying the motorcycle that he'd forgotten it belonged to someone else. Lu Yun glanced at the scattered parts and said, "It's okay, I put it back together for you." After saying that, Lu Yun straightened the motorcycle and froze in his tracks, looking at the scattered parts. Hu Tao, seeing Lu Yun holding onto the motorcycle without moving, asked, "Didn't you say you fix it for me?" Lu Yun was silent for a moment. I seem to have forgotten how to take it apart." Hu Tao fainted. What the hell was going on? Lu Yun looked at Hu Tao, who lay on the ground with a look of despair on her face, and thought for a moment. How much is this thing worth? I compensate you. Hu Tao stood up and glanced at Lu Yun. Forget it, forget it. I go find someone to see if they can fix it. You keep an eye on it for me, make sure no parts are missing. Lu Yun quickly agreed. Don't worry. I don't know how to assemble it, but I can definitely help you. Go ahead. Hu Tao turned and walked through the portal. Through the portal, Hu Tao returned to the shop. Looking around, she saw Wendy drinking at the bar. So, Hu Tao ran over to Wendy. Wendy, have you seen Mr. Walter and Sister GZ? Wendy shook her head. No. What's wrong? What's going on? Hu Tao sighed. My motorcycle was dismantled by a large bird immortal. I'd like to ask Mr. Walter or Sister GZ to help me fix it. Wendy immediately remembered the immortals Hu Tao was talking about. Who else could it be? It had to be Lu Yun. Wendy had no idea. Lu Yun must have been curious about Hu Tao's motorcycle and had taken it apart to study it. Wendy pointed to Clara, who was studying nearby. Why don't you try Clara? Hu Tao looked at Clara. Clara, while not as skilled as Walter and GZ, was still quite capable. Hu Tao ran over to Clara. Clara, are you free? Clara looked up, saw Hu Tao, and greeted her with a smile. Sister Hu Tao, what do you want, Clara? Hu Tao spread her hands. My flying motorcycle is broken. Are you free? Can you help me fix it? Clara closed the book and agreed immediately. Clara's free, Sister Hu Tao. Let's go now. Hu Tao beamed at Clara's agreement. Then, the two found Yun, who was playing chess with Zhongli in the reception room, and asked him to help open a portal. Jianjian. Hu Tao brought Clara back to the crime scene. Lu Yun had gathered all the parts and placed them on an open space, sorting them by model. Lu Yun was puzzled to see Hu Tao bring back only a little girl. Why bring a little girl back to fix things? She looked so delicate. Could she even do it? Lu Yun expressed doubt. Hu Tao pointed at the parts on the floor. Clara, take a look. Is it reparable? Clara was a little stunned by the scattered parts. How could it be disassembled like this? Clara didn't think twice, and squatted down to select parts. Clara checked and found all the parts intact, with no damage. The only thorny issue now was assembly, which, judging by the situation, would likely take quite a while. Seeing this, Silver Wolf found a comfortable spot and took out his game console to play. Lu Yun watched from the side as Clara assembled the parts one by one. At first, he was dismissive, believing Clara couldn't possibly finish. A moment passed. As Clara put the parts back in place, Lu Yun's attitude began to change. Wow, this little girl has some skills. At least she can put it together partially. Another moment passed. Shoo! This little girl has some skills. She's almost halfway done. Another moment passed. Lu Yun stared in amazement at the flying motorcycle Clara had repaired. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This little girl is so amazing. She can fix something that even this immortal can't. Lu Yun looked at Clara and suddenly felt more and more fond of her. After Clara finished repairing it, she was helping Hu Tao test the intelligence system. Lu Yun suddenly grabbed Clara's hand. This child has a destiny to become an immortal. From now on, I will be your master. Come, I take you to see my cave. Clara, still unaware, was dragged towards the cave by Lu Yun. Huh? What's this giant bird up to? Hu Tao was also stunned. What was this giant bird immortal doing? He was actually kidnapping a little girl in broad daylight. Hu Tao regained consciousness and tried to rescue Clara, but it was too late. Clara was taken to the cave by Lu Yun. Hu Tao was stunned. No! You're an immortal. How could you do such a thing? Hu Tao arrived at the cave entrance, but despite all her might, she couldn't open the door. Silver Wolf glanced at Hu Tao. Isn't that Zhongli the boss here? Why not just ask him? Hu Tao thought, yes, ask the guest to save her. Clara had brought her here, so she had to take her back, or else she was really worried that Swarovski and the family would hold her head down and shoot her in the head. Hu Tao sprinted towards the portal, stopped suddenly at the door to the shop's reception room, and flung the door open. Guest. This is bad? Clara's been kidnapped. Yi Yun and Zhongli frowned and stood up. Zhongli asked, didn't Clara just go with you to Jianjian? What's going on? In Zhongli's opinion, Jianjian was extremely safe. With a group of immortals guarding the place, some evil forces would never dare to go there. Hu Tao gasped for air and said, oh no! That big bird immortal insisted on having Clara as his disciple and took her to his cave. Zhongli and Yi Yun were speechless upon hearing this. This, how should I put it, this is truly Lu Yun's style. Lu Yun picked up a child. One for Shuiyu, one for me. One for Li Shui, one for me. One for a Ping, one for me. One for me, one for me. The two exchanged glances, then followed Hu Tao to Jianjian. Finally, Zhongli intervened and rescued Clara from Lu Yun's cave. At the entrance to Lu Yun's cave, Lu Yun watched gloomily as Clara entered the portal. Lu Yun was furious. He had finally found a disciple who could inherit his legacy, but the emperor wouldn't let him take her in. Humph! This immortal is furious. Although little Ganyu and little Shenhe are also his disciples, neither of them likes tricks. Zhongli looked at Lu Yun with a headache. What was going on? Seeing Clara had already left, Lu Yun disappeared into his cave without a backward glance. Inside Liyue Harbor, Hu Tao and Silver Wolf were leading the staff of the Rebirth Hall to clear out a room near the main entrance. Move this out, and don't want this, Hu Tao instructed her men, patting a tattered chair. Thanks to the hard work of the Rebirth Hall staff, the room was quickly cleared. Silver Wolf took a look and took out 10 computers and placed them on the table. Hu Tao would buy gaming chairs and other items from Yi Yun's shop later. After Silver Wolf finished setting up all the equipment, he led Hu Tao outside and held out his hand to her. Where's the small satellite GZ gave you? Hu Tao pulled out a small, palm-sized ball. This ball was a satellite. GZ had given Hu Tao one for free after hearing that she was planning to open an internet cafe. Hu Tao handed the satellite to Silver Wolf, who manipulated it before placing it on the ground. Soon, the satellite took off, hovering high above Liyue Harbor. This satellite could cover the entire Liyue Harbor and its surrounding areas, more than enough for Hu Tao's internet cafe. After securing the satellite, Silver Wolf began to connect Hu Tao to the internet cafe, then uploaded the internet cafe management system and helped download some essential software and games. Hu Tao, realizing she couldn't help, simply had someone prepare some food and treated Silver Wolf to a meal later. After tinkering for over an hour, Silver Wolf finally managed to get Hu Tao's internet cafe system working, though downloading some software and games took some time. Teyvat didn't have internet before, and the satellite GZ sent was only a very small one. The speed wasn't very fast, but it was enough for the internet cafe. Silver Wolf tested it once, breathed a sigh of relief, and clapped his hands. Done. Hu Tao, who had already returned with food, quickly handed it over. Thank you for your hard work. Eat something first. I had someone pack this for Wan Min Tang. Wan Min Tang is one of the most famous restaurants in Liyue. Try it. Silver Wolf nodded with satisfaction, and took the food Hu Tao had bought for him and began to eat. Hu Tao sat down at the network administrator's computer, checking out what game Silver Wolf had installed for her or familiarizing herself with the Internet Cafe management system. After finishing his meal, Silver Wolf explained some Internet Cafe management strategies to Hu Tao. Get a refrigerator, and have San Yu or Ah Xing buy some drinks for you on the shopping website. That way you can make some money. And instant noodles and snacks, keep a note of them. Chapter 75. The next day arrived. At the entrance of Wangshengtang, Hu Tao and her employees were shouting on the street. Everyone, come and take a look. Wangshengtang Internet Cafe is officially open. Here, you experience something new and exciting in your career. Hu Tao shouted enthusiastically on the street. Even Zhongli was spinning around with a rattle in his hand. Hu Tao had already lured Zhongli over early in the morning. He had originally planned to go to Yi Yun's place. Hu Tao's fanfare was so impressive that everyone on the street was drawn to her. Internet cafe? What's an internet cafe? I think it's one of those new Wangshengtang combos that Hall Master who has come up with. What do you think? I don't think so. It's probably some kind of store. Otherwise, Hall Master who wouldn't have mentioned the word opening. What's the point of discussing this? Why not just go and see for yourself and find out? Soon, driven by curiosity, someone entered the Wangshengtang Internet Cafe. Hu Tao saw a customer enter and hurried to greet them. Sir, please come in. We charge by the hour. An hour is only 998. How's that? After the customer topped up their account with the receptionist, Hu Tao took them to start their computer. The people of Liyue Harbor had never encountered anything like this before, so Hu Tao would definitely need to provide some guidance in the early stages. The Wanxing Hall is located on Yujing Terrace, a prime location with a high flow of people. Soon, the internet cafe was packed. Some customers had already started playing games. Simple games like Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Mario, and Angry Birds. Almost every computer was crowded with people, some playing, others watching and discussing. Hey! This general is amazing. One skill can kill a whole bunch of minions. Try launching a bird here. If you keep doing this, you should be fine. Jump faster. Did you get hit by another turtle? Your reflexes are terrible. You can't even reach the one next to you. Look, it's time to start playing Snake all over again. The internet cafe was bustling with activity. Hu Tao sat at the front desk, happily counting her money. 10 computers could bring her 9,980 mora in an hour. These computers were free to operate 24/7, making her a ton of money. Soon, Xiangling, Xingqiu, and Chongyan also arrived at Hu Tao's internet cafe. Xiangling surveyed the sea of people. Wow, Hu Tao, your business is booming. Hu Tao proudly put her hands on her hips and held her head high. Well, would you like to play around later? I leave you a computer. Xiangling, Xingqiu, and Chongyan agreed. A good friend's new shop, they had to show their support. Afterward, Hu Tao gave up the 2 front desk seats to Zhongli, and she, Xiangling, and the other 2 went inside to watch others play. Xiangling reached a computer and suddenly couldn't move. The user at that computer was playing a realistic cooking simulation. Xiangling's eyes lit up, her gaze fixed on the kitchen game on the screen. Xingqiu, on the other hand, went to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms game. Watching the generals carnage their way through the land, he also wanted to try his hand. Chongyan found a cooler spot, and Hu Tao set up a large fan inside the room to keep the heat at bay. Word spread quickly, and the people of Liyue Harbor soon learned that the Hall of Rebirth had expanded into a new business. This new business was quite exciting, featuring magical artifacts for people to explore. Inside the North Country Bank, the young master, having just recovered, heard the news and headed towards the Hall of Rebirth with his money. This time, he simply wanted to join in the fun. He didn't want a sword held to his neck. Belligerence and seeking abuse were 2 different things. Elsewhere, the train crew gathered at Yi Yun's shop, preparing to head to their next stop, Pinocchio. Just as everyone was about to depart, the train lights flickered, and Kafka's projection appeared in the shop. Good morning, everyone. Long time no see, everyone. Jeezy frowned upon seeing Kafka. Kafka was unlike Silver Wolf. This woman was extremely dangerous. The power of her word spirit technique was terrifying, capable of controlling people's thoughts and actions. What are you doing on the train again? Kafka smiled. Don't be nervous, everyone. I just want to ask you to change your destination. March 7 snorted coldly. I won't listen to you. You're not one of us, so why should I? I won't change. Kafka wasn't surprised by this. Don't jump to conclusions. Let me hear a piece of news first. Not long ago, a star core exploded on the Luofu Immortal ship. I'd like to ask you to change your destination and head to the Luofu Immortal ship. You may not know this, but the Luofu Immortal ship is nearby. Walter's expression instantly turned serious when he heard the word Star Core. Star Core? Kafka smiled and nodded. Yes, it's the Star Core. And if you don't go, at least half of the people in Luofu will die in this crisis. Jeezy folded her arms. State your purpose. Stop beating around the bush. Everyone's time is precious. Kafka stared at Jeezy for a few seconds, then smiled. Okay. As soon as Kafka finished speaking, her projection flickered and transformed into a sinister man. Soon, Kafka's voice rang out. His name is Blade. He's my companion. He's been captured by Luofu Cloud Riders. It's clear that Luofu is blaming us, the Star Core Hunters, for the Star Core explosion. I need your help to rescue him. Okay, that's all I have to say. See you in a few days. With that, Kafka vanished, and the train lights returned to normal. The train crew debated whether to follow Kafka's advice. Walter and Jeezy had already made up their minds. The Star Core couldn't be left unattended. Kafka's words were quite serious. If she and the others didn't go, at least half of the people in Luofu would be killed or injured. Everyone had already learned about the script from Silver Wolf. Elio, the slave of fate, had seen a future, and the Star Core hunters were now working towards that future. However, no matter how they asked, Silver Wolf refused to discuss the script. Finally, after much discussion, everyone decided to go to Luofu. As March 7 would say, they couldn't just sit back and watch. After confirming that the next stop was Luofu Immortal Ship, Pam started the train. Attention passengers! The train is about to jump. Please stay seated and hold on tight. Do not chase or play in the aisle. Yian heard the announcement and quickly carried the 3 children to a booth. The 3 children huddled close together, marveling at the rapidly receding scene outside the window. The train is moving. Klee raised her hands and cheered. Hook watched the shrinking Yalo 6. Wow! Hook's hometown is getting smaller. Diana said. It's not getting smaller. It's just getting farther away. That's why it looks smaller. Soon, the train reached its critical speed, and successfully entered the warp phase. A flash of white light suddenly appeared before the three children's eyes, filling their vision, but not blindingly. A few minutes later, their vision returned, and they saw a giant ship sailing through the starry sea. It was called a giant ship because it was truly enormous, the size of a planet. This ship was the Luofu Immortal Ship. The train began to slow down and slowly approached the Luofu Immortal Ship's landing point. GZ took out her device and requested login. This is the Starry Sky train, requesting to log into the Luofu Immortal boat. After GZ finished speaking, there was no sound for a long moment. GZ frowned and called out again. Hello, can you hear me? This is the Starry Sky train, requesting to log in. Seeing this, Yi-Yun glanced at Silver Wolf's treasure chest. The lights inside were flickering, clearly indicating that Silver Wolf was still playing games inside. Yi-Yun walked directly to Silver Wolf's treasure chest and opened the door. He caught his eye. Silver Wolf was gripping the controller, absorbed in the game. His body unconsciously swayed with the character on the screen. If the character moved left, she moved left. If the character moved right, she moved right. If the character jumped, she stretched her neck. If the character squatted, she shrunk her neck. Yi-Yun was speechless and took off Yilong's headphones. Stop playing around, it's time to get down to business. Yi-Yun suddenly removed Yilong's headphones, leaving Yilang furious. Why did you take my headphones off? You're disrupting my rhythm again. Look! I lost again. Yi-Yun rolled his eyes at Yilang. Hurry up and get down to business. The train has arrived in Luofu, and we're waiting for you to open the door. Silver Lang then remembered, yes, he had a part to play here. Silver Lang then hacked into Luofu's network with his keyboard, controlling the system to open the Jade Realm Gate. GZ received a response shortly after. Port entry application approved. Welcome to Luofu Immortal Ship. Pam saw this and drove the train into the Jade Realm Gate. Because this train was so special, it couldn't stop at tourist ports. Thus, the train could only dock at cargo ports. After the train stopped, Dan Heng and GZ chose to stay on board, while Walter, Xing, and Sanyuchi were in charge of this pioneering journey. Inside Star Harbor, Walter, Xing, and Sanyuchi continued along the main road. Along the way, they didn't encounter anyone. However, they did open several treasure chests. Xing was so excited when he saw the treasure chests that he immediately grabbed the Skyfire Judge and went for it. Xing toyed with the Stellar Jade in his hand with satisfaction. He had finally made up for the star coins he had almost used up earlier. Stellar Jade was the best. 1 Stellar Jade could be exchanged for 100 star coins. Primo Gems, on the other hand, could only be exchanged for 10 star coins. Xing had asked Yi-Yun before, and Yi-Yun explained that it was due to the different world levels. The higher the world level, the more powerful its energy. Items, like Stellar Jade and Primo Gems, have higher exchange rates for higher tier worlds. Soon, the three heard a scream near the exit of the container area. Ah! Chapter 76. Walter, Xing, and Sanyueki quickly drew their weapons and rushed forward. Turning the corner, the three saw several demonic body soldiers covered in vines and branches besieging a Cloud Rider. The three rushed forward to help. Xing unleashed the Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment and instantly appeared before the demonic body soldiers, slashing with it. In an instant, the demonic body soldiers were slain, powerless to resist. The Cloud Rider breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the crisis averted. Walter approached and looked around at the fallen Cloud Riders and demonic body soldiers. What's going on here? The Cloud Rider paused, speaking. These are people from the Medicine King's secret sect. They planned the attack on Return Star Port. Thank you for your help. Judging from your attire, you shouldn't be from the Immortal Ship, right? Walter nodded. Yes, we're members of the Starry Sky train crew. Yunchi relaxed his guard slightly when Walter mentioned he was a member of the Starry Sky train. The nameless guest's fame was known throughout the universe, so Yunchi had naturally heard of him. So it's Wumink. Welcome to the Luofu Immortal Boat. However, unfortunately, Luofu has been quite unstable lately. If you're visiting, you might have chosen the wrong time. Sanyueki shook his head. We heard a star core exploded here, and we're here to help. Yunchi sighed. As expected of Wumink, you're just as helpful as the rumors say. Our main base is just ahead. Let's head to a safe place. Walter and the other two nodded in agreement, then followed Yunchi to the base. Along the way, the three encountered many more demonic body soldiers, but all were dispatched by Xing's sword. Upon arriving at the camp, they were shocked by the scene before them. The camp had been breached, and the corpses of Cloud Riders and other demonic body soldiers lay scattered throughout. The scene was horrific and bloody. At that moment, a cry of alarm emanated from within the camp. The four hurried over. Arriving at the scene, they saw a group of demonic body soldiers surrounding several cloud riders. A fox-like woman was protected among them. Upon seeing Xing and his men approach, the fox-like woman called for help. "Everyone, stop watching. Come and help." Upon hearing this, Xing and his men immediately took action, eliminating the demonic body soldiers. The fox-like woman bowed slightly to express her gratitude. "I'm Tingyun. Thank you all for your help. What are your names?" March 7 smiled. "Hello, my name is March 7. Just as March 7 was about to introduce Xing and Walter, Xing suddenly interrupted. "My name is Galaxy Skyfire Man." March 7 was speechless. Was Xing having another attack? After this incident was over, March 7 was considering taking Xing to the Black Tower for a thorough examination. Tingyun chuckled softly. "Your Excellency is truly humorous. This place is dangerous. Please follow me, and I will take you to a safe place." Then, Xing, March 7, and Walter followed Tingyun aboard the Star Raft, heading into the interior of Luofu. On the train, Qin and Lisa went shopping at Yiyun's shop again. During this period, through the efforts of the knights, they had successfully collected 2,000 Primo Gems. These 2,000 Primo Gems can be exchanged for 20,000 star coins. This time, Jean planned to purchase something that would boost Mon's economy. Already, nearly 100 selected knights in the Knight Order had successfully mastered the Wind Spirit technique. But their progress was slow, and they were only able to manipulate trace amounts of the wind element. Thus, Jean and Lisa discussed and decided not to rush into acquiring new techniques this time. Since they hadn't yet fully mastered the Wind Spirit technique, buying new ones would be useless. Jean and Lisa sat on high stools by the small bar. Lisa sipped her tea and smiled at Yiyun. "Yiyun, we like to buy something to boost Mon's economy. Do you have any recommendations?" Yiyun heard this. "Isn't Mon a great producer of alcohol? Why not buy a few recipes?" Jean thought for a moment and agreed. However, besides the recipe, brewing wine also presents a challenge: the raw materials. Many of the ingredients in the recipes likely aren't available in Teyvat. The raw materials would then have to be cultivated. For example, Mon's apple wine uses Mon's apples. Only apples grown in Mon can produce such a flavor. Wine from other countries always tastes inferior. Qin thought for a moment and asked, "Yiyun, is there anything that's easy to grow, has a high survival rate, and can also be used to make wine?" Hearing this, Yiyun opened the mall and began searching. After a while, Yiyun found what Qin described. Item: Spiritual Wheat Seeds. Description: Wheat seeds from the immortal world contain a faint spiritual energy, which can increase the spiritual energy content in the surrounding space. Price: 1 star coin/pack. Item: Spiritual Beer Recipe. Description: A beer recipe using spiritual wheat as the main ingredient, supplemented with a little fruit. Long-term consumption can improve one's physical condition. Price: 1,000 star coins. Yiyun pulled out 2 items and showed them to Qin and Lisa. After examining them, they both thought they were promising. So, Qin waved her hand and directly purchased 5,000 packets of seeds. Each packet of spiritual wheat seeds can cultivate 1 acre of land, so 5,000 packets would cover 5,000 acres. Qin planned to establish a farm in Fenkiti and assign knights from the order to guard it. After purchasing the seeds and recipe, Qin first returned to her office. Kai and a team of knights were on standby in her office, waiting to move the goods. After returning the seeds and recipe, Qin returned to the bar to continue shopping. Qin still had 14,000 star coins. Yiyun asked, "What do you mean? What else do you want to buy?" Qin pondered. "There's a project for making spiritual beer that's already been confirmed, and it requires a large number of people to complete. Mon doesn't have that many people right now. The Knights expedition has taken away most of their strength. Let's take a look around." "We're not sure what to buy yet," Yiyun suggested. "Would you like to buy an elf?" Jean and Lisa peeked. "Elf?" Yiyun pointed at Rios, who was caring for the child. "Well, Rios is a type of elf. Elves possess intelligence comparable to humans, are extremely loyal, and can continuously grow and evolve through combat. This should suit you, don't you think?" Jean and Lisa were a little surprised. They had heard of Rios' strength, but they hadn't expected him to be an elf. The two looked at each other and decided to buy an elf. Seeing that they had made their decision, Yiyun introduced them. "Elves need essence to hatch. I have 3 levels of essence here. Beginner, 1,000. Intermediate, 10,000. Advanced, 100,000. The higher the essence level, the greater the potential and power of the hatched elves. Which level would you like to buy? Chapter 77. Jean looked at the 14,000 star coins in her hand and decided to buy 10 primary essences, saving the remaining 4,000 for later use. Yi-Yun handed the 10 primary essences she had bought to Jean and pointed to the essence incubator nearby, which had just been brought back from Natasha's clinic the previous day. That's the essence incubator. Just place the essence inside, and it will incubate. Jean smiled and nodded. Yes, thank you. We go back for a bit, and come back later. Yi-Yun nodded, and said goodbye to the two women with a smile. Jean and Lisa returned to Mondstadt. Kia just walked in after unloading some things. Oh, you're back so soon? Aren't you going to buy some more things? Lisa smiled. Kia, I have to trouble you to run over and get Dilek, Amber, and Eula. Kia heard this. Oh, did you get something good? Kia immediately guessed that Jean and Lisa must have bought something valuable from Yi-Yun, otherwise they wouldn't have gathered everyone. Lisa said. You find out soon. Go get them first. Kia's interest was piqued. Okay, I go get them first. A few minutes later, Dilek and the others arrived at Jean's office. Jean took out 10 primary essences. This is essence. It can hatch Pokemon. Amber and Eula were overjoyed upon hearing this. Amber leaned over to Jean. Captain Jean, can this really hatch Pokemon? Amber and Eula had seen Xing and Sanueki's Charmeleon and Bubu seeds, and they loved them. Now, the thought of having their own Pokemon soon filled them with joy. Jean nodded. Well, this is the item Yi had introduced to us. Come on, each of you pick one, and we save the rest. With that, Jean placed 10 essences on the table. Everyone stepped forward to choose. Dilek, Kia, Eula, Jean, and Lisa picked one at random. Amber, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant. This one's red. I like red. But this blue one looks nice too. Amber hesitated, liking both. In the end, Amber chose red. After everyone had chosen, Jean put away the remaining 4 essences. With the essences, they returned to Yi-Yun's shop to use the incubator to hatch their own Pokemon. Hatching essences takes time, so after everyone placed their essences in the incubator, Amber stayed behind to watch over it, while the others returned to Mondstadt. In the Wangshengtang Internet Cafe, Zhongli sat at the front desk, sipping tea. Young Master walked in and looked around. He saw Hu Tao. Hu Tao was watching a horror movie on her laptop, occasionally popping a potato chip into her mouth. Want to board the plane? Zhongli, the cashier at the front desk, asked. Young Master was puzzled. Want to board the plane? Zhongli, seeing Young Master's bewilderment, said. Want to try out our products? Young Master finally understood. Yes, Zhongli said calmly. 998 Mora, half an hour. Line up over there. Young Master looked in the direction Zhongli pointed and saw a dozen or so people sitting on several benches, all waiting in line to board the plane. Young Master's lips curled slightly at the sight. Queuing? Sorry, that doesn't exist here, okay? Young Master approached one person. I give you 100,000 Mora, and I take this spot. How's that? The person in question immediately agreed. How could they refuse such a free lunch? After all, the Wangshengtang Internet Cafe would always be here, so he could come back and play later. In the end, Young Master spent 100,000 Mora to secure the top spot in the exclusive queue. The others didn't say anything. Someone else paid for their spot, so what's there to say? As long as your position in the queue remained the same, that was all that mattered. Zhongli looked at Young Master, internally debating whether or not to trade the heart of the god to the ice god. Previously, his plan was to trade the heart of the god to the ice god. Because, if the ice god's path succeeded, it could indeed save Teyvat. But now, Liyue was free of worries. If all else failed, he could just call Tianli, and go to the Star Rail World to transform an uninhabited planet. After a moment's thought, Zhongli decided to contact the ice god later to cancel the deal. The ice god path was fraught with uncertainty, immigration was more reliable. If he migrated, he would then have to rely on the will of heaven to transform the uninhabited planet into a habitable one. Therefore, there was no need to offend heaven. Not long after, Young Master began playing games. On someone's recommendation, he opened a game called Meteor Butterfly Sword. After controlling his character through a series of beginner tutorials, Young Master officially entered the stage. At first, Young Master thought the stage mode would be as easy as the beginner tutorial. To his surprise, it wasn't until the AI had completely defeated him that Young Master finally regained his fighting spirit. Interesting. I guess I need to get serious. Young Master sat up straight, concentrating on controlling his character. On the train, Dan Heng was reading in the library, but he couldn't concentrate. His eyes kept flicking out the window, wondering how Xing and the others were doing. Dan Heng glanced at the book in his hand, closed it, and put it back. There was nothing he could do. He simply couldn't bear to read any more. Dan Heng walked out of the library and saw Yi Yun watching cartoons with Kelly and the other two. Yi Yun had moved a large screen TV to the sofa break area, where he was happiest lying on the sofa watching TV. Yi Yun saw Dan Heng's face, filled with worry. "What's wrong with you? You look so worried," Dan Heng said calmly. "It's nothing." Yi Yun smiled. Dan Heng, always saying one thing and thinking another. Yi Yun said, "Go if you want to go. Rios and I are on the train, and it'd be fine. Unresolved, it's always a problem. Resolved, it's no longer a problem." Dan Heng, upon hearing this, lowered his head and thought for a few seconds before standing and leaving Yi Yun's shop. Although he didn't say anything, his actions betrayed him. "Brother Yi Yun, Kelly wants to go out and play." Kelly looked at Yi Yun with wide eyes, expectant. "My dear daughter wants to go out and play? What should I do?" "Of course I agree." Yi Yun smiled and rubbed Kelly's little head. "Let's go. Brother Yi Yun will take you out and play." The three little ones happily jumped up from the sofa, put on their shoes, and stood obediently beside Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked at Noel at the bar. "Noel, I leave the shop to you. I take Kelly and the others out and play." Noel agreed. "Leave it to me." Yi Yun nodded, then looked at Rios beside him. "Leos, the train's safety is in your hands. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, run away first. Okay?" Leos nodded slightly. Seeing that everything was arranged at the store and on the train, Yi Yun took the three children off the train and headed for Luofu. Chapter 78. Luofu, at the entrance of the Tianbo division. Xing, March 7, and Walter, along with the little fire monkey and Bubu Seed, had already seen Yukong come out. The three of them arrived at the hotel arranged by Tingyun. March 7 was still a little angry. Yukong's attitude had just been terrible. He had come to help. "What? If I had known, I wouldn't have voted in favor. I'd probably be stuck in Pinocchio by now. I heard it's super fun there." The Bubu Seed at March 7's feet, seeing its master so angry, also cried out angrily. "Bubu, Bubu." Xing spread his hands. "What can I do? I chosen this path, and I finish it even if I have to crawl on my knees." After saying that, Xing changed the subject and spoke mysteriously. "But coming here isn't without its benefits, hee." March 7 asked curiously. "What benefits? Why didn't I see them?" Xing pointed to a wooden treasure chest nearby. "Hey, look over there." March 7's eyes lit up as he took a closer look. "Ouch. Treasure chest. Treasure chest equals star coins." Seeing that March 7 understood what he meant, Xing continued. "That Yukong guy just said we can move around freely, hee." March 7 chuckled. Let's go, let's go." The two women said goodbye to Walter and set out to search for the treasure chest. Walter glanced around, thought for a moment, and decided to wander around and gather some information. Xing and March 7 searched their way through the treasure chests, leaving no treasure chest untouched. They pried them all open. As they pried, they arrived at the entrance of the Nevernight Marquee. What the women didn't know was that everyone around them was giving them strange looks along the way. There was no way around it. The two women's expressions along the way were truly, well, unpleasant. They glanced shiftily here and there, afraid to miss any treasure chests. This caused passers-by to avoid their gazes. Sister Xing. Sister Sanyueki. Xing and Sanyueki turned and saw Klee running towards them. Xing was a little surprised. "Klee?" Xing squatted down, caught Klee as she came running, and lifted her up. "Klee, why are you here?" Klee said with a smile. "Brother Yi Yun brought me here. And Diana, Hook, and Dudu are here too." As soon as Klee finished speaking, Yi Yun approached, holding Diana in one hand and Hook in the other, with Duduki following behind. "Hey Xing Sanwe, I didn't expect to see you here," Sanyueki asked. "Yi Yun, why are you here?" Yi Yun rubbed Hook and Diana's little heads. "The three little ones wanted to go out and play, so I brought them out. What about you? How's it going?" March 7th was furious at the thought. He put his hands on his hips and snorted. "Don't say anything. We just met with that Tion-something division boss. She was very cold to us, and didn't let us get involved at all. If it weren't for General Jing Yuan from Luofu, who came out and said a few words, we would have been kicked out of Luofu." Yi Yun pouted. "Luofu is in a crisis right now, so it's normal for them to be strict with outsiders. I wish you good luck." I take Kelly and the others out to play first. What do you say tonight? Do you want to go back for dinner? Of course, Xing wanted to go back. She loved Yun's cooking, especially the spicy hot pot. San Yueki also wanted to go back after hearing this. Although Tingyun had arranged a very nice guest room for her, there's a saying, a home is worse than your own. Go back, of course. Remember to save some food for us too. Yiyun agreed. Afterwards, Yiyun said goodbye to Xing and San Yueki and headed for Shanglishan, where there were more fun things to do. Xing and San Yueki continued their treasure chest search. Over half an hour later, Yiyun and the three little ones arrived at Shanglishan. As they reached the square, they heard a commotion in the distance. Get out of the way! Get out of my way! Yiyun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a little girl with dragon horns and a ponytail running towards them. Although her legs were short, her speed was impressive. Her tiny legs were so powerful that even the adults behind her couldn't keep up. Yiyun took a look. Isn't this Dragon Lord? Yiyun still remembered the time he'd drawn the Moon Lord in his previous life. Out! Good news. 5 stars. Dragon Lord, bad news. Purple-haired Dragon Lord. Coincidentally, Bai Lu was running in Yiyun's direction. Bai Lu also spotted Yiyun blocking the road and waved quickly. Get out of the way! I can't stop! Dudu, standing nearby, saw what was happening and stepped in front of Yiyun. Bai Lu couldn't stop and crashed directly into Dudu's furry belly. Just as Bai Lu was about to fall, Dudu reached out and caught her. Bai Lu breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Phew! That was close. I almost fell. At this moment, the men chasing Bai Lu approached. Miss Bai Lu, just come back with us. Bai Lu shook her head. No way. I finally escaped. I don't want to go back. The leader sighed when they heard this. Miss Bai Lu, I'm so sorry. Brothers, attack. Several men rushed forward, startled Bai Lu and trying to escape. At this moment, a bomb dropped from the sky. Boom bomb. You're not allowed to bully me. Kelly stood on Duduka's shoulder, her little hands constantly pulling out boom bombs from her backpack and throwing them at the men. Several people were driven to safety by the explosion. Where did this little girl come from? Where were her family? How could such a young girl be allowed to carry a bomb? If Alice knew their thoughts, she would probably say, what's wrong with my clique carrying a bomb? This is just the beginning. Don't you agree, Teverin? They were quickly driven away. Yiyun, looking at the bumpy ground, decisively took the 3 little ones, and ran away. It must be said that Yiyun, with his envoy-level strength, was incredibly fast. In a matter of seconds, he had Klee and the others running into Golden Man Lane. Although Golden Man Lane was a commercial street, it no longer had the bustle of its former glory. Only a few scattered shops were open. Bai Lu looked at Klee, who was packing her small backpack. Thank you for helping me. What's your name? Klee turned around. Are you talking to Klee? Bai Lu nodded. Yes, your name is Kelly. Hello, my name is Bai Lu, Kelly asked. Hello, Sister Bai Lu. Why did those bad guys want to take you? Bai Lu thought for a moment. I ran away, and they wanted to take me back. Back home, I'd be studying all the time. It's so boring. Kelly heard this. Oh! Kelly knows. Kelly hates being put in solitary confinement too. It means I can't go out and play. Chapter 79. When Bai Lu heard this, she instantly felt a strong sense of familiarity with Kelly. This was someone who had experienced the same thing as her. That's right, I hate being locked up too. That's why I'm running away. The two of them instantly formed an unbreakable revolutionary friendship through this shared experience. Kelly then introduced Yiyun, Hook, and Diana to Bai Lu. Bai Lu greeted each of them. Bai Lu looked at them. You're not from Xianzhou, are you? Yiyun smiled. That's right, we're not. Kelly was surprised. Wow. Sister Bai Lu, you're so amazing. You could tell right away that we weren't from here. Bai Lu's tail twitched slightly at Kelly's compliment, feeling deeply touched. Isn't this simple? I'm a doctor. I know exactly what Xianzhou people look like. Kelly clapped her hands. Wow. Yiyun glanced over at Chan Letian. He probably wouldn't be able to return there for a while. After some thought, Yiyun decided to go back first. They were having hot pot tonight, and he had invited almost everyone. Hot pot base is always better when you make it yourself, and there are still some dishes to prepare. Kelly, Hook, Diana, we have to go back. Bai Lu felt a pang of disappointment when she heard Yiyun and the others were leaving. She had finally made some new friends, and now they were about to part ways. Diana, noticing Bai Lu's reluctant expression, said, Bai Lu, Do you want to come back with us? It's not far from here. Bai Lu's mood instantly brightened, and she beamed. Really? Can I go back with you? Seeing this, Claire and Hook hugged Yi Yun's thighs, one on each side, and pleaded with Bai Lu. Brother Yi Yun, let's take Sister Bai Lu back with us, okay? Yi Yun, take Bai Lu with us. At worst, Hook can eat less, and give the rest to Bai Lu. Seeing this, what else could Yi Yun do? Of course he agreed. Okay, let's go, Bai Lu, let's go back together. Bai Lu jumped up and down happily on the spot, dancing with joy. Great. Claire, Hook, and Diana were also delighted. Bai Lu pointed with her little hand. Everyone, let's go! Bai Lu took the lead and ran out. Claire, Hook, and Diana followed. Yi Yun smiled, and followed closely behind the four little ones to ensure their safety. Luofu, inside the Shinsa mansion. Jing Yuan quickly and lazily sat down at the coffee table, sipping tea. In front of him lay a report on what Xing, San Yueki, and Walter had done in Luofu today. The report was incredibly detailed, down to the precise moment Xing and San Yueki opened, and where each treasure chest had been found. Jing Yuan finished reading it, and breathed a sigh of relief. You arrived at the perfect time. Now, my chances of winning are even better. Jing Yuan focused on the three men's abilities. It was clear they were all exceptional. As for the treasure chest, Jing Yuan only glanced at it. Not only was it guarded by monsters, but the harvest wasn't great either. Besides some junk materials, there were also useless stones, like stellar jade. Since Xing and San Yueki wanted to open it, let them do it. Treasure chests can be found in many places throughout the universe, not just Luofu. At this moment, a girl with pink hair and white silk entered the mansion. General, why haven't you arrested Kafka yet? Jing Yuan smiled. Ah, isn't that Mr. Fu? Come, stop standing and talking and sit down. Fu Xian rolled his eyes at Jing Yuan in annoyance. What are you sitting for? General, why haven't you arrested that Kafka yet? The matter of the Star Core is most likely related to her. Jing Yuan smiled slightly. Don't worry, Mr. Fu. Some people haven't shown up yet. Hearing this, Fu Xian understood Jing Yuan's intentions. Luofu was already in chaos before the Star Core erupted. There were those old men from the Chiming clan causing trouble all the time, and outside, organizations like the Medicine King's secret sect were secretly developing in Luofu. With this disaster, it's likely that many people would reveal their true identity, giving Jing Yuan a legitimate reason to take action. Jing Yuan continued. Don't worry, Mr. Fu. I already contacted the people to capture Kafka. We set out tomorrow. Fu Xian's anger subsided considerably upon hearing this. As long as you understand, since you already arranged for Kafka's capture, I'd be leaving first. With that, Fu Xian turned and left without a trace of reluctance. At this moment, a cloud rider ran up to Jing Yuan. General, someone from the Danding division reported that Miss Bai Lu has escaped again and asked us to help find her. Jing Yuan smiled at this, but Bai Lu, unable to bear it any longer, ran off again. With Luofu in such chaos, it was best to leave Bai Lu at the Danding division. If it were before, Jing Yuan would have helped find her, but when was the question? I didn't say I wouldn't help you find it, it's just that I have other things to do right now, right? That way, even those so-called dragon masters wouldn't have anything to say. Inside Yi Yun's shop. When Yi Yun returned, he saw Amber playing with a yellow Pokemon. Honeybee, hurry up, come here. The yellow Pokemon was called Honeybee, a flying Pokemon. Diluc, Kia, Jean, Lisa, Ing, and Paimon were all there, playing with their Pokemon. Kia chose Ball, a water Pokemon. Bale's evolved form is quite powerful. Diluc was a fiery red bird, Crimson Bird. Its final form is quite powerful, called Crimson Phoenix Spirit, a true master-level fighter. To be honest, Yi Yun was extremely surprised that Diluc could get Crimson Bird from low-level essence. This was no less difficult than the Interstellar Peace Company running a universal lottery, with only one winner per draw. Eula's Pokemon was a dark blue, octopus-like Pokemon called Blue, a super-rare Pokemon known as the Water Darling. Lisa's Pokemon was a super-rare, grass-type Pokemon called Little Bean Sprout, resembling a bean sprout. Jin's Pokemon was a chubby pink Poppy. Jean held Poppy in her arms, resting it on her lap. Poppy waved its large ears happily. Poppy, Poppy. Jean gently ruffled Poppy's fur. Hello, Poppy. We be partners from now on. Poppy. Poppy. Yi Yun greeted the others, and went into the kitchen to prepare a hot pot for dinner. Noel hurried over to help, washing vegetables and dishes. Soon, Zhongli and Hu Tao arrived, along with Ning Wang, Yilan, Keqing, and Lu Yun. Lu Yun's hands became addicted the moment he arrived. He wanted to take everything apart to see how it was constructed. It's a common problem among tech geeks. Chapter 80. Bai Lu arrived on the train, delighted by the lively atmosphere. For years, she had often spent time in the depressing Dandingsi, feeling quite uncomfortable. That was why Bai Lu kept running away. A child couldn't stand that kind of atmosphere. It wasn't that Bai Lu didn't like studying, she also wanted to learn medicine and help others, but the atmosphere inside Dandingsi was simply too much for her. Sister Bai Lu. Come play over here, let's watch cartoons. Bai Lu came to her senses when she saw Kuli calling her from the sofa break area. Okay. I'm coming. Bai Lu trotted towards the break area with her short legs. The 4 children sat in a row, huddled together, watching cartoons and occasionally chattering about the characters. Wow, Klee thinks this cat is so stupid, it can't even catch a mouse. Hook thinks so too. How can there be such a stupid cat? The cats in my tavern are the best. That's right, that's right. If it were me, I would have caught this mouse long ago. Soon, a portal flickered. Bronya, Seal, Natasha, Jeopard, Perla, Silva, and Linka emerged. Bronya looked around and saw Yi Yun and Noel busy in the kitchen. Yi Yun, Noel, we're here. Yi Yun looked up at the words. Welcome, welcome. You guys go play for a while. I need some time here. Noel agreed. Welcome everyone. Natasha saw Yi Yun preparing the ingredients and patted Bronya's shoulder. Bronya, take them out to play. I go help Yi Yun. After saying that, Natasha walked into the kitchen. Yi Yun, how can I help you? Yi Yun saw this and thought he arrived just in time. There were expected to be a lot of people today, and they need to prepare a lot of food. You and Noel, wash and chop the vegetables. Natasha rolled up her sleeves and began to work. Bronya led the rest of the Belobergs to the sofa break area. Luckily, Bronya, Jeopard, and Seal had been here before. The newcomers, Linka, Para, and Silva, were a bit reserved. Silva was a bit more relaxed, having a straightforward personality, and she quickly became part of the Mondstadt crowd. Linka and Para, the socially anxious, were different. If Bronya hadn't introduced them, they wouldn't have dared to speak. Amber, noticing Linka and Para's reservedness, immediately pulled them over to sit next to her. Hello, Linka, Para. My name is Amber, Scout Knight of the Knights of Favonius. This is Eula, Wave Knight of the Knights of Favonius. Linka and Para greeted each other quickly. Hello, hello. Eula put her hands on her hips in annoyance. Amber, did I ask you to introduce yourself to me? Humph. I remember this. Para and Linka were instantly shocked by Eula's words. Ah. This person holds a grudge. It's over, it's over. I'm not going to be held responsible for this, am I? Amber nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, you hold a grudge against me enough already. This one won't be enough. Go ahead, remember it. Amber saw that Linka and Para were a little frightened. Don't worry, Eula is a very kind person. She doesn't hold a grudge, but that's just her motto. Eula was shocked. Okay. Amber, you actually accused me of being two-faced. I remember this. Linka and Para finally understood what was going on. Afterward, Amber kept engaging Linka and Para in conversation, livening up the atmosphere. Soon, Linka and Para became familiar with Amber and Eula, engaging in a lively conversation. As they chatted, Para returned to her usual self and began to ship Amber and Eula's relationship. Otherwise, why would someone call Para the leader of Belobird shipbuilding? Before, she'd been shipping Bronya and Seal. Not long after, Hu Tao, Zhongli, Ningguang, Yilan, Keqing, and Lu Yun also arrived. Hu Tao was in a very good mood today. Her internet cafe was booming, packed all day. When she left just now, there were still many people waiting for a table, and some wealthy people had even booked the entire night. Hu Tao walked straight into the Silver Wolf's private room, intending to thank him. I owe the success of my internet cafe to Silver Wolf. Hu Tao even bought a plate of golden shrimp balls from Xiang Ling as a treat for Silver Wolf. Opening the door, she saw Silver Wolf absorbed in his game. The private room wasn't large, consisting of a sofa and a table, with a wardrobe nearby containing her clothes. As for washing up, Silver Wolf did it all in March 7's room. Silver Wolf, what are you playing? Hu Tao sat down next to Silver Wolf, curiously glancing at the screen in front of him. Silver Wolf, seeing it was Hu Tao, said, It's just a little game. I heard it was fun online, so I tried it out, that's all. At this moment, Silver Wolf noticed the golden shrimp balls in Hu Tao's hand. What are these? Hu Tao opened the box and took out the golden shrimp balls. Come try this. This is something a good friend of mine made. It's called golden threaded shrimp balls. Thank you for helping me out so much yesterday. Silver Wolf waved his hand. No big deal. These shrimp balls look delicious. Silver Wolf picked up a shrimp ball and tossed it into his mouth. The sweet, fresh flavor of the shrimp meat instantly exploded on his taste buds. These shrimp balls are delicious, Hu Tao said with a grin. I'm glad you like them. By the way, do you have any computers here? I'd like to buy some. Silver Wolf picked up a golden threaded shrimp ball and swallowed it in one gulp. Yes, how many do you want? Silver Wolf said as he chewed on the golden threaded shrimp ball. Hu Tao recalled that he and Kaching had discussed renovating the 2 rooms next to the internet cafe, which would allow them to accommodate about 50 more computers. 50 computers? Do you have any? How much are they? Hu Tao was determined to buy them this time. Silver Wolf had been very generous in giving her 10 computers before, and she couldn't let someone else spend the money. Silver Wolf heard this and began to calculate. These 50 computers aren't expensive. They're only 80,000 credits each on the company website, and they're all antiques. I have 4 million credits. How about this? Do you have any gold or antiques? Bring them over and I sell them online for you. You can use the credits to buy computers somewhere, okay? Hu Tao thought it was a good idea. Originally, she wanted to give them star coins, but no one could tell her exactly how many credits they were worth. Hu Tao stood up and chuckled. Wait a minute, then. I go back to Taobao. Hu Tao left Silver Wolf's private room and rushed through the portal. Soon after, Hu Tao returned. Using her flying motorcycle, she traveled between Jiyunjian and Wangxingtang quite quickly. Zhongli, leisurely sipping tea, suddenly noticed the vase Hu Tao was holding, and his pupils trembled. Isn't this the vase I bargained with the Liyue collector for so long before he sold it to me? Chapter 81. Zhongli saw Hu Tao sneaking into the Silver Wolf private room, carrying a vase, and he suddenly felt a sense of unease. What was the hall master doing with his own vase? Zhongli pondered for a moment, then walked to the side of the private room to eavesdrop on the conversation. Inside the private room. Silver Wolf, have you put it up yet? It's already up. It's already up. It might not be sold so soon. No rush, no rush. As long as it sells, it's fine. How much are you asking? I start with 6 million. Maybe someone's willing to pay a higher price. Suddenly, Hu Tao exclaimed from the private room. Frog fun. Someone bought it so quickly. 6 million credits. Oh, there really is a sucker. Let me check who it is. Let me see. It's Sha Jin, one of the 10 stone hearts. He's a rich man. When Zhongli heard his vase was about to be sold, he knocked on the door. The private room door opened, and Hu Tao poked her head out. Guest? Why are you here if you're not drinking tea? Zhongli said speechlessly. I just saw you take my vase. Hu Tao didn't deny it. Yes, I took it. I sold it to buy a computer. Okay, go do your thing. I talked to Silver Wolf about the computer. With that, Hu Tao slammed the door shut. Zhongli felt strangely disappointed. My little vase. It was my favorite. I always take care of it when I had time, just dusting the walls. Zhongli walked to the tea break area with a gloomy look on his face, and sat down. Wendy, noticing this, asked curiously, Old man, what's wrong with you? Zhongli responded with a creepy whisper. The vase. The vase. The vase. Hee. It's gone. Wendy thought of the vase Hu Tao had been holding, and suddenly understood. She patted Zhongli's shoulder. Old man, my condolences. Soon, Silver Wolf received the money. Silver Wolf directly transferred 4 million and deposited the remaining 2 million into Hu Tao's account. The two agreed to go and assemble the machine tomorrow. Silver Wolf's after-sales service was quite good, personally performing the installation. Over in the coffee break area, Bronya was chatting with Jean when Ningguang and Kaching approached. Ningguang looked at Jean. Hello, my pen pal. Is this our first official meeting? Jean immediately guessed Ningguang's identity. Are you Ningguang? Hello, Ningguang. Ningguang chuckled. What are you two talking about? Jean asked. We're discussing some experiences in governing a country. Ningguang heard this. Oh, would you mind adding us? Let me introduce myself. The one next to me is Kaching, one of the 7 stars of Liyue. I'm Yuheng Star. Kaching then introduced herself. Hello, I'm Yuheng Star of Liyue. Looking forward to your guidance. Seeing this, Bronya and Jean also introduced themselves. The introductions concluded, and the 4 sat down to chat. Jean looked at Bronya and said, Bronya, you don't know that Ningguang is the ruler of the neighboring Liyue kingdom. She has far more experience than we do. Ningguang smiled. No, just some tricks. Then the four women discussed the methods and experiences of governing a nation. With the addition of Ningguang and Keqing, it became essentially a conversation between Ningguang and Keqing, while Bronya and Jean took notes. Seeing this, Yilan went to the small bar and sat down. Glancing at Noelle, who was busy nearby, Yilan walked in and poured herself a drink. Yiyun had said that the bar's drinks were free for everyone except a certain drunkard. As for why the drunkard was excluded, of course, Yiyun feared that in a few days, the bar would be completely empty. Yilan studied Wendy. According to the intelligence gathered in Liyue, this guy had suddenly appeared in Mondstadt, and no one had seen him before. Thus, Yilan was very curious about Wendy, and wanted to chat with him to see if he could get any information out of him. However, the experience Wendy saw through Yilan's young intentions, and simply gulped down a drink and pretended to sleep. Soon, Yiyan prepared the meal, and everyone gathered. Walter, Xing, and San Yueki finally arrived a few minutes before dinner was served. As soon as Xing and San Yueki returned, they rushed to the bar to exchange stellar jade. This time, the two women had made a killing. Last time, Bronya and her men had come to rob them in Belleburg. This time, they had scooped up all the stellar jade from the Xingcha Sea Center, Shanglishan, Huixing Harbor, and Jinren Lane in Luofu. There were practically no treasure chests left. Xing placed the large bag of stellar jade on the bar counter, and placed handfuls of it on the exchange scale. Xing was in charge of the exchange, while San Yueki sorted the star coins. Working together, the two quickly exchanged a whole bag of stellar jade. The rest of the crowd watched from the sidelines, and the final amount exchanged made everyone gasp. Wow! A full 300,000 star coins. This is incredible. Xing and San Yueki each got half, 150,000 each. Xing happily put away the 150,000 star coins, walking with a swagger. Now! Please call me Rich Man Xing. Yiyan glanced at Xing, who was still showing off. Xing calmed down, it's time to eat. Heard this, Xing stopped pretending and decisively ran to his seat to sit down and wait for his meal. Tonight, they were having hot pot. Yiyan had simply brought 5 large pots and placed them on the long table in front of the small bar. The long table could only hold 20 people, so Yiyan, Zhongli, Walter, Deluc, and the other grown-ups ate standing up, leaving the group of girls and the 4 little ones to sit. The 4 little ones were so happy standing at the table. After all, the more people there were, the happier they were, and the more delicious the food tasted. Bailu was especially happy, her tail wagging as she chatted happily with Klee, Hook, and Diana. Klee will eat lots of meat later. Hook wants to eat some too. Diana, on the other hand, wanted grilled fish. You guys eat the meat, I eat the fish. I just saw Yiyan filleting a lot of fish, hee. Bailu acted like a little adult. You can't just eat meat, you need some vegetables too. That way, you get a balanced diet. Hook's eyes widened. What is nutrition? Bailu thought for a moment, and then explained in a simple, understandable way. Let me put it this way. If you only eat meat, you have some minor health problems. Hook finally understood. Hook understands. Hook wants to eat some vegetables later. Klee also raised her hand. Klee wants to eat some vegetables too. Diana said. That's right. I have some later too. GZ and Yiyan were in charge of the 4 little ones. Yiyan had prepared a large selection of dishes tonight, over 50 in total, enough for 30 adults. Yiyan gave everyone a small basket. The dishes were placed in the kitchen. They could go inside and pick up whatever they wanted to eat and put it in their basket. The seasonings were also there. Yiyan called everyone forward to pick up their dishes. Everyone stood up, holding their baskets, and went about selecting their groceries as if they were at a market. Chapter 82. Xing swaggered around with her basket, looking around. There were over 50 dishes, and Xing took a look at every one of them. Those chicken wings are quite plump. Give me 2. Those giant squid are good too. They're fresh and still moving. Amazing. Those pork belly slices are good too. That beef is good too. And this? Xing finished her selections, filling the basket completely with meat, with not a single vegetable in sight. Xing mixed the seasonings in the basket and returned to her seat, gazing expectantly at the pot, waiting for it to boil. At this moment, March 7 and Amber also returned with their selections. March 7 was speechless when she saw Xing's basket overflowing with meat. Xing, can't you just have some vegetables? Xing shook her head furiously. No way. Vegetables and the like don't suit me. Meat suits me better. Amber was also beginning to get frustrated. Xing, You should eat at least some vegetables. They're good for your health. Xing still shook her head. Just then, Xie and Ying passed by. Xing stopped them. Xie Ying, what did you get? Are there any vegetables at home? Xie stared at Xing with wide eyes. Vegetables? Why eat vegetables when you have meat? Ying simply held up a finger and waved it. Hot pot requires meat. How would you have the strength to fight without meat? Paimon laboriously flew over, carrying a basket of meat. That's right, meat will satisfy you, why eat vegetables? March 7 and Amber were speechless. These guys were all the same. Even Klee and the others knew to get vegetables. Soon, everyone returned to the table. Yi-Yun brought 2 full baskets of vegetables for the 4 little ones. They were more than enough for them. Have you all washed your hands? If not, you need to wash them first. You can't eat until you wash them, Jizi asked the 4 children, approaching with the seasoning. The 4 children shook their heads, slid off their chairs, and ran into the kitchen. The 4 children stood by the sink, sighing in despair. The sink was a bit high, out of reach for them. At that moment, Bailu's eyes lit up as she spotted the small platform nearby that Pam usually used as a footstool for cooking. Bailu walked over and pushed it firmly toward the sink. Come on, it should be high enough for you to stand on. Clary, Hook, and Diana all agreed, lining up one after another to wash their hands. Clary finished washing her hands and scurried towards Swa. Da-da-da-da. La la la, Clary is going to have hot pot. Clary ran to her seat, scrambled up onto the chair with a whoosh, and stood on it. Jeezy glanced nearby. Clara usually sat next to her during meals. Jeezy looked around but didn't see Clara. She pondered for a moment, then remembered that Clara usually studied in the library at this time. Jeezy arrived, and sure enough, Clara was still working on a model. Clara, it's time to eat. Clara, hearing Jeezy's call, remembered that she'd been so engrossed in her studies that she'd lost track of time. Okay, Clara's right there. Clara placed the model on the table, and trotted over to Jeezy. Jeezy took Clara to the kitchen, where they selected dishes, washed their hands, and returned to the table. Yi-Yun saw Clara open her mouth and smiled, asking, Clara, how's your research going? That model. The model Clara had been studying was the one Yi-Yun had given her. He bought it from the system store. Product, realistic miniature Gundam. Description, a fully recreated model of a mecha called Gundam. Value, 500 star coins. Clara smiled. I got some ideas. Yi-Yun looked at Clara, wondering if he should build her a lab. Isn't there a large storage room on the 2nd floor of the train? Let's renovate it, and make a simple one first. After a few seconds of thought, Yi-Yun decided to start tomorrow. The portal to the Black Tower has been lowered. Esther and Black Tower were busy today, and didn't attend tonight's hot pot dinner. Tomorrow, I go to Black Tower and ask her to help me get some equipment suitable for beginners like Clara. Everyone gathered around the dining table, and the 5 pots quickly boiled. Eat! Yi-Yun shouted, and everyone began to add the food. Xing was the most exaggerated, filling the red pot in front of her with meat. The pot was so full of broth that it was almost bubbling over. Sanueki quickly scooped up some of the broth to prevent it from splattering. Xing! Be gentle. There's too much broth, and it might burn you. Xing chuckled. Sorry. Yi-Yun and GZ were tending to the 4 little ones, 2 each. Yi-Yun rubbed Klee and Hook's little heads. What would you 2 like to eat first? Klee raised her hand. Report, Brother Yi-Yun, Klee wants fish. Hook wants meat. Yi-Yun smiled indulgently. Okay, Brother Yi-Yun will serve you. Yi-Yun cooked fish and sliced meat for the 2 little ones. Sheen and the others chatted as they prepared their dishes. Only Zhengli, Walter, and Dialect sat together, their New Year's hot pot containing only a few vegetables. Kia suddenly felt he'd chosen the wrong spot. Looking at Wendy, she'd gone straight to Xing and the others, looking incredibly happy. But there was a benefit. Kia could cook a lot of his favorite dishes at once. As they ate, Wendy went straight to the small bar and turned on the speakers, filling the place with cheerful music. Hot pot is all about excitement. Everyone ate and played, the atmosphere harmonious and joyful. Paimon gobbled up the meat with big mouthfuls. This was Paimon's first time having hot pot, and the flavor amazed her. This thing called hot pot was truly delicious. Xing, Xier, and Paimon all ate in much the same way, all chowing down on their bowls with a wild abandon. Sanueki had given up on trying to persuade them. There was no way. The 3 of them sat together, constantly adding dishes as if competing. Soon, they finished a basket of dishes. All 3 of them stood up at the same time to get their food. Finally, Paimon still won the championship. Paimon stood on a chair with his hands on his hips, looking at Xing and Seal with disdain. Xing ate 2 baskets and was completely exhausted. Seal was better, eating 2.5 baskets, and Paimon ate 3. The 3 women's appetites deeply shocked the 7 women of March. The meal was over quickly. After everyone finished, they rested for a while before dispersing and going home. During this time, Ningguang and Bronya finalized some cooperation agreements. Bronya exchanged 200 mechas for a large supply of food from Liyue. With this batch of food, the entire Belleburg would have no worries about food for the next 6 months. Ningguang was very satisfied with the deal. 200 mechas, these mechas were much more powerful than the average Thousand Winds army. Chapter 83. The next day arrived. Yi Yun and the 4 children woke up early, had breakfast, and arrived at the Black Tower space station. This time, Yi Yun planned to ask the Black Tower for help in setting up a small laboratory for Clara in the large storage area on the 2nd floor of the train. This was the 4 children's first time at the space station, and they were immediately captivated by its technological charm. Wow! This place is so beautiful. Look at that little thing, what's it? It can fly. Hook asked curiously, pointing to an intelligent robot. Kelly doesn't know, but does Sister Bailu know? Bailu rubbed her chin, thinking. This little gadget looks similar to the Immortal Boat's mechanical bird. This should be used for transporting things, right? We have a similar size flying one in Luofu, called the mechanical bird, and it's used for transporting things. Yi Yun looked around. He was in the Black Tower laboratory, next to the simulated universe. To be honest, Yi Yun wasn't interested in the simulated universe. This was the Black Tower, something Wan Mei and the others had built to explore the mysteries of the star gods. Xing hadn't been able to return recently, so the project hadn't made much progress. At this moment, the laboratory door opened. Haida and Estella walked in. It's you? I was wondering who it was. I just received an alarm in the lab about an intruder. Haida looked at Yi Yun and said with a hint of surprise. Yi Yun smiled. Good morning, Haida, Estella. Estella smiled back at Yi Yun. Good morning, Mr. Yi Yun. I have the Stellar Jade soon. Is that battleship still there? Yi Yun nodded. Yes, you need to go directly to the store to buy it when you arrive. Esta agreed. Okay. Haida looked at Yi Yun. What are you doing here at my space station? Yi Yun was about to answer when Bailu suddenly tugged at the corner of his shirt. Yi Yun, we want to go out and play. Yi Yun thought for a moment, then looked at Esta. Esta, I'm busy right now. Are you free? Help me take these 4 little ones out to play on the space station. Esta smiled and agreed. Okay, leave it to me. Esta then waved to the 4 little ones. Children, come with me. I take you out to play. The 4 little ones happily ran towards Esta and stood obediently beside her. After Esta left with the 4 little ones, Yi Yun looked at Haida. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Haida folded his arms upon hearing this, somewhat amused that Yi Yun would even ask him for help. Tell me about it, Yi Yun said. I'd like you to help me set up a simple lab. I have a little girl who's studying mechanics, and I'd like to set her up with a lab. Haida was speechless. That's it? How dare you ask me for such a small matter? Yi Yun smiled. Isn't it because you're a professional? I can buy equipment there, but I don't understand it. I'm just an outsider, so I need to ask an expert like you, right? Haida heard this. You do have some sense. It's about mechanics, right? Yi Yun nodded. After confirming his point, Haida snapped his fingers, and a virtual screen appeared before him. Haida reached out and manipulated the screen, the images rapidly changing. Finally, it transformed into a list of drawings. Haida grabbed it, and the list on the screen began to fold. Then Haida threw it towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun's phone lit up, and an email was sent to it. I won't go over. I don't have the time. Here are some equipment perfect for mechanical beginners. Go buy them yourself. Anything else? If not, you can leave. I need to use the lab. Yi Yun opened his phone and glanced at the list. Okay, thanks. I won't bother you anymore. I pick up Kelly and the others later. Yi Yun said goodbye to Haida and returned to the train. After returning, Yi Yun went straight to Jeezy to get the key to the 2nd floor storage room and headed there. Jeezy followed him curiously. The two entered the storage room, which was disorganized and full of discarded items. Yi Yun, what are you doing here? Yi Yun took out his phone and opened the message Haida had sent him. I asked Black Tower for some equipment suitable for beginners in mechanics. I'm planning to build a lab for Clara. Just reading without experimenting isn't enough, right? Jeezy was a little surprised. Although she knew Yi Yun doted on Clara, she hadn't expected him to do so much, even setting up a lab for her himself. Jeezy looked at the equipment on the list. They weren't expensive. They were all top-notch equipment on the market. Jeezy was a little skeptical. Was this really suitable for beginners? Perhaps many people on the station didn't have such good equipment. Jeezy thought about it. Yiyun had asked Black Tower about this. Perhaps Black Tower had used the equipment he had used as a beginner as an example to make the list for Yiyun. Yiyun opened the store and purchased the equipment one by one according to the list. These equipment might be rare in the Star Rail universe, but they were just fine in the system store. A set of 13 equipment totaled less than 10,000 star coins. Yiyun carefully put the equipment away one by one, then called Wendy from the first floor to help move all the clutter away. Over half an hour later, a truly luxurious laboratory was finally completed. Jeezy looked at the lab before her and was amazed at the equipment inside. It was far superior to her own lab on the train. For example, the machine tool in front of her was far superior to Jeezy's own. Jeezy planned to do her own experiments here in the future. The equipment here was truly comprehensive. Yiyun clapped his hands as he looked at the brand new lab, a sense of accomplishment rising within him. Done! I call Clara. Yiyun entered the store and found Clara studying Gundam models in the library. Clara, grab your textbooks and models. I take you somewhere nice. Clara put them away and stood obediently beside Yiyun, who was working on a list. Brother Yiyun, where are you taking Clara? Yiyun smiled fondly and ruffled Clara's hair. I won't tell you yet. You know when we get there. Let's go. It's very close. Clara's curiosity intensified at this, and she hurried to follow Yiyun. The two of them reached the second floor. Clara's eyes widened at the sight of the laboratory before her, their eyes filled with surprise. Is this the laboratory? Yiyun smiled. Yes, this is the laboratory. From now on, Clara, this laboratory is yours. How about it? Do you like it? Clark was in disbelief. Such a nice laboratory was his own? Clara. Just as Clara was about to refuse, Yiyun made the final decision. Okay, it's settled. It's not free. Clara, once you finish researching the model, you can help your brother Yiyun build one. How about that? Clara, seeing this, could only agree. Okay, Clara, I do my best. Yiyun gently patted the back of Clara's head. Go ahead, learn how to operate these devices from your sister, Jeezy. Jeezy smiled faintly and waved at Clara. Come on, Clara, I show you around. Clara followed Jeezy, meticulously memorizing the purpose and operation of each device. To ensure she wouldn't forget, Clara listened and took notes, avoiding mistakes in usage and precautions. Chapter 84. Liyue Harbor, inside the North Country Bank. A woman arrived with her men. Where is the young master? Why isn't he here? One of the young master's subordinates hurriedly asked. The young master has gone to the Wansheng Hall Internet Cafe to play. The woman frowned. Play? This young master actually has the mind to play? The Queen's grand plan hasn't even been realized, and he's still out playing. Take me to him. The young master's subordinates hurriedly led the woman to the Wansheng Hall Internet Cafe. About half an hour later, the woman arrived at the entrance. Wansheng Hall, once deserted, was now bustling with people, most of whom were surfing the internet. The ceremonial girl at the entrance saw the woman with her group and hurried forward to greet them. Sir, are you here to surf the internet or to conduct business at Wansheng Hall? The woman glanced at the ceremonial girl and walked proudly into Wansheng Hall, not even paying her any attention. The lady looked around the courtyard and quickly found the internet cafe, as it was the busiest place. She entered and immediately spotted the young man sitting near the door, playing Meteor Butterfly's sword. Little newbie, take my blow. Beautiful. Finally, revenge. The young man played Meteor Butterfly's sword with a look of excitement, feeling that this type of game was tailor-made for a martial arts enthusiast like him. The young man was completely engrossed and having a blast. However, while the young man was having fun, the lady was deeply unhappy. The lady walked directly to the young man's side and, in a commanding tone, ordered the person sitting next to him to stand. You get up. The person the lady had called turned and glanced at her. Who are you? If you want to play games, go line up. Get out of here. Don't bother me. The woman's heart surged with rage, and she slapped the man with a slap of ice. The man who had just scolded the woman was sent flying, and even the computer in front of him flew off, slamming into the wall and disintegrating into pieces. The young master finally realized what was happening and quickly took off his headphones. Seeing the angry woman, he immediately thought to himself, oh no! This is Liyue. Back then, I too came to Liyue with such arrogance, but after getting beaten twice, I learned to be more restrained. The young master pulled the woman up. Get out of here. You're in trouble. The woman slapped the young master's hand away. What are you doing? A factory executive officer, what are you afraid of? I'm going to see what the people here can do to me. The young master smacked his lips in amazement, looking at the woman. He felt a strange resemblance between her and himself when he first arrived in Liyue. At this moment, Hu Tao and Silver Wolf, who were working on a new machine, walked out. Hu Tao saw the mess and immediately became angry. What's going on? Who's causing trouble here? Silver Wolf glanced around and quickly locked onto his target. Hu Tao, it must be this woman. Hu Tao looked at the woman. Who are you? You're causing trouble in my rebirth hall. I hope I haven't offended you. The woman snorted. Tell me, how much compensation do you want? Hu Tao's sickle lady's attitude was very annoying. You were the one who caused the trouble, but she was making you look like the victim. Hey, how dare you cause trouble in my rebirth hall? Today I show you how powerful I am. Hu Tao drew her Homa staff and charged at the woman. The woman dodged quickly, heading straight for the outside. The two men reached the outside and quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Hu Tao was also a top-tier expert in Liyue. Just look at who she had learned martial arts from since childhood. That was Zhongli, the martial god of Teyvat. The woman couldn't gain any advantage from Hu Tao for a while. Hu Tao continued to attack her, and she was steadily losing ground. Seeing this, the young master sighed. After all, they were colleagues and from the same faction. It would be unreasonable for him to not act quickly. Just as the young master was about to attack, a calm voice suddenly rang out from the side. I think it's best if you just stand here and watch. What do you think? The young master looked to the side and saw Silver Wolf chewing gum while playing a game. Although Silver Wolf's words were calm, the young master sensed a strong threat in him. The young master had a vague feeling that if he intervened, he would probably be overwhelmed by this young woman. Soon, his decision was proven correct. On the hillside next to the Hall of Rebirth, a white-haired old woman stood, looking pleased as Hu Tao, who was pinning down the woman below, was beaten. As expected of a child raised by the emperor, your martial arts skills are truly remarkable. The woman saw that she was completely powerless to fight back, her face filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could she be pinned down by a little girl? The woman was completely enraged, transforming into a fire moth. Die! The woman's sudden outburst caught Hu Tao off guard. Hu Tao had no time to dodge, and could only prepare to take the blow head-on. Just as the woman was about to strike Hu Tao, the Silver Wolf beside her suddenly spoke. Hold. The woman suddenly felt herself lose control of her body, frozen in midair. Silver Wolf put away his game console and gently swiped his right hand through the air. A virtual keyboard appeared before him. Alright, this farce should be over. Silver Wolf rapidly tapped the keyboard, sending a burst of etheric energy crashing directly into the woman, knocking her to the ground. The immense force caused the ground to sag considerably. The young master swallowed hard as he watched Silver Wolf effortlessly subdue the woman. Luckily, he hadn't taken action, or he would have been lying on the ground like the woman. Silver Wolf walked over to Hu Tao, blew a bubble, and glanced at the unconscious woman at his feet, his face filled with disdain. That's all? With this much strength, you dare to cause trouble? Silver Wolf glanced at the young master standing beside him. Hey, come and take her away. Remember to pay for the computer and the flooring too. The young master agreed and called several of his men to take the woman away. After the young master left with the woman, Silver Wolf and Hu Tao rested for a while before returning to assemble the new computer. In the middle of the night, inside the North Country Bank, the woman slowly awoke. Just as she was about to take action, she felt a wave of pain all over her body, the intense pain causing her to utter a cry. Hiss! That hurts. The young master, sitting nearby, saw the woman awake and shook his head helplessly. You didn't believe me when I told you to leave, and now you're going to be quiet until you get a beating. The woman then recalled what had happened. She hadn't expected Liyue to have so many powerful people. A little girl could fight him back and forth, and then there was that girl who easily subdued him. What kind of monsters are there in Liyue? So strong at such a young age, the young master said, as the woman recalled her own foolish actions. You only just scratched the surface. You haven't seen anything more powerful yet. This Liyue can actually eat people. Chapter 85. The lady frowned at this. Have you ever seen anything more terrifying? The young master smiled bitterly and shook his head. Of course. Do you understand that feeling? You've given it your all, but the other person acts as if it's a joke, and you're defeated with just one strike? Yes, I felt it. It's pure overwhelming strength, something no technique can compensate for. The young master couldn't help but recall his previous battle with the girl wielding the flaming greatsword. The look of deep disappointment on the other person's face as she left. That was disappointment in his own strength. She probably thought she was formidable, only to discover, after the fight, that she was nothing. The young master saw that the lady had woken up and stood up, preparing to return to her room to rest. You should rest here and recover. I go back and rest. I personally think we should put the Liyue mission on hold until we can get a feel for the situation there. What do you think? The lady nodded in agreement. You have a point. It was clear that the woman had calmed down considerably after the beating, at least not as arrogant as she had been in Mondstadt. Elsewhere, on the Luofu immortal boat, Xing, March 7th, and Walter had successfully tracked down Kafka. After a brief exchange, Taibushi Fu Xian appeared. Fu Xian activated his Dharma Eye, redirecting the trajectory of all Kafka's bullets. The Dharma Eye extinguished, and Fu Xian fell to the ground. None of Kafka's bullets hit Fu Xian. Kafka dropped her submachine gun. I lost. Fu Xian ordered his Cloud Riders to detain Kafka. Fu Xian looked at Xing, March 7th, and Walter. Were these three the men the general had sent? The general actually entrusted such an important task to a few outsiders. Your mission is complete. If you have anything to ask Kafka, you can go to the Taipussy. With that, Fu Xian led the Cloud Riders and escorted Kafka away. Xing, Sanyueki, and Walter thought for a moment and decided to ask Kafka. Kafka must know a lot of information. Afterwards, the three of them boarded the star raft and arrived at Shanglishan. Fu Xian said he had arranged for someone to meet them there. As they arrived at the square, a sudden cry of alarm rose from the crowd ahead. Run! Run! It's the demonic body. The crowd ahead erupted in a riot, fleeing in all directions. Xing immediately drew his heavenly fire holy judge and rushed to the scene. He saw a group of Cloud Riders, whose demonic body had just erupted, chasing the surrounding residents. Seeing this, Xing quickly attacked. Because this was a busy city, and there were many ordinary people around, Xing restrained himself considerably, merely casting flames on the surface of the heavenly fire holy judge, slashing away at the demonic bodies one by one. Walter and Sanyueki also quickly joined the fray. With their efforts, the three of them quickly quelled the riot. At this point, in the original novel, Xing and the other two also encountered Bailu here. With Bailu's help, there shouldn't have been so many demonic bodies. After the riot ended, the three quickly found the people who had come to rescue them. Chike said, playing mahjong. Don't worry, my dear guests. I take you there after I finish this round. Sanyueki glanced at where Chike was playing cards, then at the spot where the demonic bodies had just launched their rampage. How could this girl be so careless? This place is so close to the scene of the riot. And she didn't even run away, but still had the energy to fight. Do you and Xiongyu here? Weren't you scared just now? Sanyueki asked curiously. Chike waved his hand nonchalantly. This is Shanglishan, and there are many Cloud Riders stationed here. Even if the distinguished guests hadn't intervened, the nearby Cloud Riders would have quickly suppressed them. Don't worry. Sanyueki glanced around after hearing this. Indeed, many more Cloud Riders had appeared. It had only been a few minutes. Xing suddenly became interested as Chike fought Emperor Yuan Xiongyu. Xing moved closer to Chike. Chike, how do you play this? I think it's quite interesting. Chike was surprised to hear this distinguished guest take an interest in Emperor Yuan Xiongyu. What's your name? Xing patted his chest. I'm Galaxy Skyfire Man. Chike raised an eyebrow. This distinguished guest was quite humorous. Soon, the round was over, and Chike stood up. When I have time, I teach you how to fight. How's that? Xing nodded in agreement. No problem tonight? Are you free? Chike thought for a moment. Sure, I come find you with a pair of Imperial Jade. Walter said after the two had added their contact information. Chike, take us to the Taipussy first. Business is more important. Chike nodded contentedly. No problem, distinguished guests, please come this way. Chike and the three of them quickly arrived at the Taipussy on the star raft. After repairing the formation, Fu Xian began to review Kafka's memories. After learning the truth about Kafka's arrival in Luofu, Fu Xian was deeply shocked. It's actually for this reason. Absurd. Fu Xian turned and looked at Xing. If you have any questions, just ask directly. I be leaving first. March 7 and Walter looked at Xing, and decided to let Xing ask. From Xing's reaction, it was clear that she knew Kafka. Just when they were chasing her, Xing hadn't used her full strength. If Xing had used her full strength, using the Heavenly Fire Judgment mode, Kafka would have been taken down long ago. Xing approached Kafka and looked at the familiar Kafka. Long time no see. Kafka smiled slightly. Long time no see. Xing, how have you been lately? Xing thought for a moment and smiled. Very good. I made a lot of new friends. March, Dan Heng, GZ, Uncle Yang, Yiyun, Wendy, Ing. And we had a lot of delicious food lately. Yiyun always finds ways to make us food, especially the spicy hot pot. I love it, hee. Kafka was delighted to hear Xing happily recount the wonderful time she had. As they were talking, Xing suddenly realized that she wasn't the one asking the question. Kafka, why did you lure us to the immortal boat? Kafka smiled and said, Xing, if I told you that star gods can die, would you believe me? Xing nodded. Yes, Yiyun told me that star gods are merely insignificant figures in the universe. Kafka nodded. In the scenario Elio chose, hunting is an indispensable force. So, I brought you here to help Luofu and establish an alliance with him. Only in this way can we reach the best possible outcome. Okay, I said all I need to say. I have things to do. See you later. With that, Kafka suddenly broke free from her handcuffs and headed for the edge of the platform. Xing was about to catch up when Blade suddenly appeared and stopped her. Kafka murmured, looking at the Jinmu in the distance. The show's about to begin. Ren, let's go! We still have work to do. With that, Kafka fell, and Ren jumped down right after her. Xing, Sanyueki, and Walter reached the edge when the ground suddenly shook. The three of them stared into the distance in disbelief. They saw Jinmu growing wildly, its thick vines ravaging the surrounding caves. Xing stared at Jinmu in the distance, and a thought suddenly struck him. Can this Jinmu withstand my annihilation? Xing pondered, deciding to give it a try. Sanyueki saw Xing take out the Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment, and immediately guessed what Xing was thinking. Xing! Don't worry. That move is too powerful. There are so many people here. Hearing this, Xing remembered the devastation he had caused on Belloberg and put the Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment away. Chapter 86. On the train at the same time Jinmu resurrected. An uninvited guest boarded the train and arrived at Yiyun's shop. Yiyun, if I set Jinmu on fire now, would those fertile creatures go crazy? A masked youth asked Yiyun, standing beside him. Yiyun was speechless. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still caught off guard when the masked man arrived. That's right. The masked man was none other than the infamous Aha. Yiyun said. You can try it. You know then. Aha was eager to try it. Needless to say, he really wanted to see what would happen if he set Jinmu on fire. Forget it. You're better off here. Where's your portal? Let me play with it. Yiyun rolled his eyes at Aha. Want to play? Pay for it. Don't tell me you, a star god, don't even have stellar jade. Aha chuckled and shook his head. No, Aha is broke. He paid for the bombs he and Akibble used to blow up the train. Yiyun was at a loss for words. In his previous life, people online speculated that Akibble was definitely involved when Aha blew up the train. To his surprise, it was actually true. And Akibble paid for the bombs. Yiyun remarked. 6, you two really know how to play. Don't do it this time. Aha smiled. I know. Can you lend me your anywhere door? Lend it to me. Don't worry, I won't break it. Yiyun thought for a moment, then bought 20 destiny coins and tossed them to Aha. I won't lend you the anywhere door, but you can use this to play with it. It should be fun. Aha quickly took the coin of destiny. He had seen a young girl working for that piece of scrap metal use it before. Yiyun, what is this? Yiyun explained. The coin of destiny. To use it, toss it. Heads heals all injuries and curses. Tails inflicts a lightning strike. Aha was stunned. Oh. This is great. Aha loves this. Aha began to put the coin of destiny into his pocket. Yiyun stopped him. You can take it. It's 6,000 star coins, or 60 stellar jades. Aha decisively took out 60 stellar jades and handed them to Yiyun. He was eager to try out the coin of destiny, or find someone else to try it out. Hee. This is fun. After receiving the star coins, Yiyun stopped trying to stop Aha. Aha put away the 20 destiny coins and waved to Yiyun with a grin. Goodbye, Yiyun. Aha's off to play. The next second, Aha disappeared from the shop. Yiyun took 60 stellar jades and converted them into star coins, then sat down at the bar. Currently, his 2 missions were nowhere in sight. Mission 5. Serve 50 different customers. Current progress, 23/50. Reward, 1 dungeon portal. Mission 6, reach 10 million star coins in sales. Current progress, 190,000/10 million. Reward, life level advancement, equal to peak creator level strength. Yiyun was now worried about the second mission. At the current rate of progress, he wondered how long it would take to achieve 10 million star coins in sales. I can't just wait for the system to grant me strength. I need to practice on my own. So, Yiyun opened the system and selected a technique or magical item. Yiyun currently had 160,000 star coins. After a long search, Yiyun finally settled on a talent, a sword technique, and a cultivation method. Item, Eternal Sword Body. Description: this physique ranks in the top 3,000 of all physiques in the universe. You can subsequently spend a large amount of star coins to upgrade to the Sword Dao Divine Body, one of the highest physiques in the universe. Price: 100,000 star coins. Item, Sword Controlling Technique. Description: a sword technique from a certain immortal world. Price: 30,000 star coins. Item, Divine Sword Art Basics. Description: a god-level technique from a certain immortal world. This chapter only contains the basics, training Qi to the Golden Core stage. Price: 20,000 star coins. Yiyun immediately purchased all 3 items. Yiyun looked at the bubble-wrapped figure floating in his hand. A sword-shaped tattoo could be faintly seen between its brows. Yiyun slightly bit his fingers, and the bubble enveloping the figure shattered, sending the figure flying straight towards him. The moment the figure entered his body, Yiyun felt his perception heighten significantly, allowing him to perceive the surrounding food more clearly. A few minutes later, Yiyun slowly opened his eyes. Yiyun's physique had completely transformed into the Eternal Sword Body. Yiyun glanced around, then returned to his room, asking Rios to guard the door to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Yiyun intended to begin practicing the Divine Sword Technique and the Sword Control Technique. In the Star Rail world, within the palace of a civilization that had just entered the Interstellar Age, Prince Jarvan sat dejectedly by the window, his face dejected, with bottles scattered on the ground beside him. As a child, Jarvan was gifted and beloved by his father. His ascension to the throne was practically a foregone conclusion, and the king had already planned to make him his heir, designating him directly as the next king. Unexpectedly, the eldest prince plotted against him, poisoning his wine and rendering him impotent for life. For unknown reasons, this incident spread widely, and the people were abuzz with discussion. Upon hearing the news, the king banished Jarvan to the cold palace, leaving him a pariah. The next king must not be a waste. This would tarnish the royal family's reputation. Jarvan looked up at the bright moon in the sky. I heard there are gods in the universe called star gods, but I wonder if they're true or not. Just as Jarvan finished speaking, a burst of laughter reached his ears. The laughter grew closer, and Jarvan looked around in horror. A pile of masks suddenly appeared in his room. A coin floated in front of Jarvan, gleaming silver. Little prince, I have a coin that may change your situation. Simply toss it. If it lands on a head, all your injuries will be healed. If it lands on a head, you will be punished by heaven and struck dead by lightning. What will you choose, your highness? Jarvan stared intently at the coin, oblivious to the consequences of failure. His focus was entirely on the phrase "it will heal all your injuries." Jarvan snatched the star coin and tossed it into the air. The coin flew into the air, spinning and tumbling. Heads. Tails. Heads. Tails. The star coin fell. The final result was heads. A few seconds later, the coin transformed into a beam of green light and flew towards Jarvan. As the green light entered his body, Jarvan felt it. He had become a man again. Excited, Jarvan wanted to thank the mask, but it had vanished. However, his body's recovery proved that everything that had just happened was real. Jarvan regained his former spirit, bathed and dressed, then met with the king. Then he would kill the eldest prince. Aha, the instigator of this farce, quietly observed the drama. Will the younger prince kill the elder prince? Or will the elder prince kill the younger prince? Aha, clutching the 19 coins of destiny, watched with anticipation the drama he had personally orchestrated. Chapter 87. Back inside the train. Seeing Yiyun busy, Klee, Hook, Bailu, and Diana wandered around the train. As they wandered, the 4 little ones soon grew bored and wanted to go out and play. Bailu pointed outside at the Star Harbor. Shall we go out and play? Klee shook her head. No. Brother Yiyun and Captain Qin said, we can't go out without an adult. It's dangerous out there. Hook and Diana nodded, confirming Klee's point. Bailu drooped her head. Bailu glanced around, and after a quick glance, her gaze locked onto Zhongli, who was listening to music. Zhongli grabbed a radio and sat down on the sofa in the tea area, listening with his eyes closed. I have an idea. Follow me. The four little ones trotted over to Zhongli's side, staring at him silently. Without even opening his eyes, Zhongli knew who was coming. Children generally have a milky scent about them, and Klee and the other four are no exception. Zhongli slowly opened his eyes. What do you want from me? The four children looked at each other, and finally Klee stepped forward. Grandpa Zhongli, can you take us out to play? Klee asked obediently, her hands behind her back. Zhongli heard this. Where's Yi-yun? Hook pointed to Yi-yun's room. Yi-yun's busy. Zhongli glanced at the four children. They were known to be very obedient, so they should be easy to take care of, right? Zhongli thought for a moment and decided to take the four children to Bellowburg for a trip. Originally, he had wanted to take the little ones to Jiyunjian, but Yi-yun was busy, so Hook and Bailu couldn't go. Therefore, Zhongli had no choice but to settle for Bellowburg. Come with me. The four little ones were so excited to be able to go out and play that they lined up behind Zhongli, with Klee, the leader, tugging on his shirt. Klee, you can go play. Then, Zhongli led the four little ones through the portal to Bellowburg. Through the portal, Zhongli and the four little ones arrived at the mechanical settlement. The mechanical settlement had now become the most important place in all of Bellowburg. This was because it housed the portal to Yi-yun's shop. The portal was personally guarded by Swarlo, the leader of the team. The former homeless people in the mechanical settlement had been relocated to the upper town. After landing, the four little ones began playing in the yard. Hook formed a snowball and launched a surprise attack, throwing it directly at Bailu. Bailu turned around and saw that it was Hook who had attacked her, and quickly retaliated. The four little ones were having a great time playing snowballs in the courtyard. At that moment, Jeopard was passing by with a team of mechs transporting supplies, and happened to see Zhongli and the four little ones. Mr. Zhongli. Zhongli was called. Jeopard? What are you doing? Jeopard said. Xing helped us melt a very large glacier. The Great Guardian has ordered us to build a windbreak as quickly as possible and incorporate that area into Bellowburg. Zhongli's interest piqued. Oh! Could I come and see? Jeopard agreed immediately. What was wrong with that? Mr. Zhongli wasn't a stranger, we were all friends. Yes, this way, please. Zhongli nodded slightly, and called to the four children in the courtyard. Children, we're going somewhere else. The four children shook off the snowflakes and ran towards Zhongli. Following Jeopard, they arrived at the upper city. Looking out from the city gate, they saw an area clearly distinct from the surrounding area. This area was caused by Xing's sword. Thankfully, Yi-yun and the others intervened to contain the fire, otherwise Bellowburg would have been devastated. Jeopard, have all the building materials been brought up? Bronya emerged from the city. Jeopard said quickly. They're already moving them. Bronya was confident in Jeopard's execution. Bronya then caught sight of Zhongli and the four children. The four children greeted Bronya. Sister Bronya. Bronya. The four little ones quickly gathered around Bronya. Bronya rubbed their heads. Why are you guys here today? Is Yi-yun here too? Klee spread her hands. Brother Yi-yun is busy. Grandpa Zhongli brought Klee here. Bronya nodded. Is that so? Just then, a Silvermane guard suddenly ran over in a panic. Oh no! Grand Guardian. A blizzard is coming. Bronya thought to herself, and quickly gathered everyone for support. Bronya led a large group of workers and Silvermane guards to support. Zhongli, observing this, thought for a moment, and followed with the four little ones. In the new district of Bellowburg, the blizzard raged, and a section of the newly erected windbreak collapsed. Many workers, unable to evacuate in time, were crushed beneath the rocks. Bronya rushed to the scene. Hurry and save them! She led the charge, moving the rocks and freeing the workers. However, the blizzard was so intense that progress was extremely slow. Zhongli, watching the scene, felt a pang of pain. He extended his right hand, and a flash of golden light appeared within. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a stone wall rose from the ground, blocking out the blizzard. Everyone present exclaimed, "This is a miracle." Bronya saw Zhongli in the distance. She knew his identity. The ruler of Tevatliua, the god of Geo, Morix. There was no doubt that this stone wall was Zhongli's work. Bronya cast a grateful glance at Zhongli. Zhongli, however, was frozen in place. His consciousness had arrived above a starry sky. Where is this? Zhongli looked around, puzzled. In the distance, he saw a giant building a wall with a hammer. The giant turned and glanced at Zhongli. The next second, Zhongli felt a surge of unfamiliar power within him. In the real world, the four little ones raised their heads and looked at Zhongli curiously, whispering to each other. Grandpa Zhongli, what is he doing? I don't know. After a moment, Zhongli regained his mobility and retracted his outstretched arm. Zhongli sensed the surge of power within him. That giant just now, could it be the legendary Amber King? Zhongli hadn't expected to receive the Star God's blessing, considering he wasn't from this world. After familiarizing himself with his newfound power, Zhongli led the four little ones down to the camp below, to see if they could be of any assistance. When they arrived at the camp, many of the wounded had already been rescued, but medical supplies were limited, so only simple treatment could be provided. Bai Lu's eyes instantly exploded at the sight of this. She ran over to a medical worker and pointed with her small hand. Who taught you to handle this? It's a wonder this guy survives if you treat him like this. Get out of the way. I teach you how to handle this. Chapter 88. The medical staff were startled by Bai Lu's sudden words and instinctively made way for her. Bai Lu picked up the anti-inflammatory medication and expertly treated the wound, then meticulously bandaged it. Klee, Hook, and Diana were all stunned upon seeing this. Wow! Sister Bai Lu is amazing. She can even heal. Bai Lu is amazing. The medical staff standing by were stunned. This little girl could really do it, and she was so amazing. The entire process went smoothly, without a single pause. It was as if they simply didn't have that level of skill. Bai Lu treated the wounded one by one, while the other three acted as assistants, bringing Bai Lu the medicine she needed. Klee held a basket of bandages, Hook held a basket of anti-inflammatory medication, and Diana held a basket of medical tools. The four little ones approached a wounded patient. Bai Lu patted the patient. Don't move. I heal you. Bai Lu examined the wound and, without turning back, reached behind her. Anti-inflammatory medicine. Hook quickly produced a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine and handed it to Bai Lu. Bai Lu cleaned the patient's wound and reached out again. Tweezers. Diana quickly handed Bai Lu a pair of freshly sterilized tweezers. Bai Lu cleared some foreign matter from the wound and reached out again. Bandage. Kelly quickly handed over a bandage. Bai Lu wrapped it around her. Remember, try to stay as active as possible for now. After a week, resume some light exercise. Keep the wound away from water. Do you understand? The patient nodded gratefully. Understood. Bai Lu nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. Sisters, let's go next one. Kelly, Hook, and Diana happily followed Bai Lu to treat the next patient. Not to mention, with the help of the four little ones, the treatment progressed much faster. Just kidding, Bai Lu's medical skills are quite advanced. In Luofu, her number is very hard to get a hold of. Luofu, Industrial Division. Xing, March 7, and Walter were battling the Plenty Black Deer. The Plenty Black Deer's vitality was incredibly strong. The three nearly killed it several times, only to fall just short. The Plenty Black Deer, with its incredible recovery ability, managed to recover as it had been before. Xing looked at the Plenty Black Deer, which had once again recovered, and couldn't bear it any longer. Xing tightly grasped the holy judgment of Heavenly Fire. Heavenly Fire unleashed. Destroy. Instantly, the entire Industrial and Construction Division shone as brightly as a sun. Even the distant Shanglishan could see its radiance. Inside the Shinsu mansion, Jing Yuan instantly stood up and looked towards the Industrial and Construction Division. He pondered for a moment. At this time, the only person in the Industrial and Construction Division with such power was probably the nameless guest on the train. I never thought a little girl among the nameless guests could possess such power. Jing Yuan had observed Xing's capture of Kafka through surveillance. This form of energy, unsurprisingly, was Xing. Looking at the Industrial and Construction Division, ablaze, Jing Yuan couldn't help but feel even more certain that Luofu would be victorious this time. After all, so many old friends had returned, hadn't they? If something truly impossible were to happen, they surely wouldn't stand idly by. He returned to the Industrial and Construction Division. After Xing activated his annihilation mode to annihilate the abundant black deer, Walter quickly rubbed his hands against the black hole to absorb the flames released by Xing. Xing was responsible for starting the fire, while Walter was responsible for finishing it off, thus saving the Industrial and Construction Division. Otherwise, Xing's fire would have destroyed the entire Industrial and Construction Division. Over 10 minutes later, Walter finally closed the black hole. March 7 breathed a sigh of relief as he surveyed the devastated scene. Finally, I'd taken down this hideous deer. I'm so exhausted. Xing wiped his nose. You really are forcing me to go all out, really. For once, March 7 fully agreed with Xing's decision to activate his annihilation mode. That black deer had been incredibly difficult to defeat, constantly recovering. If Xing hadn't activated his annihilation mode, he might not have been able to kill it. Walter glanced nearby. Xing's fire had annihilated all the Jinmu roots that had invaded the Industrial and Construction Division. Let's continue on our journey. The Dan Ding Division isn't far ahead. The three of them continued on their way. Over half an hour later, the three arrived at the Danding Division. Shortly after entering the division, they saw a battle erupting ahead. Fu Xian led the Cloud Cavalry, charging the demonic Yin body's defenses. Because Xing Yijian had directly attacked the abundant black deer, they didn't have to burn the roots and then attack the black deer, as in the original novel. This saved them considerable time. Thus, upon arriving at the Danding Division, they encountered the Cloud Cavalry and the demonic Yin body army engaged in battle. Without a word, the three of them joined the fray. Xing Yi led the charge, wielding the Holy Judge of Heavenly Fire, tearing a path through the ranks with a large group of Cloud Cavalry. Walter also opened a path not far away. March 7 watched the two men display their might and thought to himself, I go back to Yiyun tonight to buy something. I want to show off too. I want to become stronger too. San Yueki planned to go all in at Yiyun's shop as soon as he got home tonight, spending all his star coins to strengthen his strength. Seeing he had successfully opened a breakthrough, Fu Xian immediately ordered his entire army to advance, crushing the Medicine King's secret sect's defenses in one fell swoop. All forces, advance. Don't spare a single demonic spirit. The Cloud Cavalry shouted in unison. Keep this oath. We, the Cloud Cavalry, vow to be like clouds covering the sky, protecting the immortal boat. Kill, kill, kill! The Cloud Cavalry pressed forward, their morale reaching a peak. The Medicine King's secret sect's first line of defense collapsed in an instant, and the demonic spirit soldiers retreated. Fu Xian didn't order a pursuit too far, but instead set up camp. He had just received intelligence that the Medicine King's secret sect had placed herbs that could trigger demonic spirits in the alchemy furnaces of the alchemy department. For the time being, Fu Xian really couldn't do anything about these Medicine King's secret sect members. Just then, Xing and the other two arrived. Walter asked in confusion, why not pursue them? I don't think they have many troops left. Fu Xian pointed at the furnaces in the alchemy area. They put drugs in those furnaces that trigger demonic bodies, making it impossible for the army to enter. Xing heard this, and took out the Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment. That's easy, can't I just strike it with one strike? San Yueki thought it made sense. After all, with Uncle Yang helping to rub the black hole to absorb the flames, there's no need to worry about excessive damage. Yeah, how about Xing strike with one strike? We definitely take care of it. Fu Xian looked at the two women as if they were fools. I can use magic arrays, but can you guarantee those furnaces won't break? They're the lifeblood of the alchemy department. Xing heard this, and reluctantly put away the Heavenly Fire Sacred Judgment. Then what should we do? At this moment, the bubu seed on San Yueki's shoulder suddenly jumped onto the railing, arms outstretched, and a golden glow emanated from its body. The next second, medicinal smoke from the Dan Ding Division surged toward the bubu seed. March 7 finally realized what was happening. This is bubu seed's new skill, photosynthesis. I didn't expect it could even absorb these medicinal fumes. Chapter 89. Fu Xian looked curiously at the bubu seed before him. What kind of creature was this? It looked quite cute. The bubu seed continued to absorb the medicinal smoke. After more than 3 hours, it had successfully absorbed all the medicinal smoke. Just as San Yueki was about to pick up the bubu seed and give it a hug, the bubu seed's entire body shone brightly, its dazzling light blinding several people. A few minutes later, elves that vaguely resembled the bubu seed appeared before everyone. This elf was about a man's height, with a pink daffodil on its head. Bubu, bubu. San Yueki only realized what was happening after hearing the bubu flower's voice. You are a bubu seed. The bubu flower smiled and nodded. Xing then remembered. This must be the evolution Yiyan was talking about. Xing looked at the little fire monkey struggling with a can at his feet. I wonder how long it will take for the little fire monkey to evolve, or what it will look like after it evolves. Oh, right. I still have a high-level essence. I hatch it when I get back, and see what kind of Pokemon it is. That way, I have 2 Pokemon. March 7 rushed over and hugged Bubu Flower. Bubu Flower's body was so soft, and March 7 felt very comfortable holding it. Bubu Seed, you changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you just now. Bubu Flower smiled and nodded. Bubu, Bubu. Walter also looked at Bubu Flower curiously. He hadn't expected such a tiny creature to grow so big in such a short time. Bubu Flower noticed Walter looking at him, and waved happily. Before it evolved, Bubu Seed would visit Walter every day to water the flowers. Every time Walter saw the little creature, he would water it as well. Bubu Seed would dance with joy when watered. Walter loved this little creature, Bubu Seed. As the medicinal smoke dissipated, Fu Xian immediately assembled his troops and launched a final assault on the Medicine King's secret sect. Bubu Flower remained by San Yueki's side on the battlefield, protecting him and providing damage. Several demonic in-body soldiers attempted a sneak attack on San Yueki, but Bubu Flower summoned powerful vines to strangle them, draining all their energy. The battlefield became one-sided, and Fu Xian led the Cloud Cavalry in a relentless advance. Deep within the Dan Ding division, Medicine King's secret sect leader Dan Shu watched the shrinking defenses below with rage. Damn it! Where are the people who destroyed it? Dan Shu dared to launch a rebellion regardless of the losses precisely because she had reached an agreement with Wanlong. Otherwise, she would never have revealed the entire Medicine King's secret now. Soon, Fu Xian, Xing, San Yueki, and Walter led the Cloud Cavalry to attack Dan Shu and defeated him. Dan Shu sat on the ground in dismay, his body covered in wounds of varying sizes. Wanlong, where are you? Where are the promised reinforcements? Dan Shu shouted angrily. At this moment, Tingyun emerged from the Cloud Cavalry formation. Oh, why do you always force me to take action? This goes against my destruction literature, little pawn. Xing, San Yueki, and the others looked at Tingyun in disbelief. Tingyun, you. San Yueki stammered. Tingyun looked at San Yueki. Sorry, are you calling the owner of this body? Sorry, she's no longer here. After saying this, Tingyun walked over to a demonic in-body soldier. Since you already received the blessing of abundance, let me also teach you the grace of destruction. Tingyun swiped his finger across the demonic in-body soldier's body. A surge of destructive energy surged from the demonic in-body soldier's body. In a mere instant, the demonic in-body soldier was transformed into a phantom soldier. After saying this, Tingyun suddenly turned back to look at the crowd. His head suddenly tilted strangely, and his body limply fell to the ground, dissipating in a flash of light. San Yueki was startled. Fu Xian led the Cloud Cavalry to kill the phantom transformed demonic in-body soldier. Let's go back first. The Medicine King's secret has been eliminated. Next, we need to deal with the Jinmu matter. The three returned to the Danding Division's temporary base to rest. After a short rest, the three followed the main force of the Cloud Cavalry to Jinmu's location, the Scaled Abyss Realm. Elsewhere, Dan Heng, Su Shang, and Luo Sha arrived at the Danding Division. Su Shang turned to look at Dan Heng and Luo Sha. Okay, this is a safe zone. I'd be rejoining the team now. Goodbye. Su Shang said goodbye to the two and went to report. She had been transferred from another immortal ship, the Yao Qing, and was not a native of Luofu. After Su Shang left, Dan Heng found an excuse to separate from Luo Sha. Dan Heng was now focused on catching up with Xing, San Yuqi, and Walter. What he had just seen and heard wasn't very encouraging. Traces of war were everywhere. The closer he got to the Scaled Abyss, the more memories of his past life surfaced in his mind. Just as Dan Heng reached the ferry, a sharp sword suddenly flew from the side. Dan Heng quickly drew out his Strike Cloud spear and deflected it. Blade suddenly appeared, placing himself directly in Dan Heng's path. Blank glared at Dan Heng with a sinister smile, a chilling laugh emanating from his lips. Ha ha ha! I finally found you. There were 5 of them. The price was 3. You? One of them. Blank drew his sword and charged at Dan Heng. Dan Heng, who hadn't regained his memory, could only barely fend off Blade's attack. Dan Heng found the perfect moment and used a space jump to distance himself from Blade. Dan Heng held his Strike Cloud spear horizontally, then used another space jump to reach Blade's back and thrust it. Blank blocked the attack with a single-handed sword strike, then immediately struck Dan Heng. Dan Heng was prepared, using another space jump to distance himself. The two engaged in a back-and-forth battle, Dan Heng relying on his space jump ability to constantly negotiate with Blade. While Dan Heng was powerless against Blade, Blade was equally powerless against Dan Heng. At this moment, several flying swords attacked, repelling Blade. Ren looked at the newcomer. It was none other than Yan Qing. Yan Qing had followed Ren's trail, determined to capture him. Hey, isn't that the young man following Jing Yuan? I advise you to stay out of this matter. This isn't your place to interfere. Yan Qing snorted coldly and charged at Ren. Whether you can interfere or not isn't up to you. Watch me. Ren casually parried Yan Qing's attacks. Yan Qing's strength was considered impressive among his peers, but it was lacking compared to Ren. Ren stared at Yan Qing and suddenly thought of how to deal with Dan Heng. Ren charged directly at Yan Qing, leaving him no time to dodge. Dan Heng, observing this, leaped behind Ren. Unexpectedly, Ren suddenly turned and stabbed Dan Heng with his sword. Dan Heng flew backwards. Yan Qing glared at Ren fiercely. "Damn it! You criminal! You be brought to justice today." Ren laughed heartily. "Criminal? Boy, let me introduce you. The one behind you is Lord Yinhue, the Chiming clan, who committed the 10 heinous crimes and betrayed the immortal boat." Yan Qing's eyes widened as he turned around. Just then, a current of water pulled Dan Heng up. Lord Yinhue. His dazzling appearance. Chapter 90. Yan Qing thought to himself that this was not good. He had heard of Lord Yinhue's fame. However, he was destined to be the sword master, and he absolutely could not retreat. Yan Qing drew his sword and faced Dan Heng and run. "None of you will leave today." Yan Qing attacked Ren and Dan Heng. Dan Heng, holding the scaled abyss pearl, summoned a dragon-shaped wave, instantly breaking Yan Qing's attack. "Excuse me, I must catch up with my friends." Dan Heng and Ren attacked simultaneously, and Yan Qing was instantly repelled, his flying swords falling to the ground behind him. Ren and Dan Heng didn't use their full strength, as they didn't want Yan Qing to get hurt. To Ren, this little guy was also considered their junior. As for Dan Heng, he didn't want to make an enemy of Yan Qing. He simply wanted to catch up with Xing and the others, and help them resolve this Star Core disaster. Just as Yan Qing was about to continue, Jing Yuan suddenly appeared. "Yanqing, step aside." Yanqing was delighted to see Jing Yuan arrive. "General." Jing Yuan looked at Yanqing and nodded slightly. "You may step aside, Yanqing. Leave this to me." Yanqing frowned at this, glancing at Jing Yuan, then at Dan Heng and Ren. "But? General," Jing Yuan said. "It's all right. You leave here first, Yanqing." Yanqing struggled internally upon hearing this, but ultimately chose to obey the military order. He was a cloud rider, and he had to obey orders. Yanqing could only reluctantly sheath his flying sword. "Yes, General." After Yanqing left, Kafka, who had been watching the show, looked at Jing Yuan. "Well, the job is done. We should leave." Jing Yuan looked at Kafka. He had already learned from Fu Xian the Star Core Hunter's plan for coming to Luofu, and he didn't try to stop them. Luofu was currently in the midst of a major disaster, and they couldn't afford to make any more enemies. Besides, they were here to help. Dan Heng saw Kafka and Ren leave and wanted to leave too. At this moment, Jing Yuan stopped him. "Long time no see, old friend." Dan Heng took a deep breath, disliking Jing Yuan's address to him. "I'm not him." Jing Yuan gave a wry smile. "Yes, you're not him. But as his reincarnation, there are things you must resolve." Dan Heng understood what Jing Yuan meant. "I won't shy away from what I have to face." Jing Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried Dan Heng wouldn't agree. Jianmu's true form was sealed deep within the scaled abyss. To resolve Jianmu, someone had to break the seal. And the only ones who could do so were the Dragon Lords of the Chiming clan. This generation's Dragon Lord is Bai Lu, but Bai Lu is currently just a little girl and doesn't possess the means to break the seal. So Jing Yuan could only turn to Dan Heng for help. Dan Heng also possesses half the power of a Dragon Lord, so he should be able to break the seal. Afterwards, Dan Heng followed Jing Yuan to the scaled abyss realm. At this point, Xing, Sanyueki, Walter, Fu Xian, and the others had been waiting there for a long time. The moment Sanyueki and Xing saw Dan Heng, their eyes widened, completely unable to believe it was Dan Heng. Xing and Sanyueki rushed to Dan Heng. Sanyueki was stunned. "Frog fun. Dan Heng, you really have hidden powers." Xing looked at Dan Heng's outfit, which he found quite cool, especially the dragon horns on his head. Xing's hands inexplicably itched. "Dan Heng, where did you get that outfit? It's so cool." Xing gave Dan Heng a thumbs up. Dan Heng nodded slightly, a calm reply. "Yeah." Xing and Sanyueki were speechless. Even after unlocking his hidden power, Dan Heng was still so frugal with his words. Jing Yuan explained his plans to Fu Xian. Fu Xian listened, but firmly refused. "General." "No. How can I let you go in alone?" Jing Yuan smiled and looked at Walter, Dan Heng, and the others. "I'm not alone. I have many friends, don't I?" Fu Xian looked at the train crew. Walter was admiring the Dragon Lord statue. Xing and Sanyueki surrounded Dan Heng, discussing his attire. Xing tried to touch the dragon's horn several times, but Dan Heng slapped him away. These people are indeed very powerful. Having them around really puts me at ease, Jing Yuan said. This time, we must not only face Jianmu, but also the great lord of extinction. Mr. Fu, if I don't make it out this time, Luofu is in your hands. Fu Xian looked at Jing Yuan and clenched his fists. Indeed, Luofu couldn't be without a leader for a single day. If anything happened to Jing Yuan or himself, Luofu would be leaderless and plunged into chaos. General. You scoundrel. Afterwards, Fu Xian led the Cloud Cavalry to guard the entrance to the Scaled Abyss. Jing Yuan, Dan Heng, Walter, Xing, and San Yueki headed deeper into the Scaled Abyss. Along the way, Dan Heng, observing the portraits in the Scaled Abyss ruins, recalled the technique to lift the seal. The five of them arrived at their final destination, Jianmu. Xing pointed at Jianmu in the distance and asked, General Jing Yuan, just chop down this broken log and we be done, right? Jing Yuan smiled upon hearing this. Theoretically that's true, but Jianmu isn't so easy to destroy, and there's already someone inside. As Jing Yuan finished speaking, Jianmu suddenly began to transform, slowly transforming into a gigantic woman. The woman held a wooden fan and looked down at Xing and the others. My benefactor, we meet again. Xing and San Yueki were instantly furious upon hearing this. Great. It's you? See how I deal with you today. San Yueki pointed at Huanlong and cursed. Xing gestured for everyone to step back. You all step back, I have a one-on-one with her. It's perfect. I haven't used my full power in ages. Today I unleash it completely. Xing immediately unleashed the Holy Skyfire Judgment. Unsheath the Holy Skyfire. Destruction. Second engine. Start. Xing immediately activated the Holy Skyfire Judgment's destruction form, and the second star core within his body, which had never been used, began to operate. Fight! Fight! Xing exerted force with his feet, and in a split second, he was above Huanlong's head, slashing down with his sword. Fight! Awesome! Xing slashed with his sword, then wielded the Heavenly Fire Judgment frantically, enveloping Huanlong in endless flames. Huanlong was stunned. Didn't you just go all out right away? Xing didn't care. She had just been frightened by Huanlong's head-tilting attack, and now she had to get even. Completely insane. All ya all ya. All ya all ya. Xing slashed at Huanlong with sword after sword. March 7 watched Xing's powerful display, and his determination to go all in on Yi Yun's shop for star coins grew stronger. Jing Yuan was delighted. This would make the battle much easier. Everyone! Let's attack together. Dan Heng, Walter, and March 7 attacked Huanlong simultaneously. Jing Yuan, on the other hand, was gathering the energy of the Divine Lord, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Huanlong. The god is arranging the axes. Chapter 91. With Xing leading the charge, Huanlong was powerless against the others. Xing transformed into a berserker, completely frantic, holding the Holy Fire Judgment in one hand and the flame spear in the other, slashing with his right hand and stabbing with his left. Huanlong finally seized an opportunity to attack Xing, but Dan Heng's water dragon came charging back, knocking him back. Or perhaps, Walter would have struck him. Nearby, San Yueki was shielding everyone, while Babuhua was stealthily draining Huanlong's life force. Huanlong could no longer tolerate this. How dare you! Huanlong activated his final form, which was extremely taxing on the body. Huanlong unleashed his full force, quickly repelling Xing and the others. Huanlong pulled away, grabbed an asteroid with his bare hands, and threw it at the others. Xing's eyes widened as he watched the asteroid fall from the sky. This is so cool! I'm going to get the ability to grow bigger someday. I try this trick myself then. March 7 quickly pulled the stunned Xing over. What are you still looking at? Get out of the way! The asteroid was moving incredibly fast. Walter and Dan Heng, one rubbing a black hole with their hands, the other summoning a water dragon. Just as they were about to attack, a voice resounded through the sky, a voice that sounded incredibly familiar to them. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. March 7 followed the voice, and saw 3 people in the air. He was overwhelmed with surprise when he saw them clearly. Look! It's Yi Yun. And Zhongli. Around the 3, a dense swarm of flying swords swirled around them. Yi Yun held the ancient freedom oath he had exchanged for wine from Wendy. Go! With a command from Yi Yun, the flying swords surrounding the 3 surged towards the asteroid. Each flying sword was imbued with sharp sword energy. The rain of swords shattered the asteroid, transforming it into a shower of falling rubble. Zhongli glanced at Xing and the others below. Solid as a rock. A solid barrier instantly appeared around Xing and the others. Wendy drew her bow and arrow, intense wind elemental power condensing on her arrowhead. Wind poem awakened the slumbering creatures. Windy unleashed a single arrow, sweeping the rubble away in the violent wind elemental force. Xing, watching the three imposing figures, was filled with excitement. Frog fun. That's cool. I want to learn that. This is cool too. Two hands outstretched. Solid as a rock. Windy, that's impressive too. Wind poem awesome. March 7 cheered and cheered for the three from the sidelines. Windy's arrow, in particular, had briefly connected her with the word God. Huanlong was completely stunned. What the hell? There's even a master. Before Huanlong could recover, a voice rang out from behind. Magnificent and mighty spirit, obey my command. Execute. Without mercy. Jing Yuan controlled the divine lord and struck Huanlong on the back, severely injuring him. Seeing this, everyone unleashed their full might, hoping to defeat Huanlong completely. Heavenly fire, unsheathed, annihilation. I show you my power. Blue dragon cleanses the world. You have no idea of the weight of this power. The heavens shake everything. Don't even think of escaping. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Huanlong looked up, seeing the barrage of attacks, and immediately gave up resistance. Meteorites, black holes, hurricanes, rain of swords, flames, water dragons, ice crystals, and the divine lord overhead. Ha ha, the human world isn't worth it. Suddenly, I don't feel that much desire for a body anymore. The attacks fell, and Huanlong's Jinmu-built body instantly disintegrated. Unlike in the original storyline, Huanlong didn't utter a harsh word. This time he simply fled. Yi Yun, Zhongli, and Windy fell. Xing and San Yueki rushed over to the three. Xing tugged at Yi Yun's clothes and said in a frivolous tone, Yi Yun, please teach me your 10,000 swords returning to religion move. Yi Yun smiled. Go to the store and buy it yourself. Sword control. Xing gestured, indicating understanding. Just then, Jing Yuan and Dan Heng approached. Jing Yuan looked at Yi Yun and the others and thanked them. Thank you, my three friends, for your help. Yi Yun smiled. It's okay. I'm just here for practice. You guys can handle this with your strength, right? It just takes a little time. Jing Yuan smiled. By the way, what are your names, brothers? Yi Yun, Windy, and Zhongli responded. Yi Yun. Windy. Zhongli. Jing Yuan bowed again. Nice to meet you three. My name is Jing Yuan. This isn't a place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. I have someone prepare some tea, and we can chat while we eat. How about that? Everyone still agreed. After Dan Heng sealed Jianmu again, everyone reunited with Fu Xian at the entrance to the Scaled Abyss realm and returned to the capital. Fu Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the Jianmu issue had been resolved. However, she was shocked when she heard that Huanlong and Jianmu had merged into one. Luckily, the train crew helped this time, otherwise, the general would have. Ugh. Everyone boarded the Star Raft and headed for the Divine Strategy Palace. About an hour later, everyone arrived at the Shinsa mansion, and Jing Yuan led a few people to the backyard. They weren't discussing serious matters, but rather the backyard's atmosphere was more relaxing. Jing Yuan usually enjoyed a simple cup of tea, so he had a pavilion built in the Shinsa mansion's backyard. When everyone arrived at the pavilion, Jing Yuan invited them to sit down. Please sit down. I recently acquired a new batch of tea. Please help me taste it. Jing Yuan poured tea for everyone present. Zhongli and the others raised their cups and sniffed. Zhongli nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This tea has a very light aroma. I guess it must be freshly picked, right? Jing Yuan was surprised. Indeed. I didn't expect Mr. Zhongli to be so well versed in this art. Zhongli shook his head slightly. Somewhat. Xing picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, tasting it. TSK, this General Xianzhou's tea isn't good either. It's not as good as the one Yi Yun gave me last time. Afterward, everyone drank tea and chatted. Xing and San Yueki were on pins and needles, and Xing finally couldn't hold back any longer. Well, you guys chat first. San Yueki and I are going to go for a walk. We return to the train later. No need to wait for us. Jing Yuan smiled. You two girls can move freely around the immortal boat. All expenses will be covered by the Divine Strategy Mansion. Xing and San Yueki were like, wow. Such a good deal. Really? Xing asked again, a little unconvinced. Jing Yuan nodded. Really? Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Then we be leaving. Enjoy your tea. Sanwe. Go, go, go! The two girls vanished like elementary school students rushing out the gate after school. Jing Yuan watched them leave, and couldn't help but envy the train crew. Everyone on the train crew was a true gem. Apart from anything else, their strength alone was immense. Thinking back to my own Luofu, while the younger generation is certainly not bad, there's no one capable of carrying the weight. It's a pity. It's a pity that I, over 1,000 years old, haven't even retired yet. Afterwards, Jing Yuan Yiyun and the others continued to drink tea and chat. Chapter 92. Teyvat, Liyue, Stone Gate. Ing. We're almost in Liyue. Ing drove her off-road RV along the road from Mondstadt to Liyue. Ing was taking the trade route, and the road was relatively smooth. After crossing a gorge, Ing successfully arrived in Liyue. At Stone Gate, there was a small market, selling food, tea, and other items to the merchants and travelers passing through. Paimon opened the car window and sniffed the air. Wow! It smells so good. Ing, let's eat something. I'm hungry. Ing looked out the window and saw many food stalls. However, Ing had no intention of getting out of the car. What are you eating? Hold on a little longer. Didn't we have an appointment with Hu Tao? She's waiting for us at the Washuan to take us out for some delicious food. Paimon then remembered. Yes, Hu Tao had said she'd treat us to dinner. Then let's get on with our journey. I'm worried Hu Tao's been waiting too long. Ing wordlessly closed the car window. Are you worried Hu Tao's been waiting too long? You're clearly just craving something. Ing floored the accelerator and continued on her way. Passers-by cast curious glances at Ying's RV. What the heck is this thing? It can actually move on its own? At this moment, near the Seven Heavens statue on Dihua Island, a group of treasure-stealing gangs were setting up an ambush, preparing to rob passing merchants. Boss A Biao instructed his men to get to work. Hurry up, hurry up. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and a subordinate came running from a distance. Boss! Here comes the fat sheep! A Biao beamed, calling out to his subordinates to hide. Everyone, get out of the way. Wait for my command, and jump out. Remember. Be aggressive. Several of the men obeyed, and hid in the bushes near the road. A Biao found a convenient observation spot, and spotted the RV approaching from a distance. What the hell was this thing? It could actually move on its own? A Biao pondered it, but couldn't figure it out. Then he stopped thinking. Whatever, it must be something similar to a horse-drawn carriage. Don't rush. Wait until we're closer. Don't scare the fat sheep away. A Biao whispered, trying to calm down several of the men who were ready to move. Finally, when the RV was only a dozen meters away, a Biao roared. Everyone, attack! A Biao leaped up, followed closely by several of his men. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the RV's speed. Bang! 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 A few crashes echoed, and a Biao and his men were all knocked into the water. The plunge was perfect, sending up a wave of water. Seeing they were almost at Washuan, Ing planned to text Hu Tao. In Liyue, cell phones were allowed. Ing looked up, a bit bewildered. Did I just hit something? Ing slammed the brakes down, opened the door, and looked around. Nothing? Ing spread her hands, got back into the car, closed the door, and floored the accelerator, continuing on her way. In the river near the Seven Heavens statue, a Biao scrambled shakily up the riverbank. You can't leave. Pay my medical bills. You hit someone with your car. I'm suing you. Woo. More than 10 minutes later, Ing arrived at Washuan and saw Hu Tao, her motorcycle parked on the side of the road, squatting on the ground counting primo gems. Hu Tao arrived at Washuan early. She thought, waiting is better than waiting, and decided it would be better to stroll around. It wouldn't matter if she didn't, but once she did, she discovered the Washuan had a ton of treasure chests. So, Hu Tao looted every one of them. Xiao, who was on the rooftop, witnessed the entire scene. He couldn't understand why Hu Tao was so fond of these treasure chests, given that they rarely contained anything good. Ing drove the RV up to Hu Tao, opened the driver's window, leaned out, and honked. Beep, Hu Tao, I'm here. Hu Tao looked up. Oh Ing, it's you. You're finally here. Let's go. I take you to Liyue Harbor for dinner. I made an appointment with Xiangling to prepare a table for us. Xiangling is a very famous chef in Liyue. Ing nodded. Would you like to take my car and help me find the way? I put your motorcycle in the trunk. Hu Tao, upon hearing this, took a look at Ying's RV. It looked quite nice, so she decided to try it out herself. Okay, open the trunk. Ing pressed the trunk release button, and Hu Tao placed the flying motorcycle inside. Then, Hu Tao boarded the RV and took in the view inside. Directly facing the door was a small booth that could accommodate 4 people. Paimon was sitting on the sofa in the booth, eating chips. Hu Tao, come here, sit here. Would you like some chips? Hu Tao shook her head. You eat, I go shopping. Hu Tao took a look around the RV. It was truly a small RV, but it had everything it needed. It had every amenity imaginable, perfect for travelers like Ying. After seeing them, Hu Tao suddenly wanted to get one for herself. But on second thought, she decided against it. Her own flying motorcycle was fast enough to get her home quickly. Hu Tao arrived at the front cab, just as Ying started up the RV and prepared to leave. Hu Tao, please help me find the way. Hu Tao brought a small stool and sat next to Ying. The two chatted as they continued on their way. Over an hour passed. Ying and Hu Tao arrived at the entrance of Liyue Harbor in the RV. The Qianyan army on guard saw Ying's RV and stopped them. Stop! Come out for inspection. Hu Tao and Ying got out of the RV. Hu Tao was pleasantly surprised to see the Qianyan army on guard. Hey, isn't that a Sai? You're on duty today? The Qianyan army squad leader assigned to this area was named Asai. Hu Tao had once saved him from a monster battle in the wild, and that's how they met. Akai saw it was Hu Tao, and told the surrounding Qianyan soldiers to block their weapons. Master Hu, it's you. I thought it was someone else. Is this yours? Hu Tao shook her head and pointed at Ying, who was standing nearby. Her name is Ying, and this RV is hers. It's about the same size as a horse-drawn carriage. Akai heard this. I see. My brothers, and I thought it was a monster just now. Master Hu, did you just get back from work? Hu Tao said. No, I went to pick up Ying. I planned to invite her to Wanmin Hall for dinner. Akai's words immediately reassured him. Then I won't talk anymore. Master Hu, go get busy. My brothers, and I still have to go on duty. Hu Tao nodded, and Ying, and he got back in the car and drove into the city. As they passed Akai, Hu Tao poked his head out the window. Come visit my washing hall sometime, and have a cup of tea. Akai smiled and agreed. Okay, I definitely do that. Chapter 93. Hu Tao and Ying first parked the RV at the entrance of Wangsheng Hall, and asked the staff to help watch it. Then, Hu Tao, Ying, and Paiming walked to Chahuyan. The streets of Chahuyan were not as wide as those of Yujingtai, and there were many people, making it unsuitable for Ying to drive in. Hu Tao, Ying, and Paiming swaggered down the streets of Chahuyan. Soon, they arrived at Wanmin Hall. As soon as Hu Tao entered Wanmin Hall, she shouted into the kitchen. Xiangling, the hall master is here. Is my dish ready? The next second, Xiangling poked her head out of the kitchen. Go upstairs first. There's another soup. Hu Tao lifted the curtain and peered into the kitchen. A pot of fish soup was simmering. Okay, come up quickly. We eat together later. Hu Tao led Ying and Paiming upstairs. The second floor of Wanmin Hall had only a large round table, which was considered Wanmin Hall's private room. Upon reaching the second floor, Paiming's mouth watered at the aroma of the air. It was truly fragrant. The three of them sat down. Ying asked, Hu Tao, do you want to go to Yi Yun's place later? Hu Tao heard this. You want to go? What are you going for? Ying said. I'm almost out of money on my primo gems, so I'm going to buy some things and then go hang out with Xing and the others. Didn't they go somewhere new? I'd like to check it out. Do you want to come? Hu Tao thought for a moment. The internet cafe was currently doing a booming business, and the ceremonial officer was already very familiar with its operations. As for Wangsheng Hall, it did have a few businesses, but they were all simple funeral services that didn't require her to handle herself. Okay, let's go play together later. At this moment, Xiangling and Guoba each carried a pot of fish soup, and Yixiong came up with a bowl of rice. What are you talking about? Xiangling asked curiously, placing the fish soup on the table. Hu Tao said, Nothing much, just talking about where to go later. By the way, let me introduce you. This is the traveler Ying, and the one next to you is Paimon. Ying and Paimon smiled and waved to Xiangling. Xiangling smiled back. Hello, Ying Paimon. Let's eat first. The food won't taste as good if it gets cold. Then, the four of them ate and chatted. Hu Tao picked up a golden shrimp ball and tossed it into her mouth. Xiangling, do you want to play with us this afternoon? Xiangling agreed immediately. She wasn't on duty that day, and only came to the restaurant because Hu Tao asked her to help prepare the food. Sure, where are we going? Luhua Pond. Or Dihua Island? Hu Tao shook her head. Neither. It's another world. Xiangling was a bit confused, not quite understanding. Another world? What do you mean? Hu Tao explained. It's a different world. Do you want to go? Xiangling was immediately surprised. What? Hu Tao, you know how to get to another world. Are you trying to trick me again? Hu Tao was speechless. She pointed at Ying and spread her hands. If you don't believe me, ask Ying. I'm not lying. Xiangling cast a skeptical look at Ying. Ying nodded, noticing Xiangling looking at her. Hu Tao is right. I'm not from Teyvat. I'm from outside Teyvat. Upon hearing this, Xiangling looked at Ying in disbelief. What? Ying, you're from beyond this world? Hu Tao pushed Xiangling, who had stood up in shock, back into her seat. Calm down, calm down. It's just another world, isn't it? What's so strange about that? Calm down, eat, and we leave after dinner. Over 2 hours later, Hu Tao, Ying, Xiangling, and Pai Ming finished their meal and rode Hu Tao's flying motorcycle to Jianjian. As soon as the four of them landed, they saw Lu Yun emerging from a nearby cave. Hu Tao raised her little head and greeted him. Master Lu Yun, you're finally willing to come out. Lu Yun snorted coldly when he saw Hu Tao. Humph. What do you know, little brat? This immortal is studying mechanical tricks. Do you even know what mechanical tricks are? Hu Tao spread her hands. I don't know, but I do know that you, Master Lu Yun, broke my motorcycle and didn't fix it, and Clara fixed it instead, hee hee. Lu Yun was instantly annoyed. What do you know, little girl? Lu Yun couldn't find a good excuse for a while. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Go away, stop bothering me here. I still have to study the books the Emperor brought back. With that, Lu Yun irritably walked back into the cave. Hu Tao pouted and pulled Xiangling into the portal. Let's go play. Train inside Yun's shop. Hu Tao, Ying, Xiangling, and Paimon arrived and saw Amber and Eula playing with the elves in the sofa break area. Hu Tao waved. Amber, Eula, you're here too. Amber sat on the sofa, holding the little firefly. Well, everyone in the Knight's Order has recently gained a lot of strength after practicing the wind spirit technique. Captain Qin gave us a day off to relax. Hu Tao heard this. I see. By the way, I wonder how the withdraw body tempering technique that Lord Tianquan and the others bought is doing. Eula said. I heard that Tianquan Xing is a very capable person. There shouldn't be any problems. By the way, what are you doing here? Hu Tao thought so. She actually doubted Ningguang's abilities? That was Ningguang, who had risen from nothing to the pinnacle of the US human race. I came here with Ying to buy things. By the way, why didn't I see Xing and the others today? Where are they? Amber explained, seeing Hu Tao asking about Xing. They're on a pioneering journey. I heard from Sister GZ that they encountered a very powerful enemy this time, but it's over now, and they won. Hu Tao heard this. Oh! I asked where she is. We can go visit them. How about that? Amber and the others agreed. Ying also said it was no problem. Yun's shop was right here, and he wouldn't leave, so there was no rush. Hu Tao pulled out her phone. Hello? Xing, where are you? On the other end of the phone, Xing held the Skyfire Judge in one hand and her phone in the other, her foot resting on a trampler guarding a treasure chest. Sanhua and I are in Luofu. What's the matter? Hu Tao said. Ying and the others wanted to come visit you. Where are you? We come find you. Xing thought for a moment. I pick you up. I'm quite far from the train, and I'm worried you get lost. Hu Tao said. Okay. We wait for you on the train then. Then, Hu Tao hung up the phone and joined Ying and the others on the train. Xiangling, visiting here for the first time, looked around curiously. Wow, is that a lantern? I guess so. What is this thing that displays pictures? Chapter 94. Soon, Xing and Sanyueki returned to the train and reunited with Hu Tao and the others. Xing and Sanyueki each carried a small bag filled with stellar jade. Hu Tao's eyes widened. Where did you get all that stellar jade? Xing and Sanyueki exchanged glances, and Xing chuckled. Of course, I got it from opening treasure chests. Let me tell you, there's a lot of stellar jade on this Luofu immortal ship. Look how much Sanyueki and I have earned these past 2 days. Sanyueki nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had made quite a bit over the past 2 days. That's right. Yesterday, Xing and I each made 150,000. Today should be about the same, Hu Tao said quickly. So what are we waiting for? Let's go see how many star coins there are. Hearing this, Xing and Sanyueki ran to the exchange scale with their small bags and began exchanging them. Finally, when the exchange results came out, Hu Tao, Amber, and the other girls drooled with envy. The exchange star coins filled the entire bar, and Xing and Sanyueki happily sorted them. Ying glanced coquettishly at the star coins in her hand. They were the star coins she had exchanged for the primo gem she had found, grinding for over 15 hours a day. Comparison is so frustrating. My star coins were only a mere 10 centimeters thick. Xing and the others had at least 5 times as many as I did. 5 times. Ying, almost tearful, watched Xing and San Yueki happily counting the star coins on their fingers. Suddenly, an idea struck Ying. Xing, San Yueki, are you guys going to look for stellar jade later? Xing and San Yueki had already sorted out their star coins. This time, they had a total of 340,000, 170,000 each. Adding yesterday's 150,000, each of them had 320,000, instantly becoming wealthy. Xing heard this. Go! Why not? Are you going to wait for the Luofu people to react, and then hide in your room and regret it? No way. I won't let that happen, sisters. Assemble. Hu Tao, Amber, and the others cheered. Okay. 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 Xiangling looked at the excited group with a hint of confusion. Xiangling tugged at Eula, the only one who seemed relatively calm. Eula, why are they so excited? Is that star coin useful? Eula thought for a moment. Xiangling loved cooking. Got it. Let me tell you this. With that, Eula pulled out a $100 star coin. This is 100 star coins. You only need 1 stellar jade to redeem it, and these 100 star coins. Xiangling was extremely anxious when she saw Eula's mysterious tone. What's wrong with these 100 star coins? Eula smiled faintly. These 100 star coins can buy a bunch of recipes. Xiangling took a few steps back and gasped. Hiss. A few seconds later, Xiangling suddenly shouted, imitating Hu Tao and the others, raising her arms and shouting, joining the team. Stellar jade. Stellar jade. Stellar jade. Xing was very pleased with the morale of the group. All right. Sisters. Our goal is to plunder every last bit of stellar jade in Luofu. Mangy dog. March. Xing led the charge, sprinting out of the train with high morale. Like a hungry ghost released from a cage, he frantically scanned his surroundings, searching along the way, unwavering in his determination to never miss a treasure chest. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Jing Yuan slowly rose, washed, and dressed. The butler approached. General, what would you like for breakfast today? Jing Yuan adjusted his collar and smiled. No need for breakfast today. I made plans with a friend. I asked you to prepare tea for me last night. Can you prepare it? The butler returned to the room and retrieved 3 boxes of tea. Taking the tea he had brought for Yi Yuan and the others, Jing Yuan glanced at himself in the mirror. Well dressed. Let's go. Just as Jing Yuan was about to leave, the butler suddenly spoke. General, I have one more matter to report. Jing Yuan turned around. What is it? The butler said slowly. Last night, several girls from the train crew were looting treasure chests all over the immortal ship, causing quite a racket and prompting many complaints from the residents. You see? Jing Yuan pondered for a moment. It's all right. The train crew has done us Luofu a great service. So, we offer compensation to all the residents affected by the noise and appease them. The steward bowed in agreement. Yes, General. Jing Yuan nodded slightly and boarded the starship bound for Huixing Port. Yesterday Yi Yun, Zhongli, and Walter had a lively conversation, staying up past 8 p.m. Considering the recent fierce battle, Jing Yuan was in a good mood to continue his conversation over tea, agreeing to continue with the group today. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun simply invited Jing Yuan to join him on the train for breakfast. Jing Yuan agreed, as he was also curious about what the legendary Earth Star train looked like. About an hour later, Jing Yuan arrived at the train station at Star Harbor on the starship. Jing Yuan walked to the door of the observation car and knocked gently a few times. Just as he finished, the door opened, and Pam appeared before Jing Yuan. Pam looked up at Jing Yuan. I'm the train conductor, Pam. Who are you? What brings you here? Jing Yuan looked at Pam and smiled. Hello, Pam, Captain. I'm Jing Yuan. I'm here at Yi Yun's invitation. Pam was a little surprised to hear Jing Yuan's name. Oh my god, you're General Jing Yuan from Luofu? Come in. Yi Yun and the others are at Yi Yun's shop. I take you there, Pam. Pam made way for Jing Yuan to enter. Entering the train, Jing Yuan took a look around. The decor is indeed nice, elegant and light. Following Pam, Jing Yuan arrived at Yi Yun's shop. Upon entering, he saw Yi Yun, Xiangling, and Noel busy in the kitchen. Yi Yun noticed movement at the door and looked over. Seeing it was Jing Yuan, he quickly greeted him. General Jing Yuan, You're here so early? Please sit down for a moment. Dinner won't be ready for a while. Hearing Yi Yun's voice, everyone in the shop looked at Jing Yuan and greeted him. Jing Yuan looked around and saw Xing, San Yueki, and a few unfamiliar girls sitting at the dining table, looking exhausted. Each of them had dark circles under their eyes. Off to the side, in a sofa booth, Jing Yuan and Walter were chatting. Jing Yuan took out the tea. Mr. Walter, Mr. Zhongli, this is some tea I stumbled upon. Take some and try it. Jing Yuan distributed the tea to Walter, Zhongli, and Yi Yun, then sat down at a booth with Walter and Zhongli, continuing the conversation they had left off yesterday. Jing Yuan enjoyed chatting with the two, both were knowledgeable individuals, and chatting with them broadened his horizons. In the kitchen, Yi Yun glanced at Xiangling, who was happily humming a tune as she cooked, and smiled. Xiangling, clutching her newly purchased cookbook in one hand, cooked and prepared the ingredients in the other. Even after a busy night looting treasure chests, she remained energetic. Chapter 95. Upon Xiangling's return, she saw Yi Yun cooking and asked for a stove. Yi Yun gave Xiangling a pot, and taught her how to use the modern stove. Xiangling, seeing how useful Yi Yun's stove was, immediately wanted to buy one. She definitely couldn't sell the one in the kitchen, as she needed it herself. It wasn't expensive. She spent 30 star coins on a gas-operated set for Xiangling in the system store. As a price, Xiangling would be responsible for everyone's breakfast every day. Yes, Yi Yun wanted to sleep in. Getting up early to cook was too much of a hassle. Xiangling agreed immediately. It was just cooking, easy. For this reason, Yi Yun, considering Xiangling's inconvenience in traveling between Zhiyunjian and Liyue Harbor, bought her a portal. Yi Yun also told Zhongli to come and help set things up to avoid any trouble. Zhongli agreed, which was a good thing for him. This way, he could eat Xiangling's cooking every day. While Yi Yun's cooking was delicious, it wasn't as good as Xiangling's, who was both incredibly talented and incredibly hardworking. Soon, breakfast was ready. Yi Yun kept it simple, a large pot of vegetable and lean meat porridge, with some steamed dumplings and fried dough sticks. Xiangling wasn't busy, she was just trying a new dish, cold mixed slime. This slime was different from the ones in Teyvat. This one came from a fantasy world where many people ate it. This slime had no odor, and its flesh was chewy and firm. However, because it was highly absorbent, it was very challenging to season properly. Xiangling placed a plate of mixed slime on the table, and looked at everyone expectantly. Come on! Everyone, try my new dish. Hu Tao and Zhongli, who had already experienced Xiangling's slime-based dishes, were at a loss. To eat or not? That was the question. Even if this slime wasn't from Teyvat, Yi Yun said it was used for cooking. Xing, uninformed, simply picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Xing picked up a piece of it with her chopsticks and ate it. Slurp. Xing chewed the mixed slime non-stop, and everyone's eyes were on her. Xing swallowed it in one gulp, smiled slightly, and gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Everyone try it. Everyone picked up their chopsticks, even Hu Tao and Zhongli, ready to try it. Among the people present, besides Xing, only San Yuqi hadn't touched his chopsticks. San Yueki saw through everything the moment Xing finished eating, and put down her chopsticks. After spending so much time together, even if Xing raised her, but San Yueki knew what she was going to do. Encountering a delicious dish, Xing wouldn't even touch it for a second time? What a joke, and that smile on Xing's face. He's seen it before. That's how Xing had tricked him into drinking Jeezy's coffee. The scheming frog keeps touching your belly. There's only one truth. This cold slime. It's not tasty, sure enough. A few seconds later. Xiangling. Give me back my life. You actually poisoned me. Xiangling, let's not touch slimes anymore, okay? Well, this dish is edible. Xiangling felt frustrated by everyone's reactions. She clearly followed the menu. What had gone wrong? Yi Yun tasted one, savored it carefully, and said, Xiangling, you used too much seasoning. This kind of slime absorbs seasoning very well when shredded. You can use less next time. Xiangling realized. I see. The recipe calls for 3 pounds of slime meat. I was just trying it out, so I only used half, and the seasoning stayed the same. No wonder. Xiangling removed the cold slime from the table and dumped it out, then began making a new batch. This time, Xiangling finally succeeded. Everyone who tried it raved about it. It had a chewy texture and a nice crunch when you bit into it. It's perfect for porridge. Jing Yuan took a sip of porridge and looked at Yi Yun's shop. Only then did he remember that Yi Yun owned one. Yi Yun, what do you sell here? Can I take a look? Yi Yun asked. The items sold in my shop come from all over the universe. As long as you have enough star coins, you can buy anything you want. You can exchange star coins for stellar jade. Currently, in your world, only stellar jade can be exchanged for star coins. Jing Yuan caught Yi Yun's words, your world. Oh! Could anyone here be from another world? At the dinner table, Zhongli slowly raised his hand, followed by Hu Tao, Xiangling, Amber, and Eula. Walter raised his hand halfway, and then lowered it, wondering if he was from another world. Jing Yuan looked at Zhongli, surprised. He had never thought Mr. Zhongli was from another world. No wonder he had never heard of Mr. Zhongli before. Logically, someone as powerful and knowledgeable as Zhongli couldn't be unknown. Zhongli spoke slowly. We're from Teyvat, and arrived in this world through Yi Yun's portal. Jing Yuan nodded in understanding. Yi Yun, stellar jade can be exchanged for star coins, right? Yi Yun smiled and nodded. Yes, 1 stellar jade is worth 100 star coins. Jing Yuan nodded, and ordered his men to collect stellar jade after returning home. Xing, Sanyueki, Hu Tao, Amber, Eula, Ying, and Xiangling shuddered at Jing Yuan's mention of stellar jade, and each found an excuse to flee. Xing declared, if you don't run, you be beaten. Soon, breakfast was over. Jing Yuan followed Walter, Zhongli, and Yi Yun to the tea room to play chess. Last night, Jing Yuan had already made all the arrangements upon returning to his residence. He had been seriously injured in the battle. He needed to rest. Therefore, Fu Qing, thank you for your hard work. And now, inside the Shinsu Fu Xian was completely exhausted. She had arrived at Shinsu Mansion this morning in a cheerful mood. These past few days, General Jing Yuan had said that all the reconstruction work at Luofu would be his responsibility. What was this? This was cultivating her abilities. This was preparing her for the position of general, but after an hour of experience, she realized, damn, why are there so many things to do? Fu Xian was exhausted looking at the mountain of official documents on her desk. No one ever told me that being a general was so tiring. What Fu Xian didn't know was that being a general wasn't very tiring, it just required managing the overall direction. The problem was, Luofu was in the midst of reconstruction, so naturally, there was a lot to do. That's why Fu Xian felt the scale of the situation was so overwhelming. Fu Xian sighed, silently picked up his pen, and continued reviewing official documents. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan was in the reception room of Yi Yun's shop, drinking tea and playing chess. On the side, Yi Yun also got a lot of cakes. Playing chess, eating a piece of cake, drinking a cup of tea, this life is beautiful. Chapter 96. It was noon. Xing and Sanyueki, upon hearing that Jing Yuan was still at Yi Yun's shop, didn't even dare return for lunch. Several people had Yi Yun open a portal, and went to Liyue Harbor to play. The girls had just finished lunch cooked by Xiangling at Wannan Hall. Keqing, whom they had met on the way, was also dragged over to eat. Keqing was delighted when she saw the portal to Xiangling's house. Now she, Ningguang, and Yelan could visit Yi Yun's shop frequently. Unlike Hu Tao and Zhongli, the three of them held important positions, making a trip to Yi Yun's shop a hassle. They had to go to Jianjian first. The journey back and forth alone took a considerable amount of time. Xing burped and leaned back, his right hand gently stroking his stomach. Comfortable. Xiangling, your boiled sea bass is delicious. Xiangling was delighted to hear Xing praise her cooking. As long as you like it. By the way, you guys chat first. I go downstairs and try some new dishes. I just bought a bunch of otherworldly edibles from Yi Yun. Xiangling diligently looted treasure chests all night last night and earned over 6,000 star coins. Xiangling bought 10 cookbooks and a storage ring. The rest of the money was used to buy ingredients, all sorts of otherworldly ingredients. Xiangling stored all of these ingredients in the storage ring. Seeing how useful Xiangling's storage ring was, the other girls bought one too. Amber and the others who possessed the Eye of God were fine, it could store weapons. Xing and the others, on the other hand, used the folding space bag sold by the Interstellar Peace Company. This bag was only big enough to store weapons, had very little space, and was incredibly expensive. Keqing glanced at the women and asked, have you decided what to do this afternoon? Xing looked at Hu Tao. Hu Tao, are there any fun places in Liyue? Hu Tao pondered for a moment. Let me think about it. After more than a minute, Hu Tao raised her head and spread her hands. I don't know. I'm a local. Some places you might find fun, but I'm just average. The women were momentarily worried. If Jing Yuan hadn't known that stellar jade could be exchanged for star coins, it would have been fine. The women could have continued collecting stellar jade. The problem was, now that he knew, they wouldn't dare to try again. Xing took out the high-level essence she had won in the lottery. Oh, I was planning to hatch this high-level essence today, but I was so busy running that I forgot to put it in. Just then, Hu Tao's phone rang, and she took it out and took a look. Why are you calling me, guest? Hu Tao answered the phone, and Zhongli's voice reached the other end. I sent Kelly and the others to your place later. You help take care of them for the afternoon. Remember to come back to the restaurant for dinner tonight. With that, Zhongli hung up. Hu Tao stared at the disconnected screen in her phone, her eyes wide open. San Yueqi, standing nearby, asked curiously, Hu Tao, what did Zhongli talk about? Hu Tao came to her senses. Nothing. He asked us to help take care of Kelly and the other kids, saying Ian was busy. The women were also confused. They want us to take care of kids? Really? Soon, their doubts were resolved. Zhongli led the 4 little ones out of Xiangling's portal. Behind him followed Rios. Rios carried the 4 little ones, who played and played happily on his back. Zhongli said, Yi Yun, Mr. Walter, and General Jing Yuan, I have something to do this afternoon. GZ is taking Clara for an experiment. So, please take care of Klee and the others this afternoon. With that, Zhongli turned and walked through the portal, not giving the girls a chance to refuse. Zhongli returned to the shop and headed straight for the reception room. In the reception room, Yi Yun and Jing Yuan were playing chess with serious expressions. That's right. The 4 of them had decided to have a chess competition this afternoon, vowing to determine the winner. The gaze returned to Wanmin Hall. Seeing this, Hu Tao and the other girls had no choice but to take on the task. Hu Tao rubbed Klee's head, who was standing nearby. Klee, is there anywhere you'd like to go? Klee thought for a moment. Klee wants to go frying fish. Hu Tao was surprised. Great. Fish frying is fun. I know where we're going. Let's go to Solitary Cloud Pavilion. There are lots of big fish there. If we're lucky enough to run into Sister Beidou, we could even take her boat out to sea. How about that? The girls agreed that this plan was feasible. So, they all helped pack up the tables and chairs, said goodbye to Xiangling, and headed for Solitary Cloud Pavilion. After leaving Wanmin Hall, Keqing also said goodbye, saying she had something important to attend to. Hu Tao, Xing, and the other girls didn't stay long. Keqing was a busy woman, unlike the rest of them. Afterwards, Hu Tao, Xing, Ying, Amber, Eula, Paimon, and San Yueqi boarded the boat to Solitary Cloud Pavilion with the 4 little ones and Rios. In the Jade Pavilion, Ningguang was counting the primo gems in the room, which her men had collected recently. Ningguang planned to find time to go shopping at Yi Yun's shop tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Just then, a noise was heard outside, and Keqing walked in. Ningguang, good news. There's a portal in Liyue Harbor now. Ningguang was delighted. Really? Where? How did it get there? Keqing asked. Xiangling will be in charge of breakfast in the store from now on. Yi Yun gave her a portal to facilitate her access. Ningguang thought of Xiangling. This little girl was a descendant of an immortal family, a true Liyuite, with a very kind and likable personality. Her cooking skills were praised by everyone in Liyue. So that's how it is. We're kind of riding on Xiangling's coattails. Keqing smiled slightly. Indeed, Ningguang. I'm planning to deploy 1,000 rocks unit to guard the gate. What do you think? Ningguang shook her head slightly. No, that would only draw the attention of those with ulterior motives to the portal. How about this? I have Yilan move her office. What do you think? Keqing was surprised. That's fine. I ask who owns the property next door to Wanmin Hall. Ningguang smiled. No need to ask. It's mine. Keqing took a deep breath and looked at Ningguang. As expected of you, Liyue Tianquan, a wealthy man. Ningguang smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. All right, enough joking. Come help me count the primo gems. We go to Yi Yun's shop tomorrow to buy some things. Keqing nodded and counted the primo gems with Ningguang. The first batch of 1,000 rocks units, the ones I bought from Yi Yun's shop last time, had already completed their training. To conceal their presence, Ningguang stationed the entire 1,000 rocks army at the South Heavenly Gate. This area was sparsely populated and full of monsters, making it suitable for concealment and providing ample monster training for the 1,000 rocks army. Chapter 97. On a sunny afternoon, Hu Tao, Ying, and Xing, along with the 4 children, boarded a merchant ship bound for Solitary Cloud Pavilion. Considering the large group, Hu Tao rented a larger boat. Laos lay on the bow, enjoying the sea breeze. Inside the cabin, everyone sat together, chatting and gossiping. It would probably take some time to reach Solitary Cloud Pavilion. So, Xing, Sanueki, and Ing started playing cards. Hu Tao, Amber, and Eula watched from the side. The four children gathered around Klee's backpack. Klee placed her backpack on the ground and continuously pulled out bouncy bombs. The four children gathered together, passing them around one by one. Finally, Klee pulled out an extremely large bouncy bomb and showed it off. Hee hee. This is a new type of bouncing bomb developed by Klee. It's made with the materials Brother Yiyun gave her. This super bouncing bomb will surely blow up tons of fish. The other three little ones looked at Klee in admiration. Klee was so amazing. She could actually make bombs with her bare hands. Soon, the boatman at the bow of the boat shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to dock." Everyone gathered their belongings. Hu Tao glanced at the playing cards on the table and coquettishly put them away, intending to go back and play with Xiangling, Xingqiu, and the others. Leos took the lead and walked off the boat. He looked around, making sure there was no danger before taking the four little ones aboard. The four little ones were overjoyed the moment they landed, rushing forward. Leos saw this and quickly followed. Xing glanced at Rios, who was diligently tending to the children, and whistled. With Rios here, there's no need for us to look after Klee. The other girls agreed. On weekdays, Rios would follow wherever the four little ones went. March 7 released Bubble Flower. Bubble Flower, go help look after Klee and the others. March 7 thought for a moment, worried that Rios couldn't handle it all by himself, so she called Bubble Flower over as well. Bubble. Bubble. Bubble Flower nodded in agreement, and sprinted off in the direction the four little ones had left. March 7 clapped her hands in satisfaction. Okay, it's settled. Now we can move freely, Xing suggested, looking at the surging waves. Everyone, how about we go surfing? How about that? March 7 was delighted. Great. Come to think of it, I haven't been surfing in ages. Ing was also excited. Me too. The last time I played was in the previous world. But we don't have surfboards, how can we play? March 7 thought for a moment. How about we go back? But it's too far to go back and forth. Hu Tao clapped her hands. How about we go fishing? How about that? Let's see who can catch the biggest fish. The girls all agreed. The main reason was that they didn't bring any sea toys this time, so fishing was the only option. They asked the boatman for a few fishing rods, and went to a deeper area to start fishing. The four little ones. The four little ones reached a shallow beach, and Klee was excited to sense the small fish swimming at their feet. Fish. Fish. Klee is here to play with you. Bouncing bomb. Klee tossed a bouncing bomb with all her might. It landed in the distant sea, and Klee covered her ears tightly. A few seconds later, bang! A wave surged into the sky, sending the water flying a full 10 meters before settling. Following the rising water were numerous small, unknown fish. These fish, having landed in the sea, had mostly fainted and floated to the surface. Klee spotted the small fish on the surface. Yay! Klee succeeded. Bai Lu's face lit up with a bright smile. I do one too. Hey! Bai Lu threw it with all her might. Due to her special physique, she threw it very far. Although, it still managed to create a splash of water over 10 meters and a few small fish. Guyun Pavilion is a remote place with abundant fish resources. Diana and Hook followed suit, frying fish. For a moment, the shallows were filled with the joyful laughter of the four little creatures. Leos and Babuhua sat on the beach, quietly observing their surroundings. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the Solitary Cloud Pavilion, a certain demon god sealed by Zhongli looked irritated. Where did this little come from? Exploding here to fry fish. Do you have any sense of righteousness? You're disturbing an old man like me. Yes, this demon god was none other than Ossel, sealed by Zhongli. Ossel was already feeling restless from being sealed here, and had hoped to take a nice nap to clear his mind. Unexpectedly, he had barely slept when an explosion echoed from the sea above him. If it weren't for the seal, Ossel would have definitely taught these little brats a lesson, teaching them the lesson of not disturbing a peaceful sleep. Alas, with the seal in place, Ossel was helpless. The four little ones were frying fish in the shallows, picking them up as they went. Rios and Babuhua were piled high with fish. All the fish were caught by the four little ones. They spent a full 2 hours playing. Just then, Xing and the other girls, who had finished fishing, came over and prepared to take the four little ones back home. Including the boat ride back to Liyue Harbor, they could rest a bit before dinner. Xing was carrying a massive fish, a full meter long, on his shoulder. Xing looked so proud, He couldn't wait to carry it around the streets of Liyue Harbor to show it off. The fish still had a hook and a piece of line hanging from its mouth. Fish, that's right, fish. I had already snapped the line and was about to run away. Who knew that little gray hair would strike me with his great sword, vaporizing the sea area I was in and carrying me ashore. Fish I need to be accompanied by oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. March 7th walked to the shore and waved to the 4 little ones, who were still frying fish. Children, we're going home. Klee heard this and pulled out her latest research, the super bouncing bomb. Sister Bailu, Hook, Diana, come help Klee. Heard this, the 3 little ones ran to the super bouncing bomb. It took all the strength of the 4 little ones to lift the super bouncing bomb. Bailu took a deep breath. Listen to my slogan, let's work together. 3, 2, 1. Throw. The 4 little ones exerted their strength together, and the super bouncing bomb flew high and far, reaching the deep sea. Then, the 4 little ones ran towards the shore, ready to pack up and go home. Under the sea, Ossel breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the 4 little ones run ashore. These 4 wild girls were finally gone, and he could finally have some peace and quiet. Just as Ossel was about to turn over and change his sleeping position, he suddenly saw a small black dot falling from the sea. The dot plummeted at high speed, heading straight for Ossel. Ossel looked closely. What was it? Why did it look familiar? Let me think. Oh no! Isn't this the stuff those wild girls used to fry fish? Ossel had no time to react before a flash of white light blinded it. My eyes. Chapter 98. On the beach, everyone was eagerly anticipating the explosion of the 4 little ones' final super bouncing bomb. Xing, March, and the other girls regretted not bringing any bombs. Isn't frying fish more fun than fishing? So, the girls decided to continue frying fish tomorrow. When they got back, they immediately contacted Tapa to order bombs on the beach. Everyone soon saw a flash of white light, and a mushroom cloud roared upward. It was as if the mushroom cloud came to life, shouting 2 words. Peace. A moment later, Xing gasped at the scene at sea. Frog fun. Klee, what's in that bomb? Is it that powerful? A supersized fish took off, following the mushroom cloud. Having regained his sight, Ossel looked around in confusion. It felt like he was flying. It wasn't until he landed on the sea that Ossel realized what was happening. So, did these wild girls' bombs successfully shatter the seal that held them captive? Ossel laughed wildly to the sky. Ha ha! I'm finally out. Morix, come out and see me. Ossel manipulated the ocean, instantly sending monstrous waves surging across the surface. Even the clouds in the sky turned to black. The wind howled, the waves surged, and dark clouds descended on the city. The people of Liyue Harbor fled for higher ground. On the Jade Pavilion, Ningguang and Keqing immediately activated the Jade Pavilion and marched to meet the enemy. They absolutely could not let Ossel reach Liyue Harbor. Ganyu and Yilan rushed to the Jade Pavilion. Ningguang was delighted to see Ganyu. Ganyu, please contact the immortals. The demon god Ossel has broken his seal. Ganyu naturally understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately used her magic to contact her master. Less than a minute had passed since Ganyu's contact when a fierce wind blew, and Xiao appeared above the Jade Pavilion. Demon subduing Yiksha, Xiao, I've been summoned to guard you. Ganyu was pleasantly surprised to see Xiao. Demon subduing great sage. Xiao glanced at Ganyu and nodded slightly. We go fight first. The other immortals are on their way. We try to hold him off. With that, Xiao summoned the Happu kite and turned to stare intently at Ossel on the sea. Meanwhile, on the beach of the solitary cloud pavilion, the 4 little ones seemed to realize they had gotten into trouble and felt a little guilty. Klee lowered her head. Klee seems to have gotten into trouble. Bailu patted Klee's shoulder. Don't be afraid, Klee. We all did this together. When there's punishment, we all take it together. Diana and Hook echoed. That's right. Don't worry, Klee. Hook will always be with you. Don't be afraid, Klee. At this moment, Xing came over and tossed the fish from her shoulder in front of the 4 little ones. It's okay, Klee. Your sister Xing will take care of this problem for you. Just keep an eye on my fish. I'm leaving. A flash of light flashed from the storage ring on Xing's finger, and the Skyfire Judgment appeared in her hand. Xing immediately activated the Skyfire Judgment's great sword form, clenching her hands tightly and frantically gathering strength. In the distance, Ossel naturally noticed Xing. Haha, foolish mortal. From this distance, without a boat, how can you possibly reach me? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're Morix? Shit! Before Ossel could finish his purple laugh, Xing swung her sword. Heavenly fire. Unsheath. One sword. Open the sea. In Asal's vision, a flaming sword streaked across the surface of the sea, hurtling towards him. Everywhere the flaming sword passed, the sea evaporated. Asal had no time to react, and the flaming sword fell directly upon him. Instantly, Asal was severely wounded, wailing incessantly. Asal glanced at Xing, who was gathering his power again, and with a frightened rage, he hurried towards the deep sea. Seeing this, Xing exclaimed, "Oh, I'm going to let you escape today." Heavenly fire. Destruction. Xing, carrying the heavenly fire judgment, struck directly at the sea, which had just been parted and was about to close. In destruction mode, the sea no longer separated, but completely evaporated, creating a vacuum. Asal lost his footing, and fell onto the newly revealed ground. No! Isn't he in the sea? Why does this look so much like land? Asal suddenly felt a heat coming from behind him. He turned around, his pupils trembling with fear, as if he had just witnessed something terrifying. Xing leaped high, wielding the flaming judgment of heavenly fire, and slashing down. Asal lost consciousness in an instant. He was powerless to resist. Xing landed and kicked Asal. Try to run again? You're a fish cleave fried up. How can you escape? I have eaten give you a salt, soy sauce, and vinegar spa when we get home tonight. In the Kunyu Pavilion, where the scene had just occurred, Ningguang, Keqing, Ganyu, and Yilan all stared at the miserable Asal below with shocked faces. Ningguang couldn't help but sigh. Is Xing that powerful? Keqing swallowed stiffly, a little unconvinced by what she was seeing. Asal is a demon, right? Ganyu? Without waiting for Ganyu to reply, Lu Yun, who had arrived, said, Asal is undoubtedly a demon. Let's go down and take a look. More than 10 minutes later, Xing stood on the boat, asking March 7 to take a photo of her and Asal. Not long after Xing rushed out, Hu Tao bought the boat and rushed over to pick Xing up. Hu Tao and the others had driven the boat themselves. The boatman naturally wouldn't dare to go in such a dangerous situation. So, Hu Tao bought it directly. After all, the Wangshengtang Internet Cafe is booming right now, so the hipsters don't need the money. March, write a pose for me, and take another one. Xing stepped on Asal's head and gave a thumbs up, looking very impressive. March 7 finished taking Xing's photo and asked the others, anyone else want a photo? Hu Tao quickly signed up. Oh my god! This is such a great honor for my family. This is a photo with the demon god. We take it and put it at the entrance of the Hall of Rebirth. It'd definitely be useful as a deterrent to thieves. Me. Sanwa, take a photo for me too. The four little ones stood by the boat, chattering. Just then, the Jade Pavilion descended. Ningguang, Keqing, Yilan, Ganyu, Xiao, and other immortals descended from the Jade Pavilion and boarded the boat. Xing waved and greeted Ningguang and Keqing. Hey, isn't that Keqing and Ningguang? Come and see the big fish I caught. Isn't it impressive? Awesome. Keqing smiled stiffly and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Ningguang agreed. You're awesome. Xing's heart was filled with joy at the compliments. Soon, Hu Tao finished taking the photo and received it. She was very pleased with the result. Hu Tao saw Keqing and handed her the photo she had just taken. Keqing, what do you think of this photo of me? Keqing smiled. It's very nice. Beside her, Ingjin smiled innocently and made a yeah gesture, asking San Yuqi to take 2 photos of him as well. Ingjin looked at the photos and, very satisfied, put them away, intending to take them back and put them up in the RV. Chapter 99. Ing put away the photos and looked at Ningguang and Keqing, asking, would you two like to take one too? Ningguang and Keqing were stunned. It seemed they couldn't refuse, so the 2 women stood beside Asal and took over a dozen photos, changing various poses. The filming was live on March 7th, and everyone was very satisfied. Xueyue, Li Shui, and Grandma Ping stood at the bow, sighing as they watched Asal, his eyes rolling and fainting. Are kids this powerful these days? Beating the demon god is like playing. They had just watched the entire scene in the Kunyu Pavilion, the scene of the star chasing the demon god. The 3 of them commented, it's great. More of it. After all, Asal was Liyue's sworn enemy, and their suffering was a source of joy. And, judging by the performances of Tying Quangxing and Yu Hengxing, the little girl who had defeated Asal was on their side. The trio's expressions were even more impressive. If it weren't for the presence of the Thousand Rocks army and the 7 stars, they would have applauded. After Ningguang and Keqing finished taking the photos, they were troubled by the enormous size of Asal. Seeing this, Xing pulled out the Skyfire Judgment. How about I just unleash it on him? Xiao immediately stopped him. No, a demon god's death unleashes a powerful energy, and it also leaves behind its remnants. Xing threw up his hands. Then I have no other options. Hu Tao rubbed his chin, thinking. How about I ask my guest? He should have a solution. Ning Wang was a little surprised. Guest? That Mr. Zhongli? While he's knowledgeable, he's only a mortal. What could he possibly do at this moment? March 7 suddenly agreed with Hu Tao's idea and revealed something that shocked everyone in Liyue. That's a great idea. Isn't your guest official Liyue's geogod? He'd definitely have a solution. Hu Tao, go ahead. We wait here. Hu Tao gave an okay sign. Then you guys go to the Jade Pavilion and wait. I take the boat back to Liyue Harbor and go through Xiangling's gate. Xiao said coldly upon hearing Hu Tao's intention to return to Liyue Harbor. No need to bother. I take you back. With that, Xiao condensed the wind element and carried Hu Tao away. After Hu Tao and Xiao left, Ning Wang and Keqing stood there in a daze. What? Master Hu's guest official? That Mr. Zhongli is the emperor. Oh my god. Ning Wang had previously invited Zhongli to serve at Yujingtai. The thought of this made Ning Wang shudder. Keqing then performed a petrifying move. Hee hee, I told the emperor right in front of Zhongli that he was wrong. Boring, this world isn't worth it. Inside Yiyun's shop. The 4-person chess team has decided their winner. Champion, Zhongli. Runner-up, Walter. Third place, Jing Yuan. Last place, Yiyun. Yiyun was completely stunned. These guys were playing chess with such horrible skill, calculating every move for 10. He was completely outmatched. Even then, he was eliminated. Yiyun checked the time. Alright. I go get dinner. Yiyun stood up and opened the door to the reception room. As soon as he opened it, he saw Hu Tao standing at the door. Hu Tao. You're back so soon? Hu Tao shook her head. Not yet. I came back to look for my guest. Hu Tao stood on tiptoe and peeked inside, spotting Zhongli sipping tea. Guest, I have something to talk to you about. Zhongli heard Hu Tao calling and came to the door. Master, what do you want? Hu Tao said. Nothing serious. We went to Guiyun Pavilion this afternoon. Kli and the others blew up a demon from the sea while frying fish, and Xing knocked that demon unconscious again. We don't know what to do. Would you like to go? Zhongli's eyes twitched after hearing Hu Tao's words. Fish frying blew up a demon from the sea? Was that also? What kind of bomb did Kli and the others bring? It could even break their own seal. Just then, Jing Yuan and Walter emerged from the room. Jing Yuan asked with a smile. What happened? Zhongli sighed. It's nothing serious. I take my leave now. We have tea together tomorrow. Jing Yuan checked the time. It was still early. He wanted to go to Zhongli's side and see what this so-called otherworldly world was like. Mr. Zhongli, are you going back to your side? Do you mind if I come along? I want to see what that otherworldly world is like. Zhongli agreed immediately. Of course. Seeing Jing Yuan going to Zhongli's side, Walter decided to go along. Count me in. Yiyun saw this. Then I open the door for you. You go. I won't go. I make you dinner. By the way, Hu Tao, go see if Xiangling is free later and ask her to come and help. Hu Tao agreed. Afterwards, Jing Yuan, Zhongli, Walter, and Hu Tao entered the portal. Soon, the portal flickered again, and Xiangling rushed out excitedly. Yiyun, you're looking for me? Yiyun smiled. Yes, come in and help. There's going to be a lot of people eating later. Bronya and the others just sent a message saying they're coming over to shop, and there's also people from the Interstellar Peace Company. As he spoke, Yiyun forgot Xiangling didn't know these people and slapped his head. I forgot you didn't know them. But it's okay, you know them soon. Come in and help. Xiangling ran into the kitchen. Noelle was already washing vegetables. Xiangling looked over, walked to the stove she used, put on an apron, and began to cook. Over half an hour later, the Liyue Harbor was bustling with activity. Nearly everyone in Liyue Harbor had gathered there. Nothing else, just to watch the fun. Ossel had been dragged back and left at the Liyue Harbor. By this time, he had regained consciousness, and now he felt only humiliation. These insignificant Liyue people pointed at him, making him feel quite annoyed. However, the little gray-haired creature standing next to him was too powerful. Thinking of the sight of him unleashing the sea to attack him, Ossel chose to lie still. Besides, there was Morix right beside him. Forget it. As the saying goes, a man who knows the times is a hero. Zhongli was also at a loss, as to what to do with Ossel. He could seal him again, but what if he was opened again? Killing him wouldn't work either. Those demon remnants were another problem. Jing Yuan looked at Ossel and thought, how about I take him back and imprison him in the prison? Zhongli pondered for a moment after hearing Jing Yuan's suggestion. Then I trouble you, General Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan smiled slightly. No problem, it's a small matter. Jing Yuan hadn't expected Liu to be in such a state. The style was so similar to Luofu. However, it does resemble the style of an ancient immortal ship. Jing Yuan loved Liu Harbor. Nestled between mountains and water, it boasted beautiful scenery and a well-preserved environment.